Chapter 1, Rebirth. Number 2 Cannon Fodder, stop pretending to sleep, get up, and sit in the number 1 Cannon Fodder's spot. Dazed, Chen-Lin heard a noisy voice by his ear, like a drowning person gasping for fresh air. He suddenly opened his eyes, filled with fear and despair. What entered his sight was a dilapidated bus, with an electronic clock lodged in the groove above the windshield, dangling loosely beside the rear-view mirror, shaking with the movement of the vehicle. But the red time displayed on it was exceptionally striking. October 13, 2125, 11:46 and 11 seconds a.m. This is. I've been reborn. Chen-Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he saw this familiar scene, a look of shock in his eyes. This time was the beginning of the global outbreak of strange phenomena. 13 days ago, strange, indescribable creatures suddenly appeared all over the world. They attacked humans and unleashed a devastating strange disaster. The global population, which numbered in the billions, was almost cut in half by the first day of the outbreak. Some small countries even became human-restricted zones directly. Human firearms, including all mushroom bombs, were nothing more than a joke in the face of the strange creatures. The strange creatures could not be killed. No, to be precise, they couldn't be destroyed by conventional physical methods. In his previous life, 3 days before the strange outbreak, Chen-Lin had purchased a discounted tour package ticket. During the outbreak, the bus he was riding on was on the highway, and that's how he narrowly avoided death, not dying immediately at the hands of the strange creatures. But in the end, he didn't escape the fate of being killed by the strange creatures. He could still clearly remember how, in his previous life, dozens of strange creatures pounced on him and tore him apart. He could feel his flesh and blood being devoured bite by bite, torn apart piece by piece. The pain was bone-deep and endless, boundless despair. Since heaven has given me a second chance to live, in this life, I will definitely survive. Chen-Lin clenched his fists tightly, his eyes flashing with sharp light. He didn't want to experience again that scene of watching himself being eaten by the strange creatures. The physical pain was nothing compared to the mental despair and torment. Damn it! Still pretending to be dead, huh? Slap. A loud slap pulled Chen-Lin back to reality. A middle-aged man with a long scar across his left cheek grabbed the glasses-wearing boy sitting beside Chen-Lin. His eyes were as wide as copper bells, his face full of rough, mean expression, looking as if he was about to eat someone. Brother gang, next time, I'll go collect supplies. Can you please let me not go to the number 1 position? The glasses-wearing boy, Wang Xiaoming, spoke timidly, his face pale, not daring to look directly at the scarred man. Chen-Lin looked at this familiar person and scene with mixed emotions. The scarred man was called Yang Gang, and he was the driver of the bus. The glasses-wearing boy was called Wang Xiaoming, who was originally just a passenger on the bus. In the days before the strange outbreak, they learned about it through their phones and radio. The order on the bus was still fine. Everyone helped each other, comforted one another, and shared food when they had it. Until a week ago, their food ran out, and they had to go to the nearest service area to search for food. As a result, they were attacked by the strange creatures. 32 people, and more than half of them died, with the remaining ones barely escaping. When they returned to the bus, the strange creatures kept chasing them. They drove the bus as fast as they could, covering over 100 kilometers on the highway before they managed to escape. What happened at that service area, Yang Gang didn't say, but he awakened a special ability sequence and became the only sequence holder on the bus. Yang Gang then set new rules for the bus, no useless people allowed. Either be like him, a sequence holder. Or, pay a certain amount of food to him every day, or you'll be kicked off the bus. And the last type was Cannon Fodder. Not a sequence holder, without food to surrender, they could stay on the bus. But if they faced a strange chase, these people must get off the bus to attract the strange attention, giving others a chance to survive. At first, everyone opposed, until Yang Gang threw a man who was 1.9 meters tall and weighed 250 pounds more than 10 meters away with one hand. Everyone was shocked, staring at Yang Gang as if looking at a monster. They realized the world had changed, and no one opposed Yang Gang anymore. On this bus, Yang Gang's words were the rule. Earlier, the first Cannon Fodder had disappeared after an unusual attack yesterday. Once he got off the bus, he never returned. Today, it was the turn of the second Cannon Fodder, Wang Xiaoming. It was said that they were going to attract the strange attention, but in reality, once they got off the bus, survival was impossible. Getting off the bus meant death. Wang Xiaoming didn't want to die, so this is what happened before them. In the last life, at this time, Chen-Lin still hated Yang Gang. He thought Yang Gang had no sense of humanity and was very selfish, and also, he was one of the Cannon Fodders. But in this life, Chen-Lin felt no emotion in his heart, even feeling some approval of Yang Gang's actions. Having experienced the apocalypse, he knew that in order to survive, one had to be colder than others. Being a saint meant walking into death. If he were Yang Gang now, he would do the same. This was the survival rule of the apocalypse. Yang Gang, I will go to position 1. Chen Lin suddenly stood up and said calmly. Of course, Chen Lin didn't speak because of his kindness, but because he clearly remembered that the next time they encountered the strange beings, it would be both a crisis and an opportunity. In his past life, after the strange beings attacked, Wang Xiaoming was forced off the bus by Yang Gang. Everyone thought Wang Xiaoming would die. Who knew, Wang Xiaoming returned like a king, not only survived but also awakened a sequence, becoming the new leader of the team. Even Yang Gang had to look at Wang Xiaoming's face. According to Wang Xiaoming, he awakened a sequence of symbols, and his way of dealing with the strange beings was always using symbols. Except for Chen Lin, everyone thought Wang Xiaoming had awakened a sequence. But Chen Lin didn't think so. Since Wang Xiaoming awakened the sequence, every time the team set out or encountered strange beings, Wang Xiaoming would lead everyone to find the safest path. Chen Lin speculated that Wang Xiaoming's sequence, in addition to the symbol sequence, very likely also had another sequence related to prophecy or future prediction. Although Chen Lin's thoughts were different, he didn't point it out because if he did, Wang Xiaoming might kill him to keep it a secret. Later, Chen Lin took advantage of Yang Gang being drunk to get a few words out of him. He learned that after Wang Xiaoming got off the bus, he saw a red fruit on a tree by the highway, and that's when he awakened his extraordinary abilities. The rest, he had no idea. Chapter 2, The Strange Beings Strike. Brother Yang, if he wants to go, let him go, I want to stay. Wang Xiaoming quickly broke free from Yang Gang's grip and stepped aside to give Chen Lin a path. Your name is Chen Lin, right? I didn't expect there would still be someone who's not afraid of death, the good guy. Since you want to go, then you go. Yang Gang smiled playfully. To him, it didn't matter who became cannon fodder, as long as there was someone. Whether it was Chen Lin or Wang Xiaoming, it didn't matter to him. Chen Lin didn't waste words but walked directly to position 1, the position closer to the door. Wang Xiaoming quickly sat in Chen Lin's seat, as if afraid that Chen Lin might change his mind, not giving him a chance to back out. The others on the bus also looked at Chen Lin with sympathy. Their expressions were complex, because today it was Chen Lin's turn, but tomorrow it might be theirs. It's your own choice, no one forced you, don't blame anyone else. Wang Xiaoming mumbled softly, trying to convince the last bit of his conscience. Chen Lin smiled indifferently, not caring at all. After sitting down, he leaned his head against the window, squinted his eyes, and began to rest. It was dusk. The bus stopped. Chen Lin immediately opened his eyes, as if he had never been asleep. This was a habit he had developed during the 3 years of survival in the apocalypse. Because, no one ever knows when the weirdness will appear, so, even when sleeping, one must remain alert and try to escape at the first sign of danger. Survivors with food on the bus began to get off one by one. Some carried portable stoves and started cooking hot pot by the roadside, attracting the attention of many people, who secretly swallowed their saliva. Others gathered in small groups, whispering to each other, bringing some life to the otherwise lifeless world. Chen Lin looked out of the window. They were still on the highway. On both sides of the highway were vast rice fields, very spacious, with excellent visibility. If any weirdness appeared, they would be able to see it immediately. This is for you. At this moment, a woman with a good figure and appearance walked up to Chen Lin and handed him a piece of bread, the size of a palm. The woman wore a white t-shirt, tucked into her jeans, which accentuated her full chest. The t-shirt then tightened around her waist, outlining her flat and attractive stomach and waist. Her tight jeans emphasized her legs and perky buttocks, making her very eye-catching. This woman was Hu Lu, the wife of Yang Gang, the owner of the bus. After the weirdness outbreak, Yang Gang had taken good care of Hu Lu, and she was usually responsible for managing food and other affairs on the bus. Yang Gang was a man who made many tyrannical rules. For those of them without food, Yang Gang would give them their rations. Though this food wasn't enough to fill them, it was far better than having none at all, at least they wouldn't starve to death. After handing Chen Lin the bread, Hu Lu walked away, her fragrance lingering in the air, continuing to distribute food to others. Chen Lin took small bites of the bread and slowly chewed it. It wasn't that Chen Lin wasn't hungry, but the bread Hu Lu handed out was buckwheat bread, a bit dry. If he wolfed it down without water, it would be hard to swallow. Chewing slowly allowed him to make full use of his saliva to soften it, making it easier to swallow. Also, the sugar in the bread helped him produce more saliva, which was useful for replenishing sugar and physical strength. At that moment, a commotion came from outside the bus. Brother Gang, my girlfriend is missing. She just went to the rice field behind to use the toilet, and when I turned around, she was gone. Please, can you send someone to help me find her? I'm willing to give you all my food. Outside the window, a young man with a buzz cut knelt in front of Yang Gang, repeatedly kowtowing to him. The faces of the other survivors turned as pale as death. This wasn't the first time such a thing had happened. They had encountered it before. Perhaps she hadn't disappeared, but the weirdness had arrived. Yang Gang's face also became extremely grim. Get on the bus, now. Yang Gang didn't hesitate at all. he turned and headed for the bus. The others followed suit, rushing onto the bus. "Brother gang, you took our food. You can't just leave like this. My girlfriend hasn't been found yet. Please, help me." The young man tightly clung to Yang Gang's leg. "Damn. If you want to find her, do it yourself. Get the hell off." With a kick, Yang Gang sent the young man flying 7 or 8 meters away, without even looking back. He rushed onto the bus, quickly started it, and floored the gas pedal, speeding away from the area. Many other survivors leaned against the windows, looking toward the rear. Sure enough, after their bus drove off, the young man who had been kicked over had not yet stood up when they saw a figure, all in white, like a ghost, pounce on the young man, passionately kissing him. The young man had no idea what was happening and began to struggle wildly, but there was not a single sound of a scream, making it all the more eerie. What was even more bizarre was that, with the kiss, the young man's body gradually shriveled like a deflating balloon, and he no longer moved. Suddenly, the white figure spun around and looked at the people on the bus. The survivors nearly had their heads explode when they saw that eerie face, their hair standing on end, and a chill spreading through their hearts. The eerie figure was entirely white, its face as pale as death, with no facial features. No, to be precise, it didn't have no features. There was a mouth, revealing sharp fangs, mixed with some flesh, and fresh blood still lingering at the corners of the mouth. Though the eerie figure had no eyes, everyone could clearly feel, at this moment, an overwhelming sense that they were being stared at by it. This feeling was like being the prey of a starving wolf, the kind of intense sensation that made the hairs on the back of their neck stand up. The next moment, the eerie figure used its hands and feet, quickly chasing after them. Its speed was terrifying. "Gang bro, go faster, that thing is catching up. Gang bro, hurry." A scream erupted in the bus, everyone was panicking. "Stop yelling, damn it, I'm already pressing the gas pedal all the way down. Speeding up takes time." Yang Gang yelled in frustration, driving while opening the front door, looking towards where Chen-Lin was sitting, and said, "Chen-Lin, it's your turn. I'm not eating for free. Hurry up and get off." Chen-Lin didn't speak, took a deep breath, and quickly walked towards the door. As soon as the opportunity arose, he jumped out. Chapter 3, Double Sequence. The bus wasn't going very fast, and since Chen-Lin had already mentally prepared himself, as he jumped, he rolled several times on the road, successfully rolling to the emergency lane. Then, without any hesitation, Chen-Lin crawled into the grass by the emergency lane. According to his memories from his past life, after Wang Xiaoming jumped off the bus, he ran in this direction. The general direction was clear in Chen-Lin's mind. The eerie figure chasing the bus, upon seeing Chen-Lin jump off, seemed to feel provoked, almost immediately abandoning the pursuit of the bus, angrily chasing after Chen-Lin. At this point, Chen-Lin had already reached a rice field. Fortunately, there was no water in the rice field, and no rice had been planted yet, so he could run freely. Boom! Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed, like a heavy object crashing onto the ground. Chen-Lin turned his head and saw the white eerie figure land about 30 meters behind him. The white eerie figure landed on its hands and feet, appearing human-like but moving like a beast, especially without eyes and a nose, making it look even stranger. It turned its pale, paper-like face toward Chen-Lin, staring at him as if it was locking its eyes on him, making Chen-Lin feel as though the hairs on his body were about to stand up. Chen-Lin quickly shifted his gaze and continued to run madly, but as soon as he moved, the eerie figure moved as well. The white eerie figure used its hands and feet, leaping like a sharp arrow toward him. Chen-Lin felt a rush of wind on his left and instinctively looked over, his hair standing on end. The white eerie figure was almost side by side with him, brushing past his nose. In that moment, Chen-Lin even smelled a disgusting, blood-like stench on the white eerie figure. So fast. For a moment, Chen-Lin was stunned. Who could outrun it? How did Wang Xiaoming escape this eerie creature's pursuit in his past life? Did the Wang Xiaoming who returned to the convoy in the last life stop being Wang Xiaoming and instead became strange? This thought just popped into Chen-Lin's mind, and he instantly felt a chill down his spine, cold sweat pouring out in an instant. If that's the case, he's doomed. Chen-Lin didn't even have time to react before a strange force slapped his chest with a fierce hit. Boom! With a loud bang, Chen-Lin's body was slammed as if hit by a heavy hammer, and he was flung out like a bent bow being released. Finally, Chen-Lin crashed heavily to the ground, a sharp pain tearing through his chest, almost knocking him unconscious from the agony. Hiss! Chen-Lin gritted his teeth in pain. He had hoped to follow Wang Xiaoming's path and become a sequencer, but he never expected such an outcome. Just when Chen-Lin was sinking into despair, his peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of a bright red spot at the corner of the rice field. It was a very strange fruit, resembling a tomato, but with a knot, making it look like two tomatoes fused together. This is mutated fruit. Chen-Lin didn't expect there would really be mutated fruit. If that's the case, perhaps Wang Xiaoming wasn't replaced by something strange, but instead escaped by obtaining the mutated fruit. Thinking of this, Chen Lin endured the pain, gritted his teeth, and rushed toward the mutated fruit, grabbing it and stuffing it into his mouth along with the roots and stem. Though there was some dirt and sand, at this moment, Chen Lin couldn't care about it anymore. The mutated fruit had no taste, but its juice was abundant. He quickly swallowed the fruit and its stem and leaves in one go. Instantly, a warm current exploded in his abdomen, quickly spreading throughout his body, even healing the wound in his chest in the blink of an eye. Immediately afterward, Chen Lin's eyes widened in shock as he felt a warm current surge into his eyes, a burning pain that felt like it would scorch his eyes out. His head also felt like it was boiling, as if it was about to explode. The pain was excruciating. Ah! Chen Lin kept screaming in agony. This pain was something even someone like him, who had died once, could hardly bear. In the distance, the white strange being saw Chen Lin suddenly rolling on the ground and instinctively stopped moving. A strange expression appeared on its face, one that looked almost like disgust. Could this human be sick? This thought made the white strange being furious. If it had known, it would have gone after the bus instead of chasing this human. If Chen Lin could hear the strange being's thoughts, he would probably laugh in anger. No matter how sick he wasn't as perverse as this strange being. What kind of sickness could lead to something so strange and perverse? Just at that moment, the pain in Chen Lin's eyes and mind suddenly stopped. He was drenched in sweat, as though he had just been pulled out of water. Opening his eyes, he saw two golden characters in front of him. Sequence 8, Heavenly Eye, first rank, 0 out of 10, can see all creatures or objects related to the strange within 5 meters. Strange beings disguised as humans or higher-ranked strange beings have a certain probability of being undetectable. If your mind is not strong enough, using it for more than a minute will cause dizziness, nausea, vomiting, and other side effects. Hope you don't pee your pants. Sequence 10, Divination, first rank, 0 out of 10, can divinate once a day, obtaining 3 sets of divination symbols, from which one can be selected to turn misfortune into good fortune and avoid calamities. Hope your luck isn't too bad. This is. Chen Lin's eyes widened. As he expected, in his previous life, Wang Xiaoming really obtained 2 sequences, but wasn't Wang Xiaoming also able to draw symbols in his previous life? Could there be mutated fruit nearby? Chen Lin was dumbfounded. For ordinary sequencers, obtaining even 1 sequence was considered a great achievement. Wang Xiaoming actually had such an opportunity in fate. He was practically the protagonist chosen by destiny. However, unfortunately, this time, Chen Lin had been 1 step ahead of him. Besides these 2 sequences, Chen Lin also felt that, at the moment he became a sequence, his body seemed to have undergone certain changes. He felt that his whole body was now filled with strength, and his physical condition was definitely stronger than that of an ordinary person. This made Chen Lin feel joy, even though he had almost been killed earlier. Gaining this kind of power seemed like it was all worth it. At least, it could increase his chances of survival in the apocalypse in the future. However, these 2 sequences' abilities seemed to be more focused on support rather than combat capabilities. And his current crisis hadn't been resolved yet. The white eerie creature was still pacing back and forth about 30 meters away, seemingly observing his changes without daring to approach. Chen Lin didn't dare to move, also quietly observing the white eerie creature. He knew very well that although it was 30 meters away, this distance could be closed in a single breath by the creature. Even with his body's transformation, he wasn't absolutely confident that he could outrun the white eerie creature. Chapter 4, Great Danger. Divination. Chen Lin thought for a moment. A golden phantom turtle shell appeared in front of him, shaking violently, and from it, a virtual gold coin was spat out. This golden light seemed to only be visible to Chen Lin, no one else could see it, and the eerie creature had no awareness of it. Great danger, about 300 meters to the southwest, there is a group of wandering eerie creatures. Recklessly heading there will likely turn you into their takeaway. Great danger, about 1,000 meters to the northwest, a group of survivors is being hunted by eerie creatures. Heading in that direction might attract the creature's attention, giving others a chance to survive and earn the title of Saint of the Apocalypse. Great danger, about 10 kilometers to the southeast, there is an ancient tomb that's been standing for 1,000 years, emitting an aura that even ordinary eerie creatures fear. However, be cautious of the tomb's master awakening, or something bad might happen. All of them are great dangers. Well, what a divination prophet, telling me where it's a little cooler, or where I should bury myself. Chen Lin couldn't help but laugh bitterly. But Chen Lin didn't give up. Wang Xiaoming was able to escape, there was no reason why he couldn't. Wang Xiaoming's situation couldn't be much better than his. And his current predicament and condition, his response methods, were definitely not the same as Wang Xiaoming's. The sequence I couldn't deal with eerie creatures. Awakening the sequence to enhance his body wasn't enough to fight the eerie creatures. Therefore, the only hope might lie in this divination. Chen Lin carefully examined the divination again, and finally focused on the 3rd divination. There was a great dangerous eerie creature lying dormant, seemingly dangerous, but there was a chance to escape alive, as long as the great danger wasn't awakened. That was a way to survive. The great danger could be turned into great fortune. Let's do it. Chen Lin made up his mind and selected the third divination. In an instant, a virtual image appeared in front of Chen Lin, as if he had entered a movie scene. The clouds parted, and the entire land came into view. Mountains stretched across the horizon in Chen Lin's sight. Before these mountains, there was a vast, flat plain. Everything was silent, as if there were no living creatures at all, creating a chilling, oppressive atmosphere. Even though Chen Lin only glanced at it, it felt as if he were there, and an uncomfortable feeling washed over him. However, Chen Lin also precisely located his own position and quickly examined the geographical terrain, plotting an escape route. Although Chen Lin was still 10 kilometers away from the ancient tomb, in reality, he didn't need to reach the tomb's entrance, he just needed to enter the tomb master's aura range. Perhaps that would be enough to intimidate the white eerie creature. And he only needed to pass through the woods about 20 meters ahead. Perhaps Wang Xiaoming did exactly this in his past life. The golden light faded away, and Chen Lin did not act rashly, but instead lay still on the ground, carefully observing the white strange entity. At this moment, the white strange entity was still observing Chen Lin around him. The prey in front of it remained motionless, almost as if it had died. Even though the white strange entity had no eyes, Chen Lin could deeply feel something was watching him, making him feel a creepy sensation inside. It was likely that when the white strange entity saw Chen Lin suddenly rolling on the ground, it was also a bit confused, still observing to see if Chen Lin was doing something strange. Thinking of this, Chen Lin took a deep breath, watching the white strange entity approaching to check, without suspicion. Ah! Chen Lin suddenly screamed while holding his head in despair. Damn it! Is it a zombie resurrection? The white strange entity was startled, instinctively taking a few steps back. It nearly got scared to death. The next second, Chen Lin continued to scream while rolling on the ground, as if possessed by some mysterious force. The white strange entity watched in a daze. Soon, it realized that there was no similar aura on Chen Lin's body, which meant that Chen Lin was pretending. It wasn't stupid enough to be fooled by Chen Lin. If Chen Lin wanted to play, then it would play along with him. Chen Lin rolled like a stir-fry, and maybe it would be even more delicious. On the white strange entity's faceless cheek, a human-like playful expression appeared. However, as the white strange entity kept watching, it felt something was wrong. Chen Lin rolled to the left, then to the right, looking like he was rolling in place, but this distance. It seemed to be getting farther away. 1 meter. 2 meters. The white strange entity was stunned. When Chen Lin had rolled over 10 meters away, the white strange entity immediately realized. It had been tricked. Chen Lin was trying to escape. Roar! An angry roar echoed out. The sound was sharp, piercing, and powerful, even from dozens of meters away. Chen Lin's eardrums felt like they were about to burst. I'd been discovered. Chen Lin rolled once more, taking the opportunity to get up and ran in the southeast direction. Seeing this, the white strange entity completely went berserk. It had truly been played by its prey. Roar, roar, roar. The sharpest of roars resounded through the sky. The white strange entity's fur stood on end, charging towards Chen Lin like an arrow, the air around it forming a shockwave. It was unbelievably fast. Fortunately, Chen Lin had rolled over 10 meters earlier, otherwise, he would never have been able to escape. He rushed into the forest ahead. But this did not mean that Chen Lin had escaped from danger. The white strange entity crazily pursued him into the forest, crashing through everything in its path, trees snapping instantly. Chen Lin could only hear the sounds of crashing, thudding, and large objects falling behind him. Chen Lin didn't dare to look back, he just kept running wildly. As for resistance? Chen Lin couldn't resist at all. Earlier, he had nearly been punched into the ground and couldn't even crawl out. How could he resist? The difference in strength was too great. If he hadn't become a sequence member, changing his body and making him run faster, he would have probably already been caught. Rushing through the dense forest, light appeared ahead. It's right in front. Chen Lin was overjoyed. But just at this moment, a fierce gust of wind blew from behind him. The strange entity hadn't arrived yet, but the strong wind was already here. The strange entity was closing in. But the exit was right in front, only 3 meters away. Chen Lin took a deep breath, using all his strength to push off the ground, leaping forward. If he hadn't become a sequence member, he definitely couldn't have jumped 3 meters, but now, everything was possible. He seemed to fly out of the small forest, through the dimness, and into the light, like being reborn. I should be able to survive now, right? Just as this thought appeared in Chen Lin's mind, the next second, a face without features appeared before him. A foul, nauseating smell emanated from the strange mouth. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat, his heart turned cold. No, wasn't it said that the Tomb Master was extremely dangerous, able to intimidate weaker anomalies? Could the white anomaly not belong to the weaker ones? Is it considered stronger? Chapter 5, The 5 Iron Laws. Bang! Chen-Lin crashed heavily to the ground, followed by the white anomaly's claws, sharp like curved knives. They came slashing towards Chen-Lin's eyes. In that instant, cold sweat instantly drenched his back, and he felt his breath stop, as though the entire world fell into silence. He had thought of taking a gamble, hoping a bicycle would turn into a motorcycle. Who knew, all gamblers deserved to die. Suddenly, Chen-Lin realized everything he had done before was a joke. In the face of absolute power, any tricks were just decorations, utterly useless. But just as Chen-Lin thought the claw would pierce his skull, the white anomaly's claw stopped, only 1 centimeter from his eye. Chen-Lin's breath halted, and before he could react, he heard the white anomaly let out a strange scream and turned to flee. By the time Chen-Lin reacted, the white anomaly had already disappeared without a trace. Chen-Lin immediately collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. He felt like all the strength in his body had been drained away. Just now, it was truly a life-or-death moment. He almost got killed. Actually, this white anomaly was one of the weakest ones Chen-Lin encountered in his past life among all the anomalies. The more powerful ones could kill without leaving a trace, even sneaking into a convoy without anyone noticing. But even this weakest anomaly almost took Chen-Lin's life, which shows just how hard it is for Chen-Lin to survive. After resting for about 5 minutes, Chen-Lin felt a little better. He didn't dare stay any longer. No one knew how long the Tomb Master's fierce presence would stay dormant. If it woke up, it would be a huge trouble. Moreover, he had to return to the convoy quickly. The sky was getting dark. After dark, being alone almost certainly meant death. During the 3 years of fleeing in his past life, Chen-Lin's convoy had summed up many survival experiences, and the 5 iron laws must be strictly followed. First, never fall behind or wander off after dark, or you will become a plaything for anomalies and die in endless despair and pain. Second, the convoy should never have fewer than 10 people, or indescribable creatures will infiltrate the convoy, and those who sleep beside you at night might not necessarily be your girlfriend, they might be. Third, never stay in the same place for more than 3 days, or anomalies will come knocking. Fourth, do not trust anyone who asks for help, even if they are your friends or family. Fifth, store enough food. Among these, the first rule takes precedence over all others. The second, third, and fourth rules, while they might lead to ominous events, still have a certain chance of keeping you alive. As for the fifth rule, if you haven't stored enough food, there are other ways, such as borrowing some from others. But the first rule is truly deadly. Fortunately, Yang Gang and the others were taking the highway, and Chen-Lin had already planned the route, circling around the large tomb. On the way, Chen-Lin got tired but didn't dare to rest. When he was hungry, he plucked some edible wild vegetables by the roadside to fill his stomach. Chewing on the dirt and gravel occasionally made Chen-Lin frown, but he didn't care at all and swallowed it down. It didn't matter if it was clean, as long as it could be eaten. Besides, in a few months, these things would become rare delicacies. If you wanted to eat them, you wouldn't even be able to find them. Only pre-packaged food would be available. As time went on, even the pre-packaged food would expire. Having something to eat was considered good. Chen-Lin had long since gotten used to it. After walking for about another 10 minutes, Chen-Lin had already seen the highway ahead. As long as he crossed the small forest in front, he would be there. Once on the highway, he could follow it and absolutely find the convoy. Yang Gang and the others would definitely stop by the roadside because after dark, it was the eerie active period, much more intense than the strange occurrences during the day. Before entering the small forest, Chen-Lin activated Sequence 8's Heaven's Eye and glanced at the forest. Not all eerie things were like the ones Chen-Lin encountered before, which could be easily spotted with the naked eye. Some eerie things, if they didn't make a move, ordinary people or regular sequence users wouldn't notice them. Confirming that within 5 meters, there was no trace of any eerie presence, Chen-Lin stepped into the forest. After walking for a while, Chen-Lin would use Heaven's Eye to check again, scanning the surroundings. He didn't want to die here for no reason. Although Wang Xiaoming safely returned to the convoy in his previous life, Chen-Lin couldn't guarantee that the road he was walking on now was the same one Wang Xiaoming had taken. At the very least, Chen-Lin's current progress was still a little behind Wang Xiaoming's. For example, things related to talismans or sequences, Chen-Lin hadn't obtained any of them. However, Chen-Lin didn't plan to search for them. The encounter with the mutated fruit earlier had been lucky enough. Looking for more could mean he'd be lucky to find it, but unlucky to return alive. Especially since there was an ancient tomb nearby, with great danger. The forest was exceptionally quiet, it seemed like there were no other living beings except Chen-Lin. Only the sound of Chen-Lin's footsteps crunching on the ground. Just as he was about to exit the forest, suddenly. Snap! A faint sound rang out, startlingly sharp in the stillness of the forest. Chen-Lin immediately tensed up, almost instinctively activating Heaven's Eye and scanning the direction the sound had come from. To the left front of Chen-Lin, under a large tree, a person was lying on the ground, with a large bag beside them. No eerie presence. A corpse? Chen Lin observed for a moment. The person showed no signs of movement or breathing. Looking at the large bag behind the person, it seemed like a tourist. Perhaps the backpack had some food. There were no other eerie presences here. After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin quietly picked up a stone from the ground, slowed his steps, and walked over. He didn't know if the stone would have any effect on the eerie presence, but holding it made him feel a bit safer. Just as he was about to get close, Chen Lin suddenly keenly noticed that the back of the figure twitched a few times, as if there was something alive inside their clothes. Chen Lin immediately stopped, held his breath, and stared at the fallen figure, while slowly and quietly beginning to step backward, not daring to make a sound. The entire forest became eerily quiet, so quiet that a needle dropping could be heard. Chen Lin could feel his heart pounding loudly, and his hand gripping the stone was covered in a layer of fine sweat. Crack! Just as Chen Lin stepped back to a tree, it seemed he stepped on a dry twig, making a sharp cracking sound. It was deafening. Immediately, the clothes of the person lying there started to twitch violently, as if a sleeping creature had been startled awake. Run! Chen Lin's hair stood on end. Without thinking, he turned and started to run. From the collar of the person, a small furry head emerged, and green, oily eyes stared at Chen Lin. Chirp, chirp, chirp. The small gray figure immediately dashed off. The humanoid creature instantly shriveled up. It's a squirrel. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, that's why my sequence ability didn't work. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Lin walked over. The spot where the squirrel had been was a dried up skin, wrapped in clothes. From the skin quality and hair, it was probably a young woman. Another unlucky guy. Chen Lin wasn't too surprised. In his past life, such things were not uncommon. Chen Lin pulled his backpack closer to him. It was quite heavy. It seemed like there were quite a few things inside. Chen Lin's heart skipped a beat. Maybe there was something useful inside. Whoosh! The zipper opened. The first things that came into view were a shovel, some small items, and a flashlight. A tomb robber? Chen Lin had never robbed a tomb, but he had seen it before. He recognized things like the Luoyang shovel. As he continued rummaging, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could this guy have robbed that dangerous tomb? What a daring person! Chen Lin was secretly shocked. He continued digging, but the tools on top were hard to move, so he just dumped everything out. Chen Lin quickly searched through the pile, putting all the useful items back into the backpack. 3 cans of ham, a pound of dried beef, and 4 black donkey hooves. That was all the food. As for the clothes, they were all for women, which were of no use, so he threw them all away. There were also some books, such as The Dragon Seeking Secret, Feng Shui Secrets, and The Complete Book of Heavenly Talismans, etc. Ha! The Complete Book of Talismans? Could it be that in his past life, Wang Xiaoming didn't awaken the Talisman series but instead got this book? Could this be an extraordinary item? Chen Lin thought for a moment and then activated his heavenly eye. He saw that the Complete Book of Talismans looked ordinary. However, a jade brush lying nearby emitted a faint black aura, seeming somewhat unusual. Item, polluted jade brush. Item number, 681. Item description, it has accompanied its owner for thousands of years. When its owner awakens again, it also gains some power. You can use it to write, and you will gain some special power. Perhaps it can restrain the bizarre. If you know how to draw talismans, maybe you will get rich. Extraordinary item. Chen Lin was shocked and quickly picked up the brush, examining it carefully. The jade brush appeared crystal clear, with intricate carvings on the handle, looking very impressive. Extraordinary items were extremely rare and could only be produced under certain conditions, when they were tainted by the bizarre. This brush must have been taken from the tomb. This was definitely a good item. Without saying anything more, Chen Lin quickly put it away, along with the Complete Book of Talismans, and placed them in his backpack. He slung the backpack over his shoulder and continued on his way with the military shovel in hand. On the highway. There was still about half an hour left before nightfall. Yang Gang's bus, without any bazaar chasing them, had pulled over to rest. After experiencing the bazaar chase once again, everyone had become a little desperate. No one knew how much longer they could hold on. Each person silently prepared food, getting ready for dinner. At this moment, Yang Gang looked at the others. Their mood was low, and he was feeling a bit upset. Out of the 32 people on the bus, only 13 were left. Hulu was next to him, preparing a small hot pot. Apart from the meat, she had somehow found some vegetables. At this moment, in the entire convoy, only Yang Gang and his group could maintain a certain level of living quality. This attracted the attention of the other survivors, who were secretly swallowing saliva. Earlier, many of them hadn't been able to bring any food with them when fleeing, and all had been abandoned. Most of them were now chewing on bread, dry instant noodles, and so on. A few people, with thicker skin, sat near Yang Gang's table, sniffing the meat aroma from the hot pot, their noses constantly twitching. It seemed as though the bread had become more delicious with the smell of the meat. At that moment, a young man near the guardrail suddenly shouted, "Look! Over there, something seems to be coming toward us." At these words, everyone's faces instantly changed. Many people subconsciously prepared to run towards the car. Yang Gang, with a face as dark as iron, stood up, quickly ran to the young man's side, and looked in the direction the young man pointed to. Outside the guardrail on their right, in that open area, a shadow was rushing towards them. "It's not an anomaly." Yang Gang furrowed his brows slightly. Anomalies don't move that slowly. At this moment, it was the beginning of the apocalypse, and they hadn't yet summed up the 5 survival rules. If it were Chen Lin, he probably would have already started running. As the shadow continued to approach, they gradually made out what it looked like. "That looks like that person. What's his name?" "It's Chen Lin, yes, that's him." Wasn't he supposed to be attracting the anomaly? How is he still alive?" Everyone stared wide-eyed, some finding it hard to believe. For all these days, they had never seen anyone survive in the hands of an anomaly. If it weren't for the fact that they had also tried to fight anomalies and knew how powerful they were, they would have suspected that Chen Lin had actually eliminated the anomaly. But it was hard to say. What if Chen Lin had figured out some way to deal with the anomalies? Soon, Chen Lin climbed over the guardrail and came to stand before the group. At this moment, Chen Lin looked a little ragged, his face full of exhaustion. "Chen Lin, how did you escape? Did you kill the anomaly?" Everyone gathered around him. On his way here, Chen Lin had to occasionally open his third eye, staying alert for anomalies while also rushing to move forward. He was both tired and hungry, and had no energy to talk much. "I awakened the extraordinary sequence." Saying this, Chen Lin threw a punch at the guardrail. With a loud bang, a fist-shaped dent appeared on the iron guardrail. Everyone was stunned. It really was someone from the extraordinary sequence. They hadn't expected that Chen Lin, after leaving the convoy, not only hadn't been killed but had actually gained an advantage from the misfortune. This gave them a different kind of thought. Perhaps there might still be a way out there. By the time they came to their senses, Chen Lin was already sitting at the table with Yang Gang and the others, eating meat in large bites, and he didn't even bother to blanch the vegetables, just shoving them straight into his mouth. Yang Gang and the others were living quite well. Not only did they have vegetables and meat, but also alcohol. Chen Lin casually opened a bottle of beer and drank it heartily, looking thoroughly satisfied. With alcohol and meat. Now this felt like being alive. The other survivors looked at this scene with quiet envy, secretly swallowing saliva. For the past half-month, food had been scarce, and they hadn't eaten or drunk like Chen Lin had. But while Chen Lin could do so, they dared not. Because Chen Lin was from the extraordinary sequence, but they were not. "Chen Lin, you've worked hard, eat more." Yang Gang smiled as he sat down and opened another bottle of beer for Chen Lin. Chen Lin was not polite and immediately took it, drinking it down. The survivors couldn't help but secretly swallow their saliva, their eyes filled with envy. Wang Xiaoming felt particularly upset in his heart. If it hadn't been for Chen Lin swapping places with him, it would have been him sitting there eating the meat. He should have awakened the extraordinary sequence, not Chen Lin. But now, he could only watch, secretly swallowing his saliva. Originally, the half-piece of bread Yang Gang had given him had been enough to fill him up, but now seeing how Chen Lin ate, he felt hungry again. After eating and drinking to his fill, Chen Lin comfortably leaned back in his chair, skillfully picking up a cigarette from the table, lighting it, and exhaling smoke. Yang Gang, unbothered, lit a cigarette of his own and said, "Tell us, how's the situation outside? How did you survive? Did you kill the anomaly?" The other survivors also looked at Chen Lin with tense expressions. "There are a lot of anomalies. I almost got killed." Chen Lin briefly summarized what had happened after he left the highway. Of course, he left out the part about the mutated fruits and the extraordinary items. The awakened sequence, Chen Lin only told them that he had awakened divination. Besides that, the entire process was almost complete. Including the bizarre incident that was scared away. All the survivors turned pale when they heard the rest, their faces growing darker. Helpless. Desperate. If even the sequence holders might not survive the hands of the bazaar, then do they still have a chance to live? And, the bazaar that had been chasing them earlier was already quite strong, but now they learned there were even stronger ones. "Alright, everyone disperse, don't gather here anymore." Yang Gang looked at the faces of the others, impatiently waving his hand. The many survivors, dejected, scattered, some of the students even crying out in fear, holding their heads. "Brother Chen Lin, you know the situation outside. We can only survive if we cooperate." "Cooperate?" Yang Gang carefully looked at Chen Lin and asked. Chen Lin nodded. Although Yang Gang was a bit domineering, he still followed the rules, so he said, I want half of the supplies collected by the survivors. Yang Gang slightly furrowed his brows, but the next moment, they relaxed, and he burst into laughter. Brother Chen, that's a bit inappropriate. There are 3 of us here. You can't forget about the beautiful Hu Dai. How about we split it into 3 parts? Chenlin glanced at Hulu. Hulu was also looking at him, but when she saw his gaze, she shyly turned her neck. 2 charming blushes instantly appeared on Hulu's fair cheeks. When she looked at Chenlin again, her eyes were full of tears, as if they were about to spill. It must be said that Hulu was really beautiful, very mature, and had a great temperament. If it were the Chenlin of his past life, he would have definitely felt embarrassed, unable to withstand the shy look of this top-tier woman. Chenlin took a deep breath and slowly said, No, she is not an extraordinary sequence holder. If you don't agree, then I think we should part ways. After speaking, Chenlin closed his eyes, casually puffing on a cigarette, as if his mind was elsewhere, not caring about cooperating or not. If some time passed, and Yang Gang figured out the rules of the apocalypse, Chenlin would not dare to threaten like this. But now? Who, besides Chenlin, could 100% be sure they couldn't act alone? Yang Gang, seeing Chenlin's attitude so resolute, couldn't help but get a little angry. This kid was really too greedy. As soon as he opened his mouth, he asked for half of the supplies. But Yang Gang didn't dare to fall out with Chenlin because Chenlin's sequence, divination, was very valuable. If used well, it could help them avoid disasters. When encountering the bazaar, it could also guide them, finding the safest escape routes. It greatly reduced the risk of encountering the bazaar, which could really increase their chances of survival. This was important. If Chenlin wanted to part ways with him now, many people would definitely follow Chenlin. Chenlin's sequence had enormous value. After weighing the pros and cons, Yang Gang immediately smiled and laughed. Alright, it's decided then. We'll split it half and half. Chenlin opened his eyes and smiled, pleasure to cooperate. Hulu, looking at the smile on Chenlin's face, rolled her eyes in frustration. This guy really had no sense of romance, not at all like a young man in his 20s. This made Hulu feel a little upset. Did she really not have any attraction to Chenlin? Then, Chenlin and Yang Gang discussed some details about the collection and distribution of supplies. Finally, Chenlin even suggested not using cannon fodder anymore. No cannon fodder? Then when the bazaar catches up to us, aren't we all finished? Yang Gang found it hard to accept. He had successfully escaped from the pursuit of the bazaar twice using such methods. This was a life-saving tactic. Chenlin took a deep puff of his cigarette and exhaled a large cloud of smoke, saying, What if no one is willing to gather supplies anymore? Secondly, the weird things that chased us the previous 2 times were indeed much stronger than us, hard to fight against, but not all weird things are this powerful. Yang Gang was stunned upon hearing this. This was something he had not considered. They had also gone to collect supplies earlier, but all they could say was that the casualties were heavy. There were not many people left on their bus. If it happened again, they might develop a resistance to going out for supplies. If everyone is afraid of dying and doesn't want to go, then who will go collect supplies? Him and Chenlin going to collect supplies? Then feed everyone on the bus? Wouldn't that just turn him and Chenlin into beasts of burden? Good grief, before they became extraordinary, they were beasts of burden, and after becoming extraordinary, they were still beasts of burden? Then what was the point of becoming extraordinary? Alright, I agree. Yang Gang reluctantly agreed. Actually, what Yang Gang thought about was just one reason, but Chenlin had other considerations. That is, when they really encountered a weird thing, cannon fodder would be useless. The so-called attracting the attention of the weird was merely sending people to their deaths. Rather than that, it would be better to send everyone out to collect supplies, maximizing the benefit. The survivors in the convoy, 1/3 of the supplies they collect have to be handed over. If they're lucky, they can get quite a bit of stuff. Of course, the number of people in their convoy is still small. If there were more people, there would be more supplies. At least they could achieve food freedom in the apocalypse. On the bus, Wang Xiaoming sat near the door, staring resentfully at Chenlin, who was chatting and laughing with Yang Gang from afar, his eyes full of hatred. Chenlin had taken away the opportunity that belonged to him. But he didn't argue with Chenlin. He knew very well that he was no match for Chenlin. Why wasn't I the one who became an extraordinary sequence? Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth and clenched his fists. Chapter 8, Changing Routes. Wang Xiaoming. What are you still sitting here for? A woman ran onto the bus, panting. This woman wore a tight green outfit on top, and flesh-colored yoga pants on the bottom, perfectly outlining her curvy figure. She had thick makeup on her face, and the white powder puff seemed to be about to fall off, which gave off a strange feeling. Lily. You're here, does that mean you want to get back together with me? Wang Xiaoming immediately got excited.
This woman was Zhang Lili, Wang Xiaoming's ex-girlfriend.
3 days ago, because Wang Xiaoming couldn't find food at the service station, Zhang Lili broke up with him on the spot and got together with another man. Wang Xiaoming felt very upset and had been pestering Zhang Lili, trying to reconcile. In the end, he was even beaten up by Zhang Lili's current boyfriend. "I'm willing to get back together with you."
Zhang Lili nodded. Wang Xiaoming was almost moved to tears.
"Lili, I knew you were the best. I knew you wouldn't leave me, our 3 years of relationship." Wang Xiaoming hugged Zhang Lili tightly, as if afraid she would leave him again. Zhang Lili smiled faintly and said in a teasing tone, "Before, I was angry because I thought you were too timid. I know, I'm very bold, don't worry, soon it will be my turn to attract the weird.
Chen-Lin can become an extraordinary sequence, so I can definitely do it too."
Wang Xiaoming kept assuring her. "Fool, attracting the weird is too dangerous.
What if I don't come back, what will I do?"
Zhang Lili laughed softly and said. The thick makeup on Zhang Lili's face made wrinkles appear when she smiled, giving off an uncomfortable feeling. But this made Wang Xiaoming's heart flutter, and he was moved to hold Zhang Lili's small hand tightly. "Lili, you're so good." Wang Xiaoming's eyes were filled with tears, almost crying as he said, "But I don't have a choice, and we need to survive.
I must become an extraordinary sequence."
"Well, okay then." Zhang Lili hesitated for a moment and whispered, "I just heard Chen Lin and Yang Gang say that. They also said that in the future, no one should play the role of cannon fodder anymore. They said not all strange speeds are that fast. And also, Yang Gang decided to give half of the food to Chen Lin."
Wang Xiaoming's face instantly turned ugly, clearly dissatisfied as he said, "That Chen Lin just got lucky. It was supposed to be me who became the extraordinary sequence."
When this matter was brought up, Wang Xiaoming felt very uncomfortable inside. Zhang Lili nodded in agreement and said, "That's right, it was originally yours, so you should go ask him for compensation.
Let him cover our food.
Then we won't have to risk our lives searching for food anymore."
Wang Xiaoming's eyes instantly brightened. "That's right.
Now that Chen Lin has become an extraordinary sequence, there's nothing he can do to change it. It's only right for Chen Lin to give some food as compensation."
"But, will Chen Lin give it?"
Wang Xiaoming felt a bit scared. If it's just behind his back, he could handle it, but really asking Chen Lin for food, he felt a little scared.
The extraordinary sequence is clearly far beyond ordinary people. One punch could easily ruin him, right?
"What's wrong, are you scared?"
Zhang Lili said, a bit unhappy. "Do you really think Chen Lin would dare to kill you?
You were the one who gave him the position of attracting the strange force.
Now that he's become an extraordinary sequence, would he really have the nerve not to give you food? As long as you ask, he'd definitely feel embarrassed to refuse."
Wang Xiaoming froze for a moment. After hearing Zhang Lili's words, he felt like it might really work. Besides, Chen Lin is young, he must have a thin face, he'll definitely feel embarrassed. Seeing Wang Xiaoming still hesitating, Zhang Lili continued, "And, you were supposed to be the one to become the extraordinary sequence. That food was originally yours, it's just that you gave it to Chen Lin.
Also, do you not want to be with me anymore? Do you still want to risk going out to find food? What if you get eaten by the strange force, then, what should I do?"
As she spoke, Zhang Lili's eyes reddened, tears falling down like a waterfall.
"Lili, don't cry."
Wang Xiaoming was a bit flustered, gritting his teeth. I'll go, alright?
"Chen brother, our bus is running low on fuel.
I plan to gather supplies at the next service area.
Now that we have your divination ability, we should be able to get more supplies this time." Yang Gang smiled and said, "What do you think?" Chen Lin frowned. He knew how terrifying the next service area was.
Half of their group had almost died there. In the following days, their convoy kept encountering strange events. If it weren't for meeting up with other convoys later, they probably would have all died in that bus. Moreover, the road ahead was still full of danger. If they weren't careful, death would come in a cruel way. Even Chen Lin, who had lived once before, couldn't be 100% sure that they could survive if they kept going down this road.
Chen Lin wanted to change the route.
This would mean losing the advantage of foresight, and the future would become unpredictable. But knowing that continuing on the highway was dangerous and still going would be foolish. There were no particular events ahead. There was no need to take any more risks. Surviving was the most important thing.
With Chen Lin's current divination ability, changing the route might lead to a better outcome.
Thinking of this, Chen Lin took a deep breath and said, "I suggest we don't go to the next service area.
We should get off the highway.
Or we should go to another area."
Yang Gan's face changed slightly, lowering his voice, "Is there danger at the next service area?"
Chen Lin nodded. "When I did the divination earlier, it warned of great danger."
"Alright, then let's change the route. We'll get off the highway early." Yang Gang had no doubts. The two of them discussed and Yang Gang asked Hulu to quickly tidy up the table. As Chen Lin returned to the car, he prepared to give the food he promised to Yang Gang. The collected food was all placed in the compartment at the front of the car. That space could hold not only some items but also provide a place for a person to sleep. It was not a bed, but it was definitely much more comfortable than trying to sleep sitting up. Yang Gang pulled down bags of food from above. Bread, instant noodles, bottled water, drinks, vacuum-packed prepared dishes, and more. Basically, it was all fast food. Fresh items were nearly non-existent. There were more than 20 apples, a bunch of bananas, and a few pears. As for fresh meat and vegetables, there was not much left, and they didn't look fresh at all. Especially the vegetables, which looked a bit wilted and yellowed. If the weather weren't cool now, they would have been inedible long ago. Chapter 9, Crying Out Loud. Chen Lin was not picky, no matter whether now or in the future, this was still good stuff. You have to know that the urban area has basically been occupied by the bazaar, and getting fresh items is almost impossible. Chen Lin selected half of the instant food and bottled water. He took about 50 packs of instant noodles, 10 buckets of cup noodles, and 2 boxes of bottled water. In addition, Chen Lin also took 15 apples that were not so easy to spoil, and only took 2 bananas. He didn't take any vegetables or meat. He did grab some ginger, garlic, and spices, as well as some soy sauce, vinegar, salt, and oil. All were in whole bottles, 2 of each kind, just enough for half. Yang Gang watched from the side, showing no signs of dissatisfaction or reluctance. Yang Gang had this personality, though he was quite forceful and domineering, he was still trustworthy. That's why in both his past life and this life, Chen Lin chose to cooperate with Yang Gang. It wasn't that he couldn't find other people, but other strangers were just as dangerous. These vegetables and meat look like they're going to spoil, let's eat them together tomorrow morning. Chen Lin suggested. Sure, whatever you say goes. Yang Gang immediately agreed without hesitation. The last 2 rows of seats belong to me, Chen Lin said while organizing the food. No problem, the back row seats are pretty comfortable to sleep on, Yang Gang said with a smile. After Chen Lin packed up, he put on his backpack and was just about to head toward the back when he saw Wang Xiaoming walking toward him. The other survivors in the car looked over curiously. What's up? Chen Lin frowned slightly. Chen Lin, it's like this, you went out to attract the bazaar earlier, so I gave up my spot for you. Now you've become part of the extraordinary sequence, so it's reasonable for you to share half your food with me as thanks, right? Wang Xiaoming stared straight at Chen Lin, desperate. Very reasonable. Chen Lin nodded, and Wang Xiaoming instantly felt overjoyed. But before he could celebrate, Chen Lin darted forward in a flash. Chen Lin was quick, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Wang Xiaoming, raising his hand to give him a slap. Smack! The loud sound of the slap filled the air, and immediately, a handprint appeared on Wang Xiaoming's left cheek, almost turning his head sideways. Wang Xiaoming's head buzzed. Why did you hit me? Wang Xiaoming was instantly furious, especially with Zhang Lily and the other survivors behind him, he couldn't bear such humiliation. Now that I've become part of the extraordinary sequence, slapping you is very reasonable, right? Chen Lin said before he slapped Wang Xiaoming again. Smack! Damn, Chen Lin, don't think that I'm scared of you just because you're now part of the extraordinary sequence, I'm not afraid of you, I'm getting angry. Wang Xiaoming was completely enraged. Smack! Angry, huh? Not afraid, huh? Not convinced, huh? Chen Lin kept slapping Wang Xiaoming, and his face was turning as swollen as a pig's head, his features almost distorted from the blows. Wang Xiaoming had no strength to fight back at all, whenever he tried to lift his hand, it was slapped down by Chen Lin. Chen Lin was much stronger than normal people, and Wang Xiaoming's hand went numb. In the end, Chen Lin said nothing and just kept slapping. After about 10 slaps, Wang Xiaoming felt like his brain was about to be slapped out. I'm suffering. I'm suffering. Don't hit me anymore. It hurts, really hurts. Wang Xiaoming directly knelt down in front of Chen Lin, crying loudly. The other survivors didn't dare to breathe a word, watching Chen Lin with awe. Chen Lin looked at Wang Xiaoming and said calmly, next, there are no cannon fodder. Tomorrow, we will get off the highway. When we reach below the highway, everyone needs to look for supplies. If you don't find any, figure it out yourself. 1/3 of the supplies you find must be handed over. If you don't want to go out to find supplies, you must hand over enough food for 3 meals. If you don't want to hand over anything, please get off the bus and find your own way to survive. Chen Lin's words caused a stir among the survivors. Everyone heard that, these are the newest rules for our bus. If anyone doesn't follow, the consequences, everyone knows. At that time, don't blame me for being harsh. Yang Gang stood up to support Chen Lin, his strong gaze sweeping over everyone. Instantly, the entire bus fell silent, acknowledging the matter without objection. Chen Lin didn't say much more, shouldering his backpack and walking to the back. The back of the bus was quite empty, most survivors were gathered at the front.
This actually saved Chen Lin some trouble, sparing him from having to drive away the others.
Chen Lin glanced at the seats in the back. He wanted to modify the area into a private space. He still needed to test extraordinary items and didn't want others to know. Without his own vehicle for now, he can only do this. Chen Lin placed his things and, while still not getting off the bus, went outside. At the front door of the bus, after Chen Lin left, Wang Xiaoming climbed to the front seat in front of Zhang Lily. Lily, I'm sorry, it was my fault, it really hurts. It hurts so much. Wang Xiaoming looked up at Zhang Lily, his face swollen like that of a pig's head.
As he spoke, a snot bubble popped out, which was incredibly gross and nearly made Zhang Lily throw up her leftover meal. Wang Xiaoming wanted to lean against Zhang Lily, hoping she would comfort him. A flash of disgust crossed Zhang Lily's eyes. How could she let him lean on her? She hadn't showered in several days, and there was a smell. A little perfume could cover it, but if he got snot on her, how could she deal with that?
Useless. What use are you? You can't even handle this small matter. Zhang Lily kicked Wang Xiaoming away.
Wang Xiaoming felt like his heart was shattered. This hurt even more than when Chen Lin hit him.
Woo. Lily, you can't do this. I was hit for you.
Wang Xiaoming cried out in pain. Zhang Lily felt even more disdain, looking down on Wang Xiaoming.
Useless, why are you crying?
I'll just go ask Chen Lin for food, I can't rely on you for anything. Zhang Lily said, arms crossed, scolding him harshly.
Ha!
Wang Xiaoming was startled. Lily, don't go, that guy Chen Lin is too brutal.
What if he hits you? Wang Xiaoming almost didn't finish his sentence that he couldn't take on Chen Lin.
I'm not you, I have confidence. Zhang Lily puffed out her chest confidently. This was her source of confidence. She had come to realize that Wang Xiaoming was utterly useless, which had already been proven.
Zhang Lily now planned to change her strategy.
Instead of relying on Wang Xiaoming to get food from Chen Lin, it was better for her to attach herself directly to Chen Lin, eliminating the middleman and reaping the profits herself. That young man Chen Lin should have a fiery temper. Though she was slightly older, her figure was good. Still wearing tight clothes and yoga pants.
As long as she made a slight move, could Chen Lin resist? Wouldn't he be completely captivated by her? As for Wang Xiaoming, this useless person. Just kick him away. Chapter 10, The Furious Chen Lin.
Chen Lin got off the bus and opened the luggage compartment of the bus. Inside, there were quite a few pieces of luggage. Chen Lin found a rain tarp and a blanket, as well as a long piece of plywood, not knowing what it was for.
Chen Lin pulled out the rain tarp.
Although it was a bit large, it was still great for making a curtain. He also measured the plywood, which could fit in the back seat, and its length was just right, about 1.8 meters long. When installed on the long seat, it fit perfectly.
Then, Chen Lin took an unclaimed suitcase, which could be used as a cushion under the plywood.
The suitcases with owners were at the front, while the unclaimed ones were at the back. These were also supplies, so they hadn't been discarded yet. After all, the weather had started to cool down, and many of the clothes inside were still usable. Having done all this, Chen Lin carried these things back onto the bus. If it were before, Chen Lin wouldn't have been able to carry so much. But now, his physical fitness was outstanding, and this little weight meant nothing to him. As soon as Chen Lin got on the bus, Zhang Lily, who had been waiting for a long time, was ready to greet him.
Make way.
Chen Lin swung the long, hard plywood in his hand, hitting Zhang Lily in the face, forcing her to sit down obediently.
Zhang Lily felt a bit angry. Didn't this guy know how to cherish a woman?
She wanted to say something, but the plywood blocked her completely, and Chen Lin headed straight to the back.
Chen Lin installed the plywood on the back seat. It fit just right.
Then he laid a blanket on top, soft and comfy. The other rain tarp was hung on the roof of the bus, draping down perfectly to cover the two back rows completely. It practically isolated the back two rows. In the back seat, the windows on both sides could be opened, so there was no worry about it being too stuffy. Having done all this, Chen Lin lay down to experience it. It was very soft yet sturdy. He didn't have to worry about falling off at night. The space was also just right, not too crowded. Tonight, he could finally get a good night's sleep. Chen Lin lay there for a while, just about to take out his extraordinary items to explore, when he heard a voice calling.
Chen Lin. Are you asleep?
A strong and cheap perfume smell flooded in. Zhang Lily walked in, strutting like a cat, her hips swaying, and a smile as bright as a flower.
Achoo!
Chen Lin's nose twitched a few times, sneezing several times in a row.
What's wrong? Lin brother, do you have a cold? Are you running a fever?
Zhang Lily looked concerned and reached out to touch Chen Lin's forehead, intending to sit down.
Stay away from me. You smell too strong.
Chen Lin quickly lifted the blanket, showing no good expression at all. Zhang Lily's face stiffened slightly but quickly returned to a smile.
Lin brother. It's only normal to have a bit of smell after so many days without a bath, right? Besides, sister smells nice inside. Don't believe it? Take a whiff, I just put some on. With that, Zhang Lili stood up and pushed her hips forward.
You must know that before the apocalypse, Zhang Lili was also a small streamer, and during her dancing livestreams, many people praised her as attractive.
Everything was just right.
Many people wanted a chance to get close to her.
Especially now with yoga pants adding to the appeal, who could resist? Taking down little Chen-Lin was a piece of cake.
You!
A strong, fishy smell hit him in the face.
Chen-Lin nearly cried from the sting in his eyes.
Is this woman insane? Is she trying to use biochemical weapons on him? Totally caught off guard. Damn! Get the hell out!
Chen-Lin kicked at Zhang Lili. With a loud crash, Zhang Lili, along with the rain tarp, was kicked 3 meters away, making quite a noise. Zhang Lili nearly had her bones broken from the kick, and tears almost fell from the pain.
What happened?
All the survivors turned their eyes to the back.
Yang Gang and Wang Xiaoming were the first to rush over. Lily! Are you okay?
Wang Xiaoming picked up the pained Zhang Lili, his face anxious as he carried her to a seat. Yang Gang glanced at Zhang Lili, a playful look flashing in his eyes. It was no wonder he had gone to find a rain cover to shield the back earlier.
TSK.
This young man is really something, bringing her this far in one go.
Youth really is great.
Especially being an extraordinary sequence person, this strength, even when he was young, he couldn't match up to it.
Chen-Lin, are you a man or not? Still hitting women. Isn't it just wanting some food from you? If you don't give it, you don't need to hit so hard?
Wang Xiaoming looked at the pained Zhang Lili in his arms, unable to speak, and angrily raised his head to look at Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin hitting him was one thing, he could endure that. But hitting the woman he loved the most, he couldn't tolerate it at all.
Don't be impulsive, help me up, let's go.
Zhang Lili worried that Chen-Lin would reveal what happened earlier, afraid she would lose Wang Xiaoming before even managing to get closer to Chen-Lin. Zhang Lili clutched Wang Xiaoming's sleeve tightly, tears in her eyes, shaking her head, signaling Wang Xiaoming not to confront Chen-Lin. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming's heart was about to melt.
Look, what a wonderful woman. What a understanding girl. Even after being hit, she still cares for him like this. Chen-Lin actually struck so hard, he's simply not human.
Chen-Lin, if you don't give me an explanation today, I'll fight you. Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth and stared at Chen-Lin, as if he wanted to tear Chen-Lin apart. Many survivors around them cast strange looks at Chen-Lin, he had indeed gone too far. Many female survivors felt sympathy for Zhang Lili, the spot where she got kicked seemed to be the softest place. Chen-Lin is truly a ruthless person.
He really meant to kill. Many people began to whisper among themselves.
Yang Gang, worried the situation would escalate, had to step in and say, "Brother Chen, playing is fine, but don't mess things up."
Forget it, don't speak, let me handle this. I'll take some food as compensation.
It's just a matter between men and women, be careful next time, I understand.
Yang Gang cast a knowing glance at Chen-Lin. Chen-Lin was so angry he wanted to laugh.
You! This woman, just now her bumped into me.
I almost gagged.
Chen-Lin spat venomous words, if it weren't for the fear of Yang Gang stopping him, he really wanted to kill Zhang Lili. Yang Gang's expression stiffened slightly, looking at Zhang Lili with some disgust, a sense of discomfort rising in his heart.
Seeing Chen-Lin's furious appearance, the stench was easy to imagine. Using this to test brother Chen-Lin? That's really a bit nauseating. So shameless. Chapter 11, Drawing Symbols. She can't really have that kind of disease, right?
Now that Chen-Lin mentioned it, I seem to smell a faint stench.
Even through clothes, it's noticeable, it can't really be rotting, right?
The surrounding survivors whispered among themselves, subconsciously distancing themselves from Zhang Lili, their eyes full of disgust and fear. Wang Xiaoming's expression darkened, it must be said, he seemed to smell something too. It's just that usually Zhang Lili's heavy perfume masked it, he hadn't noticed. Now that it was mentioned, it really seemed to smell stronger.
Zhang Lili sensed the change in the crowd's demeanor and Wang Xiaoming's expression, and she broke down. Who are you calling a stinky?
You're the one who's stinky, your whole family is stinky.
Hitting women, so shameless. Bullying people. Is there no one to manage this?
Zhang Lili directly sat on the ground, throwing a tantrum, yelling and screaming, like a shrew.
Chen-Lin's face turned dark. Brother, don't bother, let me handle it.
Yang Gang watched Zhang Lili making a scene, a ruthless look flashing in his eyes. He hated it most when others broke the rules and created a scene. And the most important thing is, even though she has a boyfriend, she still goes to seduce others.
If she can't seduce, she throws a tantrum? I hate that the most.
Yang Gang stopped Lin, and without saying a word, rushed forward and started punching and kicking Zhang Lili.
Isn't anyone going to stop this?
I'll stop it. What kind of person dares to seduce my brother?
And insult my brother? I'll beat you, you shameless thing.
Yang Gang cursed as he stomped, showing no mercy at all. Zhang Lili felt like she was beaten by 10,000 people, every part of her body hurt. She slowly went from throwing a tantrum and screaming to painful wailing, especially when she heard Yang Gang say that she wronged Lin, which almost made her spit blood. After beating her for a while, Yang Gang finally stopped and looked at the other survivors, warning them, from today on, without Lin's permission, no one is allowed to go to the last 2 rows of seats.
Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. The other survivors nodded stupidly, it was too brutal. Who would dare to go after Lin now? Who could withstand this beating?
Lin looked at the half-dead Zhang Lili on the ground, and finally, the anger in his heart was released. If there weren't so few survivors left on the bus, he really wanted to throw Zhang Lili off the bus.
Lin took a deep breath, suppressing his dissatisfaction, turned around, and returned to the back row of seats, rearranging the rain cover. Yang Gang also told the other survivors to disperse. Soon, only Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming were left in the aisle. Wang Xiaoming looked at the fallen Zhang Lili, struggling and hesitating. Could it be that Lili really had some kind of illness?
After hesitating for a while, Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth and helped Zhang Lili up. Lili, don't worry, I won't despise you for being sick. Even if you are sick, I still like you. Wang Xiaoming softly comforted Zhang Lili. This immediately stimulated Zhang Lili.
You don't believe me? You doubt me?
Zhang Lili stared at Wang Xiaoming with wide eyes, her gaze filled with disappointment.
Wang Xiaoming stammered, unable to say anything. Do you also doubt that I seduced Lin? Zhang Lili became anxious and started crying, saying, You heartless person, isn't it because you're useless that I went to find Lin? In the end, I was beaten and wronged, and you still doubt me. As soon as Zhang Lili cried, Wang Xiaoming's heart softened.
He quickly pulled Zhang Lili into his arms. Lili, don't worry, once I become an extraordinary sequence, I will definitely get justice for you. I will make Lin pay the price. I will make him kneel down and apologize to you. Wang Xiaoming said fiercely. Okay, I believe you. Zhang Lili said, then threw herself into Wang Xiaoming's arms. After today's event, Zhang Lili knew very well that on this entire bus, only Wang Xiaoming could accept her. She had to win Wang Xiaoming over, otherwise, she would have no support or way to survive.
Lili, what are you doing? What do you think? Of course, I am going to prove to you that I don't have any illness. Lili, this. Xiaoming, don't say anything, let me do it.
No, Lili, you really have a bit of a smell.
Open your mouth, this is normal.
On the other side. After Lin finished organizing everything, he sat down again.
Lin didn't care about Zhang Lili's matter anymore.
Thinking about it more made him feel disgusted.
After calming down, Lin first checked his 2 sequences.
Earlier, when Lin was facing strange encounters and chases, he didn't have time to check. He wasn't sure whether the sequence could be upgraded by using it. If the sequence could level up, the second level of the sequence would definitely have changes.
That would be so satisfying.
As long as he could survive, upgrading the sequence to the top would give him at least the ability to protect himself, if not punch the weird lady or kick the weird baby. Unfortunately, the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. When the sequence was unfolded, there was no change in the experience section.
It is still 0/10.
Lin frowned slightly. It seems that the experience points of this sequence are not gained by using them repeatedly.
Could it be that experience is gained by hunting anomalies?
Lin couldn't help but gasp. He even doubted if this world was a bit crazy.
Him? Hunting anomalies? Such a niche term can be combined together? Can his sequence, Heavenly Eye, see anomalies to death or what? Can his sequence, Divination, calculate the anomalies to death or what? Lin wouldn't even dare to dream of that.
He suddenly felt that leveling up the sequence didn't seem that important. However, luckily, he still had sequence items. He hoped that the sequence items could be a bit more powerful. Earlier, when Lin got the sequence item, he took a glance, and it could draw symbols. If he could draw enough symbols, maybe he would have a better chance to hunt anomalies. With this thought in mind, Lin took out the jade brush and opened the Heavenly Gang symbol compendium. There were many symbols drawn on it, swirling like dragons and phoenixes, making it hard to understand. Fortunately, there were written explanations nearby. The compendium had a comprehensive collection of symbols. There were symbols for soul peace, for exorcism, and for suppressing evil. There were even symbols for thunder spells. 5 thunder symbols. Heavenly round in earthly square, law and order in 9 chapters, 5 thunders accompanying, 10,000 demons concealed, foe measure commands, please shake the universe. The first one was the 5 thunder symbol, its introduction concise, with a deep aura permeating through the words. This 5 thunder symbol is at the front of the thunder spell symbols, it should be the weakest entry-level symbol, right? Chen Lin pondered in his heart. Though he wasn't a professional, he had still seen plenty of videos on various platforms before. In Taoist symbols, the thunder spell symbols are absolutely T0 level. Such thunder spell symbols are absolute nemesis to anomalies. If he could master it, wouldn't he be able to kill gods and Buddhas alike? Let's start with this weakest thunder spell as a trial. Thinking of this, Chen Lin immediately moved, focusing intently as he lifted the brush. At that moment, all of Chen Lin's attention was on the symbol. He wasn't a professional, so he could only imitate, scribbling in the air to get the hang of it. This symbol was called a symbol because it was like ghostly drawings, non-professionals could draw it at will? That must be a Taoist genius. Yet Chen Lin didn't notice that on this page of symbols, there was a line of tiny ant-like annotations. This symbol is the strongest, the thunder spell's strongest symbol, only an accomplished Taoist can carve it. If one didn't look closely, they would think it was just a printing ink spot. After familiarizing himself for about 10 minutes, Chen Lin felt it was about time, found a piece of white paper, and began to write. As the extraordinary item touched the paper, Chen Lin felt a change in his body. He felt as if the jade brush had a soul of its own. The brush moved as if possessed, an impressive stroke appeared effortlessly, without a hint of pause. However, Chen Lin felt a bit uncomfortable. Why do I feel a little dizzy? Chen Lin murmured softly, a deep fatigue surging from the depths of his heart. At that moment, it seemed like Chen Lin saw the world spinning around him. In the next second, Chen Lin's eyes rolled back, and with a thud, he collapsed straight down. Unconscious. Chapter 12, Maple Forest Town. When Chen Lin woke up, it was already the next morning. Chen Lin opened his eyes in a daze. Huh, is it dawn already? Wasn't I drawing symbols? Chen Lin was momentarily confused. Soon, he reacted and gradually recalled what happened the night before. Chen Lin looked at the piece of white paper next to him, where a powerful stroke remained. It exuded a hard aura. That stroke had not lost its effectiveness, it still contained some kind of powerful might. I just drew one stroke and fainted? Isn't this the weakest thunder spell symbol? Is this level of power so fierce? Chen Lin was inwardly shocked. Carving this symbol apparently required a massive amount of mental energy. If it were an ordinary person, yesterday's shock probably just wasted him. This made him a bit hesitant, should he continue or not? There are indeed other talismans, but the other talismans are either for exorcising evil or for blessings, those for home protection have little effect. As for the others, Chen Lin was unclear about their specific uses, he only knew that the Thunder Talisman was incredibly powerful. To deal with the strange, he probably needs this kind of Thunder Talisman. I must continue engraving. Chen Lin secretly thought to himself. Yesterday, the reason he fainted might be that he was too tired. He had been chased by the strange all the way, and his mind was always in a state of tension. Then he chased a convoy all the way, using the sequence abilities multiple times. His mental state must not be good. If he maintained his mental state at its peak, he should be able to withstand it. But now Chen Lin did not dare to try because today they needed to exit the highway to find supplies, and he had to ensure his body was in peak condition. Although this talisman only has one stroke, it still carries a mysterious aura. I should be able to take my time in engraving. But this Thunder Talisman probably needs at least 100 strokes, right? Chen Lin murmured to himself, feeling increasingly bitter inside. If he had to engrave in the same state as yesterday, it would probably take more than 3 months. This made Chen Lin feel deeply ashamed. He was after all an ordinary person. Even if he became an extraordinary sequence, he was still just a regular extraordinary sequencer. If it were those Taoist geniuses, they might be able to draw it all in one stroke after becoming extraordinary. Suppressing the strange. Standing at the pinnacle of the apocalypse and embarking on a legendary life from then on. Sigh, although I am just an ordinary extraordinary sequencer, I cannot give up. Maybe if I keep engraving, my mental strength will become stronger. I cannot give up, I must strive to be self-reliant. If I can't even draw the most ordinary talisman in this Thunder Talisman, why should I live longer than others? 100 days is 100 days. Chen Lin clenched his fists, his eyes shining brightly. Brother Chen, are you up yet? It's time to eat. A strong voice called from outside. I'll be there soon. Chen Lin took a deep breath, organized his things, stuffed everything into his backpack, put it on his back, and walked out. After getting out of the car, Hulu had already prepared the meal. Today they were having hot pot again. Because the remaining fresh meat and vegetables could not be kept for many days. If they didn't eat it, it would spoil.
Hulu warmly welcomed Chen Lin, not showing any hint of grievance from yesterday when Chen Lin insisted on sharing the food.
The other survivors had long received the strong man's notice that they would exit the highway today and head to nearby Maple Forest village to search for supplies. The survivors all took out their food and indulged in a hearty meal.
No one was saving food because no one knew if this was their last meal.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili also got half a loaf of bread. As they watched the other survivors enjoying delicious food, they gnawed on their dry bread with envy. But after what happened yesterday, the other survivors kept their distance from them.
Lily, don't worry, I will definitely find food,
Wang Xiaoming said firmly as he took a big bite of bread.
I believe you. Zhang Lili nodded weakly.
Hiss. While eating, Wang Xiaoming suddenly felt a sharp pain inside his mouth.
What's wrong? Zhang Lili looked at Wang Xiaoming in confusion. It's nothing, just a little heat.
Wang Xiaoming waved his hand. Since the intense night after yesterday, he felt like he might have a mouth ulcer this morning. However, Wang Xiaoming did not think much of it. He had been eating dry food lately, feeling a bit overheated. An hour later, everyone finished their meal and gradually returned to the bus. The bus continued on its journey. Maybe it was because they were about to search for supplies. Everyone was saving their strength and hardly said a word. Most people closed their eyes to recharge. As they passed the Maple Forest service area, Chen Lin sat in the window seat, gazing at the service area. The Maple Forest service area was large, with many vehicles parked inside, creating a chaotic scene. Especially near the intersection, there were many private cars that had collided, and even large trucks had crashed, crushing several small cars before finally tipping over. There were also many private cars with signs of being burned, clearly showing traces of smoke and fire. The owners of those private cars wanted to escape, but in the end, it seemed they didn't know what had happened, and they were burned alive into charred remains. Even though those people were turned into ashes, one could still clearly see the terror on their faces, their mouths gaping, their eyes dark and hollow, making it hard not to feel the fear and despair they faced. Even someone like Chen Lin, who had experienced this once, felt a bit uneasy. And the other survivors, including Yang Gang, also saw the scene in the service area, making them even more silent. After passing the service area, the bus drove for about another 20 minutes. They passed through the Maple Forest toll station, exited the highway, and arrived at the outskirts of Maple Forest town. Seeing the fuel gauge nearly empty, Yang Gang parked the bus by the roadside. Maple Forest town looked quite desolate, similar to what they had seen at the service area. Scattered papers danced in the wind. There were also many destroyed and burnt vehicles blocking the road. They could even see many human corpses. The whole town seemed lifeless, eerily quiet to the extreme. It felt as if there were no living creatures in the town. An inexplicable sense of unease surged in their hearts. Chen brother, it's time for your divination. Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin with a complex expression. If this time the divination was bad, they would likely have to walk on foot to the next town. Hope Chen Lin can give a good omen. Chen Lin nodded, his mind focused, summoning the sequence. Divination. Bad omen, 3,000 meters to the southwest, an unusual creature is searching for something. It is angry because its prey escaped yesterday, and if you go there, it will surely tear you to shreds. Bad omen, 20 kilometers to the southeast, there is an ancient tomb over 1,000 years old, radiating an aura that ordinary creatures fear, but be careful of the tomb owner's awakening, or it will lead to bad events. Neutral omen, Maple Forest town is asleep with strange beings. If you enter Maple Forest town without making a sound, you might gather quite a bit of supplies, but if you wake the strange beings, you will face a deadly threat. Chapter 13, as long as you have hands, you're good. Neutral omen? This was the first time Chen Lin had seen such an omen. To encounter this kind of omen in a post-apocalyptic world is surely quite rare. If used properly, this time they might be able to gather a lot. But will it really go so smoothly? Chen Lin had no choice and chose the third omen. The scene before his eyes changed instantly, and it felt as if Chen Lin was standing in the sky, looking down at Maple Forest town. On both sides of the quiet street were various shops and all kinds of advertisements. However, these advertisements would no longer light up, and some hung crookedly at the door. The whole street was devoid of people. Fallen leaves danced in the wind, creating a scene of decay and desolation. Chen Lin quickly scanned the area. The northern part of Maple Forest town had no signs of people or unusual creatures. As for whether there were any strange beings that Chen Lin couldn't see, that remained unknown. After about 2 minutes, the scene before Chen Lin's eyes faded away like ashes. It is truly marvelous. Chen Lin's eyes gradually regained focus. Brother Chen, how is it? Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin with tension. The other survivors also looked at Chen Lin with great anticipation. It's a pinghua. Chen Lin said slowly, in the town, the taboo is that as long as no sound is made, the strange things won't be awakened. It should be considered safe. Just a pinghua? Yang Gang and the many survivors exchanged glances. Does that mean there are still strange things in Maple Town? They still have to take a risk.
Is there a great fortune divination? Brother Chen, didn't you say there are 3 divinations? Yang Gang asked. The other 2 divinations are terrible. I think it will be hard for us to encounter such a pingguai again, it will usually be a great misfortune. Chen Lin explained.
Yang Gang and the others were stunned, and the survivors whispered among themselves. It doesn't seem bad, as long as no sound is made, the strange things won't be awakened.
That means there is no danger. As long as we are a little careful, it seems we can gather a lot of supplies. It's worth a try.
The survivors did not complain. After so many days of encounters with strange things, they all understood how difficult it was to obtain supplies now. Being able to get taboo information in advance through Chen Lin was already very good. I hope his divination is accurate, or else when we go in, we will be wiped out by the strange things. Zhang Lili saw how grateful the survivors were to Chen Lin and couldn't help but mutter.
If you don't believe, you don't have to go. No need to be sarcastic here. Little yin yang person. If you can't speak, just shut up. Zhang Lili's words drew discontent from many survivors. What did I say? What did I be sarcastic about? Zhang Lili became anxious.
Until Yang Gang looked over, his eyes like copper bells, Zhang Lili suddenly lost her momentum and fell silent at the end. She knew very well that Yang Gang really dared to hit her. Lily, hold on for now, once I become an extraordinary sequence, I will definitely teach them a lesson.
I will make them regret it. Wang Xiaoming comforted quietly.
Zhang Lili glanced at Wang Xiaoming, feeling quite disdainful. If becoming an extraordinary sequence was that easy, she wouldn't still be waiting to awaken now. Useless trash. Okay, Brother Chen has already conducted the divination, so let's enter Maple Town to gather supplies. To avoid making noise, everyone bite onto something. If anyone is really worried they can't help but talk, then just stuff something in.
Yang Gang clapped his hands and informed everyone of the precautions.
The many survivors began to take action, with most biting down on a piece of cloth or holding a branch with the help of their companions. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili also symbolically bit a piece of cloth. Chen Lin interjected, adding, I will stand on top of the car, if there are any emergencies, I will wave a red cloth.
Anyone who sees it must immediately retreat. If you do not retreat, you bear the consequences.
The survivors looked gratefully at Chen Lin, having him observe the situation outside gave them a sense of security. After all, Chen Lin was an extraordinary sequence.
Yang Gang was taken aback. Brother Chen, aren't you going to search for some supplies? Chen Lin shook his head. Next time.
It's not that Chen Lin didn't want to search for supplies, what he wanted most now was a car, but obviously, the taboo of Maple Town was not suitable. Furthermore, these survivors were too inexperienced, far from the seasoned survivors from his past life who had struggled for years in the apocalypse.
This time, Chen Lin had a bad feeling. Chen Lin didn't want to be implicated by these people. Moreover, Chen Lin also did not lack food.
If nothing unexpected happened, Chen Lin could still get food. There was no need for him to take risks immediately.
Even though storing food was one of the iron laws for survival in the apocalypse. Brother Chen, you are truly a good man.
Yang Gang couldn't stop giving thumbs up, his heart filled with admiration. At that time, when Chen Lin replaced Wang Xiaoming to attract the strange being, Yang Gang had already noticed it.
Chen Lin is a genuinely good person.
That is why Yang Gang was able to agree to Chen Lin's cooperation terms and share food with him. Yang Gang didn't pressure Chen Lin, he also began to prepare to enter Maple Town. Fuel was something he had to get, otherwise, relying solely on his legs to run away, he really couldn't be sure he could outrun the strange being. As everyone got ready, they started to move toward Maple Town one after another.
Upon entering the town, all the survivors' eyes lit up. As long as they didn't make a sound, they could get a lot of supplies. How hard could that be? Isn't it just a matter of having hands?
They didn't stop for a moment on the street, quickly slipping into nearby supermarkets and grocery stores to search for supplies. Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming followed a few survivors into a large supermarket. The entire supermarket had lost power, looking somewhat dim. In the darkness, it felt like a terrifying presence was gaping wide, making one feel uneasy. But the dazzling array of items inside the supermarket made Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming forget their fear at that moment. Wang Xiaoming's eyes nearly sparkled as he frantically swept packaged food off the shelves into his backpack.
Packaged instant noodles, bread, chocolate, and more.
In less than 10 minutes, Wang Xiaoming had completely filled his backpack and hurriedly swapped it with Zhang Lili's, continuing to pack food. This time, he focused on drinks, mineral water, and milk, while other foods were high-energy items, including some ready-to-eat meats.
Wang Xiaoming was excited and exhilarated.
This time, he and Zhang Lili had struck gold. For a long time, they probably wouldn't need to search for supplies again. Making a sound would awaken the strange being.
As long as he didn't make a sound, then he was invincible.
That foolish Chen Lin wasn't coming in to search for supplies.
He could fit so much in. He didn't even have to collect supplies.
When they go out later, he would have to see how regretful Chen Lin looked. He would see if Chen Lin could still pack anything. Just as Wang Xiaoming was in a frenzy of shopping, Zhang Lili suddenly grasped him tightly from behind. Wang Xiaoming was taken aback, instinctively wanting to speak, but then realized he couldn't make a sound, quickly stopping himself. But Wang Xiaoming could clearly feel Zhang Lili's hand was somewhat cold and trembling. When he looked up at Zhang Lili, her face was filled with terror, her eyes full of panic, as if she had seen something horrifying. Zhang Lili kept gesturing with her lips, signaling Wang Xiaoming to look ahead. Chapter 14, The Silent Strange Being. Even if Wang Xiaoming was foolish, he knew something was wrong. A thin layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Chen Lin said, "As long as I don't speak, then it will be fine. It's not necessarily a strange being, I can't be that unlucky." Wang Xiaoming kept murmuring in his heart, reminding himself not to be afraid. Then, Wang Xiaoming gathered his courage again, twisting his somewhat stiff neck to look in the direction Zhang Lili was looking. In the dimness ahead, there was a silhouette standing there, eerily still and quiet, making one's heart feel a bit uneasy. "As long as I don't speak, then it's fine. As long as I don't speak." Wang Xiaoming swallowed hard, continuously repeating this phrase in his mind. He thought that since he hadn't spoken with Zhang Lili earlier, it might not necessarily be a strange being. Wang Xiaoming held Zhang Lili's icy hand tighter, tentatively stepping forward. One step after another. As Wang Xiaoming got closer, his heart began to race even more. Thump thump thump. The silent atmosphere allowed Wang Xiaoming to even hear his own heartbeat. However, after taking a few steps, Wang Xiaoming felt something was off. That silhouette seemed to have never moved. No, to be precise, Wang Xiaoming and that black silhouette maintained the same distance, not getting any closer despite Wang Xiaoming's approach. A burst of cold sweat instantly broke out on Wang Xiaoming's back, and he kept swallowing saliva. Even he, no matter how foolish, realized there was a problem. But he still remembered the taboo that Chen Lin had warned him about and did not dare to utter a sound. He raised his foot, preparing to slowly back away, but just as he lifted his leg, the silhouette in front stirred. Crack! A faint sound came out. This sound was like a stiff neck suddenly turning, bones cracking with a snap. Wang Xiaoming's whole body suddenly stiffened, a fine layer of cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, his foot suspended in midair, unable to move even a bit. For about half a minute, and his foot nearly went numb, but the silhouette opposite showed no sign of moving. "Don't scare yourself, it's just a coincidence. I won't make a sound, I won't make a sound. It's very simple." Wang Xiaoming was persuading himself in his heart while slowly putting his foot down. But at the moment he lowered his foot. Crack! A sound like something being broken. Wang Xiaoming's hairs instantly stood on end. He saw the silhouette in front suddenly twist its neck as if something had snapped it. A round, rolling object fell down, eventually stopping at Wang Xiaoming's feet. Wang Xiaoming looked closely, he nearly scared himself to death. It was a pale face, devoid of any blood, with eyes slightly closed. When Wang Xiaoming looked over, that eerie head suddenly opened its eyes, pale lips slightly curling into a smile. It was chilling. Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened in terror, nearly scared to death, his 7 souls and 6 spirits almost vanished. He was about to scream, but at the critical moment, he desperately covered his mouth with both hands, struggling to control his voice. "As long as I don't speak, nothing will happen." Clenching his teeth tightly, he forcefully held back the urge to urinate. It must be said that Wang Xiaoming's earlier mental suggestion was indeed effective. Even after experiencing such extreme fright, his mind was still quick to come up with that thought. He stabilized himself in time. Wang Xiaoming's trembling hands, pounding heart, and beads of cold sweat on his forehead made him dare not move an inch. Another half-minute passed, and the eerie head on the ground slightly closed its eyes again, as if nothing had happened just moments ago. If not for the chilling wetness he still felt in his pants, he could have doubted if this was real. Wang Xiaoming had just sighed in relief when he felt a chill breeze by his ear, as if someone was breathing beside him. However, Wang Xiaoming didn't pay much attention. It must be Zhang Lili behind him. Lili should also be quite scared, right? Sigh, but it seems Lili is braver than me, she didn't make a sound at all. Wang Xiaoming thought secretly, feeling a bit inferior, as he had almost scared himself to urinate. But at that moment, Wang Xiaoming felt something was wrong again. Zhang Lili was a living person, there was no reason for her breath to be so cold, making one feel spine-chilling. Moreover, based on the distance of this breath, it seemed like Zhang Lili was almost sticking to him. However, he didn't feel a bit of warmth from Zhang Lili's body, instead, all he felt was icy coldness. Just now he hadn't realized it, thinking it was his cold sweat. But now, thinking back, this temperature was definitely not something a living person should have. So, if the person behind him is not Zhang Lili, then who could it be? Gulp. Wang Xiaoming's throat moved as he swallowed. He slowly turned his head. In just a moment, Wang Xiaoming even stopped breathing. It was a woman's face, marked with ghostly green spots, one after another, densely packed. Her lips were purple, and a pair of white eyes hung down, resting on Wang Xiaoming's shoulder. Those white eyes stared fixedly at Wang Xiaoming, the corners of her mouth forming a rather eerie smile. Boom! Wang Xiaoming's head felt like it was about to explode. A wave of cold surged from his feet, rushing straight to the top of his head. Damn it! Wang Xiaoming jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end, his voice even cracking. You spoke. The smile on the woman's ghostly face widened. In the next second, the flesh on the ghostly face began to decay rapidly, visible to the naked eye. The ghost spots, the flesh and the smile revealed a chilling white bone. It transformed into a half-corpse, half-bone form, its white eyes filled with sinister malice. Wang Xiaoming completely lost it. It's eerie! Wang Xiaoming screamed, turning around and rolling as he ran out, even tripping over a shelf, scrambling with all fours to get outside. He exerted every ounce of strength he had. At that moment, all strange taboos and Chen Lin's warnings were thrown to the back of Wang Xiaoming's mind. Wang Xiaoming had only one thought in his heart. That was to run. When Wang Xiaoming frantically ran to the end of the shelf, he suddenly stopped, eyes wide open like copper bells, staring ahead. Zhang Lili looked at Wang Xiaoming with a panicked expression, her eyes revealing confusion. She had separated from Wang Xiaoming as soon as she entered the supermarket, so she didn't know what had happened. She wanted to step forward and ask, but to her surprise, Wang Xiaoming backed away as if he had seen a ghost. Don't come near. In a moment of desperation, Wang Xiaoming pushed aside the shelf and climbed over it. Zhang Lili's face turned dark. Inside the supermarket, other survivors were startled by Wang Xiaoming. This damned guy is really dragging us down. Those survivors couldn't help but curse in their hearts. However, they didn't hesitate at all and quickly turned to run towards the entrance. One of the survivors glanced at the front door and then looked back. At this moment, when everyone was running towards the front door, the back door must be the safest. Thinking of this survivor turned and ran towards the back door. Four Eyes. Are you crazy? The eerie thing is over there. Cries of alarm came from behind. Four Eyes didn't look back, and even a trace of mocking smile appeared on his lips. He wasn't crazy. He just found the safest path. Of course, he wouldn't tell others. Because he wanted to live. However, before Four Eyes could take a few steps, he suddenly stopped, his eyes wide open in horror, his pupils rapidly shrinking, as if he had seen something terrifying. Chapter 15, Escape. You spoke. The ghostly woman grinned widely, her mouth almost stretching to the back of her ears, eerily terrifying. In the next moment, she suddenly lunged at Four Eyes. No. Don't. Four Eyes wanted to escape, but his body wouldn't listen, his legs completely unable to move. In the end, he could only watch helplessly as the ghost lunged at him, feeling desperate and powerless. On the other side, Four Eyes' two companions ran while looking back, just in time to see Four Eyes clinging tightly to the ghost. Four Eyes' hands, struggling with all their might, had turned into claw-like shapes. From their perspective, it looked as if Four Eyes was overly passionate and somewhat uncontrollable. Damn it! Silly Four Eyes, what time is it, and you still have the thought of kissing? This is really bad. The two survivors cursed and ran out of the supermarket. On the other side. Outside the bus. Yang Gang returned after getting fuel to fill the bus. Chen Lin was standing on the roof of the bus, he almost immediately heard Wang Xiaoming shout. Chen Lin did not hesitate at all and waved the red strap in his hand. Brother Chen, what's going on? Yang Gang's expression changed drastically. Something happened, get on the bus quickly. Chen Lin waved for about half a minute before jumping down from the bus and running directly towards it. Okay. Seeing this, Yang Gang dared not delay at all, he grabbed the half-filled fuel can, not even bothering to screw on the cap, and rushed onto the bus. Fortunately, the bus was still running and had not turned off. Yang Gang got in, stepped on the brake, and started shifting gears, ready to drive any moment, waiting for the other survivors. Chen Lin kept watching from the window. About a minute later, two college student-like young men and women rushed out from the small town. Though they looked a bit panicked, their backpacks were stuffed full, looking like they had gathered quite a lot. After they got back on the bus, Yang Gang asked, what happened inside? I don't know, we heard shouting and ran out immediately. We were afraid of being caught by the weirdness. The two were visibly shaken, panting hard. They were really scared, earlier, they feared they wouldn't escape. They had seen with their own eyes the fate of those survivors caught by the weirdness. They didn't want to end up as food for the weirdness. Soon after, two more survivors ran back onto the bus, and their backpacks were also mostly filled with food. Yang Gang looked at them in confusion. I remember you had a guy with glasses, why didn't he come back? We don't know about him, when we were running, we saw him hugging a woman, seemed like they were getting cozy. One young survivor spoke angrily. Woman? Hugging together? Yang Gang was taken aback for a moment, then said softly, is it possible that it was a female weirdness?
No way?
The young survivor broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this.
If that's the case, was the guy with glasses already gone? Fortunately, he held it together and didn't go to join in. Otherwise, he would have been a meal.
Chen Lin's mouth twitched slightly, he knew it was due to inexperience. His teammates were all taken out by the weirdness.
Did he actually think they were just kissing? Who would believe that?
At least, he didn't take that risk. However, Chen Lin was growing anxious now, only 5 had come back. Time was passing by second, and no one knew how many weirdness were in this small town.
Chen Lin anxiously looked at the street. Anyone just needs to come back.
Even Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming, at this moment, Chen Lin was silently praying they wouldn't die.
Now was not the time.
He didn't know if heaven heard Chen Lin's prayers or something. Wang Xiaoming appeared at the intersection in a panic, and seeing the bus was like seeing a lifeline.
He rolled and crawled over.
Right behind him, Zhang Lili also rushed out looking frantic.
Chen Lin's face turned dark.
Soon, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili ran onto the bus, panting hard.
There's a weirdness. It's really here. Hurry, drive the bus.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili shouted loudly as they got on, still in shock and not completely composed.
Yang Gang and the other survivors looked awful.
Yang Gang and the others had already heard Wang Xiaoming's yell from the bus, so the other survivors naturally knew that Wang Xiaoming was the culprit for their panic.
Damn, how can you still have the face to speak?
It's all your fault, it's your shouts that caused all this.
Yelling so loud. And you have the nerve to drive, do you know that? How many people have you killed?
A middle-aged, strong man stood up, glaring fiercely at Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming glanced at the towering man, who was nearly 1.9 meters tall, and lowered his head in fear, too scared to say a word. Zhang Lili felt a surge of anger in her heart. We are victims too.
Why are you shouting at me?
Before Zhang Lili could finish her sentence, the muscular man rushed at her like a gust of wind, raised his hand, and slapped her.
Slap. A loud sound of a slap echoed through the air.
Zhang Lili was knocked to the ground, half of her face swollen, and the entire side of her body numb.
She couldn't even get up. Pa!
If it weren't for the fact that you're a woman, I would have slapped you even harder. The strong man spat a thick glob of phlegm and smeared it across Zhang Lili's face.
Help! Brother Yang, hurry up and bring the car.
At that moment, 2 terrified cries caught Chen Lin and the others' attention.
At the intersection of Fenglin Town, 3 survivors appeared. They were the last 3 people in their convoy. They were also desperately running for their lives without any clear direction.
But behind them, that female monster was like the wind, faster than them. The young man who was at the back was almost knocked down in the blink of an eye by the female monster. The female monster sank her teeth into the young man's mouth, and the young man struggled violently, but it was all in vain. In the end, the young man's skin began to shrivel, as if he was being drained of life. Chen Lin and the other survivors felt a chilling numbness run from the soles of their feet straight to their heads.
That was a living person, reduced to nothing but skin in an instant. How could they not feel terror? Quick, drop your backpacks. Run faster. Hurry.
Seeing the female monster getting up again, targeting the remaining 2 survivors, everyone in the vehicle grew anxious and started shouting.
The 2 survivors quickly threw off their backpacks. One of them was a bit slower, and the female monster pounced on him. Everyone's heart sank immediately. That person was finished. But the remaining survivor gained a chance to survive. He used all his strength, running desperately toward the bus. 100 meters. 50 meters.
Seeing him getting closer, the other survivors cheered him on. But Chen Lin's face darkened, looking somewhat terrifying.
Drive. Hurry up.
Chen Lin said in a deep voice.
Yang almost didn't hesitate at all.
He released the brake and slammed on the gas pedal, and the vehicle sped off. The other survivors' faces changed.
Chen Lin, why don't we wait a little longer? He's only 30 meters away. He's about to make it to the car.
The rest of the survivors felt that Chen Lin was being somewhat cold-hearted. Though they weren't close before, they had shared more than half a month of life and death experiences, and they had developed some feelings for each other.
Especially seeing one survivor after another never coming back.
They all felt a sense of sorrow, as if a rabbit's death saddened the fox. They were worried, they were scared, wondering if they would be next.
The female monster has caught up.
Chen Lin said faintly, then sat down, closed his eyes, and stopped speaking. Hearing this, the others looked out of the car windows. The last survivor, at that very moment, had already been knocked down by the female monster. He kept struggling, shouting, crying, reaching toward the bus, desperately trying to grab hold of it.
But unfortunately, the bus was already moving further away. Everyone fell silent.
They all knew Chen Lin's decision was the right one. If they had been any later, the outcome would have been the same.
So, that survivor is very likely to bring that female monster into the car. At that time, everyone in the car will die. No one will be spared.
Although they still felt a bit sad, no one blamed Shenlin.
After all, Shenlin's decision could be seen as saving their lives, so what could they blame him for?
Inside the car, it suddenly became quiet, no longer the passionate excitement from before.
A sense of sadness filled the entire bus.
This time they went to collect supplies, and a small part of the group stayed in Maple Forest Town.
Meanwhile, Shenlin, sitting in his seat, felt somewhat heavy-hearted.
He absolutely wished for that last survivor to come aboard more than anyone else there. Because, there were no longer 10 people in the car. Yang Gang, Hulu, plus Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, along with the 4 survivors who came up in the last 2 rounds, and Shenlin himself. There were only 9 people in total.
The second rule of survival. The number of people in the convoy cannot be less than 10.
Otherwise, indescribable creatures may mix in with the convoy, or some unspeakable events may occur. With only 9 people now, it meant they had already violated the laws of survival in the apocalypse.
If they didn't want unfortunate events to happen, they could only find other survivors or pretend to be humans among monsters. However, Shenlin didn't know where there were any other survivors left.
Shenlin slowly exhaled a cloud of turbid air, opening his eyes and looking back. They had already left Maple Forest Town far behind.
That female monster did not chase after them.
Shenlin steadied himself and said, "From now on, no one is allowed to leave the car, no matter what happens outside, no one can get off."
Huh? What about going to the bathroom? A female university student weakly asked. In the car.
Shenlin glanced at the girl with indifference. He remembered her name, it was Chu Chu. At the beginning of the outbreak, Chu Chu was the first to step up and voluntarily share food, including giving Shenlin some food. A truly kind girl. If not for the apocalypse, Chu Chu would probably have had a good college life. Shenlin suppressed his thoughts and looked unyieldingly at the others, continuing, "Also, please everyone be sure to pay attention, remember the appearance of your companions, imprint all our appearances in your minds.
There are now 9 of us.
If you find an extra person or a few people, don't speak out, just tell me or Yang Gang immediately, and you don't need to inform others."
What?
As soon as this was said, everyone's expression turned solemn, even the previously nervous female student became tense.
They realized that Shenlin wasn't joking with them. Will something bad happen?
The strong man looked at Shenlin, his voice trembling slightly. He had initially wanted to say monster, but seemed somewhat apprehensive, quickly changing his words.
Shenlin nodded lightly. The faces of the group instantly turned ugly.
They thought they had just escaped a disaster. Unexpectedly, they still had trouble ahead. They didn't doubt Shenlin's words. After all, Shenlin was a seer, his ability was divination, able to foresee the future. When Shenlin said this, there was definitely a chance that something bad would happen. Moreover, previously in Maple Forest Town, Shenlin's ability had already shown itself. If it weren't for Wang Xiaoming's sudden scream, they might have already returned fully loaded. This left everyone convinced of Shenlin. Yet, thinking of this made them feel uncomfortable towards Wang Xiaoming. Their resentment towards Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili increased a little. If it weren't for the 2 of them's incompetence, how could such trouble arise? Why can't we tell the others? Is it taboo? Chu Chu asked again. Shenlin explained, because if something strange appears, it might cause memory distortion among us, like a dead companion suddenly appearing in the car. We might forget they have already died, our memories could distort, and we would think they escaped with us. Of course, this is not absolute, it could be a familiar person or a stranger. If we tell others, it might cause a commotion, disturbing the strange occurrence. I hope you can remember this well, we can then prevent and find ways to cope. The last sentence was actually Shenlin comforting others. If such an incident really happened, there might be people among them who also wouldn't escape memory distortion. As for whether extraordinary sequences would experience memory distortion, Shenlin wasn't sure, as he was also becoming an extraordinary sequence for the first time. What Shenlin needed to do now was to prevent unfortunate events as much as possible, hoping the worst would not happen.
It would be best to hold on until tomorrow. Then Shenlin could use divination, and perhaps find a way to resolve the current dilemma.
After Shenlin's explanation, the mood among the people in the car became even more tense. They looked at each other and instinctively moved a little away from one another. It felt as if their companions next to them could turn into something strange and take them all down in the next second. Shenlin felt bitter inside. This atmosphere of everyone being on edge was not what he wanted, but there was no other way. They had to face reality.
Alright, everyone, don't be so tense, we might not run into trouble. Moreover, even if something happens, Yang Gang and I will handle it.
Shenlin spoke softly to reassure everyone.
Chapter 17, If You Dare, Come at Us.
Shenlin is right, we have 2 extraordinary sequencers in our car. Hulu stepped forward, her voice gentle like jade, and her smile bright as blooming flowers, bringing comfort to the heart. Everyone worked hard collecting supplies earlier, let's share them.
Hulu clapped her hands.
As soon as everyone heard they were to share supplies, a relieved expression appeared on their faces.
No matter what, they were still safe now. They could still have a good meal today.
This time, they harvested a lot in Maple Forest Town. Choo-Choo and the others took off their backpacks, and Hulu collected the supplies one by one according to the old rules.
Wow, Li Gu, you actually got meat. This meat is still fresh, frozen. How did you get it?
Hee hee, I found a cold storage, there's emergency power, and the meat is frozen just fine.
If we had a refrigerator, I would have taken it all out.
As everyone opened their backpacks, all of their supplies were revealed. Choo-Choo raised everyone's spirits. When she saw hot pot packages or meat and vegetables, she couldn't help but exclaim.
The atmosphere in the car eased a lot.
Even Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming did not cause trouble at this time, honestly handing over their supplies.
There was no choice since they actually could get beaten up. That hurt a lot.
In the end, Hulu collected a full 2 backpacks of food. It was a significant harvest. The others still had more than half a backpack of food, which was not a small amount. They held their backpacks, containing their own food, and satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. Following that, Hulu played music in the car and organized everyone to prepare lunch together. The car was filled with cheerful laughter from time to time. Chen Lin breathed a slight sigh of relief, looking at Hulu. His feelings were complicated. Hulu was very beautiful and knew how to use her advantages. Every smile and frown was delightful.
Always able to be just right.
Neither deliberately catering to others, nor making them uncomfortable.
What a fairy!
Chen Lin secretly sighed in his heart. He had to admit that whether in his past life or this life, he really liked Hulu. There was no way, he had no resistance to a mature and charming married woman like her.
When he was young, Chen Lin never understood Mengde.
Later, as he grew up, he began to understand Mengde, wanting to become Mengde, to surpass him. If it wasn't Zhang Lili who came to find him yesterday but Hulu, Chen Lin didn't know if he could handle it.
Damn charming married woman.
While preparing the ingredients, Hulu seemed to sense something. She slightly turned her head and looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin didn't dodge, instead, he stared directly at Hulu, his eyes sparkling with an aggressive light. Hulu was stunned for a moment, a little surprised. She didn't expect Chen Lin to dare to look at her like that, without any fear. Instead, it made Hulu feel a bit shy, as she flicked her silky hair beside her ear and smiled gently. Her beautiful eyes curved like 2 bright moons.
Like the neighbor sister, bathed in sunlight, warming people's hearts.
Especially today, Hulu wore a white shirt and tight jeans, showcasing her mature charm to the fullest.
Simply a white moonlight.
Chen Lin took a deep breath, withdrew his gaze, and looked out the car window, shifting his attention.
All right, he admitted he had lost.
The destructive power was just too great.
Chen Lin.
Hulu walked over to Chen Lin, her voice like pearls dropping on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant.
Chen Lin was completely not shy, looking at Hulu's exquisite and beautiful face. What's the matter?
This is your share of the food. Hulu smiled and handed the backpack in her hand to Chen Lin.
Chen Lin nodded, accepting the backpack.
This had been discussed earlier, and he didn't feel the slightest embarrassment.
Don't you want to check it? Hulu kindly reminded. No need, I trust you.
Chen Lin slightly shook his head. He had witnessed everything when Hulu was organizing the supplies.
2 backpacks were almost the same. If he was not mistaken, his backpack contained even more food.
So, there was naturally no need to check.
Do you like older sisters?
Hulu suddenly spoke, her flawless white cheeks carrying a hint of teasing smile.
Chen Lin was taken aback. Was he being teased? Could this be indulged? Chen Lin frankly looked at Hulu. I like.
If he liked, there was no need to be shy about it. It was not Chen Lin's style to pretend otherwise. Hulu was also taken aback, thinking Chen Lin would be shy, yet he was bolder than she expected.
And then? Do you want to say something to me? Such as, confessing?
Hulu smiled lightly, her beautiful eyes showing a hint of provocation.
Just say it, I want to sleep with you. Chen Lin fearlessly stared at Hulu. Hulu's smile on her face slightly stiffened. Pausing for a moment, she said softly, Are you strong? Want to know? I'll be waiting for you behind. Come if you dare. Whoever surrenders is a dog.
After saying that, Chen Lin put on the backpack, leaving Hulu with a challenging expression, turning to walk away. Hulu hesitated for a moment but ultimately did not follow Chen Lin's footsteps. Who knew, when Chen Lin walked to the rain cover behind, he turned back and gave Hulu a thumbs down. Hulu felt a bit unconvinced, her face darkened instantly, like she was sulking, and she walked toward the back. This scene caused other survivors to glance over, and the male survivors all showed sly smiles. Choo-Choo rolled her eyes at the rain cover that Hulu had just put back on, her beautiful little face flushing with 2 shades of red. While Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's faces turned ashen. It must be said, Hulu was a beauty, and she was the dream girl of most people on the bus,
including Wang Xiaoming.
However, they always thought Hulu was a tough woman, so no one had any idea about her.
In reality, that was not the case at all.
They saw Hulu following Chen Lin, and Yang Gang naturally noticed too. Yang Gang did not stop them, but his expression was complicated, making him seem somewhat silent, lost in thought.
On the other hand, Zhang Lily's expression turned even worse.
Her eyes were filled with resentment and hatred.
Why could Hulu do it? Why couldn't she?
Under everyone's gaze, a commotion soon arose from the back, very intense.
The sound of tearing kept coming out.
Hulu's white shirt continually turned into shreds, falling to the ground. Chen Lin was very aggressive, Hulu was at a disadvantage, firmly pinned down.
Yang Gang's mouth twitched a few times, they actually meant it? At this time, what were they even doing? How could they come up with this?
Yang Gang cursed inwardly, but his hands were honest. Frustrated, he turned up the music in the vehicle to the max, and it was DJ music.
The loud music instantly drowned out all sounds.
However, there were still moments of bass, accompanied by some other strange sounds, like weeping, like streams flowing through the mountains. Choo Choo said nothing, her pretty face as red as blood, silently eating, pretending not to hear. Zhang Lily's face was at an extreme, looking like a resentful woman.
Chapter 18, The Eerie White Mist.
If I were the DJ, would you love me? The upbeat music echoed throughout the carriage, even the vehicle seemed to be infected, swaying slightly. At this moment, all the survivors gazed resentfully at the back. Choo Choo was the same, her gaze filled with deep resentment, almost matching Zhang Lily's.
Do they know how they spent these 2 hours?
A full 2 hours of deafening DJ music.
2 whole hours.
From being excited at the start to feeling unremarkable now, they all felt like they were going to die. They wanted nothing more than for it to end quickly. Finally, under the gaze of many, after about half an hour, the rain cover was finally lifted. Everyone sighed in relief, their ears were saved. Hulu walked in front, her clothes were no longer the previous white shirt, but loosely wearing Chen Lin's clothes. Hulu calmly wiped her mouth, 2 faint blushes lingered on her fair cheeks, her skin seeming even smoother. Under everyone's gaze, Hulu walked forward proudly, like a majestic swan.
Do you really not want me to help you?
A steady and powerful voice came from behind, it was Chen Lin.
You should take care of yourself. You might need someone to support you more.
Hulu shook her head, continuing to step forward with steady steps, as if nothing had happened.
Chen Lin's face darkened, and he lowered the rain cover.
The moment it covered everyone's view, Chen Lin immediately slumped onto the chair, his limbs weak.
In the past 2.5 hours, he had only rested for half an hour. He really couldn't take it anymore.
But just as Chen Lin sat down, he felt something damp.
Where did all this water come from?
Chen Lin complained, pulling up a piece of cloth to wipe it.
Meanwhile, Hulu returned to the co-pilot's seat, just sitting down. If one looked closely, they could still see Hulu's legs trembling.
Hulu gritted her silver teeth, this guy looked thin but was unexpectedly stubborn.
Yang Gang was silent for a moment, looking at Hulu, he said, if Lao San were still alive, wouldn't you be afraid he would fight Chen Lin? Hulu nonchalantly leaned back in her chair, slowly exhaling a breath, looking relaxed. Do you think he could still be alive? If he were alive, how long could we survive in this apocalypse? Since the strange outbreak began. No matter if it's Hulu or anyone else, life is very hard.
Food anxiety, strange anxiety, anxious today and anxious tomorrow.
No one knows if they can live to see tomorrow. Everyone is feeling oppressed.
Just now, Hulu was not provoked by Chen Lin, but thought similarly to Chen Lin.
Think it and do it. Who knows what will happen tomorrow? Enjoying the moment is the way to go. Yang Gang fell silent upon hearing this.
Behind, Chen Lin rubbed for a while, and when he could not clean it, he simply gave up.
Chen Lin rubbed his forehead, feeling a bit irritated.
He had originally planned to try drawing the second stroke of the talisman today. But now, it seems, that 2 cannot be completed. Even if he forced it, he might just pass out directly.
Chen Lin didn't dare to sleep at all now. Truly a disaster brought by beauty.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin decided to rest well first, and then make a decision tomorrow.
Chen Lin fell into a hazy sleep.
He didn't know how long it had been, when a noisy sound suddenly filled the carriage.
What's going on? Could it be that something bad has happened? What should we do? Sister Hu, shouldn't you go call Chen Lin? Okay, I'll try.
Chen Lin furrowed his brows, immediately did a flip, ready to jump up. As a result, his waist ached suddenly, almost making Chen Lin roll to the ground, pulling his back. Chen Lin gritted his teeth and rubbed his waist hard, taking a long time to recover. At this moment, Hulu happened to walk in, but she had no mood to mock Chen Lin. Hulu's delicate face was serious, not showing any levity or embarrassment, sitting beside Chen Lin, her gentle little hands helping to massage his waist. Only then did Chen Lin feel a bit more comfortable.
Something happened. Hulu whispered. I know.
Chen Lin nodded, letting go of Hulu's hand, standing up to lift the rain cover blocking the front, and walked out. The whoosh of the rain cover attracted everyone's attention immediately.
Chen Lin is out.
Chu Chu and the others all looked at Chen Lin. At this time, Chen Lin also noticed the problem. The bus was surrounded by white mist. The surroundings were a bright white, almost blinding. It made people feel like their bus had been abandoned by the world.
Sure enough, there is a problem.
Chen Lin's hair stood on end, a chill surged from his heart.
He originally thought it wouldn't be this fast, but waking up now, the sky had fallen. How long has this white mist been here? Chen Lin asked the crowd. I don't know.
It definitely wasn't there just a minute or two ago. Suddenly, the mist became so thick.
Yeah, just a minute or two, and it turned into this. Chen Lin, what should we do now? The many survivors began to panic.
Though they still didn't know what was happening, they could definitely guess that this was not a good thing. Chen Lin glanced at the time on the bus. It was just past noon. The time was still early. Before he fell asleep, it was clear sunshine, and the white mist couldn't appear. This further confirmed that something strange was happening.
Chen Lin immediately said, Yang Gu, drive forward slowly. Okay.
Yang Gang was originally planning to try driving forward, but he was unsure. Now that Chen Lin had the same thought, they would drive forward. Yang Gang immediately started the vehicle and continued moving ahead. As the bus moved forward, the expressions of everyone grew darker. The surrounding mist grew thicker. Initially, they could see 5 to 6 meters ahead, but after driving a few dozen meters, their visibility gradually decreased. They could only see 3 to 4 meters around them now.
It's over, we are definitely surrounded by something strange.
Shut up, don't say those 2 words. If you attract that thing, are you afraid you won't die fast enough?
What's wrong with talking?
Anyway, we're all going to die. Are you telling me not to speak? The strong man and another boy started to argue, and the carriage suddenly became chaotic. Others hurried to mediate the fight. Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming pressed closely together, feeling terrified. Chu Chu hugged her knees, her eyes red as she watched the turmoil, tears lingering in her eyes. A sense of despair enveloped the entire carriage.
Chapter 19, One Person Short? Brother Chen, what should we do now?
Yang Gang's forehead was beaded with sweat, showing some tension. Chen Lin was silent for a moment and said with a serious voice, let's back up 50 meters and take a look.
Okay. Yang Gang immediately operated the bus, slowly starting to reverse.
As they backed up further, the fog around them grew thicker. From 3 or 4 meters away, it gradually turned into a 3-meter visibility range.
2 meters.
Screech. Yang Gang slammed on the brakes. Brother Chen, we can't back up any further, it's useless, the fog is getting denser.
If we back up anymore, we won't even see what's outside the car.
Chen Lin suddenly didn't know what to do. He had never encountered such a situation in his past life. Although nothing strange had appeared yet, Chen Lin's ominous feeling grew stronger. If the fog continued to spread, surely something bad would happen.
How about we cover all the windows with something first? I feel like this fog makes everyone uneasy. Hulu suggested.
Chen Lin was taken aback. He glanced at the surrounding fog, thinking he was the only one feeling this way. The fog indeed made people feel a bit unsettled.
Will covering them help? Is it possible that this fog seeps into the car, causing us to feel uncomfortable? Yang Gang speculated. No matter if it helps or not, let's give it a try.
Chen Lin mused, right now, we don't have better options. Although Chen Lin had never encountered this before, the fact that nothing had happened in the car implied that the crisis might come from outside. So, they had to take action. Meanwhile, the other survivors were still arguing, but thankfully, with the mediation of other survivors, they didn't end up fighting.
Instead of arguing with strength, why don't we think of ways to cope?
Stop arguing, quickly find something and seal the windows.
Chen Lin scolded with a dark face.
The 2 arguing heard this and fell silent. They glared at each other but stopped arguing.
Chen Lin didn't want to bother with these 2 guys. He quickly walked to the back to remove the rain cover blocking the rear.
The rain cover was large and had to be divided to cover more windows. Chu Chu, Hulu, and others began to take action as well. They found sheets or papers on the luggage rack, even some clothing. Fortunately, they also found a few rolls of tape, which saved them a lot of trouble. Without tape, they couldn't cover all the windows completely. Chen Lin tore the rain cover into pieces. Hulu and Chu Chu, the 2 women, took other survivors to cover the windows, and they were responsible for sticking them up. After about half an hour of busy work, the entire bus was covered. Even the front windshield was covered, leaving only a small opening in the driver and passenger window to observe the surroundings. Yang Gang turned on the lights inside the car.
Only then did everyone sit down to rest.
Chen Lin looked at the sealed carriage and felt relieved. that heart-pounding feeling seemed to have truly disappeared.
It seems to be a bit helpful. I feel less anxious now. I feel the same way, it seems like we have a little more sense of security. It looks like those fogs are really suspicious. Many survivors were filled with joy.
Uncertain if it was the joy of having survived a disaster, everyone's mood improved quite a bit. Still, the strong man walked up to the man he had argued with earlier. "I'm sorry, I spoke too harshly just now, I apologize," the strong man sincerely said. The man was also taken aback for a moment, feeling a bit embarrassed, and lowered his head, saying, "I was wrong too, I shouldn't have spoken carelessly."
"Well, let's consider what happened earlier as past."
The strong man extended his right hand and smiled.
"Okay." The man tightly shook the strong man's broad palm. "You're right, it's in the past. Let us live on together." Choo-Choo stepped forward, happily clapping her hands.
The other survivors were also inspired, and a round of applause suddenly filled the cabin. The strong man and the man both smiled a bit shyly.
The atmosphere in the cabin relaxed a little.
Chen-Lin let out a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. It seemed that sealing the car windows did have some effect.
Moreover, it was obvious that the quarrel earlier was surely influenced by the mist.
However, even though the situation improved a bit, they were still in the middle of the mist. Their crisis had not yet been resolved.
They couldn't pretend that the mist didn't exist just because it was obscured, right?
Chen-Lin took a deep breath and said, "All right, from now on, no one is allowed to get out of the car or lift any coverings to check the situation outside.
Let's count the number of people. I will start the counting. 1. Next was Choo-Choo, 2. 3. 9.
The last one was Yang Gang, after which he finished counting. The strong man's face changed drastically, filled with panic as he looked at Chen-Lin and the others. No, there should be 10 of us, why are there only 9?
One person is missing."
As soon as he said this, Choo-Choo, Wang Xiaoming, and others immediately felt their hair stand on end, a chill surging from their hearts.
I think I remember we had 10 people getting on the car." Choo-Choo trembled as she spoke. "Right, when we escaped from Maple Town, there were 10 of us.
I clearly remember that after we started driving, Chen-Lin reminded us there were 10 people." Wang Xiaoming looked at Chen-Lin with fear written all over his face. Yang Gang and Hulu's gazes fell on Chen-Lin, as if trying to confirm with him if this was true. Chen-Lin felt uneasy being stared at by everyone.
Were there 10 people?
Chen-Lin frowned and murmured to himself. He felt a bit uncertain, it seemed like there were 10 people, but his memory was a bit hazy. He carefully recalled the scene in the car after leaving Maple Town. Indeed, he seemed to have reminded others to pay attention to the number of people, not to increase or decrease. As for whether he had mentioned how many people were currently in the car, Chen-Lin couldn't recall. But Chen-Lin felt something strange, his memory was usually quite good, and since leaving Maple Town until now, it wouldn't be more than 2 hours.
How could he not remember?
No matter how hard Chen-Lin tried to recall, he just couldn't. Instead, the more he thought, the more a voice seemed to echo in his mind repeatedly.
It was 10 people. 10 people returned to the car.
And Chen-Lin's memory seemed to become clearer because of this. He recalled the situation after Yang Gang started driving. At that time, Chen-Lin first warned everyone not to get out of the car lightly. Choo-Choo even asked Chen-Lin what to do if she needed to use the restroom. Chen-Lin replied to take care of it in the car. Later, he seriously told everyone, "Please be sure to pay attention, remember the appearance of your companions, imprint all of our faces in your minds.
There are 10 of us now.
If anyone notices an extra person or a few people, don't make a fuss, inform me or Yang Gang promptly, and don't tell others." Thinking of this, Chen-Lin's memory suddenly became clear. It was 10 people. There were definitely 10 people in the car. Chapter 20, The Disappearing Four Eyes.
No.
Suddenly, a glimmer sparkled in Chen-Lin's eyes. He forcibly suppressed the thoughts in his mind. All the images scattered in his mind. If there really were 10 people, why was he initially unsure but increasingly certain the more he thought about it? Moreover, what was most important was that he wanted to recall exactly how many people there were, but deep down, there was always one thought. Repeatedly. 10 people. In his subconscious, something seemed to be continuously interfering with Chen-Lin's memory and thoughts. Controlling him. He couldn't remember how many people there were. This was definitely problematic. Chen-Lin dared not think any further. He worried that if he continued, he would firmly believe there were 10 people. Heaven's eye. Chen-Lin took a deep breath, and with a single thought, a faint white glimmer flashed in his eyes. Chen-Lin scanned Hulu and Choo-Choo and the others. Hulu and Choo-Choo showed no signs of abnormality, they still looked at Chen-Lin with hopeful expressions, waiting for his final confirmation.
Inside the car, Chen-Lin also did not perceive any anomalies. No abnormalities entered the car. At least, Chen-Lin couldn't tell who was abnormal.
But Chen Lin was clear that when Heaven's Eye checked for human-like anomalies, there was a certain probability that it couldn't see through them. Hulu and Chu Chu noticed sweat continuously beating on Chen Lin's forehead. He even seemed a bit nervous. Everyone exchanged glances, their faces growing more filled with terror and fear.
Chen Lin sensed everyone's gaze, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air, saying, "Let's all recall together, who is the missing person? Everyone stand with your companions. Later, Yang Gang and I will split up to ask everyone."
Chen Lin was now uncertain whether there was truly someone missing. He could only temporarily assume that one was missing and let everyone recall together which person it was. When they entered Fonlin town, not a single survivor had entered alone.
If there was a problem, someone would surely say something different.
If each small group claimed they were missing one person, then the problem would become obvious. They all were disturbed by some unknown factor. When Chu Chu and the others heard Chen Lin's words, their anxious hearts finally relaxed. If Chen Lin said this, then it confirmed that they were indeed missing one person.
Everyone is missing one person. What's the point in finding out who is missing now? We still have to split up to ask. What if we inexplicably lose another person?
That previous person disappeared mysteriously, none of us noticed. I don't want to die, I don't want to separate. Zhang Lily shrank in her seat with a terrified expression, constantly shaking her head in strong rejection.
You're such a nuisance, shut up.
If you say one more word, I'll throw you out. Chen Lin scolded harshly, his icy gaze fixed on Zhang Lily.
Zhang Lily looked up at Chen Lin with tearful eyes, filled with resentment.
Chen Lin was targeting her. However, Zhang Lily could only bury her resentment deep inside. She didn't dare to say more. Because Chen Lin and the others really would dare to hit her. As for Wang Xiaoming, he didn't dare to make a sound, timidly holding on to Zhang Lily and afraid to say anything. Chen Lin also didn't bother with these two, there were more important matters at hand.
Everyone, hurry up and get moving.
Chen Lin urged. Chu Chu and the strong man quickly cooperated, standing together with their familiar friends. Chu Chu and the strong man were classmates, forming one group. The second group was composed of two delinquent youths, one had an unforgettable pockmarked face, while the other was of ordinary appearance. They stood together, trembling.
Finally, aside from Yang Gang and Hu Lu, there were Zhang Lily and Wang Xiaoming.
As for Yang Gang, Hu Lu, and Chen Lin, they naturally didn't need to be investigated.
Yang Gang was one of the only two enhanced individuals on the vehicle. Hu Lu hadn't exited the vehicle. So was Chen Lin.
Ganga, let's split up into two groups to question, and Hu Jia, you stay here. Looking at the remaining people, do not speak, whoever speaks is strange. Chen Lin solemnly reminded, his cold gaze sweeping across each person's face. The reason Chen Lin did not ask everyone together was that there might be a memory connection, and then the inquiry would be useless. As soon as these words came out, Chu Chu and Zhang Lily's faces suddenly turned pale.
Zhang Lily even covered her mouth tightly, fearing to make a sound. Good. Yang Gang and Hu Lu both nodded in agreement. Chu Chu, you two come with me to the back.
Chen Lin worried that if they all asked together, it would create a memory link.
Yang Gang called away the pockmarked boy and his group.
Once in the back, Chen Lin started to ask Chu Chu about the scene of their escape from Fonlin town.
At that time, we entered a department store.
Chu Chu gradually began to recall. Chen Lin's eyes fixed on the faces of Chu Chu and the strong man, listening to Chu Chu's words and observing the changes in their expressions. When Chu Chu mentioned hearing Wang Xiaoming's shout, Chen Lin stopped her, letting the strong man continue to speak. Then, the strong man clearly detailed how they heard a noise and quickly left the department store, running towards the bus. The strong man described the details clearly, from when they ran to the bus and then saw others fleeing in panic. At the end, the strong man suddenly seemed to remember something and became excited, raising his voice. Yes, I remember, it was Four Eyes. Fu Hua's companion Four Eyes came back together. Fu Hua is that pockmarked guy, his companion Four Eyes came back too. But now he is missing. The strong man was flushed with excitement, but soon his face turned terrified and fearful, his voice trembling. That's right, I also remember, it's Fu Hua's companion Four Eyes, the one with glasses. The missing one is him. Chu Chu's face looked very bad, and she steeled herself to ask, Chen Lin Gu, did something happen to Fu Hua and them? Chen Lin frowned slightly, from the order and logic of Chu Chu's and the strong man's speech, as well as their subtle expressions, he could not detect any problems. It seemed the two were not lying. But this only intensified Chen Lin's bad premonition.
With this inquiry, it seemed they would not uncover anything more.
But Chen Lin remained calm, don't overthink, and do not tell others, you two go rest aside first. Seeing this, Chu Chu and the strong man could only nod, saying no more. Then, Chen Lin called for Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily to ask them. Except for the different circumstances of entering Fonlin town, what Wang Xiaoming and the others said was basically the same as what Chu Chu and her group reported.
Soon, Yang Gang also finished his inquiry.
Yang Gang walked over with a grave expression and said in a deep voice, we are indeed missing one person, Fu Hua's friend, Four Eyes, is gone.
Chapter 21, There is no 10th person. So one person really disappeared? Could it be that I thought too much earlier?
Chen Lin murmured to himself.
Yang Gang and Hulu's expressions looked increasingly grim. 4 eyes disappeared silently on the bus? Especially Hulu, who had just organized everyone to divide supplies and played music. So, how did 4 eyes disappear? Not even 1 or 2 people saw it, 9 people didn't see anything.
Yang Gang gritted his teeth, a cold light flashing in his eyes.
Why don't we move forward? We are dead either way, maybe rushing forward we can find a way to survive?
Chen Lin squinted his eyes, ignoring Yang Gang's words as if still deep in thought. After a long while, Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes and said in a serious tone, Yang Gu, tell me again what you inquired about Fu Hua and them.
Were they suddenly reminded of something halfway through? Yang Gang was stunned, surprised, and puzzled. How did you know?
That's right, they said in the end, as if they had just remembered it themselves.
Fu Hua was very excited at that time and asked us to help find Xian. There's a problem.
Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with a flash of insight. If it were Chuchu and her friends, it would be fine, after all, they aren't familiar, so it's easy to overlook things.
But Fu Hua and Xian are good friends. Their good friends suddenly disappeared. Why did they only think of this now?
The more Chen Lin spoke, the brighter his eyes became, and the ideas in his mind began to clarify. It is indeed a bit strange, but we all remember that Xian got on the bus.
What is the truth? The truth is that Xian has indeed disappeared. Yang Gang frowned. Hulu, don't you also remember Xian getting on the bus?
Hulu replied without hesitation, I definitely saw it. I remember it clearly. Xian followed behind Fu Hua and the others, and after getting on the bus, cheered for those survivors who didn't come out.
Chen Lin, don't you remember?
Chen Lin felt a bit dazed. After hearing this, he recalled the scene in detail and remembered that it really was as Hulu said. At that time, Chuchu and her classmates were the first to get on the bus, then Fu Hua and Xian followed them. Finally, Chen Lin remembered that he was still praying for 10 people, even if it was just Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili coming back.
Moreover, the memory in Chen Lin's mind became clearer and clearer.
Because of the 5 iron laws of survival in the apocalypse, if the number of people is less than 10, ominous events will occur, and indescribable creatures might mix in with the convoy.
Wait. No.
Chen Lin suddenly seemed to think of something, and his eyes shone even brighter.
Why did we have 10 people and still encounter an ominous event? Why did someone mysteriously disappear?
Right, unless we violated the 2nd iron law of survival in the apocalypse, the number of people must be at least 10.
There are only 9 people.
Thinking of this, Chen Lin seemed to have cleared the fog and saw the moon. His memories became increasingly clear and no longer vague.
He remembered everything. Xian never got on the bus.
Chen Lin was extremely certain, looking firmly at Yang Gang and the others. According to Fu Hua and their claims, Xian was taken out by the strange woman while collecting supplies at the supermarket.
What? Yang Gang and Hulu exchanged glances. Is that so? I have no memory of that, but now that you mention it, I seem to be a bit uncertain.
Hulu rubbed his temples, feeling a bit troubled.
Then why do we all remember Xian coming back? Yang Gang suspiciously stared at Chen Lin. Did you perhaps remember it wrong?
He was now very doubtful that there was something wrong with Chen Lin. Earlier, I wasn't sure, but now I am certain. It's not that I remembered it wrong.
It's that you all remembered it wrong.
Because we were all affected by the fog, which caused our memories to deviate.
Clearly dead people appeared again in our memories. Chen Lin asserted decisively. Then according to what you said, if all our memories have deviations, we obviously separated them for questioning. Why would we all have the same deviation and forget about Xian? If there were deviations, then shouldn't our memories differ in degree? For example, shouldn't Chuchu and her classmates remember that their previously deceased companion came back to life? But in everyone's memory, they all remember Xian coming back? How do we explain this? Yang Gang's suspicious gaze grew stronger, and he was beginning to doubt Chen Lin's state of mind. Why did Chen Lin insist on separating everyone for questioning, afraid that everyone would mention the same name and link all the memories to one person? Separating for questioning was to avoid this.
But now it is clear that everyone consistently said Xian was missing.
This could not be explained at all. It's simple, only the death of Xian caught everyone's attention. Let's remember deeply.
Chen Lin explained, when Fu Hua came back, he said he saw Xian kissing someone.
What did you say back then? Ah? Is that true? Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin with some uncertainty.
As Chen Lin recapped the event, he also seemed to have a vague memory emerging. You said, is there a possibility that it wasn't a beauty, but something strange? Chen Lin continued to remind him. Yang Gang frowned in thought, then suddenly, it seemed he thought of something, and his eyes lit up.
Yes. I remember now. That's right, Xian didn't even come out of Fonglin town. With Chen Lin's constant reminders, the memories in Yang Gang's mind became clearer all at once. Sister Hu? You were standing right behind the passenger seat. Do you remember? Chen Lin looked at Hulu again.
At that time, you were very scared. And Chu Chu and the others who got into the car first were in the aisle of the first row on our left. Later, they went to the right side window seat. Chen Lin kept narrating the scene, helping them restore their memory. Hulu frowned slightly, recalling continuously. With Chen Lin assisting, her previously vague memories gradually became clearer. That's right. It was like this. Hulu nodded heavily, affirmatively saying. So that means, we didn't actually lose anyone. Our memories have undergone some change. Isn't that strange? Yang Gang felt a bit scared and worried. If Chen Lin hadn't been awake, they probably wouldn't even know how they would die in the end. Unclear. Maybe you were right earlier, it's the fog affecting our memories and emotions. Chen Lin judged. So what do we do now? If we drive forward or reverse, the fog will become denser. The impact on us will definitely increase. Next time, perhaps someone among us will go missing, and we might still think we haven't lost anyone. Cold sweat kept appearing on Yang Gang's forehead. This was terrifying. Chapter 22, Strange Noises from Under the Car. Let's not rush. Let's stabilize ourselves first. Chen Lin thought for a moment and said softly, we can write down all the information in the car. There are 9 of us, and we'll post it in the most visible spot. Then everyone gathers together, even if we take breaks, we must rotate resting, with at least 4 people awake. I and Ganggu will each lead a group, ensuring one of our extraordinary abilities is awake at all times. After midnight, I will use divination to possibly find a way out. Although Yang Gang had also been affected by the fog earlier, Chen Lin could tell that Yang Gang's memory was recovering faster than Hulu's. So now, Yang Gang had to make it work and hold on for 12 hours. Okay, we'll listen to you. Yang Gang gritted his teeth. In fact, there were no other options, it was best to stabilize first. Immediately, Chen Lin and Yang Gang shared their judgments and analyses, along with the crucial information that they hadn't lost anyone and that there were only 9 of them, to Chu Chu and the others. As Chen Lin and Yang Gang repeatedly recapped the memories, Chu Chu and the others gradually remembered everything. Everyone remembered that Xian died in Fonglin town, and terror spread across their faces. So, there was no 10th person in our car. We were just scaring ourselves? Is this a strange ability? Our memories can actually be tampered with and affected. Thank goodness for Chen Lin. Otherwise, we would have all been done for. Chu Chu and the others were filled with lingering fear. Alright, now everyone must follow the arrangements. Otherwise, if we die, no one will care. Chen Lin looked seriously at each person. Then, Chen Lin revealed the plan he had discussed with Yang Gang. They would wait right there. Wait until after midnight to discuss further. Can we still hold on for more than 12 hours? Fu Hua and Wang Xiaoming's faces showed a wave of despair. We definitely can. As long as we follow Brother Chen Lin's words. Chu Chu clenched her fists, encouraging everyone. Next, let's start preparing. Chen Lin said straightforwardly. Immediately, Chen Lin led everyone to start preparing, writing important information on the newspaper covering the car windows with a red marker. 9 people. There seems to be something strange around. It can affect memories. After about half an hour of busy work, all the papers on both sides of the car windows were filled with key information. They even wrote on the roof of the car with the marker. After finishing all this, everyone gathered together again. After going through so much, everyone was actually a bit tired. Chen Lin let Yang Gang, Chu Chu, and Fu Hua take a break first. Chen Lin, Lily said she's tired, can she switch with Fu Hua and the others? Are we taking a break? Wang Xiaoming looked at Chen Lin cautiously, pleading. Yesterday, he and Zhang Lily hardly rested, and after spending the whole day today, how could they not be tired? Of course, there was another reason, which was that Chen Lin had the worst relationship with them among all the survivors. They worried that Chen Lin might plot against them. Chen Lin didn't think too much, as long as Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily didn't cause any trouble, he didn't want to bother with them for now. Chen Lin said lightly, okay, you can discuss it with Fu Hua yourselves. Thank you. Wang Xiaoming expressed his gratitude repeatedly. Soon, Wang Xiaoming went to ask Fu Hua, who also didn't want to bother with Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily, and in order to avoid unnecessary entanglement, directly agreed. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily both felt relieved, leaning back in their seats, closing their eyes to rest. Sister Hu, you should rest a bit too, Chen Lin suggested to Hulu. At this moment, Hulu didn't argue with Chen Lin, after all, the situation outside was unclear. Okay, if you're tired, just call me anytime. Be careful. After Hulu finished speaking, she sat down, leaned back against the passenger seat, and closed her eyes to rest.
Suddenly, the entire car compartment fell silent.
Chu Chu and Fu Hua were actually not sleepy at all, even though they felt very tired.
But thinking that something bad could happen around them at any moment, how could they feel sleepy?
Everyone stared at each other, their eyes wide open, as if strange things might appear at any moment beside them or behind them. Chen appeared calm, but he also felt uneasy inside. He just had to stay calm, or else the people in the car would become chaotic.
He was an extraordinary sequence and absolutely could not panic. Time passed second by second, and Chen checked the clock periodically.
Around 6 o'clock, Chen saw that the time was about right, and the sky had grown darker. Chen called Yang Gang and the others. A few people were still half asleep, but they quickly woke up.
Everyone has worked hard, let's eat something and rest a bit.
Don't worry too much, if there are any problems, we need to stay in the best condition. Chen comforted them a few times and then didn't speak anymore. He gulped down some water and randomly stuffed 2 bread rolls and sausages into his mouth before dozing off in his seat. Chen was tired too. Today he wasn't any less busy than the others, even more so. Hulu had originally thought about making Chen instant noodles, but when she turned around and saw Chen asleep, she had to give up. Yang Gang and the others also, like Chen, had no desire to talk. No one knew whether making too much noise would attract something strange. They finished eating and just sat there for about 2 hours. The sky was completely dark. But the surrounding mist had not dispersed at all.
Ding dong! Suddenly, a faint sound came out.
It was like the sound of metal colliding. Yang Gang and the others were immediately shocked, their eyes widened, looking at each other. Chu Chu and the others held their breath even more. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were trembling. Zhang Lili pressed her back tightly against the inner seat, her face full of fear.
No one spoke. However, in the next second, a ding-dong sound came from under the car again.
It sounded as if something had bounced off beneath the car.
Brother Yang, it seems there is something under the car.
Chu Chu looked at Yang Gang with a trembling voice, her face full of fear. Yang Gang's scalp tingled too, he was more sensitive than others. Besides hearing the ding-dong sound, he seemed to also hear something crawling under the car. From time to time, there were slight friction sounds, as if it was stuck under the car, struggling.
Chapter 23 Zhang Lili's Mother. Chu Chu instinctively looked at Chen, wanting to wake him up.
It must be said that everything Chen had done in the past 2 days gave them great security, making Chu Chu feel that Chen was a trustworthy man. Yang Gang quickly motioned with his hand, signaling Chu Chu and the others not to act rashly. Chu Chu froze for a moment and didn't dare to move again.
The whole car compartment instantly fell silent. Wang Xiaoming and the others secretly swallowed a few times, their breathing slowed down, afraid to make too much noise. Yang Gang was fully concentrated, listening intently for sounds. Time passed second by second. The atmosphere in the entire car compartment was very tense.
Even though the weather had begun to cool down, beads of sweat trickled down Wang Xiaoming and others' temples, making them feel uncomfortable, yet no one made any sound.
About half an hour later, there was no more noise. It should be gone, right? Chu Chu couldn't help but whisper. It should be gone.
Yang Gang paused, then said, "It's also possible that it was our illusion, there's no noise down there."
This was Yang Gang's judgment.
The reason was simple, after the 2 sounds earlier, Yang Gang had not heard any sound. Even the sound of something crawling under the car had disappeared. It was as if there was nothing under the car at all. Of course, there is a slight possibility that a part under the car became loose. If the wind blows, noise is not impossible. Everyone, don't be too nervous, relax a bit. The road under our car is asphalt, there's no reason for anything to come up from underneath with such little noise. Yang Gang comforted everyone in a manner resembling Chen. Chu Chu and the others looked at each other, they were still very tense.
What reason is there for anything in this strange situation? What can't happen anymore?
But now that there was no noise from under the car, they felt somewhat relieved. They also realized that they were soaked in sweat and felt uncomfortable, so they started to wipe themselves. Familiar people huddled together, talking softly, which lightened the atmosphere in the car compartment a lot.
Xiaoming.
Zhang Lili softly pulled Wang Xiaoming.
Wang Xiaoming lowered his voice, "What's wrong? I feel a bit sleepy, can I sleep for a while?"
Zhang Lili said, her face full of fatigue. Wang Xiaoming noticed Zhang Lili's haggard appearance. She had expended a lot of energy these past 2 days, especially last night, when she had used all kinds of tricks. Today she was scared enough. Wang Xiaoming said with some heartache, "You can lean against the window and sleep for a while, I'll watch over you."
"Don't be scared, I'm here." Zhang Lili nodded.
She was really very sleepy and leaned against the window, immediately feeling drowsy.
"Lili, it's so cold."
In a daze, Zhang Lili seemed to hear her mother's voice. "Lili, open the door for Mom, let me in, I'm cold."
"Lili."
The drifting voice reached Zhang Lily's ears. At first, Zhang Lily thought she was dreaming, but as her mother's voice echoed in her ear, Zhang Lily completely lost her drowsiness. Mom! The newspaper sealing the window beside Zhang Lily had been pulled back at some point. She just caught a glimpse of an old woman standing outside the window. The old woman had gray hair, a face full of wrinkles, wearing a white floral top and black pants, trembling as she stood outside the window. It seemed like she had been out in the cold for a long time. Her lips were slightly purple, tears brimming in her eyes as she stared at Zhang Lily. Mom! What are you doing here? Zhang Lily suddenly jumped up, her face filled with shock. Instantly, Yan Gang and Chu Chu turned to look at Zhang Lily. At the same time, they also saw the old face outside. How could there be someone outside the car? In the next moment, Yang Gang and the others' faces turned pale with horror. No! Yang Gang shouted loudly, but he was too late to stop Zhang Lily. Zhang Lily ripped open the newspaper sealing her window, revealing the scene outside. The white mist outside had turned into dark red mist, with an indescribable sense of strangeness lingering in the depths. It was even more unsettling than before. Zhang Lily's mother stood right outside the window. The dark red mist, the old woman with a stiff expression, made Yang Gang and the others feel a prickling sensation at the back of their necks. At this moment, Chenlin and Fu Hua were also awakened. Chenlin opened his eyes and followed Yang Gang's gaze. Mom! It's really you! Tears instantly filled Zhang Lily's eyes as she rushed forward, ready to smash the car window open. Stop! Chenlin was startled and quickly lunged forward. He reached Zhang Lily before Yang Gang did. What are you doing? Chenlin grabbed Zhang Lily's wrist firmly and shouted. My mom is outside, can't you see? Zhang Lily screamed at Chenlin with tear-streaked cheeks. Open the car door quickly, let my mom in, something strange is outside. Shut up! We are in the wild, how did your mom get here? Is she really your mom? Chenlin scolded angrily. Zhang Lily was either stunned or felt Chenlin's reasoning made sense, and for a moment, she went silent. Lily, it's Mom, look at Mom. Did I not tell you to come see you? I even brought your favorite pickled cabbage and cured meat. Open the door for Mom quickly. Are you ashamed of Mom being old and useless? Do you not want your mom anymore? As she spoke, the old woman outside lowered her head in sadness, her voice filled with sorrow, stirring a strong feeling in the hearts of those who listened. Yang Gang and Chu Chu stood momentarily, seemingly touched. But Chenlin felt his scalp tingle. This strange, enchanting power was so strong. Even Yang Gang and the others were affected, let alone Zhang Lily. Get away from me! Let my mom in! Zhang Lily's eyes turned red, her emotions exploding as she pushed continuously. Even if the King of Heaven came today, this door cannot be opened. Chenlin's attitude was incredibly firm, his right hand like an iron clamp, tightly holding Zhang Lily's wrist. Chenlin, do you have any humanity left? Outside is Lily's mom. Even if she isn't Lily's mom and is just an ordinary old woman, shouldn't she be allowed in? Are you still human? Do you have any morality left? Wang Xiaoming rushed over, trying to pry Chenlin's hand away. But Chenlin's strength was surprisingly great. Wang Xiaoming turned red in the face but couldn't budge him even a bit. None of your business, get out of the way. Chenlin grabbed Wang Xiaoming's hand and forcibly dragged him into the hallway. Wang Xiaoming wanted to say something else, but Yang Gang stepped forward, coldly glaring at him. You will be punished. Wang Xiaoming shrank his neck and, in the smallest voice, uttered the strongest curse. At that moment, Hulu stepped forward to persuade. If I remember correctly, Zhang Lily, you are from Tiannan province, and we are in Dongzhou province. There are 4 or 5 provinces in between, thousands of kilometers. Do you think outside will be your mom? Zhang Lily, don't be fooled. But Zhang Lily completely ignored it. I know, my mom can't appear here, we could even be dead and turned into weirdos. But even if my mom has turned into a weirdo, she is still here to see me, she won't hurt me. Does she have any wrong? You are blocking me, do you have any humanity? Zhang Lily's face was filled with tears. Chenlin and Chu Chu and the others instantly felt like they were about to crack apart. Alright, let's take 1,000 steps back. Even if outside is Zhang Lily's mother turned into a weirdo, she won't hurt Zhang Lily. But what about others? You are great, you are noble, you are filial. So the others deserve to die, right? Look outside, outside. Suddenly, Fu Hua trembled and pointed out the window, his face full of terror, and even his voice began to shake. Fu Hua seemed to have seen something extremely terrifying. Chenlin and Yang Gang and others looked in the direction and instantly felt their hair stand on end, a chill creeping up their hearts. Chapter 24, Your mom is gone. Let go of Lily. What are you going to do? Don't bully Lily. The old man outside kept banging on the car window, crying anxiously. And the old man had no idea that behind her, there was a woman dressed in rags. The woman seemed to have experienced something, her body somewhat twisted, crawling on the ground like an animal, continuously moving forward. When she got to the old man's feet, the old man seemed to sense something and instinctively turned to look. Roar! The crawling woman let out a scream that was not human-like, lunging at the old man's throat. Ah! The old man immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream. But in an instant, the old man was dragged into the red mist by the crawling woman. Lily, save me! Help me! Ah! The old man's cries were heartbreaking, as if she were suffering unspeakable torment inside. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, so quickly that everyone didn't even have time to react. Until the old man's screams came, making everyone's scalps tingle. I want to save my mom. Don't stop me. Zhang Lily became frantic, her eyes bloodshot, wanting to rush outside. That was her mom. Her last family member. She would do anything to rescue her mom back. However, this time, Shenlin did not stop her at all and let go of Zhang Lily. Zhang Lily stumbled and rushed to the aisle, almost falling flat on her face. You're not stopping me? Zhang Lily looked at Shenlin in surprise. Why should I stop you from saving your mom? Shenlin looked at Zhang Lily meaningfully and said, hurry up, listening to that noise, if you wait a bit longer, your mom will be gone. Hearing the noise outside, Zhang Lily also felt a chill in her hands and feet, and her scalp went numb. She wanted to save someone, but she couldn't move an inch. If she went, it seemed like she wasn't going to save someone but rather to feed the weirdos. Why didn't you let her in just now? Zhang Lily pointed her finger at Shenlin, her gaze icy. Why did you stop me? That's your mom, not my mom. Shenlin shrugged indifferently. You clearly could have opened the car door. Even if she is a weirdo, she was a person once. She is still an elder, don't you know to respect the elderly and love the young? Zhang Lily kept entangling her words. Zhang Lily used to be a somewhat well-known online broadcaster. She had not missed a chance to argue with trolls online. She was best at pulling trolls into her verbal traps and then building up a counterattack. But unfortunately, she didn't understand Shenlin. So are you going to save her or not? Shenlin stared fixedly at Zhang Lily. You're not scared, are you? You. Zhang Lily was out of breath, suddenly at a loss for words, her chest ached. During their heated exchange, the noise outside the car suddenly stopped. Shenlin looked at Zhang Lily with pity. Your mother is gone. Chuchu and Fu Hua, who were listening nearby, initially frightened, felt a strange urge to laugh upon hearing Shenlin's words. Damn, your mother is gone. All merit instantly erased. Ah. My mother was killed by you people. She turned into a monster, and you didn't even spare her. Are you even human? Zhang Lily didn't know if she was angry or infuriated, hitting her chest and screaming for a while. However, just then, a voice shouted from outside the car. Lily, why won't you save me? Why? The voice was filled with resentment and poison. The resentment was sky-high. Zhang Lily's hair stood on end, her heart raced. With a face full of terror, she looked towards the sound, seeing her mother, previously dragged into the red mist, reappear at the edge of it. The old woman was also crawling on the ground, staring at Zhang Lily like a venomous snake. Beside the old woman, the crawling woman was also staring at the people in the car, continuously secreting a sticky liquid from her mouth, as if seeing a delicious meal. The crawling woman was ready to pounce at any moment. They are in cahoots. Chuchu and Fu Hua froze, looking at the old woman and the woman, goosebumps all over their bodies. Zhang Lily was also scared pale and collapsed weakly to the ground. Look how hungry your mother is, why not go down and persuade her? Shenlin turned his gaze to Zhang Lily. Zhang Lily tightly covered her mouth, shaking her head like a rattledrum. Shenlin, it seems there's more than just that old woman and the woman outside, there seems to be something in the mist. Yang Gang said solemnly. Shenlin was taken aback. The crawling old woman and the woman were still outside, but they maintained a certain distance from the bus, baring their teeth and not trying to get closer. However, in the mist behind them, numerous vague shapes were seen crawling on the ground or standing still. It seemed there were many unknown creatures in the mist, all watching the bus. Whoosh! Just as everyone was staring outside the window, a blurred shadow swiftly crawled past the side of the window. Something's out there. I saw it. We're surrounded by monsters. It's over, we're surrounded by monsters. We're doomed. Inside the bus, despair filled the air. Shenlin watched the scene outside, lighting a cigarette and taking deep puffs. His bright eyes scanned the mist outside. It was clear that Shenlin was also a bit nervous. Yang Gang was more than anxious. Stop shouting, do you want to attract those monsters? Everyone took a step back in fear, no longer daring to wail. Shenlin, should we drive forward? Yang Gang asked in a deep voice. Shenlin exhaled smoke, quickly finishing the cigarette, and stomped out the butt, at least not now.
They can't come in for now. Can't come in for now?
Everyone's gaze turned to Lin, puzzled. If they could rush in, they wouldn't be outside the bus, baring their teeth to scare us. Lin sneered, if I'm not mistaken, they can only move at the edge of the mist. So, unless the mist completely envelopes our bus, they won't rush over. Upon hearing this, Yang Gang and the others were momentarily stunned, looking outside again. Outside in the mist, although there were vague shapes and occasionally other crawling monsters, no monster dared to come too close to the mist. They seem unable to escape the mist. Even the crawling old man and crawling woman are the same. So, as long as we stay here, they can't do anything to us? Hope ignited in everyone's eyes at once. That's true, but also not true. Lin slowly said, because the mist is approaching us. As soon as he said this, everyone's faces turned ugly again. Is the mist really getting closer? Chapter 25. He is dead. If I remember correctly, when we parked earlier, the mist outside was 2 meters away from our car. But now it seems to be only about 1 meter. The mist is constantly getting closer to us. Choo-Choo said with a grim face. If this trend continues, are we not doomed? Is it just a matter of dying sooner or later? Fu Hua's voice trembled a bit. Damn it, if we're just waiting to die here, we might as well charge out. Yang Gang slammed his fist on the chair, maybe we can break through. Lin pondered for a moment and analyzed, it's already 10 o'clock, and we have been staying here for almost 10 hours without moving. This means the mist surrounds us at a speed of about 10 centimeters per hour. For the mist to completely encircle the car, it will take at least 10 hours, if nothing unexpected happens, we can hold on until 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yang Gang and the others were stunned for a moment, carefully contemplating, it really seemed to be true. Brother Lin's analysis makes sense. After 12 o'clock, Brother Lin's divination can be used again. Let's rest well tonight, keep our condition, and maybe we can find a way out tomorrow morning based on Brother Lin's divination. Hope once again surged on everyone's faces. As long as we are alive, there will always be hope to escape the mist. Don't celebrate too early. Lin interrupted, this is still just a current hypothesis, the mist has changed from the beginning until now. What does it mean that the mist has changed from white to red? Is it that its influence on us has increased, or that the speed of the mist closing in has quickened, or is it some other adverse change we are not clear about? Lin's words fell like a bucket of cold water over the crowd, their faces stiffening slightly. No one dared to guarantee how their situation would change the longer they waited. Sigh, this doesn't work, that also doesn't work, waiting means death, whether we wait or not is still a death. Is there really no way for us now? Yang Gang said weakly. Yang Gu, don't panic. Everyone, stay calm. Hulu spoke softly, reassuringly, the most important thing for us now is to not panic and make mistakes in confusion. Is there any situation worse than now? Hulu remained very calm, undisturbed, and also beautiful, her voice pleasant, as if she had a magical power to soothe people. Moreover, what Hulu said was not wrong, how much worse could it get? Sister Hu was right, we don't have many options left, only 3. The first option is to get out of the car and escape, gambling our luck. The second option is to continue waiting, gambling on the changes of the mist, to see if our situation will worsen in a short time. The third option is to drive forward, maybe we can break through. Lin said calmly, everyone choose for yourselves. These 3 options seem very dangerous, but in fact, none of them are safe. Everyone looked at each other, unsure how to decide. None of these 3 choices offer hope, only despair, even deeper despair. This is the bizarre end of the world, where there are not so many hopes and good luck. I choose to stay and wait for Brother Lin's sequence to be restored. Choo-Choo raised her right hand, declared first, the first choice is no different from seeking death, with so many strange things outside, running down is just dying. As for the third option, we cannot accurately judge what changes the mist will undergo now. But now we can be sure, our car is moving, and the fog is closing in faster. So, we have no choice. Fu Hua let out a heavy sigh, I believe in Brother Lin, let's wait for his divination. Now we can only wait and see. If the situation deteriorates rapidly, we can gamble again and drive away. I have no objections. The crowd expressed their opinions one after another. Brother Chen, I trust you. Yang Gang looked intently at Lin. Wait. Lin uttered one word. Okay, then let's just see. Yang Gang didn't make a fuss about leaving as before, instead, he calmed down and leaned back in his chair. Yang Gang's trust in Lin was not just because of his status or understanding of him. It was because of what was happening to Lin. Since the apocalypse began, so many people have died. Besides Lin, Yang Gang had not seen anyone return alive from the strange hands. Whether it was luck or wisdom, Lin survived, enough to prove his ability. Just believe in Lin, and that's enough. After making the decision, the people in the car did not create too much chaos. Some people took out food, like the strong man, who chewed on a cooked pig's trotter and drank soda. It seemed like it was his last meal, he had to eat heartily. Others, however, were anxious and restless. Like Fu Hua and his companions, they looked around nervously. And there were Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming, who changed their seats and moved to the front row. The two shook like frightened quails, trembling with fear. Chen Lin stared out the window, smoking quietly, not saying a word. Hulu came over with a bowl of instant noodles and handed it to Chen Lin. Eat something, I added an egg for you. Chen Lin felt a warmth in his heart. This was the first time someone made him food. Even if it was just instant noodles. Chen Lin grew up in an orphanage and had been alone since leaving there. Chen Lin nodded and took the bowl, the rich aroma wafting out. Chen Lin took a big bite. Not bad. Better than what I make. Chen Lin praised continuously. Good, good, good. Even a bowl of instant noodles made Chen Lin raise the praise level. Look at this. Low emotional intelligence, your noodles are nice. High emotional intelligence, the skill is excellent. Instantly elevating the standard. Those who do not know would think it was a feast. Hulu even felt a bit shy. Sweet talker. Hulu teased, next time I have the chance, I'll cook you something better. Chen Lin replied vaguely, whether there would be a chance in the future was still hard to say. Wang Xiaoming watched Hulu sitting next to Chen Lin, smiling at him eating noodles, occasionally handing him water and tissue. It was like a gentle wife. The two said nothing but seemed to say everything. Warm and happy. Wasn't this the happy life he dreamed of? Thinking of this, Wang Xiaoming looked at Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili rolled her eyes at Wang Xiaoming, annoyed. I'm hungry, I want noodles too. Why haven't you cooked for me? Do you want me to starve? Alright, I'll do it right now. Wang Xiaoming wiped the cold sweat from his forehead like a little whiny boy, quickly promised and ran to make noodles. After finishing the noodles, Chen Lin sat by the window, quietly smoking, observing the fog outside. The others began to notice the strangeness outside, where the fog lingered at the edges, howling. The surrounding fog spread slowly, just as Chen Lin had analyzed. It only spread about 10 centimeters in an hour. Understanding some rules of the fog, they felt a bit more assured. At least they still had a few hours of safety. Gradually, they relaxed much more, not as tense as before. They even began to observe the scenery outside. The strange atmosphere surrounding them seemed not as terrifying as when they first encountered it. However, at that moment, the boy sitting by the window next to Fu Hua suddenly fell with a loud thud. The boy crashed to the ground, face down. Chen Lin frowned. What happened? He just said he was a bit sleepy and wanted to take a quick nap. Maybe he fell into a deep sleep? That little frog, really, can't even sleep quietly. He doesn't even know when he falls. Fu Hua explained, grumbling as he tried to help the boy up, but the boy was too heavy. Fu Hua couldn't lift him. Frog, get up. You really have a lot of nerve, sleeping like this. Fu Hua was a bit annoyed, flipping the boy over to reveal a face so pale it looked bloodless. Even the lips were white. Fu Hua was taken aback, and the others were also frightened, an uneasy feeling rising in everyone's hearts. Under the watchful gaze of the group, Fu Hua slowly reached out to check the boy's breath. In the next moment, Fu Hua jerked his hand back as if he had been electrocuted, his face going ashen like he had seen a ghost. He's dead. Chapter 26, Escape from the Fog. What? Dead? How can this be? Wasn't he fine just now? Everyone stood up suddenly, faces filled with shock. Chen Lin rushed to the boy's side, first checking his breathing, then feeling his carotid artery, and finally leaning down to listen for the boy's heartbeat. How is it? Yang Gang asked. Cold as ice, completely stiff. Chen Lin shook his head. Looks like he's been dead for over half an hour. I remember now. He told me half an hour ago that he was sleepy. Fu Hua shuddered, his voice trembling. At that time, he was already dead. But we were all here, he showed no signs at all. He just died out of nowhere? This is too strange, right? Is the next person to die one of us? Everyone's face turned pale with fear. It's very likely the fog is toxic. Chen Lin's face was serious. It seems that staying here won't work. Chen Lin had continuously opened the heavens eye for over 2 hours. He was sure there was nothing weird inside the vehicle. So it had to be the fog that was the reason. Then let's go. Damn it, sticking out your head is a knife, pulling it back is also a knife. Staying here in fear is worse than fighting with them. Brothers, grab your weapons, I'll drive. Let's rush out. Yang Gang waved his hand and said boldly. Let's fight. I've had it for a long time. If we're going to die, let's die sooner. The strong man was the first to stand up and respond, taking out a baseball bat from under his seat. This was the strong man's weapon. Let's fight them. I don't want to die without knowing why. If I'm going to die, I want to die with clarity. Fu Hua gritted his teeth, got up from the ground, and also grabbed a weapon. Chu Chu and the others were not to be outdone. They all took out their weapons, ready to fight for their lives. They understood from Chen Lin's analysis that as long as the vehicle moved, the fog would speed up its encroachment, and the bazaar would come closer. They would attack them. If they did not resist, it would be a dead end. And they pulled down all the window coverings. Outside the bus, the fog began to stir as if it had sensed something. We just need to hold on for 1 hour. It will be midnight soon. At that time, there will be a way out. Chen Lin picked up a shovel, calm and composed. Chen Lin, can you move closer to us? Whether we live or die depends on you. Chu Chu suggested. Immediately, Fu Hua and the strong man silently moved closer to Chen Lin, enclosing him in the center. At this moment, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili also wanted to move to the center. You two, come to the front. The strong man glared fiercely at Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. These two are useless at everything, but they're number one at dragging others down. The strong man had long disliked them. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's faces stiffened, and they dared not cause any trouble. Everyone was on edge. At this moment, causing a ruckus could really make others stab them first. By the way, Chen Lin, is there a chance that young man might become weird? Hu Lu was reminding carefully. There's a possibility. Chen Lin was uncertain, but the fog was truly bizarre, so this possibility couldn't be ruled out. Then when we're driving later, I'll throw him out the window, the strong man responded. Brothers, are you ready? We're setting off. Let's survive together. Yang Gang shouted loudly, and the moment he released the brake, he slammed down on the gas pedal. The bus jumped and sped out suddenly. Indeed, just as Chen Lin had predicted, the moment their bus started, the surrounding fog spread at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a minute, the red fog completely enveloped the entire bus. Lily, stay and accompany me. Lily, don't go. Roar, roar, roar. In an instant, all the bizarre things around got excited. They were like sharks smelling blood in the ocean, constantly crashing into the bus. Bang, bang, bang. A series of violent crashing sounds kept coming from around the bus. Even the roof of the bus had banging noises, as if something bizarre had jumped onto the roof, trying to get in. However, because the bus started suddenly and those weird things swarmed in too densely, they momentarily didn't manage to crash inside through the windows. But due to the overwhelming number of strange things, their violent collisions began to shake the entire bus severely. If one looked from the sky, the bus at this moment resembled a lonely boat in a storm, at risk of capsizing at any moment. Come on, come on. I'm crashing, I'm crashing, I'm crashing. All of you, die. Ha ha. Yang Gang gripped the steering wheel tightly, his face flushed, exceptionally excited, as if he had been injected with adrenaline, his eyes shining with madness and frenzy. Through the rearview mirror, seeing the strange things crashing from both sides and flying out, he felt incredibly thrilled. Some of the bazaar even had their teeth broken from the impact. The bazaar directly in front of the vehicle were also knocked flying away like a swarm. Crushing. The whole bus felt like a toy car, driving over a series of speed bumps. Yang Gang felt no fear at all, instead, he was exceptionally excited. Just as Yang Gang was crashing joyfully, the scene before him suddenly changed. All the red fog dispersed in an instant. Sunlight poured down on the black road. The trees on both sides were lush, a gentle breeze blowing, flowers blooming. Even quite a few pedestrians were walking along the sides of the road. This was nowhere near the bleakness of the apocalypse, it was entirely like the scene before the end times. Had they escaped the fog? Yang Gang was momentarily dazed. Just at that moment, a pedestrian suddenly dashed into the middle of the road from the left side. Yang Gang instinctively swerved the steering wheel to avoid it. At that moment, Chen Lin's voice suddenly exploded in his ear. Don't steer. It's all an illusion. Charge through. Chen Lin shouted loudly. Like a bell, it resonated in Yang Gang's ears. Yang Gang's eyes suddenly cleared up. Illusion. Yes, it's all an illusion. Die for me. Yang Gang's eyes turned red, gritting his teeth, he clutched the steering wheel tightly, pressing the gas pedal to the floor. Bang, bang, bang. Everything blocking the front was knocked flying away. All the images before him were smashed to bits. And in the next second, the scene before Yang Gang suddenly changed again. A dead end appeared ahead. It's all an illusion. I remember this road, I often drop passengers here. There's no way this can deceive me, scare me. This isn't a cliff. I'm not afraid. Charge. Yang Gang let out a loud roar and continued to rush forward. The entire bus seemed to take flight in an instant, shaking violently. Chapter 27, A Strange Chase. Bang. A loud noise rang out.
The bus shook violently.
Fortunately, Yang Gang, a seasoned driver, quickly adjusted the steering wheel, shifted gears, and pulled the handbrake. Hiss. The rear wheels emitted a puff of blue smoke, and the intense friction left dark marks on the ground. The bus nearly tipped over. Inside the bus, it felt like enduring a huge wave. Everyone swayed left and right. Luckily, they were prepared and quickly grabbed onto the left wing, hands, and other things. Otherwise, they would have a rough time. As the bus stabilized, strange beings continually jumped onto the vehicle, some even clinging to the windows. Bang bang bang. They kept banging against the window glass. These dense, strange beings nearly surrounded the whole bus. It was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. The second row of windows on the left is about to break open. Fu Hua shouted, picking up a large suitcase and rushing over, seemingly trying to block the strange beings outside. But before Fu Hua could block it, crack! The broken glass shattered completely. The crawling creature opened its huge mouth, exposing sharp fangs, roaring wildly, releasing a nauseating stench that nearly made Fu Hua faint. With a bang, the creature directly knocked Fu Hua out. Its fangs fiercely pierced into the suitcase, shaking its head violently, smashing all the remaining glass of the window. Wang Xiaoming, who was closest, was so scared he didn't dare to move, cowering. The strong man in the middle was anxious. Wang Xiaoming, what are you doing? Is that stick in your hand just for show? Ha? Oh, okay. I'll hit it. I'll hit. Wang Xiaoming, as if waking from a dream, had a fierce look on his face, closing his eyes and hitting down at the strange being continuously. Crack crack, the stick smashed down on the suitcase plastered on the creature's face. It provided no attacking power at all. In fact, with Wang Xiaoming's help, the suitcase on the creature's face was actually smashed open. The faces of the strong man and others turned dark. Especially the strong man. If he weren't busy handling the frog's body, he would have kicked Wang Xiaoming. How could this guy be so useless? Under Wang Xiaoming's furious smashing, it seemed to successfully anger the creature. The creature became even more frenzied. Its hands gripped tightly on the edge of the window, the aluminum alloy even somewhat deformed. Roar roar roar. The shouting was deafening. The creature's massive body squeezed through the window, directly biting onto Wang Xiaoming's stick, shaking it fiercely. Wang Xiaoming flew out like a dead dog, crashing onto a seat and feeling dizzy. Moreover, the creature kept pushing into the bus. Even the sharp glass and aluminum alloy at the window's edge scraped its back and abdomen. It still pushed hard to get inside. Don't come over here. No. Wang Xiaoming shouted in terror, even managing to momentarily stun the creature. A light yellow liquid trickled down Wang Xiaoming's pant leg. The creature seemed to love this pungent smell. It kept biting towards the source of the liquid. The danger was extreme. Just when it seemed ready to deliver the final blow to Wang Xiaoming. In this critical moment, a black shovel descended from above, piercing into the creature's head. The black shovel was extremely powerful. Even when it encountered the strange skull, it merely paused for a moment, just like it was inserted into a block of tofu, and instantly sank into it. The bizarre head was instantly pierced through. Chen Lin, with a cold expression, firmly gripped the black shovel, and that strange head was nailed to the floor. The bizarre creature struggled for a moment, and its roar abruptly ceased. What an incredible strength! Everyone was shocked. Just a moment ago, the strange creature had only rushed over, and not to mention Wang Xiaoming, the useless fighter, Fu Hua was directly knocked away. But now, Chen Lin had pinned the bizarre creature down with both hands, and even as it struggled desperately, it did not budge an inch. The amount of strength was evident. Is this what it means to belong to the extraordinary sequence? Not only did he gain sequence skills, but his body and strength had also undergone extraordinary changes. Not to mention the others, even Chen Lin was surprised. He knew that after becoming part of the extraordinary sequence, his physique and strength had drastically changed. But he did not expect his strength to be this great. However, he did not know if his strength was greater compared to other extraordinary sequences. Because he had never seen Yang Gang make a move. Thank you. Wang Xiaoming looked at Chen Lin gratefully. If Chen Lin had been a moment later, his little Xiaoming would be gone. In the future, he might have to change his name to Wang Xiaoya, with no son left. Was this strange creature killed? Is this place on its head an obvious weakness of these bizarre beings? Chu Chu speculated. Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming immediately jumped up, grabbed a stick, and started banging on the strange head, saying, "Let's see you bite me now. Get up again and bite me. Come on." Wang Xiaoming was very angry. He had just been embarrassed in front of so many people and attempted to regain some face through this venting of his anger. Chen Lin looked at Wang Xiaoming's pretentiousness with disdain. If it had been like this earlier, that strange creature might not have been so easily able to get in. With the time spent like this, he might as well save his energy. If it weren't for the fact that there was one less person in the car, making it a bit dangerous and needing Wang Xiaoming to fill the number. Chen Lin would have long since tossed this guy out.
However, now it was an opportunity to give this guy a small lesson.
Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Lin exerted strength with both hands, and with a whoosh, pulled the black shovel directly out of the strange head.
Seeing this, Wang Xiaoming hit even harder.
But just at the moment when Wang Xiaoming's stick was about to fall, the strange creature suddenly moved.
Roar! The bizarre head suddenly lifted. What the hell? Oh my god! It's not dead yet! Holy crap!
Wang Xiaoming was so scared his soul almost left his body, and his voice broke. He almost ascended to heaven on the spot.
It was too thrilling. Who would have thought that a dead creature could come back to life?
Not only Wang Xiaoming, but even the others nearby were greatly frightened, their skin crawling all over. Only Chen Lin seemed unperturbed. Chen Lin remained calm to the extreme. At the moment the bizarre creature revived, he grabbed the black shovel and smashed it down at the creature.
Bang!
The bizarre creature's teeth were knocked out, directly shoved into its belly. Chen Lin did not stop, just like playing whack-a-mole.
Bang, bang, bang.
One after another, the bizarre creature stuck in the window was pounded into a daze, showing no resistance. It tried to roar but was knocked out by the black shovel. The shovel in Chen Lin's hand was already bent. Watching, Chu Chu and the others were stunned. The bizarre creature was gradually pounded out.
Everyone felt numb. Was it really that simple? Chapter 28, Break in through the car. Stop dawdling. The bizarre creatures behind broke the window. Knock them down.
Chen Lin shouted in a low voice and continued to move forward with the shovel in his hand.
Oh, okay, let's go. Hurry up, the glass on both sides of the car window is all broken. Everyone quickly knock them out.
The strong man and Chu Chu quickly rushed out. Chu Chu and Hulu held various weapons and wildly struck at the bizarre creatures outside the window.
The bizarre creatures were terrifying. They made people afraid.
They were chilling. But in the face of life and death, they all burst forth with unprecedented courage. Of course, another reason was the window separators acting as a barrier, preventing those bizarre creatures from getting in. Otherwise, they would have had no chance to fight against the bizarre creatures. Those bizarre creatures moved fast and were incredibly strong. And they were fierce. They simply couldn't be killed. Without a barrier, how could they deal with the bizarre creatures? As everyone was giving their all, only Zhang Lili at the back was wildly yelling while holding a stick. She simply didn't dare to go up. Wang Xiaoming originally wanted to regain some face, but was pulled back by Zhang Lili.
You can't go, protect me. I won't allow you to go.
Zhang Lili said firmly. Hearing such words, Wang Xiaoming would not dare to risk his life anymore and quickly retreated to Zhang Lili's side.
Lili, don't worry, with me here, I will definitely protect you.
The bus was very big, and Chen Lin and the 6 people couldn't handle it at all. Especially Chu Chu and Hulu, the 2 women, they were small and had never seen such a scene before. They simply couldn't cope. Several times, both of them were almost bitten by the bizarre creatures. Hulu, being slightly older, was scared but still somewhat calm. But Chu Chu was directly scared to tears.
Woo woo. Go away. Get out. Don't come in. Brother Chen Lin, they are about to break in. We can't stop them, woo woo.
While Chu Chu swung her baseball bat, she cried and tears fell down. Not just Chu Chu and Hulu couldn't cope, even Fu Hua and the strong man were struggling. The strong man threw out the corpse of a frog, attracting the bizarre creatures on one side to rush for it, but the bizarre creatures on the other side pounced forward.
Fu Hua even broke a stick as thick as his arm.
Chen Lin's face turned extremely dark. There were indeed too many bizarre creatures. Even if they were lucky enough to knock down some bizarre creatures, more would quickly pounce upon them.
The bizarre creatures in the fog seemed endless.
At this rate, it wouldn't be long before even if they managed to block all the bizarre creatures, they would tire themselves to death.
But without blocking, what could they do?
Chen Lin was not a combat-type extraordinary being. Chen Lin, the window separators are being bent by them.
They can break in. Hulu shouted.
Hearing this, Chen Lin looked over and saw a bizarre creature had already squeezed in half of its body. The window separators had deformed and bent. The bizarre creatures kept roaring, climbing with their hands in front, using their legs behind to push hard. The window separators creaked, seemingly about to snap.
I'll come.
Chen Lin pulled the helpless Hulu behind him and swung the already deformed shovel hard.
Bang bang bang.
Chen Lin broke the shovel in his hand. Finally, gritting his teeth, he drove the handle of the shovel into the bizarre creature's head.
He kicked it down.
But before Chen Lin could let out a breath, more bizarre creatures came rushing in.
Get down.
Chen Lin kicked out, and that bizarre creature lost its balance and fell down again. Then 2 more bizarre creatures tried to squeeze in together, almost forcing the separator to break. In desperation, Chen Lin kicked the supporting steel frame under the seat, breaking it. Before the bizarre creatures behind squeezed in, he flipped the seat up and blocked the window tightly. He pushed the two strange creatures down. The eerie outside is still continuously crashing, constantly biting. Chen-Lin firmly blocks, his face turning red. "I'll help you." Hulu gritted his teeth, raising the iron rod in his hand, constantly stabbing out from the gaps, trying to injure the eerie beings outside as much as possible. Chen-Lin's pressure suddenly reduced a lot. If there were no accidents, they could hold on for a while longer. However, that seat isn't made of steel, it won't hold for many minutes. But before Chen-Lin could call for help, Fu Hua shouted first, "Brother Chen-Lin, the window frame over here is broken." Chen-Lin looked up and saw that around the 10th row towards the back, the frame was completely broken, and two eerie beings had already crawled in. Chen-Lin's heart sank. Moreover, it wasn't just that, after those two eerie beings crawled in, a violent banging sound came from the rear of the car. Bang! At the weakest point at the back of the car, near the window, a big hole was smashed in. 7 or 8 eerie beings eagerly crawled inside. And it wasn't over, there was also a ripping sound from the top of the car, as the eerie beings tore open the metal roof. Bang bang bang! Crawling eerie beings came crashing down from above. The entire compartment was instantly filled with a dense crowd of eerie beings. Pairs of eyes stared at Chen-Lin and the others, almost glowing green, as if they saw exquisite food. Thick liquid continuously flowed from their mouths, dripping onto the ground. And as the compartment was continuously torn open, eerie beings poured in endlessly. Dense, making one's scalp tingle. In the next second, all those eerie beings moved. Roar roar roar. The roars kept coming, the eerie beings howled, showing their fangs, using both hands and feet, rushing over at incredible speed. There's no doubt that, when those eerie beings came over, what would happen to Chen-Lin and the others? They would definitely be torn to shreds. Even if Chen-Lin is a transcendent, he couldn't withstand it. At most, he would just be torn apart a little slower than an ordinary person. Everyone's faces turned pale in an instant, their eyes reflected the terrifying appearance of the eerie beings, and despair filled their hearts. It's over. Even Chen-Lin had already lost hope. But just at that critical moment, a masculine voice, like a heavenly song, rang out. "Everyone hold on tight. Today, all of you owe me a life." Yang Gang shouted loudly, his foot nearly pushing the gas pedal to the floor, his hands constantly steering the wheel. At the last moment when the eerie beings were about to land, Yang Gang pulled the handbrake up. Chapter 29, The Three Great Ominous Signs. SSSS. A sharp, ear-piercing friction sound echoed in the world. The back wheels of the bus sprayed blue smoke, emitting a pungent smell, leaving black marks on the asphalt road. The entire bus suddenly tilted to the left, both the front and back right wheels began to lift off the ground. The eerie beings that were pouncing on Chen-Lin and the others in the back compartment were almost instantly thrown out by the tremendous inertia. The eerie beings charging in the front crashed heavily onto the floor or seats of the bus. The eerie beings behind were caught off guard and were thrown out of the car through that broken opening. The eerie beings clinging to the car were also thrown out layer by layer. The speed of the car increased even more. Forget about those eerie beings, even Chen-Lin and the others, who had already been warned, were not much better off. "Watch out, be careful. Hold on tight. Big Zhuang, pull me, I'm stuck, pull me." The sudden drift made the entire compartment feel like it had been hit by a storm. Choo-Choo was thrown into the gap between seats. If it weren't for the seat holding her, she might have been thrown out. Hulu also almost flipped out of her seat, but luckily Chen-Lin grabbed Hulu, his legs stuck like nails, not moving an inch. Among the three women, Zhang Lili was the most unfortunate. She fell directly and landed hard, breaking her nose and splattering blood everywhere. Wang Xiaoming originally wanted to be like Chen-Lin, a hero saving a beauty, but failed to save the beauty and instead crashed right onto Zhang Lili, who had just gotten up, and pressed her harshly onto the floor. Zhang Lili's face had a close encounter with the hard floor. She was nearly driven to the brink of anger. Fu Hua and the strongman helped each other to stay steady and avoided injury. Although the fierce drift earlier saved them for the moment, there were still many strange entities in the vehicle, and they targeted Chen-Lin and the others again. Just as the strange entities were about to act, Yang Gang made another drift. The sharp sound of friction echoed once more. The whole bus shook like a small boat in a storm, swaying left and right. Those strange entities that hadn't fallen were smarter this time, quickly grabbing onto anything they could. This time, the effect wasn't as good as the first, not many strange entities were shaken off. Moreover, those crawling entities were actually steadier than Chen-Lin and the others. But at this moment, they also dared not act recklessly. Both sides were locked in a temporary standoff. The situation was momentarily stabilized. "Brother Yang, you are amazing. Those strange entities don't dare to move. If it were before the apocalypse, you could definitely be a race car driver." Fu Hua shouted excitedly. Even the howling wind rushing in through the broken windows couldn't drown out his shouts.
Stop shouting, we're almost out of gas.
Before anyone else could share in the excitement, Yang Gang's words came again, like a cold bucket of water poured over everyone.
Shilling. Damn it, Brother Yang, didn't you refuel in Maple Town? How far have we even gone for it to run out of gas?
Fu Hua's face instantly turned pale.
I only added a little.
That damned Wang Xiaoming startled the strange entities awake.
If I hadn't added that bit of gas, we would be dead already. Yang Gang cursed angrily.
Fu Hua and the others all looked at Wang Xiaoming, the source of trouble. If it weren't for him, why would they be in such a mess?
If they hadn't lost people, how would they have encountered such a situation?
Now, this troublemaker Wang Xiaoming had caused even more problems.
I didn't want this to happen. It's really too scary.
Wang Xiaoming said bitterly.
Stop whining. Quick, check what time it is now. We can hold on for at most 10 more minutes. Yang Gang shouted anxiously. Hearing this, everyone looked towards the clock.
At this point, it was nearly midnight, with only 5 minutes left.
Only 5 minutes until midnight. Can we hold on? We still have hope. Fu Hua exclaimed with joy.
Chu Chu and the others couldn't help but let out a small sigh of relief. Since they encountered the mist, their hearts had been on a roller coaster, tense and thrilling, with emotions all over the place. Zhenlin stared closely at the clock. He was more nervous than anyone else. The others placed their hopes on him. But he couldn't be sure what lay ahead.
What if the divination didn't find them a way to survive? What would they do then?
At that time, it would truly be a dead end. Just then, the strong man suddenly shouted into the howling wind, "Look!
The strange entities are moving forward."
The strange entities used both hands and feet. After stabilizing themselves, they were gradually adapting and trying to crawl slowly forward. However, under the inertia of the drifting bus, they were crawling very slowly. Although their speed was not fast, they were indeed moving forward. This caused everyone's hearts to drop again.
Everyone tensed up once more. Everyone moved towards the front.
Most of the seats in the back are destroyed, they can't move that fast.
Let's retreat to the back first.
Zhenlin said in a deep voice.
Yes, yes, yes. They crawl forward, we retreat forward. Delay time as much as possible.
Fu Hua and others quickly responded. They imitated the strange beings, gripping the seats tightly, moving step by step towards the front of the bus.
Steady and steady.
By the time Zhenlin and the others had retreated to the front, the strange beings had reached the back door of the bus.
The distance between both sides was no longer far.
Chu Chu and Fu Hua were very nervous, gripping the seats tightly, their hands and other items turning pale at the fingertips. Sweat continuously dripped from their foreheads and backs. Even though their backs were soaked in sweat, they seemed completely unaware. They glanced at the strange beings and then at the clock behind them. For the first time, they felt what it meant for days to drag on like years. In just 5 short minutes, at this moment, it felt like it had lasted longer than 5 years.
Every second felt so long. The atmosphere inside the bus was very heavy and eerie.
The strange beings slowly crawled forward behind them, while the survivors silently watched in front. There were no noises or shouts, only the sound of tires occasionally rubbing against the ground could be heard. However, in such an environment, it felt suffocating. Everyone's heart had risen to their throats.
As they watched the time reach 11:59 and 55 seconds. Only 5 seconds left. Hurry up! Faster!
Fu Hua and others looked at the last 5 seconds, and they all began to shout, wishing they could jump into the clock and skip those 5 seconds.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. It's 12 o'clock. It's the next day.
Fu Hua shouted excitedly. At the moment the last second passed, Zhenlin moved his mind.
Divination.
Great disaster, a cemetery is located 1,000 meters to the north, where the strange beings that sleep for a day have awakened. If you hurry there now, they will surely be grateful to you and invite you to their banquet, celebrating together at the same table, but you might not walk to the table, you very well could be served on the table. Great disaster, about 3,000 meters to the south, there is a convoy of about 50 people, overtaken by strange beings, who are enjoying a feast.
If you rush there now, the strange beings certainly wouldn't mind having a late-night snack.
Great disaster, 1,000 meters to the southeast, there is a convoy suspected of being cursed. When they wake up from a nap, they always find that mysteriously, someone from the convoy is missing, and the investigation is still unclear. If you join this convoy, you could also go missing. If you want to escape, you might die. Trust your bravery, boldly join their convoy, and you might just survive till the end.
Chapter 30 The Last Moment. What's going on? Is the divination not good?
Seeing Zhenlin's ugly face, Fu Hua hurriedly asked.
Zhenlin took a moment to ponder, then recounted all 3 divinations. 3 great disasters in the divination? Then we are finished for sure? It's over, completely over. Fu Hua and Wang Xiaoming's faces turned pale. A wave of despair immediately enveloped the entire bus. No matter how they struggled, it was merely a death struggle. Chen Lin slowly exhaled a breath of foul air. According to the divination, if we choose the third divination, at least we won't die right now. There's still a glimmer of hope. As long as we get within 100 meters of the cursed convoy, we can temporarily escape the crisis and survive. Fu Hua and the others still looked grim. Joining the cursed convoy might mean death today, tomorrow, or the next day. This choice was no different than the difference between dying now and dying later. What else to choose? The bus is about to run out of fuel. Chen Lin, make a decision quickly, or it's all over. A masculine shout echoed again. Chen Lin no longer hesitated for a moment and said in a deep voice, 1,000 meters to the southeast, the position is. Hurry. Okay. Yang Gang immediately adjusted direction, racing towards the southeast. Chen Lin then unfolded the third divination symbol, checking the scene ahead. Chen Lin's vision suddenly underwent a miraculous change, as if he had ascended to the heavens, looking down upon the entire earth. About 1,000 meters to the southeast, a scene appeared before him. It was a straight dual-lane road, where more than 10 vehicles were parked. There were also several tents scattered around. Under the night sky, it appeared somewhat desolate and cold, extremely quiet. Chen Lin did not see any traces of humans. After all, it was already midnight, and even if there were any, they should have been resting. Divination symbol dissipated. Just as Chen Lin came back to his senses, an eerie roar suddenly sounded in his ears. Roar! The roaring continued. The bizarre creatures that had been slowly crawling forward earlier now seemed unusually restless, as if something was making them feel uneasy. They seemed to be communicating. Could it be that they are exchanging ideas? Fu Hua guessed, his voice trembling. Are they discussing how to deal with us? The strong man also became a bit uneasy. They were now at the end of their road. If it weren't for Yang Gang's driving skills, they wouldn't have been able to last this long. Brother Chen Lin, what should we do? Chu Chu instinctively looked at Chen Lin. Chen Lin had now become their pillar of support. As Chen Lin was about to speak, the creature at the very front suddenly erupted. Roar! The massive roar was highly penetrating, nearly shattering everyone's eardrums. In the next second, those bizarre creatures seemed to have received the charge's signal. They disregarded the violently shaking vehicle and started recklessly charging towards Chen Lin and the others. Hiss! At a critical moment, the familiar sound of tires screeching rang out again. The entire cabin suddenly jerked again. Many of the weird creatures that had just charged forward were thrown back, some even tossed out of the vehicle. Even worse, one strange creature was flung and landed on a broken sharp seat frame, piercing its arm through. However, it was wildly insane, opening its gaping mouth, incessantly roaring, green liquid spraying out, but it kept pushing forward, even if it had to rip its own arm off. Even when it was thrown to the back of the vehicle, on the verge of being tossed out, it still desperately climbed upward with its one remaining arm. As for the other bizarre creatures, being thrown to the ground or elsewhere due to inertia was merely a minor issue. They crawled up and continued charging. One couldn't deny that their frenzy, though chaotic, was much faster than before. They were closing in. They had already crossed the rear door position. This scene made everyone's scalp tingle with fear. Hiss! They have gone mad. They won't stop until they eat us. Fu Hua and the others couldn't help but gasp, completely shocked. What are you waiting for? Grab something and throw it. Chen Lin shouted loudly, instantly waking everyone up. Everyone hurriedly rummaged through the luggage rack. Although the larger suitcases were stored underneath the vehicle, there were still plenty of items on the rack. There were small suitcases, brick-sized power banks, backpacks, and all sorts of things. Chen Lin kicked violently at the frame beneath the seat. Under his tremendous strength, those racks couldn't withstand a few kicks and were broken. Chen Lin lifted a seat and smashed it down on a bizarre creature that was leaping into the air, brutally breaking its neck. The creature did not die, its head hung backwards, as if it had lost its sense of direction, turning in circles at the spot. Chen Lin's actions greatly encouraged Chu Chu and Fu Hua. They all grabbed handy items and began desperately throwing them at the weird creatures. A variety of objects flew everywhere. Although they didn't deal fatal injuries to the creatures. But he also successfully blocked the strange advancement. Even more, a few strange beings that were hit were thrown out due to inertia. Only 3 strange beings were left in the car. They became even crazier. The 3 strange beings roared non-stop, seemingly starting to discuss again. Soon, they began to act separately. 2 strange beings charged from the left and right rows of seats. And another strange being directly dashed to the top of the car. That strange being used the earlier torn openings made by other strange beings to continue tearing apart the cabin. Everyone couldn't block it anymore, plus, they had no other stuff left to throw. Even the seats, the nearby rows were completely torn apart by Chen Lin. Brother Yang, are we there yet? Are we there yet? Hurry up.
Seeing those strange beings getting closer, Fu Hua and the strong man were almost going crazy.
They shouted. It seemed they wanted to break through the fear in their hearts with their shouts.
Finally, the three strange beings were less than a meter away from them. It seemed like the three strange beings had made an agreement, pouncing at them together.
From the air and the sides of the cabin,
they gave Chen Lin and the others absolutely no way to survive. There was no doubt, in front of these strange beings, they had no resistance at all. At this distance, even if Yang Gang drove the car to the sky, it wouldn't help.
They were doomed. Brother Chen Lin, watch out for the strange one above. Chen Lin, be careful.
Standing at the front, Chen Lin was the first to bear the brunt. He was holding a chair, frantically slapping at the strange being on the left.
Until the last moment, Chen Lin would never give up or sit back and wait for death.
But when he heard the voice and turned to look, he saw the strange being above him already pouncing down. Its huge mouth, filled with sharp fangs, exuded a nauseating stench, overwhelming him. That familiar yet strange sense of despair and death surged up again.
Chapter 31, After the Disaster. We have arrived.
At that moment, Yang Gang's broken voice came through.
In the next second, the fog surrounding the bus, as if influenced by something, receded like a tide.
The claws of the strange being on the roof were almost about to touch Chen Lin's nose. The strange claws suddenly shattered, becoming illusory.
Roar, roar, roar.
The strange being in front released a tragic howl. It turned to flee, but unfortunately, it couldn't run faster than the dispersing fog. Finally, in front of Chen Lin, that strange being completely turned to ashes. The other two strange beings met the same fate. Seeing the fog and the strange beings disappear, Fu Hua and the others erupted in cheers.
Great! We are alive. Damn it, I'm alive. I didn't die, ha. I almost died, boo.
A chorus of cheers. Fu Hua and the strong man shouted and laughed, at one moment shouting, at another moment bursting into laughter.
Chu Chu cried tears of joy.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili hugged tightly, overwhelmed with excitement.
Who?
Chen Lin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It was truly precarious just a second earlier.
Extremely dangerous. Hulu helped Chen Lin, are you okay? I'm fine, just catch my breath. Chen Lin sat down and relaxed a bit. This feeling of being alive was really wonderful.
The bus drove over 200 meters forward. Under the moonlight, Yang Gang could see many vehicles parked on the roadside, and then came to a halt.
He didn't get too close to this convoy. Want a smoke?
Yang Gang parked the car and handed a cigarette to Chen Lin. Yang Gang's hand was slightly trembling as he passed the cigarette. It was clear he had been very nervous earlier. Chen Lin nodded, took the cigarette, lit it, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled a smoke ring.
Yang Gang sat down next to Chen Lin.
Neither of them said anything, just silently smoked.
Brother Yang. Are we celebrating today? How about a gathering for a meal, a hot pot?
At this moment, Fu Hua suggested. Yang Gang was stunned for a second, then smiled and patted Fu Hua's shoulder. No problem, bring out your good stuff. Tonight we have hot pot and listen to my stories. I'll buy the drinks.
Chen Lin smiled, drinks are on me. Great, Yang brother, Chen brother, you both are awesome.
Fu Hua grinned and gave a thumbs up, calling everyone, come on, brothers, tonight is hot pot, let's have a drink.
The car compartment instantly became lively.
A group of people energetically got out of the car. Chen Lin and Yang Gang exchanged a smile, neither mentioned anything about the cursed convoy.
Yang Gang didn't ask. Chen Lin didn't say a word.
Nothing else mattered, at this moment, being alive was the most important thing.
Let's go help. After finishing his smoke, Yang Gang crushed the cigarette but hard.
The two got out of the car, and somehow Hulu and the others found a small table to set up a small hot pot. Fu Hua and a burly man were in charge of washing vegetables and mixing dips. Hulu and Chu Chu handled cutting the vegetables and preparing the hot pot. Even Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were assisting nearby, helping with various tasks. About half an hour later, a hot pot was almost ready, the pot small but filled with plenty of food. They brought out the greens and various meats collected from Fonglin town, rich and plentiful, not at all worse than before the apocalypse. These were all gathered by Fu Hua and the burly man, and no one was hiding anything. Chen Lin and Yang Gang also brought out drinks from the car.
Everyone began to take their seats.
Actually, there weren't any seats, everyone just sat on the ground.
Come on, let me raise a glass first.
To celebrate today, we are all still alive, everyone must live well from now on, let's drink this toast.
Yang Gang raised his glass first and proposed.
Cheers. Fu Hua and the others quickly raised their glasses and clinked them together.
Down it in one go.
Even girls like Hulu and Chu Chu took a little sip, and a pretty blush appeared on their faces. For the second glass, we must thank brother Chen Lin.
If it weren't for his fortune-telling, we wouldn't have made it out. Cheers to Chen Lin.
Yang Gang poured another glass for himself and lifted the cup.
Yes, that's right. Brother Chen Lin, I toast to you.
Brother Chen Lin, with you protecting us, our chances of survival just got better. We are following you.
Fu Hua and the burly man once again raised their glasses. It's all thanks to everyone's efforts. Everyone helping each other.
Chen Lin smiled gently, raised his glass, and clinked it with everyone, boldly saying, "Cheers." Once again, everyone drank it all down in one go.
Yang brother, how come your driving skills are so amazing? Were you a professional racer before? Come on, tell us.
This is a long story. When I was young, I indeed had this talent, but later it was all about making a living. After sitting down and having a couple of drinks, everyone loosened up a lot and started to get lively. Chen Lin could clearly feel that after all they had been through, everyone started to change. They no longer worried about things that hadn't happened and were no longer anxious about what tomorrow would bring. The most important thing was today, everyone was still alive.
Enjoy the moment. Living in the present is the most important.
Chen Lin didn't disturb others but quietly listened, enjoying this rare moment of peace.
Perhaps tomorrow, they would have to embark on a difficult journey for survival again.
In the future, such opportunities might not come again.
No one knew if they could make it through tomorrow.
Drinks flowed and dishes were served, everyone drank, chatted, and bragged. The night sky was vast with stars, and the bright moon shone above. It felt as if everything had returned to how it was before the apocalypse.
After almost 2 hours of lively chatter, they finally dispersed.
The group cleaned up a bit and returned to the car to rest.
Chen Lin had also drunk about half a pound of alcohol. A bit dizzy.
When he got back to the car, Hulu had already prepared warm honey water and handed it to Chen Lin.
No need, I'm not drunk, Chen Lin waved his hand and said, you should drink it, you had alcohol too. Drink. Otherwise, you'll have a headache. Hulu shot Chen Lin a glare.
Chen Lin couldn't resist Hulu, so he had to drink it in front of her. To be honest, a cup of honey water after drinking felt surprisingly refreshing. Chen Lin felt like he wasn't feeling as bad anymore. Seeing this, Hulu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Do you want to sleep up front?
It's more comfortable there, and there are quilts. No need, I'll just sleep here.
I might not even be able to sleep, Chen Lin shook his head. You go sleep. Hulu didn't force him and left a bottle of mineral water for him before climbing up to the second layer at the front of the car. There was originally a compartment there for the driver to rest.
Hulu always rested there. Chapter 32, The Cursed Convoy.
Chen Lin silently lit a cigarette. The moonlight outside illuminated the whole land. Inside the bus, the situation was still vaguely visible. Fu Hua, the strong man, and Chu Chu were all finding seats, joining them to create makeshift beds for sleeping. After a whole day of tension, everyone suddenly relaxed and fell into a deep and sweet sleep.
Before Chen Lin finished smoking, snores echoed throughout the bus.
Chen Lin took one last puff and flicked the butt out, creating a beautiful arc in the air. In this apocalyptic world, throwing the cigarette butt out of the bus wouldn't attract trouble.
Chen Lin opened his backpack and took out the talisman he had only partially drawn.
Through this experience, Chen Lin felt increasingly urgent. He understood how important it was to have means of survival. Especially since, after dawn, they would chase after the cursed convoy.
Chen Lin needed the means of survival even more desperately. Tonight, he had to hold on, he couldn't pass out. Let's begin.
Chen Lin prepared himself mentally, took a deep breath, and picked up the pen.
This jade pen was a supernatural item and didn't need ink. Following the previously drawn line, he quickly sketched the second stroke.
Suddenly, the talisman added a few more mysterious aspects, as if it was gradually undergoing some form of qualitative change. Chen Lin instantly felt like he was being drained. A sense of fatigue and exhaustion surged from deep within his heart.
Can't sleep.
As he felt drowsy, Chen Lin bit down on his tongue. The sharp pain stimulated Chen Lin's nerves. Chen Lin instantly became much more alert, forcing himself to stay awake. He was unsure if this method could increase his spiritual power. If it works, then it would be much easier. He could speed up the drawing of the talisman. Of course, Chen Lin didn't know what the final result would be. Everything in the supernatural sequence was unfamiliar to him.
It required continuous exploration.
Chen Lin lit another cigarette for himself, slumped back in the chair, and squinted his eyes, as if just entering a sage moment.
To find something to do, Chen Lin opened his sequence panel.
He was surprised to see the changes in both experience bars for the sequences.
From 0/10, it changed to March 10th. The experience points have increased by 3?
Chen Lin suddenly felt a lot more energetic.
Where did these 3 points come from?
He had previously verified that using skills didn't grant experience. Since drawing the talisman, he hadn't done anything particularly unusual. If calculated by the days he had the sequence, that also didn't make sense, he had only had it for 2 days.
Moreover, he was sure he hadn't gained any yesterday. It seems there's nothing special.
Chen Lin muttered to himself.
Furrowed brows. Not right. Chen Lin suddenly thought, the special event is today, isn't it?
Escaping the fog, the 3 strange beings vanished before Chen Lin in smoke.
So, to upgrade the sequence, I need to kill the strange beings?
Chen Lin was somewhat stunned. Both of his sequences were more of an auxiliary nature.
Him, hunting strange beings? That's too highly of him.
If he had to hunt, it would only be possible if he carved the symbols, perhaps he would have some chance. Of course, there was another way to hunt.
Exploit a bug. That is, just like this time, if they distance themselves from the other convoy again, some ominous event is bound to occur.
Chen Lin pondered for a moment.
They maintain a safe distance from the cursed convoy. If an uncontrollable ominous event occurs, would they immediately follow the cursed convoy?
After thinking, Chen Lin still gave up. First of all, such things may not be fixed. This time it was fog, but who knows about next time?
Too many uncertain factors, the danger level skyrockets. Secondly, what if a powerful strange being shows up and kills him instantly, not giving him any chance to react? Wouldn't that be a disaster? It's no different from lighting a lantern in the toilet. It's completely joking with his own life. Better not take risks.
Chen Lin suppressed his thoughts and quickly packed his things into his backpack. Fatigue hit him again. This time, Chen Lin didn't push himself to strengthen his mental will. After all, such things don't happen overnight. If it's useful, it should be done slowly, with persistence and maintenance. Perhaps it would yield some results. After closing his eyes, within half a minute, his breathing became even, his brows relaxed, and he fell into a deep sleep.
The next morning. The sunlight gradually drove away the darkness, shining upon the earth. Why us? Xiao Xiao, wake up. Don't leave me, I can't live without you. A miserable scream shattered the tranquility of the world.
Chen Lin suddenly opened his eyes, his right hand instinctively reaching for the baseball bat beside him. Yesterday his shovel was wasted, so this baseball bat was his weapon.
Yang Gang and Fu Hua also woke up. Chen Lin got out of the car, and Yang Gang and the others followed.
Not far from the bus, beside a pickup truck, a young man wearing glasses was holding a young woman, crying and howling. At this time, the survivors of the cursed convoy had also woken up. They did not gather around to watch the excitement, they were all busy with their own matters.
Everyone was very numb.
For that crying young man, it seemed they had already gotten used to everything he had experienced.
Numb, indifferent. It was as if everything in the world had nothing to do with them, they were just acting out of instinct, mechanically carrying on. Zombies, as if materialized here. The lifelessness was the biggest characteristic of these survivors. Chen Lin and Yang Gang could feel an invisible oppression and deep despair.
That despair made people not want to have any feelings of resistance. This made everyone's mood much heavier. Yesterday, Chen Lin had talked about the divination. This convoy was a cursed convoy. Today it seemed much more serious than what Chen Lin had said. What kind of events had these survivors experienced to become so desperate? Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. These survivors of the convoy seem a bit abnormal.
Wang Xiaoming said weakly. No kidding, do you need me to say that? Not even blind people can see it.
Fu Hua replied irritably. Chen Lin and Yang Gang exchanged glances.
Should we ask about the situation? Yang Gang asked.
Chen Lin nodded slightly. They had just interacted with this convoy, and their understanding of the convoy's situation was limited to Chen Lin's divination.
The cursed convoy. But what exactly is the situation of this convoy? No one knows. Chen Lin and Yang Gang walked towards the man with glasses.
Chen Lin activated his heavenly eye to examine the man and the surroundings, but he found nothing unusual. However, on the woman's corpse, Chen Lin noticed a few wisps of fine black smoke-like substances. But they dissipated quickly, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to normal. This gave Chen Lin some suspicion. The woman's death was probably not that simple.
Brother, my condolences. If you need help, just let us know.
Yang Gang tried hard to soften his tone, showing goodwill to not overly provoke the man. The bespectacled man stared blankly, mechanically turning his head to look at Yang Gang. The next moment, he suddenly burst into frenzied laughter.
Ha ha. Everyone will die, I will die, you will die. No one can survive in this world. You will die, tonight. Ha ha. Everyone has to die. Once dead, it's all over. Death is good. Ciao ciao, you died well. If only you could die sooner, no more fear. Dying is good.
As the man laughed, tears streamed down his face, as he kept hitting his head.
Painful and desperate.
In the end, the bespectacled man became incoherent, making it hard for anyone to understand what he was saying.
Chapter 33, Cursed to Death by Talking Too Much. Brother. Just as Chen Lin was about to ask, the bespectacled man seemed to instantaneously wake up. The bespectacled man stared at Chen Lin intensely. Next, it will be you who dies. It's you. After saying this, the bespectacled man forcefully picked up the woman's corpse and left. Chen Lin and Yang Gang felt helpless. It was clear that the man's mind had completely broken down. Trying to ask him anything was nearly impossible. Are you new here? Just as Chen Lin and Yang Gang were about to leave, a weak voice came from the other side of the pickup truck. Chen Lin and Yang Gang looked over and saw a thin little boy carefully hiding behind the truck. The boy appeared to be around 12 or 13, his hair messy, and his clothes were filthy, as if they hadn't been washed in ages. Only the boy's eyes were exceptionally bright, catching attention. Yes, that's right. Chen Lin nodded. What's your name? My name is Li Ding. The boy honestly replied, do you want to know how that woman died? Chen Lin was taken aback. He didn't expect this Li Ding to be so bold, mentioning the woman without fear. However, Chen Lin quickly realized that what this group had experienced was likely even more terrifying. So there was nothing strange about it. Can you tell us? Chen Lin asked in return. Yes. Li Ding nodded vigorously, but you have to give me some meat in exchange. I saw you guys eating hot pot yesterday. If you still have meat, I want some, but don't worry, I won't ask for more. If you don't have meat, other food will do. I will tell you everything I know. When Li Ding mentioned meat and food, his throat moved as he kept swallowing saliva. Okay. I'll go get it. You wait. Chen Lin said, turning back to the bus. Yesterday they still had a few pounds of meat left. Chen Lin casually picked up a piece of meat weighing over a pound, along with 2 packs of instant noodles and 2 bags of soft candy. When Chen Lin came back to Li Ding with these items, the boy's eyes almost sparkled with excitement. Meat, instant noodles, and candy. Li Ding reached out to grab them, but Chen Lin dodged. You tell us first, then you can take the stuff. Li Ding's expression froze a bit. What if I tell you, and you don't give me anything? Chen Lin was somewhat surprised. The kid didn't seem like an inexperienced child at all. Chen Lin thought for a moment and threw 2 bags of soft candy over. Li Ding caught the candy and without saying a word, he started to bite open a hole with his mouth and wolfed it down, continuously chewing. On Li Ding's dirty little face, a look of happiness instantly appeared. Now that you've eaten our stuff, can you tell us what's going on? After we chat, all of this is yours. Chen Lin lifted the meat chunk and instant noodles in his hand, smiling as he spoke. Li Ding licked his dry lips. Actually, at first, we were quite peaceful. After we escaped from Musi County, we only encountered strange deaths when searching for supplies, but otherwise, it was fine. About a week ago, after we gradually met some survivors on the road, bad things happened. Li Ding shrank his neck instinctively, as if recalling something terrifying. What do you mean by bad things? Chen Lin guessed, deaths? Yes. Li Ding hurriedly nodded, deaths. Every night someone inexplicably dies. At first, everyone slept together for self-protection at night. But the next day, someone would still die. The ones sleeping next to each other had no idea how long the person beside them had been dead or how they died. Moreover, the dead were strange. They looked like they peacefully fell asleep with no signs of struggle or resistance, very serene. Chen Lin and Yang Gang exchanged glances. This was somewhat similar to their own experience in the fog. That boy nicknamed Toad also died silently, and no one noticed. It seemed the cursed convoy was more troublesome than they had imagined. After pondering for a moment, Chen Lin asked again, can you tell me in detail about everything that happened after you escaped from Musi County? Sure. Li Ding then began to tell Chen Lin in detail about all the experiences they had after fleeing Musi County. I have to say, Li Ding was young but had gone through many twists, turns, and life and death situations. According to Li Ding, he had several narrow escapes from mysterious dangers. While Li Ding narrated, Chen Lin occasionally asked a few questions. Li Ding was able to answer Chen Lin's questions quite well. After finishing, Li Ding stared at the pork in Chen Lin's hand, swallowing his saliva. Also, there's another piece of news. We all suspect our convoy has been cursed. You must not think about escaping, otherwise, you will die miserably. Our convoy once had 5 extraordinary individuals, and after they left the convoy, all died. Okay, thank you for telling us all this. Chen Lin nodded with a smile, handing over the food in his hand. This is yours. Thank you. Tonight my grandma won't have to eat tree roots anymore, we have meat to eat. Li Ding excitedly bowed to Chen Lin repeatedly, holding the meat chunk and instant noodles, nearly jumping for joy. Just as Chen Lin and Yang Gang were about to turn around and leave, Li Ding spoke up again. Oh, there's one more thing I want to remind you. What is it? Chen Lin frowned, looking at the mysterious Li Ding. If you want to live longer, remember, talk less. The curse might come from talking. Li Ding carefully explained, most of the people in our convoy followed this rule, and the number of deaths gradually decreased. This is a pattern we have figured out.
Chen Lin paused for a moment. You said the curse might be caused by talking too much, then why are you telling us so much?
If it weren't for this food, I wouldn't bother telling you.
Li Ding replied matter-of-factly. Alright, I won't say more.
Otherwise, my grandma will scold me again. I'll head back now.
After that, Li Ding clutched the meat chunk in instant noodles,
running towards a three-wheeled vehicle. What a quirky little kid. Chen Lin secretly sighed.
Anyone who could survive in the apocalypse was not a simple person.
Even this seemingly innocent Li Ding.
On the outside, Li Ding looked like just a small child, a bit naive, and still held onto some childlike nature. But in reality, Li Ding was also very clever. If Chen Lin had changed his mind and not given the meat and instant noodles to Li Ding just now, Li Ding definitely would not have revealed his last words. The earlier words were actually not that important. The curse Li Ding spoke of, which came from talking too much, was the real quality conclusion that could save lives.
Chapter 34, Continuing the Journey. What do you think? Does the curse really come from talking too much? Yang Gang frowned and asked.
It's still unclear, there's a possibility, but also other possibilities. Chen Lin said lightly, but one thing is certain, try to talk less.
The so-called curse might require certain words to trigger it.
Or, the more you talk, the greater the chance of triggering the curse.
Let's observe a bit more.
Actually, Chen Lin had several guesses in his mind. But now Chen Lin wasn't very sure, especially about what Li Ding said regarding the curse coming from talking too much.
That possibility was definitely there. Got it. Yang Gang nodded and said no more.
When Chen Lin and the others returned to the bus, Lu was leading others in cleaning the bus.
Yang Gang's luxurious bus was in worse shape than a junked bus.
Besides the first 3 or 4 rows of seats, all other windows were broken, and even the roof was damaged about 2/3. At that moment, the strong man and Fu Hua were trying to straighten or hammer the bent parts of the roof. There was no other way for the windows, they could only stick raincloths with tape to block some wind and rain, which was better than nothing. One must say, Lu was still a good housekeeper, very attentive. In this situation, Chen Lin and the others had no other means of transportation, they could only continue to make do. Yang Gang felt heartbroken looking at the bus in such a state, constantly sighing.
Fortunately, it hadn't reached the point where it couldn't start. Yang brother, Chen Lin brother, how's it going?
Fu Hua and the strong man rushed over when they saw Chen Lin and Yang Gang return. They all knew this convoy was cursed, so they didn't join the excitement. Yang Gang was about to speak when Chen Lin stopped him. Everyone remember, from today on, don't talk unless necessary, especially about any bad things.
We still don't know the specifics.
Everyone was slightly stunned, hearing such words, they were all puzzled.
But out of trust in Chen Lin, they didn't ask any further. We saved breakfast for you. Later, when we're almost done cleaning up here, we can set off.
Lu tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear and said with a smile. Okay, thank you for your hard work.
Chen Lin nodded.
Lu didn't say more, since Chen Lin suggested talking less, she naturally listened. Then, Lu led everyone to continue working.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang quietly ate breakfast.
Today's breakfast was quite rich, with meat porridge, both fragrant and sweet.
There was quite a bit of meat.
And a bit of green vegetables. In fact, this meat was also hard to preserve, the weather wasn't hot right now, it was even a bit cold, but it couldn't last for long. This fresh meat still needed to be eaten quickly.
Otherwise, it would go bad.
Just as Chen Lin and Yang Gang finished their meal, the other survivors of the convoy also began to prepare to set off one after another. Lu and the others had also cleaned the bus enough. A large raincloth was used to cover the roof, and the damaged back window was sealed with wooden boards. There are some places inside the car window that used wooden boards. Not to mention how good it is, at least the wind can't blow in and the rain can't drench us. Yang Gang has filled the bus with fuel, and earlier, he collected quite a bit of fuel at the Maple Grove gas station, stored in the luggage compartment under the bus. For a short time, the bus won't be lacking fuel. Everything is ready, and the vehicles in the front convoy have started to move one after another. The bus that Chen Lin and the others are on also starts to move and follow. The cursed convoy has about 50 vehicles, with a total number of around 120 people. The scale is still quite large. Chen Lin sits in the back by the window, silently smoking, occasionally using his Tianyan to observe the vehicles ahead.
Unfortunately, Chen Lin finds nothing.
After observing for about an hour, Chen Lin gives up on continuous observation.
Let's talk about it at night.
Li Ding said that generally, no one dies during the day, and they seldom encounter the weird unless they go scavenging for supplies, or they might encounter the strange. Chen Lin thinks to himself.
Since it is still early, it's better to carve a few more talismans and save all the energy for the night. Maybe he can detect some abnormalities.
Thinking of this, Chen Lin takes out the jade pen and the talisman that has already been marked with 2 strokes. Looking at the talisman with just 2 strokes, Chen Lin feels bitter.
At this speed, it will really take 2 to 3 months to finish. He must speed up. Then, even if the cursed convoy encounters unexpected events, he will have some capital to respond with. Today, I challenge myself to carve 2 more strokes. Chen-Lin takes a deep breath and focuses on drawing the 5 thunder talismans with the jade pen. 1 stroke falls. Chen-Lin suddenly feels like he has been drained, exhaustion and weakness rushing over him. He feels dizzy. But Chen-Lin grits his teeth and continues to carve further. Another stroke falls, silver hook iron pen. He finishes in 1 breath. Chen-Lin is about to hold on no longer, his eyes rolling back. Even Chen-Lin's hands start to tremble, cramping, and he has trouble holding the pen. He grits his teeth and presses on. Halfway through the 3rd stroke, Chen-Lin's head slams down heavily onto his knee, and he falls asleep. Chen-Lin, what's wrong with you? Wake up! Not sure how long it has been, Chen-Lin groggily hears Hulu's voice. Chen-Lin hazily opens his eyes and sees Hulu standing in front of him, her eyes red and looking anxious. Yang Gang and the others also frown, their faces not looking good. Sister Hu, what's wrong? Did something happen? Chen-Lin shakes his head vigorously, his head still heavy as if he drank 8 bottles of ergwotu, and his head aches. No, to be precise, even the brain feels a bit painful. This feeling is truly sour and refreshing. Chen-Lin, you're awake. Are you okay? Hulu closely inspects Chen-Lin from head to toe. Chen-Lin looks confused, what could be wrong with me? What's wrong? You didn't wake up no matter how we called you, we thought you were cursed. Hulu says impatiently. Chen-Lin's face looks a bit unnatural, he had forgotten about that, only thinking about drawing talismans. Thinking of this, Chen-Lin subconsciously hides the jade pen without a trace. Chen-Lin smiles and says, Sister Hu, I'm fine, just too tired, I fell into a deep sleep. How could I bear to leave? If I leave, you'll become a widow. Pa! A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Hulu spits and playfully hits Chen-Lin's arm, who'll keep you company? I have nothing to do with you. Next time, if you're starving to death, I won't call you. Hulu rolls her eyes at Chen-Lin and turns to walk off the bus. Yang Gang and others shake their heads and laugh, then all get off the bus, ready for lunch. Chen-Lin glances at the electronic clock in front of him, only to realize it is already noon. Unknowingly, he slept for over 4 hours. However, he still feels very tired, very fatigued, and his head still hurts. It seems that next time, I should not force myself to carve. Just keep it to at most 2 strokes. Chen-Lin secretly thought to himself, patted his head, and got off the bus. Chapter 35, Communication and Inference. Outside the bus. Fu Hua and Wang Xiaoming, along with others, were sitting together on the grass, eating instant noodles or bread. The strongman and Chu Chu were having a bit more, because Li Dezhuang, the strongman, found plenty of meat in Maple Forest Town. Chu Chu was good friends with Li Dezhuang, and they were eating together, enjoying some meat and rice. Yang Gang and Hulu had an even richer meal, with rice, meat dishes, and vegetables. Stir-fried green peppers with meat, fried eggs, stir-fried cabbage, and a plate of stir-fried chicken, along with a seaweed soup. 4 dishes and a soup. Compared to the other survivors, it could be considered quite lavish. Chen-Lin's bus kept a distance from the cursed convoy, so they weren't worried about attracting others' attention. Moreover, the survivors of the cursed convoy probably had no mind to pay special attention to them. As soon as Chen-Lin sat down, Hulu pushed a bowl piled high like a mountain of rice in front of him. It was all meat dishes, fried meat, eggs, and chicken legs. Chen-Lin felt warm inside. She just scolded him earlier. Heh, a woman's mouth says no, but her body is very honest. Chen-Lin picked it up and started eating, not minding it being greasy at all. Hulu's cooking was really good, tasted great, looked greasy but wasn't greasy at all when eaten. So fragrant. Alas, a married woman's love is heavy, making one feel troubled. Yang Gang looked on in shock. Originally, it was half a chicken, giving a chicken leg to Chen-Lin could be counted as one thing. But pieces of chicken kept falling into Chen-Lin's bowl one after another. Not eating chicken but eating dog food? Then, Yang Gang forcefully slapped the paper in front of the two. Have you had enough? Even if you can ignore my existence, you can't treat me like I'm not human. The white paper had 2 lines of big characters written in a chaotic manner. Chen-Lin immediately cast a grateful glance at Yang Gang, he really couldn't bear the bitterness of love anymore. Hulu glanced at the bowl that only had a few pieces of chicken left, said nothing, and pretended not to see, quietly eating her own food. Only then was Yang Gang satisfied and sat back down, continuing to write on the paper and pushed it in front of Chen-Lin. I have some new thoughts about the cursed convoy. Shall we exchange ideas? Chen-Lin nodded, indicating for Yang Gang to continue. Yang Gang sat beside Chen-Lin and kept writing on the paper. Earlier, you said there might be 2 triggering ways for this curse. I thought for a long time and can exclude one.
Talking too much shouldn't trigger it, otherwise, it wouldn't be less talking as Li Ding said, but no talking at all. So, I deduced that the curse might be triggered by certain forbidden words.
After finishing, Yang Gang handed Chen Lin a pen.
Chen Lin thought for a moment and then wrote on the paper, I think the same.
Yang Gang, then let's compare and see which forbidden words we have and verify with each other?
Chen Lin, okay. Immediately, Chen Lin and Yang Gang tore a piece of paper in half, starting to write on their respective pieces. In less than a minute, both of them put down their pens.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang pushed their papers to the center. Chen Lin, eerie, death. Yang Gang, death, eerie.
This was something Chen Lin had thought of long ago. The reason he hadn't told Yang Gang earlier was to avoid triggering the so-called curse. The reason Chen Lin could think of these was simple: if they were other commonly used words, the cursed convoy would have long been wiped out. But now, only part of them were dead, so it was obvious these were not common words.
What are the most common words spoken by survivors in the apocalypse? Food, strange, death, living. First, let's exclude food. Among the convoy, if not everyone, most people will mention it, so the dead won't be a part of it. Next is living.
In the apocalypse, the most talked about topic should be how to live.
So, similarly to food, we exclude it.
However, the words strange and death are different. No one wants to bring them up, but one cannot avoid facing them. The probability of these two words being taboo is very high.
Yang Gang wrote with strength and clarity. Yang Gang, today, while chatting with Li Ding, the topic involved death.
If death can trigger a curse, could we possibly die?
Chen Lin's expression stiffened slightly, as if this could indeed be true.
Today, they just arrived and were unaware of the situation.
If their inference is correct, they might very well trigger the curse. What to do then?
Hu Lu, in a hurry, directly whispered her question.
Don't panic, this is just our speculation and analysis, it's not certain. Chen Lin quietly reassured, there's nothing to fear.
Hu Lu frowned, wanting to say something more, but was stopped by Chen Lin.
Chen Lin quickly wrote on the paper. Try to speak as little as possible to avoid triggering the curse.
Other analyses are just our conjectures, it doesn't necessarily mean the curse is triggered by language. Right now, the most reliable news is to keep quiet.
Yang Gang wrote beside them, Bro Chen Lin is right, we have other conjectures.
Hu Lu paused for a moment, picked up the pen, and continued to write, then tell me, what other conjectures do you have? After writing, Hu Lu handed the pen to Yang Gang.
This.
Yang Gang froze, he just casually said that to comfort her, never thinking so much would come from it.
Chen Lin took the pen.
Chen Lin, it's simple, as far as I know, there are two other possibilities.
One is that the convoy has strange occurrences, so certain keywords can awaken them, leading to death. The other is fear.
When a person's fear of the strange and disaster surpasses a certain threshold, it may attract the strange to kill.
This is not Chen Lin deceiving Hu Lu.
According to one of the 5 iron rules of survival in the apocalypse, if the number of people falls below a certain amount, indescribable creatures can mix into the convoy. And this cursed convoy has too complex a makeup, its origins cannot be clearly accounted for.
There is a certain possibility that indescribable creatures have mixed in.
Beyond the 5 iron rules, in fact, there is still one rule that has not been determined.
That is fear. If fear exceeds a certain threshold, it will attract strange pursuits.
The reason this is not categorized as the 6th iron rule is that no one knows what this threshold of fear really is. Therefore, this rule still belongs to the realm of concept.
There's no situation where it must be followed.
Of course, also because Chen Lin did not live long enough in his previous life, and his status was not high enough to ascertain whether this rule was true or false.
Chapter 36, Waste Utilization. Is that so?
Hu Lu felt a bit dizzy, a bit confused, this was a bit mind-boggling.
Chen Lin's explanation seemed to suggest many possibilities indeed.
Yang Gang quietly gave Chen Lin a thumbs up, the young man did well, his storytelling skills made it seem entirely believable. Seeing Hu Lu start to become dazed, Yang Gang picked up the pen again and wrote. Hu Lu, you don't need to worry about these things, clean the dishes, today's rations haven't been collected yet, right? You go collect them, managing the affairs on the vehicle is the real business.
Yang Gang pushed the note in front of Hu Lu.
Hu Lu hesitated for a moment, then nodded and began to clean up. Yang Gang moved closer to Chen Lin, continuing to communicate with paper and pen. Yang Gang, drawing a smiley face, brother, your tall tales are quite impressive.
Even I can't find any flaws in them.
Chen Lin said nothing, let's just say, is there a possibility that everything I said is the truth?
What the hell?
Yang Gang's eyes suddenly widened, staring intensely at the words Chen Lin had written down. He understood the words.
But combined together, why did it feel a bit scary?
Yang Gang frowned and continued writing, brother, don't joke anymore, she's just cleaning the dishes, stop pretending.
Chen Lin, not pretending, it's true.
Yang Gang's forehead broke out in a thin layer of cold sweat, no, brother, are you serious?
Chen Lin nodded, too lazy to write more. Yang Gang swallowed, so, are we triggering two possibilities directly? Either it's vocabulary triggering a curse, or it's vocabulary awakening the strange? Chen Lin, possible. Sweat beads began to slide down Yang Gang's forehead, so, tonight, there's a possibility it might be our death date? Chen Lin, if we're not wrong in our assumptions, it should be very likely.
Yang Gang's shoulders slumped down, his expression like someone who has lost their parents, feeling hopeless. The food was no longer appetizing. He originally thought he had escaped the sea of suffering, but unexpectedly, he had merely entered another sea of suffering. Chen Lin took a deep breath and picked up the pen again to write. Being afraid now is useless.
The more afraid you are, the more terrified, the more likely it is to trigger the three we inferred. You might be doomed. Don't scare yourself.
The probability of Li Ding's death is even higher than ours. He triggered two vocabulary words.
Death and strange.
If Li Ding is not dead, then it proves that our previous assumptions were all wrong.
Everything will be revealed tonight.
Chen Lin finished writing and pushed the paper in front of Yang Gang. Yang Gang read it and couldn't help but smile bitterly, but there was nothing he could do. Now, they could only hope their analysis was wrong. Even if the inference was correct, it would be better not to touch the taboo word death and find something else instead.
At this moment, Wang Xiaoming's voice came. Do we still need to hand in food?
Sister Hu, our backpack was taken by the strange when I ran out in a hurry last night.
Can we not hand it in? Then Zhang Lily said, what are we handing in? We almost died yesterday, we were just hitching a ride, do we still have to hand in? Who wants to hand in? Whoever hands in. I won't hand in. Hulu, don't think you can be so arrogant just because you have Chen Lin backing you. Who doesn't know how you ended up in Chen Lin's bed?
I don't know what Chen Lin sees in you. Your chest is smaller than mine, your butt isn't as nice as mine. Tell me, what do you have beside being a bit younger?
What are you? Zhang Lily, saying such things shows no conscience. If it weren't for Chen Lin and Yang Gu, we would have died yesterday.
Shu Chu stood up angrily and said, also, handing in food every day was what we agreed on.
Shu Chu is right, anyone has their reasons, but you two have none. If it weren't for you, how could we have faced that situation yesterday?
Fu Hua and the strong man also stood up, glaring at Zhang Lily and Wang Xiaoming. They had long disliked these two. They were useless in everything, but consumed everything in sight.
Being stuck in the car not only drained everyone's emotions but also held everyone back. Who could stand that?
Besides, everyone now knew that to live longer in such times, they could only follow exceptional sequences. Yet these two brainless dared to cause such a scene. In the past, we had no choice but to follow you, but now, with such a large convoy, do we still have to worry about not finding someone to take us in? I can't believe we will die here.
Zhang Lily glared fiercely at the others.
Wang Xiaoming, however, nervously grabbed Zhang Lily. Lily, don't cause trouble, this convoy is cursed. If we leave the bus, we might die for no reason.
Wang Xiaoming was coaxing Zhang Lily while smiling ingratiatingly at Hulu. Sister Hu, we'll hand it in, we'll hand it in. Hulu was about to speak, but
Chen Lin walked over, grabbed Hulu, and gently shook his head, signaling Hulu to be quiet. Before they completely understood the situation of the cursed convoy, they should talk as little as possible.
In fact, Chen Lin had long wanted to deal with Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily, these two characters. Chen Lin was very familiar with Wang Xiaoming, a deadbeat who was always licking boots. Zhang Lily was a peculiar one.
It was only because the convoy had fewer than 10 people before that Chen Lin had kept his patience until now.
But now, Chen Lin had a new idea. This pair of oddballs, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily, maybe they could still be put to good use.
Even waste has value.
It just depends on how to use it.
Just right, Chen Lin had something valuable to utilize them for. Chen Lin didn't speak but wrote with pen and paper. After finishing, Chen Lin unfolded the paper and placed it in front of Wang Xiaoming. Chen Lin, if you can agree to one thing, you won't have to give food, it will be deducted from my share, and I will give you an extra amount of food. Chen Lin's writing was large, and everyone could clearly see the content above.
Whoa! Brother Chen Lin.
Fu Hua and the strong man wanted to speak but then remembered that even Chen Lin tried to talk as little as possible, communicating through pen and paper, so they quickly covered their mouths. But from their eyes and faces, it was not hard to tell that they also wanted to help Chen Lin with the work. Hulu furrowed his brow, somewhat confused about Chen Lin.
Was Chen Lin really hungry and eyeing Zhang Lily? Brother Chen Lin, is it true? I am willing, I am willing. Thank you for taking care of me.
Wang Xiaoming was so excited he was about to jump up.
Such good fortune. This Chen Lin was simply a saint.
If Chen Lin weren't a man, Wang Xiaoming would have wanted to kiss him. Zhang Lily was even more thrilled.
Was Chen Lin really changing his mind?
Indeed, Chen Lin liked her. She said she didn't want it before, but now her body wasn't being very honest.
She had absolute confidence in her figure and looks.
As for age, that was not a problem. A ripe fruit was sweeter, wasn't it?
Ha, men.
Thinking of this, Zheng Lili hurriedly agreed, okay, since Chen Lin wants us to stay, then we will not leave.
Humph, everyone saw it, it was Chen Lin who kept me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have stayed.
As she spoke, Zheng Lili provocatively glanced at Hulu, almost lifting her tail to the sky.
Chapter 37, Good Bootlicker, what a bootlicker.
Chen Lin had a smile on his face, and he did not stop Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili from speaking. Whether Wang Xiaoming lived or died had little to do with him. Hulu, seeing Zhang Yanyan smile, turned around to see Chen Lin's happy face, and his face darkened.
Chen Lin was really hungry. Humph. Hulu snorted and glared at Chen Lin before turning to leave.
Chen Lin wanted to pull him back, but Hulu angrily swatted Chen Lin's hand away as if having made a decision, walking away without looking back.
Zhang Lili was even more excited. Little Hulu still wanted to compete with her. Too green.
She said, older had its advantages.
Chen Lin felt bitter. He knew that Hulu was really angry this time.
But Chen Lin had no intention to appease him, whether he and Yang Gang were cursed was still unknown. If they were really cursed and he ended up dead, Hulu probably wouldn't be that sad.
Let's talk about it in a couple of days. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Lin continued writing a contract on the paper. Basically, it stated that Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili would help Chen Lin with tasks, not needing to give food on the bus anymore, and that Chen Lin would cover for them while also guaranteeing an extra portion of food for the two. If they violated it, Chen Lin could deal with them as he wished.
Wang Xiaoming saw this and immediately signed it without any name or fingerprint.
Zhang Lili also became excited. She saw different content between the lines. She could see clearly through the gaps, and it was written plainly, from now on, you are my person.
You little thing, still trying to play tricks on me. Zhang Lili elegantly took the pen, gave Chen Lin a playful glare, and quickly signed.
Chen Lin's smile became even brighter.
Hopefully, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili would still be able to laugh tomorrow. Beside them, Chu Chu and Fu Hua were somewhat touched.
Chen Lin, I.
Chu Chu looked weakly at Chen Lin. If she could get food without handing it in, she would want it too. Chen Lin waved his hand, you can't do it, and also, try to keep quiet. After saying this, Chen Lin beckoned Wang Xiaoming with his finger, indicating for him to get in the car.
Wang Xiaoming did not think much and followed Chen Lin into the car, heading to the back compartment.
Chen Lin had already taken out the jade pen, and the talisman that only had 4.5 strokes, along with the talisman manual.
Drawing this talisman was really painful.
Chen Lin was somewhat overwhelmed. He thought of letting Wang Xiaoming come.
As long as what Wang Xiaoming drew could be used.
Then Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili would be his lifelong talisman ambassadors.
Damn! Brother Chen, are you a Taoist?
Wang Xiaoming was shocked, he had no idea at all.
Chen Lin actually had this skill.
Chen Lin ignored him and wrote on the white paper, you follow this talisman, take this jade pen, continue to draw, and when it's finished, I will reward you with a chicken leg tonight.
If you draw it wrong, you will get a beating.
Okay, Brother Chen, don't worry, I will draw well.
Wang Xiaoming immediately sat next to Chen Lin, rolled up his sleeves, ready to work hard.
Wang Xiaoming looked at the talisman manual in front of him, his eyes almost sparkling. He never expected that Chen Lin would let him do this.
Wang Xiaoming was almost moved to tears inside.
Chen Lin was really a good person. Not only did he let him keep his food, but also he gave him food and taught him real skills. This was something that could save his life in the apocalypse. If he learned this, even if he wasn't of extraordinary rank, he would have certain ways to protect himself in the apocalypse. At that time, when he left the bus, he would have some confidence.
This had to be learned well.
As for making mistakes, that wasn't even in Wang Xiaoming's considerations. It was as simple as drawing according to the pattern. All he needed was to have hands. After all, Wang Xiaoming had studied art for 2.5 years before. To be safe, Wang Xiaoming even specially found a piece of white paper and practiced a few times to get familiar with the brushwork. Chen Lin did not stop him, quietly lighting a cigarette for himself. To be honest, this kid Wang Xiaoming was quite careful, he knew to get familiar with it and didn't jump right in. Chen Lin did not mind what Wang Xiaoming was thinking. To unleash the power of this talisman, only extraordinary items like the jade pen could do it. Even if Wang Xiaoming learned it, it wouldn't be useful. Unless Wang Xiaoming also practiced Taoism. As for leaking the talisman manual, Chen Lin was not worried at all. This thing was useless to ordinary people, and he did not know if it was useful to Taoists. For other matters, Chen Lin was even less concerned. He wasn't afraid that Wang Xiaoming would realize the jade pen was an extraordinary item. So what if he realized? Chen Lin had already decided not to let Wang Xiaoming leave the bus, either he worked for him continuously or he would die. He believed Wang Xiaoming was a smart person who knew how to choose. As for leaking it to others on the bus, Chen Lin was also not worried. From yesterday's incident, the people on the bus had at least built a certain level of trust.
There were no significant problems with their character.
Moreover, it wouldn't be a bad thing for others on the bus to know, it could give them more confidence.
With confidence. Additionally, it could increase Chen Lin's influence over the whole bus.
This had no negative effect on Chen Lin.
After Chen Lin finished his cigarette, Wang Xiaoming was almost familiar with it. Brother Chen, I'm starting now.
Wang Xiaoming eagerly picked up the jade pen and focused on drawing where Chen Lin had carved before. As soon as he started drawing, Wang Xiaoming felt something was off, as if something inside him was quietly fading away. But Wang Xiaoming didn't pay it any mind, and after completing half of Chen Lin's drawing, he felt a bit dizzy. Chen Lin was a bit surprised. He originally thought Wang Xiaoming would only manage to draw half, but unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoming hadn't fallen. Because based on Chen Lin's deduction, his extraordinary body's quality should surpass that of an ordinary person by 3 to 5 times. Therefore, Wang Xiaoming should have fallen after drawing at most half.
Unexpectedly, Wang Xiaoming was still a treasure boy. Wang Xiaoming's mental strength was astonishingly terrifying. However, Chen Lin quickly realized. A dog like Wang Xiaoming could lick Zhang Lili to this extent. If his spirit wasn't strong, he wouldn't be able to lick even a bit. Chen Lin even opened the heaven's eye to check the talisman, and the special gas swirling above was still there, including on the half-stroke of Wang Xiaoming. This proved that the talisman was useful, and Wang Xiaoming's drawing was effective. This filled Chen Lin with joy. Originally thought to be a waste, unexpectedly, it yielded treasure. Brother Chen, why do I feel a little dizzy? Wang Xiaoming looked toward Chen Lin, feeling a bit weak.
Chen Lin pointed to the white paper in front of him, which wrote, "Dizziness is normal, keep going." Wang Xiaoming mumbled a bit, didn't think too much, and continued to hold the pen to draw. After drawing another half, Wang Xiaoming's hand started shaking. Yet Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth and insisted on finishing that stroke. Then, with a bang, Wang Xiaoming's head thudded against the backrest, and he fell into a deep sleep. Wow! Chen Lin was shocked, 1.5 strokes. This was something Chen Lin could only achieve with all his effort, but Wang Xiaoming actually completed it. Chen Lin's breathing became rapid. Family, who understands? Originally thought to be waste, but turned out to be a piece of gold. Found it. Truly hit the jackpot. Chen Lin looked at the sleeping Wang Xiaoming, his eyes burning with excitement. It seemed like Wang Xiaoming wasn't so annoying after all. Isn't this a pure innate talent in the world? What a devoted dog, what a devoted dog. This talisman might allow the work to be completed ahead of time. Just don't know if Zhang Lili will give him a different surprise. Thinking of this, Chen Lin couldn't contain his surging emotions and immediately got off the car to find Zhang Lili. Chapter 38, Terrifying. You little thing, don't be so eager. In such a rush, at least give someone a bit of preparation time. Zhang Lili said this, but her feet didn't slow down at all as she followed Chen Lin onto the bus. Chen Lin rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with this oddball. If Zhang Lili couldn't compare to Wang Xiaoming, she'd be dead in an instant. When they got to the seat, Zhang Lili saw Wang Xiaoming sleeping in his seat, her brows furrowing tightly. Why is he still here? What happened to him? Zhang Lili said suspiciously. Chen Lin didn't want to say another word to Zhang Lili, quickly scribbling a line on the white paper. He's tired, let him sleep for a bit, don't bother him. After reading, Zhang Lili's lips curved into a playful smile, the crow's feet at the corners of her eyes wrinkling as if the wall skin was about to peel off. So you like to play like this? Is it more exciting in front of Wang Xiaoming? Or you're just good at it, the sister is familiar with it. Don't worry, sister will definitely cooperate with you. Zhang Lili shoved the sleeping Wang Xiaoming into the aisle and plopped down, leaning towards Chen Lin. Damn, how much powder will this take? Chen Lin couldn't watch any longer, he kicked Zhang Lili and showed a fierce expression. Go away. Chen Lin really did not want to say another word, but he couldn't help it. Zhang Lili's face stiffened slightly, but her smile soon blossomed again. Is it the domineering president? It's violent, right? Okay. Sister hasn't played this in a long time, used to just go along with that old man, but this time, you're the lucky one. Sister has experience. Tell me, should I tie you up? Do you want to come or should I? Zhang Lili blinked. Ugh. Chen Lin really couldn't stand it anymore. What on earth was Zhang Lili made of? Playing so provocatively. Chen Lin's face turned cold as he picked up the note he had shown Wang Xiaoming earlier. Zhang Lili paused, and after reading it seriously, she suddenly understood. It's a task, right? Please give your orders, master. Zhang Lili smiled brightly and even threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Lin. Chen Lin clenched his fists, his eyes turned red. He really wanted to punch Zhang Lili to death. So disgusting. Boom. In the end, Chen Lin couldn't hold it in anymore and kicked Zhang Lili in the face, knocking her to the ground.
Do whatever I say. If you talk back, I will kill you.
Chen Lin glared fiercely at Zhang Lili. Who would have thought that Zhang Lili, whose face was almost twisted by the kick, would not be angry at all, and instead showed a look of satisfaction.
Well done. Still young and strong, huh? Zhang Lili's face flushed, as if she was enjoying it. What the hell?
Chen Lin was completely dumbfounded.
How could this even happen? How cheap must someone be to enjoy this?
Chen Lin admitted that he had indeed held back a little bit out of fear of kicking Zhang Lili to death, but it wasn't light at all. Chen Lin completely lost his temper. He was afraid that if he hit Zhang Lili again, she would probably get even more excited. Finally, Chen Lin let go of his fists, as the serious matter was more important. Get familiar with the brush strokes first, then start drawing.
Chen Lin pointed domineeringly at the unfinished talisman.
This time, Zhang Lili did not act out but obediently picked up the jade brush, starting to familiarize herself with the talisman strokes as Chen Lin instructed. Zhang Lili wasn't as complex as Wang Xiaoming. She didn't take it seriously and treated it merely as a task given by Chen Lin. Chen Lin lit a cigarette for himself, took a hard drag, and slowly exhaled, trying to calm his emotions.
Damn it!
If Zhang Lili only finishes half the strokes later, it will be her end tonight.
Even finishing any one stroke would not be allowed.
Chen Lin absolutely could not keep this disgusting thing around him just to save a little effort.
So disgusting.
Chen Lin thought chaotically, and when he turned back, he found that Zhang Lili had already started drawing on that talisman he had drawn 6 strokes on.
What the hell? Looking for death. Chen Lin's anger flared up, all his resentment rushing in like a tide.
Just as he was about to slap her, Chen Lin was stunned.
Zhang Lili had actually already drawn the 7th stroke on the talisman. And she seemed unfazed, continuing to draw the 8th stroke. Hiss. So terrifying.
Chen Lin immediately withdrew his hand, his face filled with shock. He guessed that with Zhang Lili's shamelessness, her mental endurance should be quite high, but he didn't expect it to be this high.
He thought Wang Xiaoming was a champion. But it turned out that Zhang Lili was the unparalleled champion.
Chen Lin had always thought that drawing 1.5 strokes was his limit.
But he didn't realize that was only his own limit.
Now he felt a bit inferior. He felt out of place compared to Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili because he was too shy and had poor mental endurance. It turns out that being shameless in the apocalypse is a bonus. And just as Chen Lin was lost in thought for a moment, Zhang Lili had already finished the 8th stroke and was moving on to the 9th. Chen Lin's eyes were bloodshot, staring intently at Zhang Lili.
Good, good, good. Hurry and draw. Hurry and go on.
Chen Lin's eyes were about to penetrate through.
Zhang Lili skillfully finished the 9th stroke.
Chen Lin's heart was in his throat.
Zhang Lili still didn't stop. She kept going. Finally, Zhang Lili finished the 10th stroke. My head feels so dizzy. Zhang Lili could no longer hold on.
The head tilted, and down it went. Chen Lin did not care about Zhang Lili's life or death, but hurried to pick up the talisman and looked at the 10 strokes drawn on it, feeling ecstatic.
Good. Great. Chen Lin's face was filled with smiles. He bet right this time.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were both innate cattle and horses.
Purebred.
He drew 2 or 3 times alone, nearly falling asleep, and did not draw as much as they did in one go.
This is insane. Too insane. With this wave, Chen Lin made a fortune.
According to this trend, 100 strokes of the talisman, which originally required about 3 months, at least 2 months, could now be completed in just over 20 days if Chen Lin didn't do anything himself.
This is reduced to 1/5 of the time.
If Chen Lin occasionally drew 1 or 2 strokes, the time could shrink even further, and 20 days would absolutely be achievable. Of course, Chen Lin didn't want to carve anymore. It was really hard to bear, and his head still hurt. The after effects were indeed very strong. And he didn't even know if it would cause irreversible damage to his mind or if he might become mentally ill.
If he could avoid drawing, he would.
Especially considering the potential of Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, it was simply invincible. To shorten the time, it wasn't necessary for Chen Lin to get involved. The sequel effects of carving the talisman required at least 4 hours of rest. This means that the completion time of the talisman could be shortened by 4 times. Which means it could shrink from 20 days to about 5 or 6 days.
Thinking of this, Chen Lin's eyes lit up.
As for whether Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili could endure the aftereffects, whether they would go crazy in the end, was not something Chen Lin was considering.
Let's push them a bit more. I think their mental endurance is stronger than mine. I cannot set rules based on my standards. Perhaps they only need 3 hours of sleep. A talisman that could be drawn in over 100 days, they only need 3 days. No, if Wang Xiaoming holds on for 3 hours, with Zhang Lili's shamelessness, it could be squeezed down to about 2 hours. In a day, just Zhang Lili could draw 48 strokes, plus Wang Xiaoming, they could finish it in less than 2 days. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with fiery excitement, almost bursting into flames.
A workload that originally took over 100 days, handed over to Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, could be done in just over 2 days.
Terrifying indeed. Chapter 39, Zhang Lili's Potential. No, it's still lacking.
Zhang Lili is twice as strong as Wang Xiaoming, which means Zhang Lili only needs to rest for an hour and a half.
We must speed up the progress of the talisman's completion.
Just wake Zhang Lili up once after an hour and a half, and strive to complete the task in a bit more than a day. With this thought, Chen Lin suddenly felt his head no longer hurt, and he was more spirited. His whole body was filled with strength.
Adrenaline was soaring continuously. It was another energetic day.
Chen Lin glanced at the time. It was just 12:30, and he would wake Zhang Lili up at 2 o'clock to get to work. Originally, Chen Lin planned to rest a bit, but now he felt no drowsiness at all. Thus, Chen Lin sat at his seat, smoking continuously, one cigarette after another. Around 1 o'clock, Hu Lu and Chu Chu gradually returned to the car. They all saw Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili collapsed in the aisle.
Everyone was shocked. What exactly did Chen Lin make Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili do?
Were they exhausted like this? If it weren't for their chests still rising and falling, everyone would suspect these two were already gone. Especially Chu Chu, who originally planned to help Chen Lin with some work.
Now,
she was scared, terrified. Chen Lin was absolutely right. This task, she could do nothing at all. Chu Chu looked gratefully at Chen Lin. Her calls of brother Chen Lin were not in vain. Chen Lin wasn't stopping her from working, he was clearly saving her life. When Hu Lu saw the scene, she hesitated for a moment, as if wanting to say something to Chen Lin, but saw Chen Lin sitting in his seat, casually smoking, and she stomped her foot in annoyance, ultimately deciding not to approach. Once everyone got back on the bus, the cursed convoy set off again.
Chen Lin occasionally glanced at the electronic clock in front.
Ever since the apocalypse broke out, their phones and such had basically been destroyed, only that electronic clock in front of the bus hadn't lost power. For the first time, Chen Lin felt that time was so hard to bear.
Every minute and every second felt like living a year.
Seeing that it was almost 1:30, Chen Lin prepared in advance, opened a bottle of cola, placed it on the board, and wrote a note.
Then, Chen Lin suddenly kicked Zhang Lili with a forceful blow. Revive. My talisman ambassador.
Zhang Lili only felt a sharp pain in her thigh, groggily opening her eyes.
Her head hurt. It felt like it was about to split open.
Her body felt like it was going to fall apart. It felt like 1,000 needles piercing everywhere.
How did I fall asleep just now? Why am I lying on the ground? Could it be that Chen Lin took advantage of my sleep and did something to me?
This guy really is wild, doesn't know how to cherish a woman at all.
Besides me, there probably isn't anyone else in this world who can handle him.
Even though I told him not to treat me like a person, I didn't ask him to treat me like livestock.
What a mess, and then just throwing me on the ground. Ow, my head hurts, it really hurts. Zhang Lili was a bit annoyed. But unfortunately, she had no chance to experience it while awake.
Chen Lin was way more intense than Wang Xiaoming.
That useless Wang Xiaoming, what more could he do besides drenching her in saliva?
But when Chen Lin saw Zhang Lili waking up, his eyes lit up.
Family, who understands?
Zhang Lili has really woken up.
So resilient.
Chen Lin had slept for over 4 hours and felt like he'd been hit by a car. His head felt like he'd drunk 10 pounds of fake alcohol. Zhang Lili woke up in less than 2 hours. This time it was serious. Chen Lin hurriedly handed the cola he had to her. Zhang Lili was stunned for a moment, looked up, and saw Chen Lin with a big smile handing her a bottle of cola, with a straw thoughtfully inserted. Zhang Lili felt her heart melt. Just as she was about to speak, Chen Lin handed her a piece of paper. It was filled with caring words.
Don't talk, to avoid the curse, drink some beverage to replenish your energy, let's continue the task and keep drawing.
Chen Lin prepared the cola just so Zhang Lili could replenish her energy and finish the talisman better and longer. As for telling Zhang Lili not to talk, it was purely because he didn't want to chat with her, afraid it might be awkward.
However, Zhang Lili didn't think so at all.
In that moment, she was almost in tears.
So touching.
Chen Lin was really caring, worrying that she was too tired and thoughtfully preparing a drink. He even reminded her to not talk because of the curse. So sweet. Zhang Lili quickly picked up the cola and started drinking. The sweet taste felt so blissful. Chen Lin watched as Zhang Lili was moved to the point of tears, feeling a bit conflicted inside.
It's just a bottle of drink, is it really that important?
As expected, only someone like Zhang Lili, with a somewhat abnormal mental state, could quickly finish drawing the talisman. After drinking the cola in one go, she instantly felt much more comfortable all over. This time, her suffering was not in vain.
Another energetic day.
Today, not to mention whether Chen Lin treats her as a person or as an animal, she would satisfy him. Only a powerful man like Chen Lin deserves her. Zhang Lili took a deep breath. This time she listened to Chen Lin and did not speak, obediently picked up the jade brush and continued to draw the 5 thunder talisman. Even though she was drawing the talisman, she could clearly feel. Beside him, Chen Lin's gaze was burning hot. Even this seasoned veteran felt a bit flustered under Chen Lin's stare. Zhang Lili had managed to grasp a little bit of Chen Lin's intent. It turned out he liked watching women write. To win Chen Lin's heart, she had to hold on to this point. She wanted to make sure Chen Lin could never live without her. With that thought, Zhang Lili's spirit lifted even more. Her hand began to write slowly. The 11th stroke. The 12th stroke, without any hesitation. The 13th stroke, a little slow but steady. Chen Lin's breath almost stopped, his heart continuously shouting. Don't stop, keep going. Zhang Lili, you can do it. You must believe in yourself. It seemed Zhang Lili felt something. Could it be that Chen Lin was close to reaching? She felt exhilarated. Although she felt a bit uncomfortable, she thought she could still hold on. She wrote the 14th stroke. Chen Lin's heart was about to leap out. Zhang Lili actually hadn't stopped, she was still going. Zhang Lili wrote the 15th stroke halfway through, she finally couldn't hold on anymore. I feel a bit dizzy again. Chen Lin, you didn't put something in the cola, did you? Actually, you don't have to. Before she could finish her sentence, Zhang Lili's eyes rolled back, and she fainted, completely passed out. Damn! Why all this nonsense? Chen Lin was so angry he wanted to curse. If Zhang Lili hadn't babbled, she could have definitely written the 15th stroke of the 5 thunder talismans. However, this also proved another point. 1.5 hours was definitely not Zhang Lili's limit. Perhaps it could be shortened by another half hour. Zhang Lili wrote 4 strokes in an hour. Alone, she could draw 96 strokes of the 5 thunder talismans in one day. Plus with Wang Xiaoming. In less than a day, they could finish the 5 thunder talismans. Over 100 days' worth of work could be completed in a single day. Previously, Chen Lin had been too conservative, estimating it would take 3 days or more. With that time, he could have drawn 2 or 3 sheets. Invincible. Absolutely invincible. Thinking about this, Chen Lin's breathing became heated. He admitted there was an element of gambling, but this time, he had bet right. He must speed up the process of the 5 thunder talismans. Chapter 40, the progress of the 5 thunder talismans is rapid. Half an hour later. Chen Lin still couldn't help but want to wake Wang Xiaoming to see his potential. But no matter how Chen Lin called him, even after slapping Wang Xiaoming several times, his face swollen like a pig's head. Wang Xiaoming just wouldn't wake up. It seems the aftereffects were quite serious. If Wang Xiaoming didn't wake up even when Chen Lin called him, then he truly couldn't handle it. Chen Lin had no choice but to wait another half hour and called out using his foot again. Wang Xiaoming groggily woke up. Hiss. My face is numb and painful. My head really hurts. Why does it feel like I was hit by a car? Everything hurts. Wang Xiaoming held his head, drawing in cold breaths. Chen Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, he woke up. Chen Lin immediately handed over a bottle of water and a note. The note read, "Don't panic, dizziness is normal, relax and breathe, drink some water, keep writing, and you'll get used to it after a few tries." Wang Xiaoming looked at the water being handed over, feeling a bit guilty inside. Damn it! He hadn't written much before he fell asleep. How could he face Chen Lin's caring and concern? Especially since he still wanted to secretly learn Chen Lin's talismans and break away from him. Chen Lin hadn't even scolded him. This made him feel even more guilty. He must not let Chen Lin down. Brother Chen, I'm sorry, my head hurts a bit, and I don't know how I fell asleep. I won't let you down again. Wang Xiaoming apologetically glanced at Chen Lin, took the water, and gulped down a big mouthful. This time, it wasn't for Chen Lin. He had to fight for himself. He had to learn the talismans well. He wanted to become the one in charge of the big bus. Let's see who dares to look down on him again. By the way, brother Chen Lin, what happened to Lily? Wang Xiaoming saw Chen Lili sleeping in the hallway and felt confused. Chen Lin frowned, quite displeased, thinking there was too much unnecessary talk, but he still patiently wrote a reply. Zhang Lili is too tired, she fell asleep. Too tired? Wang Xiaoming was stunned for a moment, an unpleasant thought suddenly rising in his mind. Could it be that this bastard Chen Lin did something to Lily? Did Chen Lin make her faint? Zhang Lili already had feelings for Chen Lin, how could she handle it if he just sweet-talked her? Poor Lily, how much torment did she go through to sleep so deeply? I wonder if Chen Lin wore protection. Damn Chen Lin. Beast. Simply not human. Chen Lin, you wait for me. Once I secretly learn your talisman, I will make you regret it. Wang Xiaoming silently vowed, feeling any remorse for Chen Lin completely vanish. Now, all he felt for Chen Lin was hatred. But now was not the time to explode, he still needed to rely on Chen Lin's power.
Wang Xiaoming stopped talking and quietly draped a coat over Zhang Lily. Lily, you rest for now. One day, I will prove to you that I am the man who truly loves you. Wang Xiaoming took a deep breath and sat back down. This time, Wang Xiaoming had experience, and did not need Chen Lin to remind him. He began to draw the 5 Thunder Talisman again. Chen Lin was very satisfied. This was more like it. Time is money. Under Chen Lin's watchful gaze, Wang Xiaoming continued with the 15th stroke. After finishing half a stroke, Wang Xiaoming felt almost nothing. Then he proceeded to the 16th stroke. By the time he reached the 17th stroke, Wang Xiaoming could no longer hold on. He just finished and his eyes rolled back as he fainted. 17 strokes. Chen Lin watched as the first talisman was almost taking shape, nearly a fifth complete. What a speed! After kicking Wang Xiaoming aside, Chen Lin continued to wait. Another half hour passed. It was almost time for Zhang Lily to wake up, even if she didn't rest. After another half hour, Chen Lin called Zhang Lily back awake. Zhang Lily groggily woke up, feeling like her body was about to split open, a bit angry. Chen Lin is simply a beast. But when Zhang Lily looked at the coat covering her, she felt a little touched. Although Chen Lin didn't treat her like a person, he was rather considerate. And Zhang Lily didn't take it up with Chen Lin, continuing to carve the sigils as per Chen Lin's master's orders. This time, Zhang Lily still carved 4 strokes. This made Chen Lin very happy. The first symbol of the 5 Thunder Talisman was almost formed. Can't even imagine, really can't imagine, in just a few short hours, completing what Chen Lin needed 10 days or more to accomplish. Simply ridiculous, absurd. Chen Lin felt completely awake and just stared at the time. Wang Xiaoming needed 2 hours of sleep, Wang Lily needed 1 hour. Chen Lin woke the two up at the right time. And with each time Chen Lin awakened them, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily could clearly feel the changes in their bodies. Fatigued. Exhausted. Most importantly, their heads were hurting more and more. Around 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the cursed convoy came to a stop. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily fell back into a deep sleep once again. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. The completion level of the 5 Thunder Talisman had reached around 30%, almost a third done. At this pace, it really wouldn't take a day to finish. Moreover, most importantly, although the 5 Thunder Talisman was not yet fully formed, Chen Lin had already sensed that the incomplete talisman had undergone some kind of qualitative change. Using it now might even yield some power. This was a good start. I hope the power of this Thunder Talisman does not disappoint Chen Lin. With the jade brush and the incomplete Thunder Talisman safely tucked away, Chen Lin slung a small backpack over his shoulder, got off the car, and planned to wake up Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily after finishing his meal. He decided to skip the chicken leg promised to Wang Xiaoming, but he would definitely save one for Zhang Lily. Zhang Lily was the real treasure. Over 70% of this Thunder Talisman had been completed by her up to now. Wang Xiaoming, that useless guy, did not deserve to eat the chicken leg. At that moment, Hulu had already prepared the meal, which was still 4 dishes and a soup, laid out on the table. Yang Gang silently pushed over a note. Where are Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily? Chen Lin blinked and wrote in the back, they are tired and resting in the car. Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin, puzzled. Today, while driving, he had noticed Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily dozing off again and again. Chen Lin woke them up periodically, and Yang Gang was curious about what Chen Lin was really doing. Seeing that Chen Lin had no intention of explaining, he gave up. After all, sneaking into others' secrets is not a good habit. Chen Lin took a bowl of rice, just seated down, ready to grab some meat to eat. Hulu quietly pushed the meat dishes in front of Yang Gang. Chen Lin awkwardly held his chopsticks in midair. He smiled and tried to grab some vegetables instead. Hulu pushed those away again. Chen Lin thought for a moment, what the heck, soup with rice is fine too, and reached out to get some soup. Hulu pushed that away as well. Hulu then handed over another note, which read, let your Lily cook for you. Chen Lin sighed, well, it looked like he wouldn't be having dinner tonight. So, offending anyone is fine, but never offend a woman. Chen Lin had no choice but to quietly eat plain rice, taking out a few sausages to make do. Zhang Lily, it's not that I don't want to give you a chicken leg, I don't have any to eat myself. Don't say I have a black heart. Chen Lin thought secretly, eating happily with a few bites. Hulu looked at Chen Lin with a resentful expression. This guy still wouldn't explain anything until now. He would rather eat plain rice than explain. How frustrating. Yang Gang chuckled to himself. Today was his lucky day, as dinner was quite bountiful. All for him. Tonight, he had to eat his fill. However, just as Yang Gang reached for his chopsticks, Hulu took the plate of chicken away. Huh? Yang Gang looked baffled. Then, under Yang Gang's gaze, Hulu took out another bowl and scooped a little bit from the half-full plate of fried meat and veggies. Next, Hulu covered it all and sat down to eat. Wait, I haven't even eaten yet. You just took it away? Yang Gang was confused. If you guys don't argue, I can't eat chicken meat. If you argue, I still can't eat chicken meat? So, is it that I'm the only one getting hurt here? In the end, it's still one person shouldering everything alone. Chapter 41, Pleading for Mercy.
Yang Gang had originally wanted to stand up for his basic rights, but seeing Hulu taking a bite of rice while staring intensely at Chen Lin, chewing as if she wanted to crush him, made him rethink.
Yang Gang thought he didn't really want to eat chicken anymore. Eating pork was just as good. It tastes great too. At least it's better than Chen Lin's sausages. Do they have the taste of meat? As Yang Gang thought about it, he felt a bit more balanced inside. Just then, a sudden commotion broke out on the bus. Where is Sister Hu? Sister Hu? Wang Xiaoming rushed off the bus with a panicked look on his face.
It seemed that Wang Xiaoming was so exhausted that he almost stumbled and fell down the steps. His face was pale without a trace of blood, just like he had been seriously ill.
Next, Zhang Lili also followed him off the bus.
Zhang Lili looked even worse than Wang Xiaoming, more frail, needing to lean on the car to move slowly, like a decaying old person.
Zhang Lili's face too was devoid of any color. The dark bags under the eyes couldn't even be covered by foundation. Zhang Lili trembled and walked down.
Under everyone's gaze, Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming supported each other, their legs weak, as they walked towards Hulu. As they passed Chen Lin, they instinctively shrank their necks and stepped back, as if Chen Lin would eat them, their eyes filled with fear.
Deep fear.
Finally, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili reached Hulu, and Wang Xiaoming knelt directly in front of her.
Sister, we will turn in supplies.
We will turn in double. I don't want Chen Lin to turn them in for us.
Wang Xiaoming's face was full of desperation. Yes, 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 we will turn them in. We really will. We will turn in all our supplies.
From now on, every time we find supplies, we will turn them in.
Zhang Lili nodded her head like a chick pecking at rice.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili had woken up just when Chen Lin was eating.
Although they didn't initially understand what Chen Lin had done to them. But they were not fools. An entire afternoon. 5 long hours. Do you know how they spent those 5 hours? They felt like they had been crushed by a truck full of dirt for a whole 5 hours, headache, foot pain, and hand pain. Especially their heads, they felt like they were about to explode. Could they not realize that what Chen Lin made them do was strange?
So, after they woke up, they simply discussed it briefly, and they unanimously decided to stay away from Chen Lin.
Chen Lin was really not human. He was a devil. If they continued to hang out with Chen Lin, they would really die. Damn. Just after one afternoon, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili did a complete turn, from refusing to turn in supplies to begging to turn them in. Ridiculous, what happened in this afternoon? It seems they are almost dead. Fortunately, they didn't come to me at night, otherwise I would think they are, whatever.
Chu Chu and Fu Hua and others were all shocked. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, who were originally lively, seemed to be drained like they had lost all energy after just one afternoon. They all doubted that if Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili continued like this, could they see the sun tomorrow?
Terrifying. Too terrifying. What exactly had Chen Lin done to them?
Everyone's looks at Chen Lin changed to some fear.
Suddenly, they felt that this usually gentle, calm, and reassuring Chen Lin seemed to have become mysterious. Chen Lin seemed to hide some secrets that they did not know about. And they were terrifying secrets. Yang Gang was also startled by the appearance of Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. He always thought Chen Lin was a good person.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken over Wang Xiaoming's place to be a scapegoat back then.
Now seeing Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's fearful looks, Chen Lin didn't seem like a good person at all.
Hulu felt a bit guilty. She initially thought Chen Lin was just hungry and would eat anything. Unexpectedly, Chen Lin really only made Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili work. She had misunderstood Chen Lin. Chen Lin was helping her vent her frustration by putting Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili through hell. Otherwise, how could he treat people like this? Hulu felt a bit touched. She didn't rashly speak but silently ate her meal, stealing a glance at Chen Lin, as if she couldn't make a decision about this matter. Hulu knew very well that what Chen Lin made Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili do must be related to some of Chen Lin's secrets. She didn't dare to ask, unless Chen Lin spoke first. Of course, she could speak to Chen Lin, but why should she? A simp. A flirt. They didn't deserve it. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili saw what was happening, and they immediately responded, turning their gazes towards Yang Gang. Brother Yang, since the end of the world began, we will follow you. You can't just ignore us. If we keep helping Chen Lin, we will really die. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili kept bowing to Yang Gang. Yang Gang had no intention of speaking, he even felt disgusted. He looked down on this strange pair and naturally wouldn't offend Chen Lin for them. Besides, Chen Lin was hiding something terrifying. In comparison to Chen Lin, who was the real big boss, Yang Gang's extraordinary abilities were nothing.
These two people had no sense at all. Why were they begging him? They should be begging Qianlin.
Yang Gang stayed silent, and when he saw Qianlin just finished eating and put down his bowl, he silently handed him a cigarette and even helped light it.
Huff, huff.
Qianlin slowly exhaled a puff of smoke, his eyes sweeping over Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. Haven't I treated you well? With the incomplete thunder talisman by his side, Qianlin felt a bit more relaxed, no longer needing to write on paper to communicate with Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili.
As long as he avoided taboo words, it was fine.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili shuddered, as if being watched by a devil, feeling utterly uncomfortable.
Okay, very good.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili hurriedly nodded their heads.
Qianlin, please, spare us. We'll keep drawing. Wang Xiaoming pleaded with Qianlin again and again.
But before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Qianlin.
Shut up. If you speak of that matter, you will die now.
Qianlin's face darkened, his cold gaze fixed on Wang Xiaoming. Wang Xiaoming trembled all over, terrified, covering his mouth, afraid to say another word.
Qianlin's expression softened slightly. Now, you have two choices. First, die right away. Second, continue to follow me.
As soon as these words were spoken, despair appeared instantly in the eyes of Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili.
Was that all a dead end? Chapter 42, The Ruthless Man.
Qianlin, I was wrong, we should follow the rules of the team, we shouldn't have done that.
Please, let us go. If we keep going like this, we will die. We will all die.
Wang Xiaoming was about to cry, continually bowing to Qianlin.
Qianlin, I was wrong.
I shouldn't have been so blind and thrown myself at you.
I'm shameless, I'm a desperate fool. I shouldn't have insulted Hulu, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I won't dare again.
Zhang Lili slapped her face repeatedly, one after another, her cheeks swollen from her slaps, yet she still didn't stop. She just hoped that Qianlin could let her go.
Hiss.
Chu Chu, Fu Hua, and others gasped in shock. They knew how disgusting Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were, extremely selfish, overconfident, and shameless. They didn't have the slightest foresight. Whether Yang Gang hit Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, or they were scolded by others.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili showed no remorse or reflection, and instead became even worse.
Yet, these two shameless people, one kneeling before Qianlin and the other slapping their own face.
How terrifying must Qianlin be?
To make these two people submit completely. This made them think more deeply, they felt increasingly wary of Qianlin. In the future, on the bus, it would be better to offend Yang Gang than to cross Qianlin.
While the hot-tempered Yang Gang could indeed be frightening,
someone like Qianlin, who was calm and appeared gentle yet was incredibly ruthless, was even more terrifying.
Choose.
Qianlin's eyes gleamed coldly, his expression frighteningly serious. Chu Chu and the others were terrified to the core. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were so scared they fell silent. They could see that Qianlin was not joking. He was serious. There was no doubt that if they said another no, Qianlin would really kill them. Wang Xiaoming gritted his teeth. I choose to follow Qianlin.
Zhang Lili quickly said, I choose to too. No matter what. A good death is not as good as a tough life. That's the spirit.
Qianlin's cold face broke into a smile, as if spring had arrived, melting away the ice and snow, bringing a warm feeling to everyone.
No, brother, please don't smile. I'm scared. The more you smile, the more frightening you become. Wang Xiaoming trembled, feeling like he couldn't hold in his urine any longer.
Zhang Lili was even more anxious, feeling like she had fallen into an ice cave, her hands and feet cold as ice.
They felt no warmth at all, the only thing they felt was a chilling cold that pierced to the bone.
Don't worry, after you complete this mission, you won't have to work so hard anymore. You only need to work 3 times a day, the rest of the time, you can take a break. Of course, emergencies might come up, and you may need to work overtime. Qianlin said cheerfully.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili only felt icy coldness all over.
They opened their mouths, wanting to say something, but in the end, they could only shiver and swallow their words back. Qianlin's smile was like a devil's grin. But, imagining it, drawing 3 times a day is not unbearable, it's uncomfortable, but they had already drawn 3 times today. After all, they could still live.
What's wrong, you guys aren't talking? Do you have objections? Qianlin's smile slightly faded. No, no objections.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili shook their heads like a rattling drum.
So quick to agree, you don't want to run away, do you? With such a big convoy, do you think I won't be able to find you no matter where you hide?
Qianlin took a deep puff of smoke and casually tossed the cigarette on the ground, stomping it out.
Of course, you can try. Brother Qianlin, don't worry, we wouldn't dare. We will absolutely not run away.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili immediately said firmly.
Qianlin said lightly, go back and eat something, then wait for me to come back. From now on, unless necessary, don't talk to me.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili instantly let out a sigh of relief.
Chen Lin could be really scary when he got serious.
They dared not linger at all. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, they trudged back to the bus like two clowns.
This matter was basically concluded.
Chu Chu, Fu Hua, and others had no mood to probe Chen Lin's secrets. They were even less interested in knowing what Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were helping Chen Lin with. From the looks of Wang Xiaoming and the others, one could guess a few things.
It was definitely life-threatening work. They definitely didn't want to become the next Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. A dog's life is important. Do you want to eat something? I saved the chicken leg for you.
Hu Lu opened the covered dishes again and placed them in front of Chen Lin. Chen Lin was stunned. He had just wondered why Hu Lu had divided the food early. It was meant for him.
This is the charm of a mature woman.
Always, unconsciously, a small gesture can warm one's heart.
No explanation needed. If it was a young girl, wouldn't she need coaxing for ages? Leftovers? Dream on. Even leftovers count as true love. Yang Gang was completely dumbfounded. He instantly felt the meat in his bowl was no longer delicious. He even felt a little full. Don't ask him why he was full.
Just know it was dog food that filled him. He thought Hu Lu saved food for a late-night snack or was for herself.
In the end, it was saved for that damn Chen Lin. This is so unfair. Why is he always the one getting hurt? Save it for a late-night snack, Chen Lin said calmly. Yang Go, want to take a walk?
Yang Gang glanced at the food in his bowl, tasteless and unenjoyable.
Let's go.
Yang Gang set down his bowl and chopsticks, picked up paper and pen, and walked with Chen Lin towards where the other survivors were gathered.
Yang Gang quickly wrote under the board he used as a prop for the paper. Yang Gang, where to?
Chen Lin, just taking a stroll, checking where Li Ding is.
Yang Gang, watch him tonight? See if he dies? Chen Lin nodded slightly. Right now, Chen Lin wanted to make it clear. This cursed convoy, is it really strange mixed in, or is it truly because of the curse? Only by figuring it out can they respond.
Otherwise, if they continue like this, one day they will die for no reason. Chen Lin did not like this feeling of fate not being in his hands. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die understanding. Now, the entire convoy is located in a huge parking lot. From the surrounding signs, it is easy to see that this should have been a parking lot for a tourist attraction. It is big and very spacious. It may have been lively in the past, but now it seems somewhat lonely. Scattered leaves dance in the wind. Many survivors at this time are mostly eating their own food. They do not pay attention to Chen Lin and Yang Gang, even the people speaking are few. The entire camp of the convoy appears particularly oppressive and silent. It is dead and lifeless. Chen Lin and Yang Gang do not see a flicker of smile on the faces of those survivors, only numbness and despair. Chen Lin can hardly imagine that if they keep following this convoy, it won't be long before they become like these people, walking corpses. Chapter 43 The Essence of Survival. As they passed by a broken van, Chen Lin and Yang Gang encountered the bespectacled man they saw in the morning. The bespectacled man seems to have suffered a great blow, looking dazed, covered in mud, with a dark face. He sits on the ground, gnawing on a bread full of dirt, as if he had found a treasured delicacy, eating it especially sweetly. The only noticeable thing is the bespectacled man's eyes, which shine brightly in the night. I saw it. I saw everything. As Chen Lin and Yang Gang walked past him, the bespectacled man suddenly exclaimed excitedly. Chen Lin and Yang Gang's hearts tightened instantly. Could it be that this bespectacled man saw how that woman died yesterday? This made Chen Lin and Yang Gang become alert. If they could get some information from the bespectacled man, they would feel more confident. 3 flowers gather atop, Southern Celestial Gate, White Jade Capital, I saw them all. Ha ha. I saw everything. The bespectacled man laughed maniacally, sacrifice everyone, everyone. Master Dao, I have become. Ha ha. As the bespectacled man laughed, his voice suddenly turned sharp. It seemed to have changed. Within the laughter there seemed to be a woman crying tragically. This scene is extremely strange. It even made Chen Lin and Yang Gang feel chills all over. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew in, making people shudder. In the next second, the bespectacled man suddenly cried out in pain. Ah! My head hurts. Don't take Chow Chow away, no. The bespectacled man, as if suffering some kind of stimulation, rolled on the ground in agony, as if his head was about to explode, crying in misery. The sudden change made both Chen Lin and Yang Gang feel a bit frightened. This bespectacled man should have suffered too much stimulation to go crazy. Or perhaps, there are other strange things. It's better to have less contact. Lest they end up not knowing how they died. Chen Lin and Yang Gang did not linger, continuing forward. After walking not far, they saw the familiar tricycle. Li Ding and his grandmother were busy laying a layer of bedding in the back of the tricycle.
Li Ding saw Chen Lin and Yang Gang from afar, smiling and waving hello. Chen Lin and Yang Gang nodded slightly in response. Yang Gang took out paper and a pen, writing down a line. Yang Gang, what should we do next? Are we waiting here?
Chen Lin, you work hard here today, keep an eye on things, I have other matters to attend to in the car. Yang Gang paused for a moment, instinctively wanting to ask something, but thinking of what just happened,
Yang Gang did not ask more.
It is probably still something that happened between Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili.
Yang Gang did not ask more.
Yang Gang, I will handle it, don't worry, it's all set.
Chen Lin nodded and left first, walking back.
As he passed the broken van, the man with crazy eyes was no longer beside it, no one knew where he had gone. Chen Lin did not pay attention and returned to the bus, where Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were huddled in the third to last row.
They did not run away, nor did they dare to.
At this moment, they were like frightened quails. When they saw Chen Lin get on the bus, they looked at him nervously as if they had seen a devil, shivering in fear.
However, their mental state was much better than before. A little rest makes a difference. Chen Lin did not want to talk to these two, the matter was urgent. Tonight might not be very peaceful.
They had to race against time to complete the 5 Thunder Talisman as soon as possible. At this moment, the incomplete 5 Thunder Talisman was Chen Lin's only means of survival. Chen Lin took out the jade brush and the incomplete 5 Thunder Talisman from his backpack, placing them on the seat, giving Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili a glance to understand. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were in great fear, looking at the jade brush and the incomplete talisman as if they had seen a ghost. Chen Lin furrowed his brows and his expression darkened. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili trembled even more, feeling as if they were being watched by a demon. In the end, Wang Xiaoming tightened his grip on Zhang Lili's hand and stood up on his own. "Lili, don't be afraid, I'm here, I'll go first." Wang Xiaoming comforted Zhang Lili and reached out for the jade brush and the incomplete talisman. Chen Lin quickly pulled the items back, leaving Wang Xiaoming puzzled.
Wang Xiaoming looked at Chen Lin in confusion.
Chen Lin took out a piece of white paper and wrote a line of words. "Chen Lin, don't draw randomly, if you mess it up or destroy it, I will throw Zhang Lili to the strange." Chen Lin knew very well that for a dog like Wang Xiaoming, it was better to use Zhang Lili to control him than to hurt Wang Xiaoming. Sure enough, when Wang Xiaoming saw the content on the white paper, his face turned pale with anger.
"Scumbag!"
Zhang Lili was a bit anxious, fearing that Wang Xiaoming might do something impulsive. However, because of Chen Lin, she did not dare to speak easily. Then, Chen Lin continued writing, "And you, Zhang Lili, if you dare to destroy this talisman, I will kill you." Beast! Wang Xiaoming's face went white, fists clenched. It was one thing for Chen Lin to threaten him, but daring to threaten Zhang Lili was too much. Zhang Lili was stunned.
"Oh, so this is how it's going to be? Normally, if she destroyed the talisman, wouldn't it be Wang Xiaoming who should be killed? Why should it be her who would be killed? Is this reasonable? Not reasonable."
This demon Chen Lin was targeting her in every word. How despicable. Zhang Lili gritted her teeth, only daring to curse Chen Lin in her heart, her eyes filled with resentment. Chen Lin watched the expressions of the two with satisfaction.
This is the expression he wanted.
Control Wang Xiaoming using Zhang Lili.
Zhang Lili's character was different from Wang Xiaoming's. If he were to threaten her using Wang Xiaoming, she might tear it up even faster.
After giving the two a warning, Chen Lin finally handed the items to Wang Xiaoming. As expected, Wang Xiaoming took the jade brush and the incomplete talisman very carefully and cautiously.
Compared to before, Wang Xiaoming was much more serious.
Chen Lin was not at all careless but stared intently at Wang Xiaoming. If Wang Xiaoming made any move, he would stop him immediately. In the apocalypse, he did not trust humanity. Let alone Wang Xiaoming. Under Chen Lin's gaze, Wang Xiaoming first familiarized himself with the brush technique, then began to carefully draw, continuing from where they had left off last time. When he finished the second stroke, as Chen Lin expected, Wang Xiaoming fainted. Chen Lin kicked Wang Xiaoming away, signaling Zhang Lili to come over. Zhang Lili did not dare to be careless. She was even more careful and attentive than Wang Xiaoming, for what she held in her hands was her life. After taking a deep breath, Zhang Lili calmed her emotions and began to draw. 1 stroke. 2 strokes. It was only after the 4th stroke that Zhang Lili could no longer hold on and fell into a deep sleep. Chen Lin looked at the talisman with no unusual signs and let out a slight sigh of relief. These two guys were relatively honest and hadn't slacked off. Continuing with Chen Lin's original plan, the incomplete 5 Thunder Talisman should be finished by 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning. Chen Lin gently stroked the incomplete 5 Thunder Talisman, and he could clearly feel a special power coming from within. A very powerful feeling. If completed, its power would definitely be even greater. This filled Chen Lin with more confidence. Power is the foundation of survival. Chapter 44, There's Something Behind. As soon as darkness fell, Chu Chu, Fu Hua, and others returned to the car one after another. They all cleverly avoided the back of the car and showed no intention of peeking. Even when they saw Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili sleeping on the aisle, they did not pay much attention. Each began to organize their sleeping places, once again using the old method of pushing the seats together to form a bed. Hulu initially planned to go find Chen Lin to chat for a while, but seeing Chen Lin deeply engrossed in a book, she gave up. At this moment, Chen Lin was flipping through the talisman manual. The manual contained a wide variety of talisman types, including ones for killing and ones for blessings. I wonder if this blessing talisman can improve luck. If it can enhance luck, combined with my divination, will I be able to get better outcomes? Or will I see more things? Chen Lin silently pondered in his heart. Since he became part of the extraordinary sequence, he had never obtained a divination symbol that started with good. All were ominous symbols. The best he got was a neutral symbol. Despite this, several people in their convoy had died. One can imagine how difficult it is to obtain a good divination symbol in such times. If he could change the divination symbol using the talisman and gain a good one, he might have unexpected gains. At the very least, even if it doesn't work, it could still bring him good luck. Who knows, in a critical moment, it might even save his life. Chen Lin decided that after finishing the 5 Thunder Talisman, he would let Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili try this talisman. After all, this talisman didn't have too many strokes, around 30 or so. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili could complete it in 2 or 3 days by drawing it 3 times a day. If it doesn't work, Chen Lin would have no loss, it would just take 3 to 5 days of his time. At this moment, if Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili knew what Chen Lin was thinking, they would surely go mad. Chen Lin has no loss. The loss rests on them. They bear all the suffering, and Chen Lin enjoys it alone. Time passed second by second. In a blink, it was nearly 11:40. In the meantime, Zhang Lili was woken up by Chen Lin 5 times, and Wang Xiaoming was called awake 3 times. The 5 Thunder Talisman was already halfway completed. Chen Lin had put away the jade brush and tucked the incomplete 5 Thunder Talisman into his pocket. Tonight, he didn't know what was wrong. The sky had no bright moon, making the night exceptionally dark. Whether it was due to the drop in temperature or some other reason, fog gradually began to rise outside the car. Chen Lin silently smoked a cigarette, looking at the fog outside the car, feeling a hint of unease in his heart. As the time drew closer to midnight, that feeling of anxiety in Chen Lin's heart grew stronger and more urgent. It seemed that something would happen tonight. Chen Lin was uncertain if he had been cursed. After taking the last puff of the cigarette butt was a bit hot in his hand. Chen Lin threw the butt out of the car window. Prepare to meet Yang Gang. He had just stood up when, from the front cabin, he vaguely noticed a shadow rising as well, walking towards the back. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, and when the shadow approached, he realized it was Hulu, holding a covered tray. Have some food before you go. Hulu lifted the lid and pulled out a bowl of chicken, topped with a leg. Chen Lin froze for a moment, feeling an inexplicable touch in his heart. He glanced at the time, there were still 15 minutes until 12 o'clock, so he should be able to finish eating. Okay. Chen Lin nodded, sat back down, and started munching on the chicken leg. Hulu silently peeled a ham and a piece of bread for him. Then, Hulu sat down, quietly watching Chen Lin eat. Neither spoke a word. One watched, one ate. The whole cabin was very quiet, only the sound of chewing could be heard. But for some reason, Chen Lin felt his heart settle down. 10 minutes later, Chen Lin finished the entire bowl of chicken. Okay, you should go to sleep now. If you hear any noise tonight, don't come out to check. Chen Lin hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end, he said nothing. Hulu nodded and stepped aside to give Chen Lin a way out. Chen Lin slung his backpack and walked off the vehicle. Hulu watched Chen Lin's back, opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately remained silent, showing a hint of worry on her brow. She was not a superhuman sequence. What more could she say? She couldn't help Chen Lin at all. But she knew clearly that during the day, Chen Lin and the others spoke lightly, but the curse was indeed something mysterious. Who could explain it clearly? Hulu watched Chen Lin disappear into the thick fog, any additional words could only turn into a long sigh. After walking for a while, the thick fog brought a slight chill to Chen Lin. Chen Lin tightened his collar and continued walking towards where Li Ding and the others were on the tricycle. Before long, he arrived near the tricycle, where he noticed a scarlet glow by the roadside, emanating light. Vaguely, a shadow was sitting by the road, smoking a cigarette. Chen Lin walked over. Yang Gang wasn't surprised and handed over a cigarette. Chen Lin waved his hand to refuse, picked up a nearby piece of paper and pen, and lit a lighter, beginning to write. Chen Lin, what's the situation? Yang Gang, the fog is too thick, I don't know what's going on over there, but there's no noise. Should we go take a look? Chen Lin frowned, looking in the direction of the tricycle.
At this distance, they could only see a vague outline, not the specific situation around the tricycle.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin continued to write on the white paper, "No need to go for now, let's observe the situation.
If there's still no activity in 3 minutes, we'll discuss again."
Yang Gang slightly furrowed his brow. "Should we split up?" Just as Yang Gang was about to pass the paper over, Chen Lin's expression suddenly froze, and his gaze shot towards the back. Yang Gang instantly became nervous. Forgetting the paper and pen, he whispered, "What's wrong?"
"It feels like something is behind us."
Chen Lin replied with a serious expression. Yang Gang felt a chill run down his spine, a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, his eyes constantly scanning the rear.
At this dead of night, who would be there? There weren't even survivor tents or vehicles behind them. Where would anyone come from? Unless it was something strange.
However, the fog around them was quite thick, visibility was only about a meter, and Chen Lin and Yang Gang couldn't see anything. Chen Lin furrowed his brow, he had distinctly felt that something was watching him from behind.
Could it be that he was overthinking? Just then, Yang Gang suddenly yanked on Chen Lin's shirt corner with all his might.
Chen Lin looked at Yang Gang in confusion. Yang Gang's eyes were wide open like copper bells. The pupils kept flashing, while beads of sweat slid down his temples.
It seemed as if he had seen something terrifying.
This made Chen Lin's hair stand on end. Chapter 45, The Unspeakable Creature. Chen Lin's right hand almost instantly plunged into his pocket, grabbing the incomplete thunder talisman. Just ahead, about 3 meters away, there was a vague human-shaped shadow, crawling on the ground using both hands and feet.
If one did not look closely, it was completely invisible under the fog.
When Chen Lin and Yang Gang looked at the shadow, it froze, standing completely still.
The shadow seemed to be watching Chen Lin and Yang Gang as well.
This shadow was very similar to the strange creature they had encountered in the fog back then.
Could the so-called curse be this strange entity?
Yang Gang subconsciously looked at Chen Lin, casting an inquiring gaze. What to do?
Chen Lin waved his hand, signaling Yang Gang not to move for now.
Stay steady.
Yang Gang didn't dare to move. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Minutes passed, feeling like 2.5 years. Beads of sweat gathered at Yang Gang's temples, sliding down his cheeks.
Chen Lin's mind stirred, activating, heavenly eye, golden light flashing in his gaze.
The whole world, in Chen Lin's eyes, turned instantly white. Yang Gang beside him appeared red, surrounded by a fiery aura. This was the appearance of a transcendent sequence under heavenly eye. Normal people appeared light yellow, radiating a faint aura. The strange ones were pure black, radiating a dark aura.
However, when Chen Lin looked at that shadow, his eyes widened with shock.
The shadow showed faint yellow, but its aura was black. This usually only appeared on transcendent items. In other words, he is not strange, but a transcendent item? Alive? A transcendent item? Does such a thing exist?
Chen Lin had never even heard of it, let alone seen it. But whatever it was, anything related to the strange was not simple. Just when Chen Lin was puzzled, the shadow suddenly raised its head, looking toward the direction of the tricycle.
I see it. I see everything. It's not you, no, no. A familiar yet insane voice came through. It's that bespectacled man. Chen Lin and Yang Gang's expressions changed in shock. He is strange? This was something they never expected. In the next moment, before Chen Lin and Yang Gang could react, that shadow suddenly began to crawl rapidly toward the tricycle. Like a ferocious beast, it gave no time for Chen Lin and Yang Gang to react, disappearing into the mist. Should we chase? Yang Gang looked at the chaotic fog, feeling indecisive.
Tonight, they only wanted to investigate the secrets of the curse, but did not expect to encounter the strange. Chen Lin pondered for a moment, uncertain whether to chase. Who knows what that bespectacled man is like. In his hand was just an incomplete thunder talisman, and he had never used it, so he had no idea of its power. If he couldn't fight, it would mean death. Who would joke with their own life? Just as the two hesitated, a terrified scream pierced the night.
Strange, the strange is coming. Don't kill my grandma. Let go. Li Ding's heart-wrenching cries echoed.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang immediately felt a shiver down their spines.
They really went to find Li Ding.
That bespectacled man was very likely the strange lurking within the cursed convoy. Chen Lin was almost sure of it. This cursed convoy was very likely not cursed at all, but rather the strange was causing trouble. And Li Ding's cries soon awakened the surrounding survivors. Strange was absolutely the most sensitive word in the apocalypse.
Run. Quick, bring the children, get in the car. Don't go. Are you stupid? Forget about the tent, we don't need it anymore.
The whole convoy suddenly became a chaotic mess. Shouting, swearing, the crying of children echoed under the entire night sky. The survivors quickly found their vehicles, almost no one bothered to watch. Some survivors reacted quickly. In less than a minute, their vehicles were already started, and with one push of the gas pedal, they sped off.
The other survivors followed closely behind.
In just a little while, more than 10 vehicles were on the move.
"We're leaving too,"
Chen Lin said in a deep voice.
Yang Gang almost didn't hesitate at all, immediately following.
When Chen Lin and Yang Gang passed by the tricycle, they weren't sure if the white mist had dispersed a bit or if it was for some other reason. They clearly saw Li Ding holding his grandmother's corpse, crying loudly.
As for the man with glasses, they didn't know where he went, they didn't see him.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang didn't have time to think about it, they used all their strength and quickly ran back to the bus.
Hu Lu and Chu Chu had already woken up. Seeing Chen Lin and Yang Gang, they anxiously gathered around. What happened? Everyone's face was full of panic.
Such a big noise, it definitely wasn't a good sign. Yang Gang didn't even bother to answer, directly sat in the driver's seat, quickly started the vehicle, and pressed the accelerator.
The bus suddenly shot out.
Chen Lin glanced at Hu Lu and the others. "Don't ask." After saying that, Chen Lin returned to his seat.
Chen Lin didn't want to talk much about the man with glasses. Who knows if that guy would catch up? At times like this, the less you mention strange things, the better.
Hu Lu and Chu Chu saw how serious Chen Lin and Yang Gang looked, so they didn't ask anymore.
Everyone knew.
Something bad must have happened. Each of them anxiously sat down, and even though it was already early morning, none of them felt sleepy. Chen Lin sat in his seat, lit a cigarette, smoking frequently, his eyes occasionally scanning the rear. Behind their bus, there were still several vehicles.
He didn't see the man with glasses, nor did he see that old, shabby van. Li Ding's tricycle was also nowhere to be found. Should we keep following this convoy? Yang Gang asked while driving.
This cursed convoy was too strange. Now both Chen Lin and Yang Gang believed the convoy wasn't just cursed, but had something eerie going on. Now that the man with glasses hadn't caught up, perhaps they could take this chance to get away from him. Chen Lin knew Yang Gang's intention, but he also knew that once they broke free from the cursed convoy, they would face more ominous events, and the terrifying creatures might infiltrate their convoy again. Thinking about the last experience, it was nearly a death trap. If it weren't for meeting the cursed convoy, their whole team would have been wiped out.
Let me read the divination.
Chen Lin muttered.
Chapter 46, Chen Lin's Guess. Divination.
Great danger, about 3 kilometers northwest, a convoy is traveling at night, targeted by something eerie, and they are desperately fleeing. If you head there now, your appearance will excite the eerie creatures, making them even more eager for food, but only if you've taken a bath. Great danger, about 300 meters north, the eerie creatures are hunting, but they've suffered serious injuries, almost dying. If you go now, there's a high chance you'll be devoured alive, with an almost negligible chance of obtaining a precious supernatural item, an eerie core. Great danger, about 10 kilometers southeast, there's a small town named Hua Ming, where the eerie creatures have awakened, wandering the streets. Where there is a wealth of resources, you might go gather food, but of course, you might also become food.
Chen Lin's face turned dark. Again, it was 3 ominous hexagrams.
This damned apocalypse gives no one any way to survive.
Danger is everywhere. Chen Lin took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts to calm himself down.
Although all 3 hexagrams were ominous, the second hexagram revealed quite a bit of key information. First, the northern 300 meters was precisely where the convoy had just stopped.
Seeing this hexagram, 2 figures suddenly appeared in Chen Lin's mind.
Based on Chen Lin and Yang Gang's previous discoveries, Chen Lin guessed the bizarre event was likely that glasses-wearing man. However, the hexagram showed that the bizarre event had suffered severe damage, and most of the cursed convoy's survivors had already escaped.
Who severely injured the bizarre event?
Only Li Ding, who remained at the campsite.
He was very likely a hidden extraordinary sequence, or just awakened extraordinary sequence. Moreover, he was an extraordinary sequence capable of severely injuring the bizarre. Very strong. This is very important.
An extraordinary sequence that can severely injure the bizarre means there is the ability to hunt it.
This is the foundation of survival in the apocalypse. And what caught Chen Lin's attention the most was the bizarre core. Chen Lin didn't know what this thing was, but an extraordinary item was definitely not a common thing. Chen Lin silently remembered bizarre core in his heart. After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin concentrated on the second hexagram. Since all the hexagrams were ominous, it didn't matter which one he chose. For the first hexagram, Chen Lin had no interest in the survival of other convoys, so it was eliminated from consideration. As for the third hexagram, did Chen Lin even need to think? God damn it, gathering food, and directly becoming food sounds about right. The bizarre is at play. As Chen Lin made his choice, a layer of illusion immediately enveloped him. His vision seemed to ascend to the sky, overlooking the entire earth. The white mist between heaven and earth gradually parted under his gaze. He saw the convoy's campsite from earlier.
At this time, the area where the convoy had stopped was in disarray. Tents and various odds and ends stood along both sides of the road. The convoy escaped too quickly just now, leaving no time to pack up.
These were all abandoned.
And at the location of the tricycle, Li Ding was holding his grandmother's corpse, looking lost, as if he had lost all his spirit. That pair of bright eyes that Chen Lin recalled was now dull and lifeless.
Not far from Li Ding, Chen Lin saw the glasses-wearing man. Ha ha! The Dao Master has succeeded. The Dao Master is about to ascend. Kill! 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 Kill them!
The glasses-wearing man, not knowing what he had suffered, rolled on the ground, holding his head in agony. Sometimes laughing, sometimes howling in pain, sometimes shouting loudly, he was totally mad.
Chen Lin felt a surge of unease.
In the next second, Li Ding suddenly raised his head and charged towards the glasses-wearing man. Chen Lin's mind sharpened, he knew the crucial information was about to come.
Is the glasses-wearing man bizarre? Can Li Ding hunt the bizarre as an extraordinary sequence? Chen Lin's inference was about to be tested.
But just when Chen Lin focused intently on watching, the scene before him, like mist, swiftly vanished into thin air.
Just a little bit more. Chen Lin felt secretly frustrated.
Not dissipating early or late, but vanishing at the most critical moment. Chen Lin had not seen the most crucial information, but his inference was still likely not wrong.
Li Ding was very likely an extraordinary sequence.
From the last scene, it seemed that Li Ding was about to kill the glasses-wearing man. However, Chen Lin didn't know if Li Ding would chase the convoy after killing the glasses-wearing man. If he did, it would further confirm whether Li Ding was an extraordinary sequence capable of hunting the bizarre.
Perhaps he could even cooperate with Li Ding.
If Li Ding hadn't chased after them, but had gone in another direction,
then it would have been a bit of a pity. Chen Lin, how's it going? Can we escape from this convoy?
Yang Gang couldn't help but ask after Chen Lin stayed silent for 2 or 3 minutes.
Chen Lin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Let's follow for now.
Chen Lin didn't want to take risks. If there had been another convoy in the earlier omen, he would have chosen without hesitation.
But unfortunately, there wasn't. So now, if they rashly left the cursed convoy, where would they go?
If they couldn't find a new convoy, they would be at a dead end. Of course, they could find survivors from other convoys to leave together, but this cursed convoy was very strange.
Who knows if other survivors would bring more curses? Rather than gamble like this, it's better to remain still. Besides, Chen Lin wanted to wait for Li Ding. He really hoped Li Ding could catch up. Hunting the strange.
If they could cooperate, then the chances of survival would increase greatly. The cursed convoy sped for an hour before finally slowing down. Next to a field, many vehicles in front began to pull over to the side. The convoy gradually came to a stop. Yang Gang deliberately slowed down, and after all the vehicles had passed, he slowly pulled over himself.
Yang Gang released the handbrake and approached Chen Lin. Is the omen all bad?
Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin and asked.
Chu Chu and Fu Hua also looked tense. Chen Lin took a moment of silence. Rest well. I have something to do.
After saying that, Chen Lin called Zhang Lily awake. Seeing this, Chu Chu and Fu Hua quietly stepped back, but everyone's mood was somewhat low.
They knew very well that since Chen Lin didn't respond, it meant the omen was all bad. They couldn't escape from the cursed convoy. Tonight, more strange events had inexplicably occurred.
Who knew if the strange would appear near them tomorrow, and that the person who dies tomorrow would be one of them? The curse hung over their heads like a sharp sword.
No one knew when it would drop.
Chu Chu and the others had no desire to sleep, each sitting in their spot, lost in their own thoughts. Chen Lin called Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily awake a few more times. The incomplete 5 Thunder Talismans had only about a dozen strokes left. Looking at the 5 Thunder Talismans in his hand, Chen Lin felt a growing powerful force within. This talisman must be able to deal with the strange. At this moment, dawn was beginning to break, and Chen Lin felt somewhat tired. He hadn't slept for half a day and a whole night, and his mind was still in a tense state. Watching the 5 Thunder Talismans nearing completion, Chen Lin felt a lot of pressure lift. Leaning back in his chair, drowsiness began to come over him.
Ah!
Just as Chen Lin was about to close his eyes, a heart-wrenching scream shattered the dawn.
It echoed throughout the world. Chapter 47, The Strange Glasses Man.
Chen Lin opened his eyes almost immediately, fully awake, and rushed to the front of the vehicle, crossing over Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily. Chu Chu and Fu Hua also quickly gathered around to check the situation outside. Not far from the bus, by a private car, a middle-aged man was holding a young girl and crying loudly.
Ran, open your eyes and look at Daddy. Daddy can't live without you.
The middle-aged man cried his heart out. As the middle-aged man wailed, cries and screams started to come from all around the convoy.
Wife, you can't die. What will I do if you die? Dad! Wake up! Didn't you tell me last night that you wanted to eat dumplings? Dad. The painful cries, the sorrowful screams, the heart-wrenching wails followed one after another. Other survivors were also moved, their faces showing even more despair. Ah. When will this kind of world end? All day long, living in fear, suffering endlessly. Why don't you come and kill me? Come on, let me die.
Some people even completely break down, constantly shouting at the air, venting their emotions.
Another person has died. And not just one. Are they all dead because of a curse? Will we end up like them in the end?
Chu Chu and Fu Hua and others also felt a deep sense of despair surging within.
Brother Chen, why are people still dying? Why? Could it be that our deduction was wrong? Isn't it that glasses man who was the killer?
Yang Gang's eyes were red, emotions a bit agitated. Based on his guess with Chen Lin, the glasses man was sinister, and if they mentioned death or sinister keywords, it would wake the evil and lead to being hunted. But now, the glasses man was nowhere in the convoy.
This proves that their deduction was wrong.
Chen Lin sighed heavily, the situation of the cursed convoy becoming increasingly murky. Last night, he believed that an evil being had infiltrated the cursed convoy, and that entity was the glasses man. But now, the current fact proves that the glasses man was not here, and people were still dying in the convoy. So if there are evil beings in the convoy, then it is not just the glasses man. But now Chen Lin couldn't see clearly or understand anything, he can only take one step at a time.
Don't panic. Chen Lin patted Yang Gang's shoulder and calmly said, at least we didn't die last night.
We still have a chance to uncover the secret of the cursed convoy.
Alas. Yang Gang slammed a fist down on the steering wheel, preferring to confront the terror directly than to face the unknown fear. Everyone, don't think too much, try to talk less. Let's eat breakfast. Sister Hu, I won't have breakfast. I want to sleep for a while. Chen Lin said tiredly, then went back to sleep.
Chu Chu and Fu Hua and others exchanged glances, their moods low, and no one had the heart to talk anymore. Everyone quietly took out their food to eat. The whole carriage fell silent.
Chen Lin quickly fell asleep.
He didn't know how long had passed when Yang Gang suddenly ran over, shaking Chen Lin violently. Chen Lin slowly opened his eyes, furrowing his brows in annoyance. Yang Gang was sweating profusely, his face anxious, holding up a piece of paper, frantically signaling Chen Lin to look at it.
He's back.
The paper had a crooked line written on it, looking very rushed and anxious. Chen Lin's eyes widened suddenly, completely awake, snatching the paper and pen to write quickly.
Chen Lin, who? Yang Gang, Li Ding and the glasses man. What?
Chen Lin felt his head was about to explode. He doubted if he was still asleep. Yang Gang's words, he recognized each one, but combined together, he felt like he couldn't understand them.
Last night, according to the signs, wasn't the glasses man the sinister one?
Chen Lin deduced that the glasses man had killed Li Ding's grandmother.
In the end, wasn't Li Ding supposed to kill the glasses man? How could they both come back? Did he deduce incorrectly?
Chen Lin took a deep breath, just about to ask Yang Gang where Li Ding and the glasses man were. Yang Gang seemed to see through Chen Lin's thoughts and pointed to the back. Chen Lin got out of the car and saw at the back of the bus, Li Ding riding a tricycle, hurrying towards the convoy.
The glasses man still looked disheveled, sitting in the back of the cart, seemingly asleep.
The two looked very disheveled, not knowing what they had been through, covered in mud and dirt.
Chen Lin furrowed his brows tightly. Heavenly Eye.
A flash of golden light passed through Chen Lin's eyes. Li Ding and the glasses man transformed into a faint yellow aura, appearing in Chen Lin's vision.
Chen Lin's confusion deepened.
Li Ding was not a supernatural sequence person.
Just an ordinary person.
The glasses man was not a sinister being either. Li Ding being an ordinary person was one thing.
Chen Lin inferred incorrectly.
But last night, he clearly saw the bespectacled man's body surrounded by two colors of flames. The bespectacled man was enveloped in a light yellow glow, while his aura was black.
But why, by today, has the bespectacled man turned into an ordinary person? And if they are both ordinary people, then how did they survive the bizarre attack? This is absolutely impossible. So, are Li Ding and the bespectacled man who returned alive human or bizarre? These two definitely have a problem.
Even the heavily I cannot see through them, if they are bizarre, they must be powerful bizarre. At this moment, the other survivors in the convoy also noticed Li Ding and the others behind. Among them, a few survivors who lost loved ones this morning ran over angrily to stop Li Ding's vehicle.
It's him. It's that man with glasses.
I saw this guy named Li Ding rush forward when my grandmother died yesterday.
He is bizarre. Kill him.
A middle-aged man rushed over and blocked Li Ding's tricycle. The other survivors stormed to the back of the vehicle, dragging the bespectacled man down, knocking him to the ground with a punch.
The other survivors swarmed in. Damn bizarre. Kill you. You wanted to kill someone, right? Come on, kill me.
5 or 6 survivors rained down punches and kicks on the bespectacled man. Li Ding initially wanted to intervene, but as soon as he got close, a strong man harshly pushed him to the ground. He was no match for these people.
Li Ding couldn't squeeze in at all.
Suddenly, a scream rang out from the crowd.
Ah!
Panic spread through the crowd.
Chapter 48, Take the Initiative. Let go.
The bespectacled man tackled a middle-aged man, biting down hard on the man's ear. The middle-aged man was sweating from the pain.
No matter how much he beat the bespectacled man, he wouldn't let go.
Other survivors nearby saw this and rushed over to help.
Let go. Quick, let go.
Everyone tried to pull him off, but the bespectacled man held on tightly. They kicked and punched, attempting to force him to release his grip. However, the more they hit the bespectacled man, the tighter he bit down, and the middle-aged man cried tears of pain. In the end, the bespectacled man seemed unable to withstand the beating. With a strong effort, he actually tore off the middle-aged man's ear.
Ah!
The middle-aged man screamed in agony. The bespectacled man, like a beast, spat out the ear and lunged at the middle-aged man's face, gnawing wildly.
Each bite took a chunk of flesh.
The middle-aged man kept wailing, sounding like a slaughtered pig. The other survivors watched with their scalps tingling, all scared by the bespectacled man's actions.
Is this guy a human or a beast? Daoist, don't bite anymore. If you keep this up, someone will die.
Li Ding hurriedly crawled in front of the bespectacled man, trying to pull him away. Just moments ago, 5 or 6 strong men couldn't pull him away, and yet Li Ding managed to do it now. The middle-aged man took the chance to roll and crawl away. At this moment, his face was a bloody mess, looking disturbing.
You all saw it, he just bit me, he wants to eat me. He is definitely bizarre.
The middle-aged man cried out to the other survivors in panic.
He is not bizarre. He didn't kill my grandmother, he saved me. He killed the bizarre.
Li Ding argued desperately, if he were bizarre, you all would have died when you were beating him just now. In the distance, Chen and Yang Gang heard everything clearly, and their expressions changed.
Did this guy kill the bizarre? He isn't from the extraordinary sequence? Yang Gang started to doubt life. When did bizarre become so weak? Isn't it possible for the weirdness to be easily killed? How did the glasses man do it?
Chen Lin's expression was serious. He also had a lot of questions.
Is what Li Ding said true? Chen Lin was secretly pondering. He knew very well that the glasses man indeed had secrets he didn't know about.
Perhaps, because of this, the glasses man had means to kill the weirdness.
Then, should he contact Li Ding and the glasses man?
There are certain risks.
However, yesterday, Chen Lin's divination told him that there was indeed weirdness present.
He must find out how the weirdness died.
And the weird core.
Li Ding and the others are key figures. Now it is very difficult to figure out the cursed convoy. The clues are chaotic, the situation is unclear, nothing is known, uncertain, all is speculation. Relying on the mind is hard to solve the problem, at least in the short term, it's impossible.
Who knows how long until death descends? Everything is unknown.
Since the mind can't figure it out, then use fists. If stealth doesn't work, then come out to the light. To break the deadlock, one must take the initiative. Being passive and waiting for death is not Chen Lin's style.
When it's time to hide, hide. When it's time to strike, strike without hesitation.
Decided, Chen Lin took a deep breath and quickly wrote a message with pen and paper.
Chen Lin, Brother Yang, gather all the survivors who fought the glasses man together and watch them. Yang Gang, are you going to stand up for them?
Chen Lin, no, because those survivors just mentioned taboo words. We might observe whether they will die, see how they die, whether it is a curse or killed by the weirdness. Yang Gang, understood, let's do it this way. Instead of living in fear every day, we might as well clear things up. Even if we die, we should die clearly.
Over by the tricycle.
The glasses man constantly bared his teeth at the surrounding survivors, acting very strangely. The few survivors were so frightened that they stepped back a few paces.
The glasses man looked a bit insane. What if he bites again? They can't withstand it.
How about we just forget it? Li Ding isn't wrong. If he really is weird, he could have killed us just now.
One young survivor said tremulously.
The others were also a bit timid, afraid the glasses man would go mad. Only the man who was bitten was somewhat unconvinced, wanting to say something. But before he could speak, the others had already started to prepare to leave.
The injured man felt uncertain in his heart and could only leave with them.
Right when they reached the bus, Yang Gang stopped them.
Damn.
You. The bitten man was initially in a bad mood, and seeing someone blocking the way, he opened his mouth to scold.
Bang. Yang Gang's fist hit the nearby blocking railing, leaving a deep mark. Holy crap.
The injured man's eyes widened in shock. The curse words that were about to come out were swallowed along with his saliva. The other survivors also looked at Yang Gang in terror, but soon, a wave of heat and excitement followed.
You are an extraordinary person? We have extraordinary beings in our convoy. Everyone became excited.
Although they weren't extraordinary beings themselves, their convoy originally had extraordinary ones. They had seen the power of extraordinary beings. Yang Gang saw that they knew about extraordinary beings, so he spared his words, took out a note and showed it to everyone.
Each of you bring food and head to the little hill on the left side of the road. Gather there. Tonight, I have something for you to do. Okay, we'll go get ready right away. The few survivors were instantly excited, thinking Yang Gang was going to cover for them, and hurriedly agreed. Staying next to the extraordinary beings would be much safer. On the other side, Chen Lin had arrived next to Li Ding's tricycle.
Li Ding was checking the injuries of the bespectacled man, and the bespectacled man's emotions seemed to have stabilized a lot.
Are you familiar with him? Chen Lin pondered and asked.
Li Ding shook his head, tidying up the bespectacled man's clothing, his mood not very high. Meanwhile, the bespectacled man was baring his teeth and glaring at Chen Lin, like a beast protecting its young.
Chen Lin was silent for a moment. I want to make a deal with you. The old rule, I give you food, you tell me what happened last night.
Li Ding hesitated a few times. In the truck behind him, there was only half a pound of meat and 2 packs of instant noodles left. This was still from the deal Chen Lin made with him yesterday.
Okay.
Li Ding gritted his teeth and said, but I want at least 10 packs of instant noodles, 10 pieces of bread, and 10 bottles of water.
No problem, I'll give you 2 bottles of cola too. I can give you the stuff first.
Chen Lin finished speaking with a smile and didn't hesitate, taking enough food from his backpack and giving it all to Li Ding.
Having completed the first transaction, Chen Lin trusted Li Ding more. Moreover, he wasn't worried that Li Ding would run away.
After Li Ding placed all the food in the truck, he looked steadily at Chen Lin. Last night at midnight, a woman from the convoy came to find me.
She was strange. Chapter 49, Tear the Strange. Was there really something strange hidden within the convoy? Chen Lin's heart stirred.
So, this means his previous guess was correct. Li Ding mentioned something strange yesterday, and the strange came knocking at night.
Could it be such a coincidence?
So, it's very possible that the cursed convoy wasn't cursed at all, but was hiding something strange. The trigger condition for being hunted by the strange is merely mentioning the 2 words, strange. Of course, whether or not the curse can be completely ruled out will be known tonight.
Continue. Chen Lin turned his gaze to the bespectacled man. I want to know how he was killed.
Li Ding hesitated for a moment. The Dao Master is an anomalous person.
Anomalous? Chen Lin was taken aback. Not a super sequence?
It could also be a super sequence, but you can see the Dao Master situation. His head is already muddled, he doesn't really know what he is doing. Li Ding slowly exhaled a breath. The reason I say the Dao Master is anomalous is because his power exceeds that of a super sequence. At the very least, the Dao Master is much stronger than any super sequence I have ever seen.
You are a super sequence, right? Chen Lin nodded. I suppose so. So can you tear the strange apart with your hands?
Li Ding looked at Chen Lin intently.
What the heck? Tear the strange apart with hands? What are you talking about? Chen Lin felt like he was hearing things. Being torn apart by the strange would be more accurate. The Dao Master can.
While speaking, Li Ding glanced at the Dao Master, his eyes filled with reverence, as if he was recalling something shocking.
The Dao Master can?
Chen Lin couldn't help but gasp, looking repeatedly at the bespectacled man.
So fierce? Wanting to grow stronger, is madness the first step? Chen Lin didn't see it at all. Could it be that he was the only one who felt like a mere dish? But no matter how he looked at it, his sequence rank was still at the front. Chen Lin felt a bit frustrated. Why was there such a big gap between people?
Li Ding continued, after the Dao Master killed the strange, he and I chased the convoy for a whole night before catching up.
Chen Lin fell silent. Was it really that easy to kill the strange? Or was it just that he, being an auxiliary super sequence, was too weak? He would have to ask Yang Gang when he got back, to see if Yang Gang could handle it. Chen Lin suppressed his thoughts and asked the last question. So, did you get anything else from that? Something like a seed or a sphere.
Chen Lin had never seen a strange nucleus, he could only describe it roughly according to his understanding. Li Ding opened his mouth, seeming to want to say something, but then shook his head. No.
I've told you everything you wanted to know. If there is nothing else, I have to get busy.
Chen Lin could see that Li Ding still had something to say. It must be something related to the Taoist master.
There are secrets surrounding this Taoist master. However, Chen Lin did not ask further.
After all, everyone has their own secrets, asking too much only leads to more trouble. Right now, the trouble concerning the curse hasn't been resolved.
It's best not to stir up more issues. How many secrets does the Taoist master have? As long as they spend more time together, one can always sense something. I'm sorry about your grandmother.
Chen Lin patted Li Ding on the shoulder and stood up to leave. Just as he returned to the side of the bus, Yang Gang rushed up to Chen Lin, pulling out paper and pen to start writing.
Yang Gang, how did it go? Chen Lin, there's progress.
The convoy is likely not cursed but mixed with something strange.
Yang Gang's face changed greatly at the words. Is it that bespectacled man?
Chen Lin, no, the strange thing from last night was killed by the bespectacled man, torn apart by hand.
What the hell? Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin's note from various angles, doubting whether his eyes were having issues.
He recognized all the words, but when they came together, they felt a bit strange.
Torn strange thing? What a niche sentence. Is that something a person can actually do?
Then Chen Lin wrote again, Yang Ge,
can you tear a strange thing apart?
Yang Gang's mouth twitched slightly, he felt that Chen Lin was insulting him.
What do you mean, can he tear a strange thing apart? That's too humiliating.
Yang Gang frowned, I can be torn apart.
Chen Lin was stunned for a moment, then wrote, have you fought with a strange thing?
Yang Gang's face grew darker, I got beaten up. On the first day of awakening my extraordinary sequence, I had a fight with a strange thing and almost got killed.
Chen Lin was silent for a moment, then wrote, what's your sequence number?
Yang Gang's face was about to turn pitch black, why are you asking so much? Just tell you, my ability is to double a certain part, enhancing strength.
Chen Lin, what's your sequence number? Yang Gang changed the subject, what do we do next? Chen Lin, what number? Yang Gang, does it matter?
Chen Lin, a bit important, we might use it to weigh the Taoist master's strength. Yang Gang hesitated for a moment, sequence 250. Chen Lin's mouth twitched slightly, no wonder Yang Gang didn't want to say it, that sequence number sounds quite nice.
Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin anxiously, stop laughing, what's so funny? Chen Lin, I'm not laughing. Yang Gang, you said you're not laughing? Look, your mouth is curling up, that's not laughing. Chen Lin coughed lightly, back to the point, there shouldn't be any problems during the day, let's discuss all actions tonight. Rest well during the day.
Yang Gang stared at Chen Lin intently, seeing Chen Lin not laughing, he continued to write.
Yang Gang, about that Taoist master, how do you use my sequence number to estimate his strength?
Chen Lin, the estimation is inaccurate, there are 249 sequences stronger than you.
Yang Gang.
Chen Lin didn't continue this topic but returned to the bus, calling Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili to start working.
The 5 Thunder Talisman was already 90% complete. In the past half a day and night, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili had nearly changed completely.
Their eye sockets began to sink, their faces pale without a hint of blood, as if they were at the end of their strength. Chen Lin felt a bit heartbroken, if Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili died like this, where would he find someone to draw talismans for him? These are his beloved human-shaped talisman artists. After they finished drawing, he would still let Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili take a break.
Once they completed their drawings, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili fell into a deep sleep.
Chen Lin also took this time to rest his eyes.
Time passed quickly while Chen Lin rested.
Around 7 or 8 o'clock, Chen Lin called Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili to wake up. This time, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were really exhausted, their expressions had turned dull, and their hands holding the jade brush trembled constantly. It looked as if they hadn't eaten for 10 days or so.
Whole body feels weak and powerless. Chen Lin, brother, we are almost done, can we take a break? Wang Xiaoming weakly looked at Chen Lin, each word coming out in heavy breaths.
Zhang Lili had no strength left to speak, only looking at Chen Lin with pleading eyes.
You don't need to draw tonight. Chen Lin nodded.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were so moved by these words that they were about to cry. They were truly on the brink of death. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili barely mustered their last bit of strength to finish the last bit of the 5 Thunder symbol.
Chapter 50, Who are the extra people? Item, 5 Thunder symbol. Item number, none.
Item description, a product of the extraordinary item number 681 Jade Pen, it is one of the top Taoist killing talismans, possessing immense power, capable of causing great damage to the bazaar.
Chen Lin was stunned. No. Isn't the 5 Thunder symbol an entry-level talisman? When did it become a top-level talisman?
Chen Lin hurriedly opened the talisman manual and turned to the page of the 5 Thunder symbol. Confirmed, Taoist killing talismans, the first one, entry-level. Chen Lin checked repeatedly, and then he noticed a small line of text at the bottom of this page. This talisman is the most vigorous, the strongest Thunder Law talisman, only attainable by high-level Taoists. When Chen Lin first saw it, he thought it was an ink dot.
He thought it was an entry-level Thunder Law talisman. To his surprise, it turned out to be the strongest Thunder Law talisman. That's simply a top-tier bomb. No wonder it was so hard to draw. It almost cost Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili half their lives. Chen Lin instantly felt his back stiffen. He couldn't even bend down to tie his shoelaces. The only regret was, not enough.
However, it should be enough to get through the current crisis. Storing the 5 thunder symbols safely, Chen went to find Yang Gang, signaling him to wake him up at 11:50. Then, Chen ate 2 pieces of bread and washed them down with water to ease his hunger. These past 2 days, the cursed convoy incident, along with the 5 thunder symboled matter, had left Chen eating poorly and sleeping even worse. After finishing his food, Chen dozed off in his seat. Chen felt that he had just fallen asleep when Yang Gang woke him up. Looking at the time, it was already 11:51. Yang Gang, what should we do next? Chen, don't turn on the headlights, drive to the front, and wait. If there's an outbreak of bizarre events, drive immediately. As for notifying others, that was impossible, it would alarm the snake in the grass. Moreover, not everyone might die. After all, some would surely escape. If everyone in the cursed convoy died, then they could only blame their own bad luck, which was also Chen and their bad luck. Yang Gang nodded and didn't say anything else, turning to go to the driver's seat. Chen lifted a corner of the rain cover and looked through the window toward the direction of the several survivors from the day. Those survivors had not yet slept and seemed to be having hot pot together. They have so many people, they should be able to attract everything in the convoy, right? Chen murmured. On the small hillside across, the 6 survivors who had clashed with Li Ding at noon gathered together. They had taken out all the food, making a hot pot meal, and even had a few bottles of beer and white liquor. These wouldn't have been anything before the apocalypse, but now they were absolutely luxurious. Ah, my daughter was also unlucky. If she could hold on for another day, with the protection of extraordinary sequence users, maybe she wouldn't die. It's all that madman's fault. Although he's not bizarre, I suspect the bizarre might have been attracted by him. He's just a disaster star. He must be killed, he is the murderer of our loved ones. What you said is right, we can't kill the bizarre, but can't we kill that madman? We must vent our anger, after all, that madman has no family. If that Li Ding is a nuisance, let's just kill him along with it. But didn't Li Ding say that he was saved by that madman? Could that madman be an extraordinary sequence? Can we really kill him? During the day, Brother Li San almost got bitten to death by that madman. The crowd, initially filled with righteous anger, suddenly fell silent. They felt a bit scared. Extraordinary sequences were not something they could kill. And right now, Li San's head was wrapped like a mummy, although his face was not visible, it was clear his complexion was bad. Thinking about what happened during the day, he still felt lingering fear. After a moment of silence, Li San said softly, even if he's a sequence user, so what? We can still kill him. Let's follow that bus. I've observed it, and there are probably only 2 extraordinary sequences on it, and the leader is named Chen. Chen is so young. If we just show some pity and say some nice things tomorrow, he will definitely help us. Young people nowadays love to show off and care about face. As long as we flatter him a bit, he will surely help us because of his pride. Especially after becoming an extraordinary sequence user, they get even more arrogant. The crowd's expressions tightened slightly. Isn't this using him as a gun? Someone muttered. If Chen finds out, he might kill us. It's too dangerous. What are you afraid of? Li San sneered, I see Chen just as a fool. How can he understand all the twists and turns? Besides, this isn't us using him as a gun, it's clearly us following him. We are being bullied, so he should help us. Hearing this, the crowd thought for a moment, it seemed to make sense. Alright, that's decided. Old Lu, fill everyone's cups. Let's all drink a toast. Come on, everyone, start eating the dishes. Li San waved his hand grandly. Alright. Perfect, 1 cup for each. Hey, this wine used to be so common for me, but now it feels like a luxury. This is the last bottle. A man with a full beard said while pouring wine from right to left. You a small cup, I a small cup. After pouring half a circle, the wine bottle was empty. Huh, wait, wasn't it 1 cup for each? How come it's gone? I didn't pour extra. Old Lu was quite puzzled and counted the cups and number of people at the table. 1, 2, 6, 7, 8. After counting to 6, Old Lu's voice began to tremble, and cold sweat started to form on his forehead. What's wrong with you, Old Lu? Why don't you hurry up and pour the wine? What are you stalling for? Seeing Old Lu mumbling to himself, Li San was a bit unhappy and urged him to hurry since he was already smelling the wine. Old Lu trembled as he approached Li San, sweat pouring down from his forehead and temples, his face turning pale. What's wrong? It's so cold, are you feeling hot? Li San replied irritably. Old Lu, are you having kidney deficiency? Looking at your build, you don't seem like someone who would have kidney deficiency. By the way, I found a bullwhip a few days ago. Eat it later to make up for it. Ha ha. The crowd burst into laughter, filling the air with a lively atmosphere. Old Lu, with a pale face, wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, his voice trembling, Brother San, how many of us are there?
6 people? What? Are you already drunk before you even had wine?
Li San rolled his eyes in displeasure.
But we mumble seem to have 9 people here. The wine isn't enough to go around. Old Lu trembled as if shaken by the wind.
As soon as these words were spoken, everyone froze for a moment and looked around.
Nonsense, don't speak carelessly, where did 9 people come from? Li San was annoyed, they hadn't even had wine yet, and someone was already drunk. Let me count. Starting from me, 1, 2, 6, 7.
When Li San counted to the 7th, his voice suddenly stopped as he saw 2 more people behind him.
Everyone stopped moving.
It was as if the air had frozen in that moment.
Silence reached its peak.
Everyone's faces turned very ugly. In the darkness, at that instant, it seemed like only the sounds of them swallowing saliva and the pounding of their hearts remained. Clearly, there were only 6 people, so what was the extra presence?
Chapter 51, Escape, Escape, Escape. Ah! Strange. There is a ghost. No, don't come over.
The screams of terror shattered the peaceful night sky.
On the bus. Everyone had long been awake.
When Yang Gang started the vehicle earlier, they woke up. Though they didn't know what Chen Lin and Yang Gang were doing, they could feel something was off. At this moment, when they heard the screams outside, panic appeared on their faces.
Another strange attack.
Li Dezhuang and Fu Hua anxiously stood up, wanting to check the situation outside.
Chu Chu curled up in her chair, hugging her knees. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili crowded into the corner, shivering.
The 2 of them were so weak they didn't even have the strength to escape. If a ghost caught them, they would surely die.
Go!
And Chen Lin, who had been observing the situation, shouted in a deep voice almost immediately. The bus, still running, was stepped on the gas by Yang Gang, charging forward. After Chen Lin steadied himself, he crawled out through the window and climbed onto the roof of the bus. In the dark night, the wind howled past his ears. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled like stars, fixated on the convoy behind.
The ghost is coming again. Run.
Forget the belongings, our lives are more important.
Wife, what are you doing at a time like this, holding on to me? Ah. No. You are a ghost. The entire convoy was thrown into chaos.
Survivors continuously fell to the ground, pounced on by ghosts. All the survivors were starting their vehicles at the fastest speed. Some survivors, in their hurry, operated the vehicles clumsily, crashing directly into the guardrail, blowing up the fuel tank.
Boom! The vehicle exploded on the spot, flames shooting into the sky. No survivor on the bus was spared. The violent explosion triggered a chain reaction, the vehicles following were startled and collided.
The vehicle squeezed in the middle stalled, unable to start. A family of 3 rushed down, pleading for help from other survivors' vehicles, but no one was willing to stop.
The family was crying desperately.
Finally, the man picked up his son, grabbed his wife, and frantically ran towards the direction the convoy was escaping. Much chaos also erupted among other vehicles, with some cars colliding in a struggle for another lane. They directly blocked the entire road. Those riding electric bikes were unaffected, their familiar weaving skills elevated in this situation. They continuously slipped through the gaps, passing one vehicle after another, finally escaping to safety.
Seeing this scene, many vehicles behind immediately turned around, heading to open spaces, taking a detour from the outside.
Among them was Li Ding's tricycle. Don't be fooled by Li Ding's youth, his driving skills were excellent, dodging vehicles and obstacles that almost made him look like a racing driver. Chen Lin silently watched this familiar sight, feelings deeply mixed. In his past life, he was also trapped in such an event, unable to open the door, forced to run on foot.
But how could an ordinary person outrun a ghost?
In the end, he was eaten alive by a ghost.
This time, he must survive. He only wanted to live. To live.
It seems that the previous assumption was not wrong, the cursed convoy is not cursed but rather has ghosts mixed in.
This time. Shouldn't all the strange things have been awakened by now?
Chen Lin pondered silently in his heart. However, the situation behind seemed to be getting out of control. In the survivor vehicles of the convoy behind, there were surprisingly many strange things. All of them were awakened, pouncing on the humans nearby. This caused the convoy behind to become even more chaotic. 7 or 8 cars crashed into each other. Many vehicles were hit and caught fire. In Chen Lin's heavenly eye, he continually saw black shadows pouncing towards pale yellow figures. Chen Lin's expression gradually became serious. More than 100 people in the convoy had over 20 strange beings.
Almost 1/5 of the entire group were strange beings.
These strange beings were well hidden. Perhaps those who had dined with you today were the strange beings. Perhaps the person who escaped with you just a moment ago was the strange being. Perhaps the person sleeping beside you was the strange being. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Chen Lin never realized this, which secretly frightened him. His sequence heavenly eye was nothing.
It couldn't even see this. Perhaps it was because the current heavenly eye rank was too low. After all, his heavenly eye was sequence 8. Being this high, it couldn't be this weak.
Of course, Chen Lin could only comfort himself like this for now. As the strange beings kept appearing, the situation gradually became a bit out of control. Those strange beings began to chase after the fleeing convoy after devouring those beside them. Chen Lin silently gripped the 5 thunder talismans in his arms, that was his only support.
Hopefully those strange beings wouldn't catch up.
At the same time, in the bus, Li Dezhuang and Fu Hua and others heard the commotion behind and rushed to the back of the bus.
Oh my god. Why are there so many of those in the convoy? Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would be doomed.
Li Dezhuang and Fu Hua looked up at the top of the bus, their eyes full of gratitude. However, at that moment, a violent collision sound suddenly came from the back of the convoy.
A strange being leaped at an incredible speed onto the roof of a private car. The force was immense.
The left front tire of the private car burst immediately.
Instantly, it lost control. Crashed into the guardrail at an angle. Fortunately, the private car driver was an experienced driver. He desperately stabilized the steering wheel. Even with that collision, he quickly adjusted the direction. He slammed on the accelerator.
The burst rim sparked and created a screeching sound as it dragged across the ground. Just as the experienced driver let out a sigh of relief, a piercing ripping sound came from above him. The sound was like nails scraping against metal, making one feel uneasy. When the experienced driver looked up, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils rapidly constricted, filled with astonishment and terror.
A pale face. No. Accurate to say, half a face.
The other half was bloodied and mangled, as if it had been run over by a tire, completely shattered. The other half grinned, the corners of the mouth stretching almost to the back of the ears. One face yet gave 2 different levels of horror,
making one's scalp tingle. Ah!
The experienced driver had never seen such a scene, his soul was frightened away.
Chapter 52, This is Stable. Don't, no! Bang!
Screams and the sounds of crashing vehicles echoed through the night.
The entire world felt like a hell on earth.
One strange being after another pounced onto the survivors' vehicles. The sturdy vehicles felt like cardboard in their hands, easily torn apart.
Simple and brutal.
Originally a convoy of more than 50 vehicles, after just 10 minutes, where Chen Lin's gaze fell, there were only about 12 or 13 cars left, along with 2 or 3 electric scooters and motorcycles, racing wildly. Meanwhile, over 20 strange beings behind were hunting swiftly. They were fiercely chasing the convoy, seemingly wanting to wipe out the entire group.
Chen Lin held the thunder talisman, his palms beginning to sweat. If it were 2 or 3, he would still have some confidence. But now it seemed. All right.
Chen Lin had to admit, having a stiff back was a bit uncomfortable, occasionally bending a little was good for the neck.
To bend and straighten is the mark of a true man. Still, let's think about how to escape. Divination.
With a thought, a golden phantom appeared before him.
Omen.
Great misfortune, about 10 kilometers to the north, there seems to be some kind of great misfortune awakening, the strange forces within several miles are boiling, Maple Town has become the battlefield of the strange, a strange song is being performed. If you have enough courage, perhaps you can go to join, but please proceed with caution.
Great misfortune, around 3 kilometers to the southeast, there is a small town named Huaming.
The strange forces are waking up, seemingly influenced by something, excited to an extraordinary degree, the terror has doubled.
If you plan to go there, you may gain a lot of food, but you may also become food.
Neutral Omen, about 1,000 meters to the northwest, there is a convoy stationed.
If you head there now, you have a high probability of receiving their help, provided you join their convoy, but your joining may not help you escape the predicament. 3 omens appeared.
But Chen Lin didn't immediately look at the third neutral omen, instead, he focused on the first omen.
Because it was the first time Chen Lin had seen the words great misfortune shining in black. The dark light even faintly overshadowed the golden light of the omen.
It almost seemed like it was about to overflow. How terrible could this be?
10 kilometers away. Could it be that great misfortune in the ancient tomb?
The image of the great misfortune in the ancient tomb immediately flashed in Chen Lin's mind.
The only great misfortune he knew of.
Their convoy had already moved hundreds of kilometers away, if it could still be affected.
Then how terrifying must that great misfortune be? Was this the end?
Just as Chen Lin was dazed, a shout came from the cabin.
Chen Lin, they're catching up. They're chasing us. There are only a few vehicles left behind. What should we do?
Chu Chu and Fu Hua were a bit panicked. Chen Lin took a deep breath, not having time to think too much, quickly climbed back into the vehicle.
Yang Gu, drive southwest.
Now, Chen Lin couldn't care less about whether the other convoy would help, he just wanted to get his convoy over there first. At the very least, that convoy could help attract some firepower.
Maybe there would be an opportunity. Okay. Yang Gang responded, believing Chen Lin without asking any useless questions.
Chen Lin went to the back of the vehicle, and from a distance, he saw flames shooting into the sky. 2 or 3 more cars lost control and crashed into the barrier, igniting fierce flames. The number of vehicles was steadily decreasing.
There weren't even enough left to be considered strange, as those oddities were rapidly pursuing from both sides of the road.
Yang Gang had already pressed the accelerator all the way down, driving for about a minute and a half.
Suddenly, Yang Gang hit the brakes hard.
Screech! The tires screeched violently, and Chen Lin and the others were nearly thrown out.
We're blocked, there seems to be something ahead. Yang Gang said in uncertainty. What? Chen Lin's expression changed. Hadn't the omen said there was a convoy here? How could there be strange forces blocking the road?
Chen Lin quickly went to the front of the vehicle to check the situation. On the wide road, 6 people on horseback stood firmly in the middle of the road. These 6 wore armor and held long spears. The leader was incredibly young, tall, at least about 2 meters, dressed in silver armor with a white cape.
He exuded an imposing aura, like an ancient general.
Behind those 6, many vehicles and tents could be seen. Chen Lin felt a slight sigh of relief. These people were probably the convoy mentioned in the omen.
What the heck? Are they that kind of thing? Or are they cosplaying? Chu Chu and Fu Hua exchanged glances. This was the modern era. Where did these ancient people come from? Tiny humans, you are so flustered, it seems you are being hunted by something bizarre. Do you need my help?
The silver-armored youth slowly raised his head, revealing a handsome face, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly, showing a trace of mischievous smile. With his armor, he looked like a dashing young general. Chu Chu and the others twitched their lips slightly, feeling somewhat suspicious inside.
Riding a horse in armor, and calling himself a general?
This guy, although a bit good-looking, is really full of himself. They had never seen someone so full of themselves.
Chen Lin's eyes lit up. Who cares if he's handsome or not? He wants to help us without us even asking. Where can we find such a good person? It seems the divination really works well. Brother, please help us. Those things are about to catch up.
Chen Lin hurriedly opened the car window and shouted.
Young man, please address me as General Dismantler.
Don't panic, this mere bizarre thing is nothing to me.
The silver-armored youth snorted softly. Since you want me to take action, are you willing to follow me and ride through the world? Wow, General Dismantler. Is he watching too many dramas? He's really into character. I can't believe he played it so well.
Chen Lin couldn't help but complain in his heart, but said with his mouth, willing. Since that's the case, rest for a moment and watch me slay those bizarre creatures behind. General Dismantler let out a disdainful laugh as he raised his silver spear and urged his horse forward. Chen Lin was left speechless.
Chu Chu and Fu Hua felt even more awkward, but thinking about the current world, it seems there aren't many normal people.
General, be careful, the thing's behind. Chu Chu kindly wanted to remind him, but before she could finish, she was interrupted by General Dismantler raising his hand. Woman, no need for more words, just wait for my good news.
All soldiers, charge with me.
General Dismantler pointed his silver spear ahead and shouted forcefully, filled with killing intent. He squeezed his legs tight, and the horse charged forward.
Kill.
The 5 riders behind followed closely. Though there were only 6 riders, they surged forward like thousands of cavalry, their momentum grand. They burst out like a gust of wind. Eliminating demons and protecting the way is timely. Our spirit should be fierce like a tiger.
Charge and kill, we shall be like this.
So refreshing.
Ha ha. Amidst the howling wind, General Dismantler's hearty laughter rang out, grand and unrestrained.
It stirred emotions. Chu Chu and Fu Hua were stunned. I have to say, this guy is not just full of himself, he really is quite handsome. Chen Lin was also stunned. It seemed this General Dismantler must have some real skills, otherwise, an ordinary person wouldn't dare to charge so boldly.
Moreover, this General Dismantler looked incredibly fierce.
Facing the bazaar without fear, leading the charge himself.
This is foolproof. Chapter 53, the wind grows strong, the call goes out. Help! They are catching up. They are right behind us. There are people ahead, save us.
In the few remaining cars, the survivors screamed in terror. When they saw General Dismantler charging on horseback ahead, it was as if they saw hope. At this moment, the survivors in the few electric cars behind them were already caught by the bizarre creatures. And running at the very front was actually Li Ding's tricycle. Li Ding was exceptionally calm, pressing the accelerator, and this tricycle seemed modified. Its speed was astonishing, maintaining over 200 miles per hour. The Taoist priest in the back of the cart glared at the bizarre creatures behind. baring his teeth and gripping the railing tightly like a beast ready to pounce, showing no fear.
Ha ha. No need to panic. General Dismantler is here, which demon dares to make trouble? Demon, since you hear my name, why not retreat?
General Dismantler's hearty laughter echoed through the skies.
Wow. How impressive.
The numerous survivors' eyes lit up, a glimmer of hope shining in their eyes. Even Li Ding couldn't help but look up ahead, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. General Dismantler and his 6 riders charged forward, like they possessed the might of 1,000 troops.
It gives a great sense of security.
Just as the demon-vanquishing general was recklessly bold, a simple young man next to him hurriedly shouted, "Taidan, you blind fool, if you can't see at night, then stop pretending. Those people are chasing more than 10 strange beings."
What the hell? More than 10 strange beings? He originally thought there were only 2 or 3.
The smile on the demon-vanquishing general's face stiffened, and he quickly pulled the reins, turning the horse around. "Brothers, the wind is too tight, let's get moving." With that, the demon-vanquishing general raised his whip and struck hard on the horse's rear. The horse let out a loud cry and sped up. The other 5 riders quickly followed suit. They were like a gust of wind, coming fast and running even faster. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the night ahead.
What the heck? Everyone was a bit dumbfounded. What about the demon-vanquishing general? Damn it, is this it? He ran away? What was he pretending for?
The many survivors were cursing under their breath. Meanwhile, the demon-vanquishing general quickly caught up with the bus's position. The bus hadn't turned off yet, and when Choo Choo and the others saw the demon-vanquishing general returning, they were overjoyed.
"General, did you kill those strange beings?" Choo Choo asked happily.
"No. There are too many strange beings. I am fearless, but I cannot take care of all of you.
I would not allow anyone to be harmed.
Therefore, I have decided to avoid danger for now. When the time is right, I will surely deal with those behind."
The demon-vanquishing general replied in a deep voice. "Ha?" Choo Choo was stunned.
Fu Hua and Li Dazhuang's lips twitched a few times.
Chen Lin had a dark expression. Okay, all that's left is a stubborn mouth.
Thought he was a king, turned out to be just a broken bronze.
What a fool I was to believe him. Damn, I knew this guy was just pretending.
Yang Gang cursed under his breath and quickly stepped on the gas, continuing to escape forward.
The other survivors from the demon-vanquishing general's convoy were already prepared to flee at any moment.
They didn't even ask questions when they saw the demon-vanquishing general return. They had already started their vehicles ahead of time.
By the time Yang Gang drove the vehicle away, those survivors had already run several hundred meters.
Chen Lin and the others were completely speechless.
Watching the survivors' skills and actions was painfully proficient.
Clearly, this wasn't the first time the demon-vanquishing general had fled in panic. The entire convoy raced to escape, while the demon-vanquishing general was quite relaxed, riding at full speed. The few survivor vehicles at the back were caught by the strange beings, resulting in a chain collision, with explosions happening continuously. From time to time, bright flames erupted into the sky. They didn't know if those strange beings got tired from chasing, but after Chen Lin and the others had run over 100 kilometers, they finally shook off the strange beings behind them. The convoy's vehicles then slowly pulled over to the side. Of the cursed convoy, over 50 vehicles, only 3 followed along. Out of more than 120 people, only 8 or 9 survived. Among them were Li Ding and Dao Yi. After the vehicle stopped, the demon-vanquishing general and his team skillfully filled their tanks with fuel. The survivors who had no fuel were looking for people to exchange for food. After filling their tanks, those survivors returned to their vehicles. They had no intention of getting off to rest or eat. Even when needing to relieve themselves, they looked hurriedly, appearing very anxious. It was not hard to see that these survivors had a strong sense of vigilance, seeming to be accustomed to being ready to evacuate at any moment. Inside the bus, Choo Choo and Fu Hua sighed in relief, having escaped another disaster. This time, thankfully they were prepared in advance, otherwise, looking at the casualties of the cursed convoy, they too could have been spared.
This made everyone even more grateful to Chen Lin. Yang Gang was taken aback and turned to Chen Lin. "Why do I feel this convoy is somewhat unreliable?"
Chen Lin had complicated feelings, he realized it.
It really seemed a bit unreliable.
That demon slayer general was probably just a naive young man, too deep into his role. What a bizarre kill, surely he is often chased by the bizarre.
Let's fill up the tank first.
Chen Lin patted Yang Gang's shoulder. The demon slayer general's convoy wasn't reliable, but at least it was better than the cursed convoy. At the very least, everyone was quite alert and skilled at fleeing.
That was one good thing.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang got out of the car to refuel, while the others stayed in the vehicle. Last time in Maple Town, Yang Gang had brought 30 20-liter metal fuel barrels, all filled with fuel. Running thousands of kilometers wouldn't be a problem.
For the moment, they weren't running low on fuel. Are you two the team leaders?
The Demon Slayer general approached, a sword at his waist and armor clattering. Chen Lin and Yang Gang exchanged glances, feeling a bit speechless. This guy really saw himself as a general.
But, regardless, since they were new, they should lay low, especially since they didn't know much about him.
Chen Lin nodded and said, sort of, General Xia helped us just now.
Ah, just a small matter.
I am determined to eliminate evil and protect the path, vowing to eradicate all bizarre creatures and restore the world to peace. I hope you two can assist me in the future.
Li Anlin said with burning eyes.
Yang Gang was speechless, feeling a bit inferior. He thought he was a social person, but upon seeing Li Anlin today, he realized how naive he was.
As long as Li Anlin wasn't awkward, then others would be.
Chen Lin managed to stay calm. General, you're being too modest.
Our convoy just has one sequence holder. This is our captain, Yang Gang. I'm Chen Lin, doing some odd jobs in the team.
Yang Gang didn't expose Chen Lin's lie. When out in the world, it's always good to be cautious of others.
So it's Brother Yang, Brother Chen. Nice to meet you. I am Li Anlin. From now on, you two can just follow my convoy. In the team, you only need to follow my arrangements and don't need to do anything else. However, for supplies and food, everyone still needs to work hard. Li Anlin clasped his fists, smiling as he said, Brother Chen, you don't have to undervalue yourself. Do your job well, and you may have a chance to become an extraordinary sequence holder in the future. In the future, you can join me in slaying demons and restoring the world. Well, what a grand notion of restoring the world. It was just a bit over the top. Chen Lin and Yang Gang felt a bit uncomfortable, but out of politeness, they cupped their hands in return. Iron Egg, the midnight snack is ready.
At this moment, a simple-minded young man came over and called out.
Wasn't the Demon Slayer general named Li Anlin? Chen Lin and Yang Gang exchanged knowing looks towards Li Anlin. Iron Egg? Who is Iron Egg? Where is Iron Egg? Jiang Su, stop shouting for no reason. My name is Li Anlin. Li Anlin said without batting an eyelid. Jiang Su scratched his head in innocence, mumbling, didn't your mom name you? When did you become Li Anlin?
Chen Lin and Yang Gang nodded in realization. Apparently, even the name had changed. Li Anlin's mouth twitched slightly, feeling annoyed, but seeing Jiang Su's simple face, he couldn't get mad. My brother isn't very bright, please don't mind the details.
Li Anlin nodded, smiling as he spoke. Who isn't bright? Li Iron Egg, not even my mom can say that about me, how dare you?
Jiang Su's eyes went wide like copper bells, very angry. If you don't apologize, I'll cut ties with you.
Haha, you see, just a moment, let me talk to my brother.
Li Anlin awkwardly laughed a few times, took Jiang Su's arm, and led him aside to talk. They didn't know what they were saying over there, but soon, Jiang Su showed an embarrassed smile.
In fact, Jiang Su was even seen apologizing to Li Anlin. This guy. I don't see him as a good person at all?
Yang Gang said in a low voice. Aside from being a bit foolish, he doesn't seem like a cunning person.
Chen Lin said lightly.
Before long, Li Anlin walked over and smiled. Brother Yang, Brother Chen, come on, let's grab some late-night snacks, it's on me, let's have a good chat.
Sure. Chen Lin didn't refuse, he wanted to probe Li Anlin's background and gather some information.
In his past life, he didn't even have the qualifications to sit at the table, so he wasn't very clear about the mysteries and extraordinary sequences. When Chen Lin and Yang Gang followed Li Anlin to the tent where they were staying, besides Jiang Su, there were 4 others. Even though Jiang Su and the others weren't wearing armor, Chen Lin guessed that those 6 nights earlier were them.
Come, let me introduce you. These are the 6 extraordinary sequence holders of our caravan.
This is Jiang Su, my buddy.
He's also my top warrior. Li Anlin introduced to Chen Lin and Yang Gang.
Jiang Su wasn't good with words, he just smiled honestly and scratched his head.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang slightly nodded, a way of saying hello. Next were the other 4, Li Anlin introduced them one by one to Chen Lin and Yang Gang. Li Anlin didn't mention their awakened sequences, and Chen Lin and Yang Gang didn't ask further.
After all, an awakened sequence could be said to be the greatest secret of extraordinary sequence holders.
Their relationship wasn't close enough for such matters yet. After the introductions, Li Anlin urged everyone to sit down and eat.
Today was rushed, so I just prepared a little. I apologize for not being able to entertain you well.
Come, everyone, sit down together. Li Anlin warmly invited everyone.
There were 9 large bowls on the table, with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, even drinks were there.
This is called not being able to entertain well? This is called preparing a little? Chen Lin had eaten such meals back in his rural hometown.
Yang Gang's eyes lit up, they lived well, but not this well. General Li is really generous, I'll be rude then.
Yang Gang directly called out General Li, showing no signs of embarrassment. Feel free, feel free. Li Anlin seemed to be warmed by Yang Gang's address and smiled brightly.
Yang Gang didn't hold back at all, he picked up his chopsticks and began to eat heartily.
Brother Chen, want to drink? Let's have a toast. Lianlin poured a glass of wine for Chenlin.
Cheers.
Chenlin raised his glass and clinked it with Lianlin's. Ha, Brother Chen is bold.
Cheers.
Lianlin downed his drink. Chenlin intentionally delayed and only drank after seeing Lianlin finish. Although Lianlin seemed like a good person, one must not let their guard down.
Lianlin noticed this but didn't point it out. Instead, he became even more enthusiastic, urging Chenlin to eat, even serving him double portions. He served Chenlin one portion and took one for himself, then ate in front of Chenlin while cheerfully urging him.
This made Chenlin's feelings become complicated.
In the apocalypse, after living long enough, he saw everyone as a bad person, even those who looked good would raise doubts in his heart.
Yet Lianlin was quite generous and carefree.
However, Chenlin didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed. In the apocalypse, sometimes, the strange things weren't the scariest, people were. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, the atmosphere at the table gradually became lively. Yang Gang even stood on a stool to box with Zhang Su and the others, making a great fuss.
2 flushes appeared on Lianlin's youthful face as he grinned. Brother Chen, how do you find today's food and drink? Does it compare to before the apocalypse? Follow me, and I will surely lead you to a good life in the future. Chenlin saw that the time was almost right and asked, Generally, have you really killed strange beings? That's natural. Could it be a lie? Lianlin mentioned these things, suddenly feeling spirited. Otherwise, where did this food come from?
All thanks to this general who fought the anomalies in front, protecting everyone so well that we could get food.
Let's not talk about the far away. Just 2 days ago, I led everyone into a small town.
With my silver spear in hand, I struck down swiftly, from the beginning of the street to the end, not even blinking once, making those anomalies wail.
Chenlin's face was almost a dark line.
Goodness, after a few drinks, they filled him with nonsense.
From one end of the street to the other without blinking? Isn't that a stretch? What's the matter? You still don't believe it?
Even though I retreated just now, it was a tactical retreat. Mainly because there were too many anomalies, and my brothers and I couldn't protect everyone. Otherwise, I would have learned from General Zilong and killed them 7 times in and out.
Lianlin became a bit anxious. Do you know why I'm so strong?
I'll tell you the truth, I'm a descendant of the Yang family generals. The Yang family spear technique has been perfected by me. It just so happens to align perfectly with my extraordinary series.
Common anomalies don't stand a chance against me. Chenlin looked at Lianlin in surprise. Brother, that's a bit over the top.
Yes, brother, I may not have read many books, but don't treat me like a fool. Your last name is Li, and the Yang family generals have the last name Yang.
Chenlin said quietly.
Hey, my mother's last name is Yang.
Isn't there a family tree?
And a hereditary spear technique. My grandmother saw my talent from a young age and allowed me to practice.
Makes sense, right? Lianlin said with a grin. Sounds reasonable. Chenlin couldn't come up with any rebuttal, and then said, Generally, do you know about the anomaly cores?
Ha! Killing anomalies drops a kind of extraordinary item.
Is that what you mean? I've got 10 of them. Lianlin chuckled lightly, looking easygoing, as if it were just a trivial matter. Chenlin's eyes suddenly lit up. Generally, can you show me one? I've used them all. Lianlin lifted the sword at his waist. See, this is a peculiar item forged from that stuff, capable of inflicting damage on anomalies. Used them all?
Chenlin felt a bit regretful, but not too much.
At least now he knew the way to obtain anomaly cores.
He was even more interested in this peculiar item. Chenlin thought for a moment, a golden glint appearing in his eyes.
Heavenly eye. Chenlin's gaze landed on Lianlin's sword. Black and white flames intertwined. Item, General Sword. Number, no number. Item description, forged from a Tier 1 anomaly core, capable of Brother Chen, I've said so much, shouldn't you say something too? For example, you're also an extraordinary sequence. Chenlin was taken aback, and admitted generously, that's right. Then after all I've said, shouldn't you say something? Hiding the head and tail is not what friends do. But rather has ulterior motives.
Lianlin's eyes gradually sharpened. Don't think because I'm broad-minded that I am foolish. Chenlin smiled bitterly. He knew that in the apocalypse, those who make a living, regardless of their appearance, are not fools.
Even if Lianlin is a good person, it doesn't mean he is a fool.
It's wrong for me to hide things, but please understand, one must always guard against others.
Chenlin sincerely said. Ha ha.
Brother Chen, there's no need to be like this, I was just casually saying.
Even if you don't admit it, that's fine.
Even if you're a bad person, I believe one day you'll be moved by my ideals and ambitions. Lianlin laughed heartily, giving Chenlin a heavy pat on the shoulder. Chen Lin's mouth twitched slightly. Okay, this guy not only knows how to show off, but he's also quite narcissistic. Chen Lin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The information I know is not much, mainly 2 points about survival. First, don't be alone. Being alone will certainly lead to ominous events or strange pursuits. Second, the number in the convoy must not be less than 10, otherwise it will also lead to ominous events or strange pursuits. Moreover, there may be indescribable things mixed into the convoy, causing your memories to deviate, or even going unnoticed. Earlier, the convoy we encountered had been infiltrated by the strange. Lianlin looked at Chen Lin in shock. Are you sure it was the strange infiltrating the convoy? They have that ability? Chen Lin nodded. Not only do they have this ability, but if they haven't been awakened, they're hard to detect. Damn. Lianlin cursed. Damn strange. This adds a lot of difficulty to my ambition to restore order to the world. After speaking, Lianlin leaned down and whispered, Brother Chen, does my convoy have any? Chen Lin shook his head. I'm not sure. If you haven't accepted a convoy of less than 10 people, then there should be no problem. Lianlin instantly breathed a sigh of relief. His convoy hadn't received such a team. The fewest people were 20. Brother Chen, your information is very important to me. Speak, what do you want to know? I will definitely tell you everything without holding back. Lianlin said seriously. I want to know how to distinguish the tears of the strange. Chen Lin said earnestly. This is the most critical matter, very important. Lianlin did not hesitate at all. Actually, there is no special method. I classify them based on my feelings. For a simple example, if you encounter something strange and it doesn't instill extreme fear, it's probably a first-tier strange. If it makes you feel a bit creeped out, at least it's a second tier. If it terrifies you so much that you have no will to resist, that's above third tier. It's all based on feeling. And it's not very accurate. Just like me, after my sequence tier rose, this feeling will change because I became stronger. All fear originates from insufficient firepower. What? Just this? Chen Lin recalled, up until now, the strangeness he encountered almost all made him feel creepy. Some even made him feel a strong unease before he even saw them. For example, the terrifying strange in the ancient tomb. Could it be that Lianlin started encountering first-tier strangeness, while all he had met were second-tier or even above? Different people, different fates? Lianlin is lucky, he has a hard life? No wonder he gets chased every day. He thought it was because he was too weak, but in reality, he wasn't even facing opponents of the same level. So bitter. But there's nothing to be done about it. Weird things aren't like the little monsters in games, waiting foolishly to be killed. Encountering weirdness is also random. Brother Chen, are there any other questions? Lianlin asked. Not for now. Chen Lin shook his head. These messages were already very important. Facing weirdness in the future, he had a bit more confidence. Come on, keep drinking, keep eating. Lianlin waved his hand. Chen Lin and Lianlin drank until around 4 or 5 in the morning before dispersing. After returning to the bus, Yang Gang simply collapsed and fell asleep. Chen Lin sat in his seat, quietly smoking, exhaling smoke. In his past life, Chen Lin wasn't qualified to attend such banquets, nor was he qualified to interact and understand those extraordinary sequences. As a result, there were many things he didn't know. But now, Chen Lin had also understood some rules. Chen Lin had more confidence in surviving, in living longer. Chen Lin felt that what Lianlin said was not wrong. All fears come from insufficient firepower. Now he had a 5 thunder charm, making his back a bit straighter. What if he had 10? 100? Then he could be strong all the time. Sturdy. Thinking of this, Chen Lin threw away the cigarette but turned his gaze to Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, who were sprawled in the aisle like dead pigs. Get up and get to work. Chen Lin directly called them up. Huh? Work? Bro, didn't we say we would only draw 3 times a day from now on? Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili looked like they had seen a ghost. Chen Lin's eyes darkened slightly. Overtime. Chapter 56, The Dog Doesn't Eat, I Eat. Overtime. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili trembled in fear. Before the apocalypse, they worked 9 to 6, after the apocalypse, they worked 9 to 9. So miserable. They promised to draw 3 times a day, but on the very first day, they had to work overtime. Chen Lin took out the jade pen and 2 blank sheets of paper. You go draw, just like before, draw that charm. Chen Lin pointed at Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili was excellent at drawing the 5 thunder charm. Zhang Lili approached timidly, not daring to resist. Through all these events, she had a certain understanding of Chen Lin. The more she resisted, the more she opposed him, and the worse the result would be. Obeying may lead to a chance that Chen Lin might have a change of heart and let her rest a bit. Zhang Lili was already a bit skilled after drawing one, and she picked up the jade pen and started drawing. This time, Zhang Lili had drawn only 3 strokes when her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Chen Lin's brows furrowed, and he started to ponder quietly. Forcing them to draw charms guarantees quality, but speed might slow down. Looking at Zhang Lili, it seemed she wouldn't be able to work for long. This overtime was really life-threatening. If things continued like before, pushing them to their limits to draw charms might really lead to death. If only he could add more hands. Alas, too bad there are no such oddities on the bus. I wonder if Lianlin's team has such oddities, sycophants, saintly types, and those with odd minds, strange people. They are all true valuable resources. Chen Lin kept muttering softly, I see that Lianlin should have a strong spirit, but it's a pity I might not be able to handle him. Since I can't force it, I'll outsmart him, get Lianlin to speed up my charms. However, doing this will expose the jade pen, attracting unwanted attention. I should learn more first to see if Lianlin is a true gentleman or a scheming villain. If Lianlin is a true gentleman, then asking him for help might work. Let's first observe. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Lin raised his head to look at Wang Xiaoming and pointed at the 5 elements fortune charm on the charm guide. You draw this. Once you finish, I'll let you rest for a day. Chen Lin handed the jade pen to Wang Xiaoming. The 5 elements fortune charm has fewer strokes than the 5 thunder charm. It should be quicker. This was what Chen Lin had planned from the start. He wanted to see if this charm could enhance the divination ability. It's hard to level up, then let's use symbols to gather. If it works, things will be a bit better in the future, no need to run around every day, being chased. In the end, it's still Chen Lin's bad luck. I'm going to draw this. Once finished, I'll rest for a day? Wang Xiaoming looked at the luck symbol with only 20 or 30 strokes, and he felt energized. This symbol could be drawn 3 times a day, and in about a week, it would be done. Then he glanced at Zhang Lili's symbol, with over 100 strokes. How long would that take to draw? Wang Xiaoming felt a bit heartbroken, gritting his teeth. Brother, can I draw that 5 thunder symbol, and let Lily draw this luck symbol? It's fewer strokes, Lily can finish faster and take a day's rest. Chen Lin's mouth twitched. Good, a real sycophant. He thought Wang Xiaoming would be grateful to him. To his surprise, even in this weak state, he still had to flatter Zhang Lili. Unbelievable. Chen Lin now recognized Wang Xiaoming. Among the sycophants he has seen, he would respectfully call Wang Xiaoming the king of flatterers. You are amazing. Chen Lin gave a thumbs up and said, but you have no right to bargain with me. Do what I tell you to do. Wang Xiaoming wanted to say more, but seeing Chen Lin's dark expression, he didn't dare to speak up, quickly picking up the brush. Wang Xiaoming skillfully familiarized himself with the stroke method of the luck symbol and began to prepare to draw. Just as Wang Xiaoming was about to draw a symbol, Wang Xiaoming's whole body suddenly stiffened. This power, so strong. As soon as Wang Xiaoming finished speaking, he collapsed straight down, hitting the ground. Even the symbol he was drawing hadn't been completed. Chen Lin's brow furrowed slightly. Is he pretending to be dead? You haven't been hit for a day, and you start acting dead? Chen Lin raised his hand and slapped him. A handprint immediately appeared on Wang Xiaoming's pale face, but there was no sign of him waking, not even a twitch of his brow. Chen Lin tested Wang Xiaoming's breath, there was still a weak one. Not dead yet, but close. Not pretending? Chen Lin's frown deepened. Could it be that Wang Xiaoming was too tired? Can't take it anymore? Drained dry? Or is it that this symbol is too powerful, even a weird one like Wang Xiaoming can't withstand it? This troubled Chen Lin. No matter what, if both Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming can't handle it, his symbol plan would be halted. It wouldn't be 100 drawings, not even a single one would be possible. Only by experiencing that kind of pain can one understand just how painful it truly is. Chen Lin didn't want to be foolish and draw it himself anymore. I must find more people. Chen Lin secretly calculated in his heart. If each person draws 1 stroke, and if he finds 100 people, then theoretically, in a day, many symbols could be drawn. 100 people are hard to find. But 10 or 8 should be manageable, right? He would go to the convoy to look around when it gets light. Chen Lin packed all his things into his backpack, leaned against the chair, and slowly fell asleep. Around 9 o'clock, Hulu called Chen Lin to wake up for breakfast. Today, there was no news of anyone in the convoy dying. Hulu still cooked 4 dishes, but today the meat was a bit scarce, with only a small plate of chicken and pork. The other 2 were simply vegetables. Our food has run out, next, we might have to eat something else. While saying this, Hulu placed food in Chen Lin's bowl. Yang Gang, having learned from the previous experiences, this time was wise to speak less and eat more. Yang Gang also started putting food in his own bowl. There's one more thing. Yang Gang, wolfing down food, said, the others in the convoy don't have much food left either, we only have about 3 days worth of food. We must find a way to gather more food. Not today, the divination has already been used, we have to wait until tomorrow. Let's see what Li Anlin and the others have planned later.
Chen Lin said lightly.
After breakfast, Chen Lin took some leftovers back to the vehicle and called Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming up.
Today, Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming looked even more haggard, their cheeks even darkened, like they were about to die.
Today you are in luck, you get to eat chicken.
You two have worked hard these past 2 days, eat well and recover.
Chen Lin said as he opened the plastic bag. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili heard there was meat to eat, and their mouths watered, feeling more energized. But when Chen Lin fully opened the plastic bag, inside were only some chicken bones, some leftover rice, and a few pieces of vegetable soup, mixed together looking like slop. The two were dumbfounded.
No, bro, where's the meat? Wang Xiaoming was a bit confused. I ate it, you guys make do.
Chen Lin said as if it were only natural, don't blame me, blame the damn apocalypse, if it were before the apocalypse, not even a dog would eat this.
Now even dogs won't eat it.
Wang Xiaoming curled his lips, just about to complain a bit, when Chen Lin's gaze swept over.
Eat. If the dog won't eat, I'll eat. Wang Xiaoming quickly changed his tune. Chapter 57, The Terrifying Lianlin. Creak, creak. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were eating the leftovers.
To be honest, it looked bad, but it tasted really good. Maybe it had been so long since they had meat that the more they ate, the stronger they felt.
Crispy crunch.
By the time they finished eating, Chen Lin had them wash up before handing them the jade brush and the talisman to draw. This time, Zhang Lili drew half a stroke less, only managing 2.5 strokes.
Wang Xiaoming did even worse, finishing just that 1 stroke.
This made Chen Lin feel the pressure.
Finding someone to draw talismans and gathering supplies. These 2 tasks were urgent now. Go find Lianlin and chat, see if there's a chance to get some people from him, or to learn more about Lianlin.
With that in mind, Chen Lin quickly packed everything up and got off the car.
Most of the Lianlin survivors were having breakfast.
What surprised Chen Lin was that the survivors were eating quite well. Basically, they were having rice, with meat and vegetables. Only a few individuals were eating instant noodles. It really seemed as if what Lianlin said yesterday was true, with his protection, their team was faring well in the apocalypse. The survivors' spirits were pretty good.
Brother Chen.
As Chen Lin walked, he happened to approach not far from Lianlin's tent.
Lianlin greeted Chen Lin with a wave.
Lianlin was wearing that silver armor again, looking quite impressive.
Looking for me? Lianlin asked, what's the matter? What's the plan for today? Our supplies are running low.
Chen Lin said faintly. This is simple, at 10:30, we continue moving forward, about 30 kilometers ahead, there is a village.
At that time, we will go in to gather supplies. Didn't you want to hunt the strange?
If all goes well, I'll give you one.
Lianlin said generously.
Chen Lin froze for a moment, a bit surprised. Lianlin wasn't lying, right?
Risking life to hunt the strange. And he would give the strange essence to himself? What is this? A saint?
Lianlin loved to show off, was narcissistic, and still a grand saint, a transcendent being.
Buff stacked high, okay? How strong must his spirit be? Can't imagine, not even a bit. Chen Lin looked at Lianlin, and his mouth was almost watering. If Lianlin could help him draw talismans, one time might be worth several times from Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, right? Drawing 10 strokes, that could happen. Now that's the real scarce resource. If he could gain Lianlin's help, then having 100 thunder talismans might not be a dream. Thinking of this, Chen Lin's eyes turned red, and his breathing became rapid. He must find a way to win over Lianlin. Make the dream of 100 thunder talismans come true. Lianlin noticed Chen Lin's fiery gaze and felt secretly pleased. Brother Chen, you must be captivated by me, right? What a pity. I'm just a legend. A man you will never have. Lianlin secretly sighed in his heart, his smile becoming even more radiant. Brother Chen. Don't look at me like that, General. In the face of the apocalypse, humanity has already struggled to survive, and we should help each other. Everyone in the world has their own path, and my path is to slay demons and monsters, to uphold righteousness, and to restore clarity to the world. At that time, no one will fear the strange, and the ember of humanity will continue to endure. Lianlin stood with hands behind his back, raising his head at a 45-degree angle, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, embodying great ambition. The angle, the sunlight, was just perfect. At this moment, he seemed to be the savior of the apocalypse. The brilliance of human nature was so dazzling that one could hardly open their eyes, heartwaves stirred, and blood was already beginning to pulse. The grand blueprint Lianlin constructed was indeed bigger than any dream. Before the apocalypse, when Chen Lin worked like a beast, he had never dreamed this big. Chen Lin only felt a tingle on his scalp, as if something was about to grow in his mind. Brother Chen, look at the world now, everyone is anxious and fearful, scared of the strange phenomenon, barely able to fill their stomachs, and inadequately clothed. What a miserable plight humanity is in. Don't you want to do something about it? Do you just want to live aimlessly like this?
A man born in this world cannot live in despair. If we join hands, we can surely make a difference.
Why should we count gains and losses? Today I help you, tomorrow you help me. Isn't it better to help each other? So, I help not just you, but all of humanity.
Lianlin's gaze was intense as he stared at Chen Lin, filled with excitement.
Hiss. I help not just you, but all of humanity. Suddenly, a grand vision unfolded. What a magnificent vision it was.
Chen Lin could not help but gasp, a shiver running through his body. At this moment, he felt as if he had reached a new elevation. His long silent heart began to ripple, conscience almost awakening.
He even felt a sense of shame arise within. Lianlin was offering him the weird core, and he had thought of using Lianlin as a tool. Lianlin shared his heart with him, and he wanted to play mind games? Pah! He truly deserved to die. What a shameful feeling. Chen Lin's face turned red from the embarrassment. Wait. Something is not right. Chen Lin suddenly realized why he had such thoughts. Why should he feel ashamed? Hiss. Had he been influenced by Lianlin? This magnetic field is a bit fierce. So overwhelming. Lianlin is truly righteous. No.
He's not just righteous.
He's really disturbingly righteous.
Chen Lin calmed down, feeling his will to survive wildly shaking. Even just a moment ago, he had thought about joining Lianlin to uphold righteousness, even if it meant risking his life.
Scary. So terrifying.
Chen Lin felt cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He had never panicked this much even when facing the strange. Chen Lin had always believed his willpower to be unmatched after living 2 lives. Until now, he realized that was because he had never encountered a presence as terrifying as Lianlin.
Chen Lin acknowledged Lianlin's strength. Wang Xiaoming was referred to as the King of Lackeys.
Thus, Lianlin certainly deserved the title of the King of Saints. In the future, he must minimize contact with Lianlin, and not seek him for talismans. Lest he gets influenced by Lianlin's drawings and words, and then, in a moment of impulse, runs off with him. The dream of 100 thunder talismans, if unfulfilled, so be it. Chen Lin took a deep breath, suppressing the thoughts within him. General Li has great ambitions.
I am deeply impressed.
However, General Li's topics are too advanced. I am too restless, unable to absorb the essence for the moment.
I will consult the general again another day. I will take my leave first. With that, Chen Lin turned and quickly left. Chen Lin feared that if he spoke a few more words, he would be influenced by Lianlin. Lianlin is truly terrifying. He must stay away, keep a safe distance. Lianlin watched Chen Lin's departing figure, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Brother Chen, I know that you have already been influenced by my positive energy. For a moment, you cannot accept such mighty positive energy. But that's alright, one day, you will change completely. You will become a person full of great love and selflessness. By that time, you will understand that everything I said today is full of wisdom. You will realize how grand and magnificent my ideals truly are. You will surely tremble for it. With blood boiling, viewing me as a god. However, take it slow, let's first give Brother Chen Lin a bit of a small shock. Lianlin murmured to himself while watching Chen Lin's back, full of confidence. Chen Lin could not escape from his grasp. Chapter 58, Huai Village. At 10:30. The convoy began to set off one after another. Lianlin and his 6 riders led the convoy at the front to scout the way. Yang Gang was driving the bus, following at the back of the convoy. It is worth mentioning that Fu Hua and Li Dazhuang had just found Yang Gang and wanted to drive. Having experienced the previous encounter shrouded in mist, they had come to understand a few things. If Yang Gang could have freed up his hands at that time, perhaps they wouldn't have been so embarrassed. After all, Yang Gang was an extraordinary sequence. His strength was definitely stronger than them, the ordinary people, right? Yang Gang was naturally happy to teach them, so he wouldn't have to drive all the time himself. Fu Hua and Li Dazhuang coming to learn was right in line with him, saving him a lot of trouble. In the back of the bus, Chen Lin, after returning from Lianlin, had smoked half a pack before he calmed down. He still had some lingering fears, feeling like he was almost getting wise. Chen Lin extinguished the cigarette in his hand and looked out the window. Behind them was Li Ding in their small 3-wheeled vehicle. Li Ding was riding with the Taoist master. At first, Chen Lin had suspected that the Taoist master was strange, but no one had died last night. This also meant that the Taoist master was not strange. It also meant they had completely rid themselves of the strange convoy this time. This gave Chen Lin a sigh of relief, and his current focus was on Lianlin. Chen Lin was very curious about how Lianlin dealt with the strange. Could the strange really be killed by them?
About an hour into the journey, the convoy ahead had already come to a stop. Jiang Su rode his horse, weaving among the vehicles. We have arrived at Huai village, keep your engines running. Those wanting to go in to search for supplies can now get off the vehicles and enter the village with General Li. Many survivors seem to have gotten used to all of this already. Survivors with insufficient supplies quickly packed their things and got out of the vehicles. Those with wives and children left their families on the bus. However, when the men got off the bus, many women and children followed, crying and hugging the men. It seemed like a heartbreaking farewell. Of course, it truly was a farewell between life and death. Even though with Li Anlin's guard, it was much safer, there would still be casualties. It was just that the casualties would be somewhat less than usual. There was also a special situation where there were strange entities in the village that Li Anlin could not handle, leading to greater casualties. So, going out to search for supplies was like stepping into the gates of hell. Parting might also be a final goodbye. Another part stayed on the bus because their supplies were sufficient, they didn't want to take risks for now. However, no one was there to watch the excitement, most people's faces were very serious. On the bus, Chu-Chu, Fu-Hua, and the others all emptied their backpacks, picked up their weapons, and prepared to get off the bus to enter the village. Although the weapons they had in hand were of little use against the strange, at least holding them was a source of comfort, right? Chen Lin was the first to climb to the top of the bus, gazing at the small village ahead. This village was not very large. Looking around, there were only a few dozen small rural buildings. The entire village showed no signs of life. Exceptionally quiet. One small building after another stood there, with dark windows resembling giants watching everything around. It was unclear if the layout of the buildings was the issue or if other factors were at play, but it always made one feel unsettled. It even felt a bit eerie. The feeling was not good. A flash of golden light appeared in Chen Lin's eyes. Heavenly eye. The entire village transformed before Chen Lin's eyes. He couldn't see through all the buildings, but he could see a black aura rising above the village. Extremely black. It revealed hints of eeriness and fear. Wherever his gaze reached, he found no sign of any strange wandering. There is something strange. I wonder how many there are. But I still need to go. Chen Lin secretly thought. He handed all the food from his backpack to Hulu, even the box containing the jade pen was given to her. You also want to gather supplies? Hulu looked at Chen Lin, very nervous. They can go, finding supplies also benefits you. There's no need to take the risk. Yang Gang advised from the side. I want to go in and take a look. Chen Lin was very determined. In the past, without divination, Chen Lin would definitely not have gone. But this time was different. His main goal in going in was not to collect supplies, but to observe the methods of Li Anlin and the others. Hunting the strange is too important of information. Chen Lin wanted to live, but he didn't want to live in a miserable way. Each time facing the strange, they were very passive. This feeling made Chen Lin very unhappy. His life was now his own, but it seemed not fully in his control. He had to go. Today, with Li Anlin and the others at the front, Chen Lin felt a bit more relaxed. What if one day, they weren't there? Or if he was separated from them? Who would be the big tree? Moreover, Chen Lin was no longer without means to save his life. The Thunder Talisman was right in his pocket. This was Chen Lin's biggest source of confidence. Hulu looked at the box containing the jade pen and nodded heavily. Okay, wait for your return. How about I go with you? Yang Gang suddenly spoke up. I also want to see how big the gap is between me and Li Anlin. Let's see if they can really hunt the strange. Alright, then let's go together. Chen Lin nodded. Immediately, Chen Lin and Yang Gang gathered with the other survivors of the convoy. Li Anlin, clad in silver armor and holding a silver spear, wandered outside the village, not entering immediately. Is he sensing the existence of the strange? Is this the feeling Li Anlin mentioned? Chen Lin murmured, but can one really feel that? Even his heavenly eye couldn't pinpoint the location of the strange due to the buildings blocking the view. As for whether Li Anlin's sequence was perceptual, Chen Lin wasn't sure. It might be possible that his sequence was particularly unique. After Li Anlin made a round, he returned to the roadside, and Zhang Su and the others immediately gathered around. How is it? What do you feel? Zhang Su asked softly. I feel a slight sense of panic. There should be a first-tier strange, but I can't sense anything else. Li Anlin said calmly. After saying this, Li Anlin looked at the others and said earnestly, we will now enter the village. Once inside, do not make any noise, and do not be curious when encountering strange things. 1 hour later, everyone must leave. Chapter 59, Strange Infant. In. Li Anlin led Zhang Su and the others forward, and the other survivors followed closely. Chen Lin and Yang Gang were among them. Chen Lin also noticed that Li Ding and the Taoist priest had come. Li Ding seemed worried that the Taoist priest would run around. a rope tied around the waists of two people. The Taoist priest seemed to sense something as well. He didn't shout and scream like usual, but instead, he quietly got close to Li Ding, as if he were protecting him. Chen Lin observed and silently stepped aside, keeping his distance from Li Ding and the priest. There was no way to know if the priest would suddenly start yelling. It might even end up harming someone. But Chen Lin didn't say much. The priest's ways were beyond his understanding, so he chose to keep his distance. After entering Huai village, many survivors moved in unison, quickly dispersing into one small building after another. Chen Lin and Yang Gang followed Li Anlin and the others. They soon arrived at the center of the village, where there was a supermarket. Zhang Su and the others dismounted in sync and entered the supermarket. Li Anlin remained on horseback, looking around. Upon seeing Chen Lin and the others, he smiled gently and said, "Brother Chen, Brother Yang, there's plenty of stuff in this supermarket, feel free to grab what you want. I'll keep watch outside for you." Chen Lin nodded and quickly entered the supermarket. No matter what, since the strange occurrences hadn't started yet, they should gather supplies first. Inside the supermarket, Chen Lin used his heavenly eye to scan the area and found no abnormalities, so he felt relieved to walk in. This supermarket wasn't very big, just slightly larger than an ordinary grocery store. There were two shelves in the middle. Other cabinets were embedded in the walls. Zhang Su and the others were busy collecting supplies from the shelves. Chen Lin and Yang Gang didn't have time to think and quickly joined in. The shelves were stocked with various snacks, like candies, biscuits, jellies, drinks, instant noodles, and so on. They were neatly arranged, showing that the former supermarket owner was a diligent person. Chen Lin swept rows of instant noodles into his backpack, followed by biscuits. These were things that could satisfy hunger. Most importantly, just as Chen Lin was about to leave, he stopped again, grabbing a bunch of QQ soft candies, dried fruits, and sunflower seeds. Chen Lin also spotted some seasonings, hot pot base, MSG, salt, and other items. They each packed 10 bags, and also grabbed 3 bottles of soy sauce and sesame oil. With the remaining space, Chen Lin added a few bags of rock sugar. When there was nothing to eat, they could help replenish strength, tasted good, and filled the stomach well. Not only that, but they could also be used for cooking. These were good items. During times of scarcity, such things were in high demand and more useful than anything else. After filling his backpack, Chen Lin took 2 large shopping bags and started to stuff anything he saw inside. Cigarettes, lighters, and some yellow paper and other items. These were all things Chen Lin could use. He also saw white wine and beer, thought for a moment, but still didn't take any. He didn't need alcohol, even though it was good stuff. But there was no need to be greedy. If something weird showed up, running would be trouble. With 2 fully packed shopping bags in hand and a bulging backpack, Chen Lin felt satisfied. This trip had really gone smoothly. Next time, maybe he could prepare an extra backpack. Just as Chen Lin was about to stand up and leave, there was a thud. A pack of pickled vegetables fell and hit him on the head. Chen Lin's body tensed for a moment, but he quickly returned to normal. He picked up the pickled vegetables without making a fuss. These guys are so clumsy, why are they bumping into the shelves? Chen Lin muttered to himself, as if he was intentionally speaking for someone to hear. At the moment he stood up, a glimmer of darkness flashed in his eyes. Heavenly eye. The next second, Chen Lin's eyes widened, his pupils shrank sharply, and shock and horror flickered in his gaze. A black, dry baby face appeared before his eyes, the skin wrinkled and piled together. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle. The most crucial part was, this strange baby face was almost pressed against Chen Lin's face. For a moment, Chen Lin felt his heart almost stop beating. A cold wind whistled from behind, and a chilling feeling surged in his heart. If this was any normal person, they would probably have fainted from fear at this moment. A sudden strange face leaned in. Just thinking about it sends shivers down the spine. Behind the strange baby, there was a black, lingering mark leading towards the toilet, seemingly indicating it had just crawled out from there. During those few seconds, a look of confusion appeared on the strange baby's face, closely watching Chen Lin, as if doubting whether Chen Lin could see it. National Banquet pickled vegetables. Damn, I didn't even realize I love this stuff the most. Chen Lin laughed joyfully and quickly reached out to grab it. This sudden damn definitely startled the strange baby, which instinctively recoiled to the side. However, the strange baby quickly reacted, baring its teeth at Chen Lin and glaring fiercely at him. Seeing that Chen Lin was not scared at all, it finally confirmed that Chen Lin couldn't see it. Under the strange baby's gaze, everything felt completely natural. Chen Lin's hand didn't shake at all, and his smile was bright. Chen Lin took one package after another, stuffing half of them into his arms. If the strange baby had been standing behind Chen Lin at that moment, it would have noticed that Chen Lin's back was already soaked with cold sweat. Nearby, Zhang Su and others couldn't help but want to laugh at Chen Lin's words. Brother Chen is also someone who hasn't tasted fine food. Everyone shook their heads. After almost clearing half of the pickled vegetables, Chen Lin left with a beaming smile, as if he had just won a 5 million lottery.
Brother Chen, here are 2 packages of pig trotters for you.
Don't underestimate these pre-made dishes, they taste really good. As he passed by Zhang Su pulled out 2 packages of pre-made pig trotters from his backpack.
Okay, thanks.
While receiving them, Chen Lin winked at Zhang Su, constantly signaling him to go outside.
Zhang Su scratched his head in confusion. Brother Chen, what's wrong with your eyes? Are you crazy? Chen Lin. It's nothing, just got some sand in my eyes.
Chen Lin hurriedly stopped his small actions and quickened his pace towards the exit. Zhang Su didn't think much of it and continued to organize the supplies. When Chen Lin was passing by Yang Gang, he kicked Yang Gang's butt. Yang Gang thought someone was blind, and when he turned around, he saw Chen Lin quickly heading outside. Yang Gang paused for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, quickly grabbed his backpack, and silently walked out. However, just as they were about to exit the supermarket, a terrified scream suddenly rang out from outside.
It's weird. The strange is coming. General Li, save me. The terrified screams echoed through the heavens and the earth. Damn. Chen Lin cursed secretly and ran outside. Run. There's something weird in the supermarket.
After shouting, Chen Lin immediately dashed out of the supermarket like the wind.
Yang Gang was second.
The third was Zhang Su.
Damn, no wonder Brother Chen was winking, he was reminding me.
Zhang Su grabbed his backpack with one hand and 2 bags of 20-kilogram rice with the other, quickly running outside. The other survivors reacted the slowest. Before they could grasp the situation, the sound of a baby crying echoed from inside the supermarket. Chapter 60, Li's long gun does not kill the young or old.
Boom.
As soon as Chen Lin ran out of the supermarket, a white figure suddenly crashed towards him. Chen Lin hardly hesitated and immediately ducked to the side, narrowly avoiding disaster.
Brother Chen, step back. Today, watch me kill the weird. Li Anlin's voice echoed.
Chen Lin steadied himself and realized that what had just crashed towards him was a weird creature. This weird creature was entirely white, shaped like a person, but its mouth was filled with jagged teeth, making one's scalp tingle, enough to trigger fear of densely packed objects.
Moreover, the jagged teeth in the weird creature's mouth were wriggling constantly.
Like a set of tentacles. It had just been knocked away by Li Anlin, crashing straight into the glass door. Not far away, a boy, loaded with backpacks, had a pale face, scared urine out of him. It was he who had shouted just now.
Roar, roar, roar. The strange creature crawled up angrily, continuously roaring at Li Anlin. How dare you, wicked monster! Still daring to act fiercely. Die, you scoundrel!
Li Anlin was enveloped in a red glow, taking giant strides like a sharp arrow shooting out. The creature still wanted to act tough, baring its teeth and roaring, showing no fear at all. Like a wild beast, it took the chance when Li Anlin shot and swiftly circled to his side, seemingly wanting to kill him from the side. Unfortunately, Li Anlin's gun came out like a dragon, shadows following the gun. His gun was faster.
Smack!
The long gun suddenly struck down, the tip crashing heavily onto the creature's head. The creature's head burned as if it were scorched by fire, instantly emitting clouds of black smoke, letting out a painful howl.
Li Anlin showed no hesitation at all, the gunfire flashing continuously.
That long gun seemed to come alive in his hands, continuously wounding the creature. The white creature, let alone fighting back, didn't even have a chance to get close. At this moment, Yang Gang and the others had already taken the opportunity to run out, and Yang Gang immediately rushed to Chen Lin's side.
Oh my! Li Anlin is so fierce?
He said before that 3 or 5 strange creatures couldn't get close. I thought he was just bragging.
Yang Gang was almost numb with shock.
That strange creature was beaten by Li Anlin to the point of having no temper at all. It was emitting black smoke all over.
And it was getting weaker, as if every time Li Anlin shot it, its momentum weakened a bit.
Chen Lin didn't speak, but carefully felt the sensation that Li Anlin had mentioned. From appearance, this creature was similar to the crawling creatures they had encountered before, with no difference. From the feeling, Chen Lin didn't have that bone-chilling sense of fear, all he felt was unease. The thirst for survival wasn't very strong. And looking at the creature itself, whether it was speed, intelligence, or reaction, it was nowhere near as good as the ones they had encountered before. For example, the creatures Chen Lin and the others encountered in the fog had much higher intelligence and would disguise themselves as loved ones to lure them out of the car. But this creature looked a bit stupid, only attacking and not defending. At least that was how it looked against Li Anlin. Under Li Anlin's silver gun, it had gaps everywhere.
Of course, it must be said that Li Anlin's marksmanship was truly excellent. Not only fast, but his attack and defense were also perfectly in sync. Li Anlin really wasn't bragging about this.
So this is a first-tier strange creature? Chen Lin muttered to himself. At this moment, Li Anlin stabbed the creature a few more times. The creature's shoulders and abdomen were pierced by several shots. Black smoke continuously emerged from those gunshot wounds, almost turning into a cloud of black smoke.
Moreover, the creature seemed too weak to even make a sound anymore. Finally, the creature's movement slowed down more and more, and it was stabbed to death by Lianlin at the supermarket entrance. Hiss. The creature transformed into a puff of black smoke, a black thing like a walnut rolling onto the ground. Just like that?
Yang Gang was even more excited, his face flushed, with eager anticipation in his eyes. He had watched the entire process, taking less than 20 seconds. His brain was buzzing with excitement.
Is this it? He could do it too. I already gave you the chance. You didn't listen.
Lianlin said lightly and picked up the creature core from the ground, tossing it to Chen Lin.
Brother Chen, the core I promised you, here it is. Lianlin chuckled, as if he had just accomplished something trivial.
General Li, there's still more in the supermarket.
Chen Lin took the core and was just about to remind Lianlin.
Zhang Su and the others burst out of the supermarket.
Wow, wow.
Before Zhang Su and the others could say anything, a piercing cry of a child echoed from inside the supermarket. It sent shivers down their spines.
Lianlin frowned. Are you beating kids in there? It's that damned creepy kid. Zhang Su cursed, quickly running behind Lianlin.
As soon as he finished speaking, the supermarket's glass doors suddenly shattered. A small black figure crawled out from the supermarket, using both its hands and feet, step by step. Though small, the creepy baby was fierce. Its wrinkled little black face resembled the skin of a tiger-striped chicken foot, the folds almost piled on top of each other. Its eyes were filled with rage, and they finally landed on Chen Lin, filled with resentment. At that moment, the creepy baby realized that Chen Lin had played tricks on it. Chen Lin had already seen it. The many survivors around, upon witnessing this scene, turned to flee. No one stayed to watch. Chen Lin instinctively took a small step back, protecting Lianlin and the others in front of him, ready to run at any moment. The creepy baby gave him a sense of fear. It felt much stronger than the weird one that Lianlin had pinned down earlier.
Lianlin suddenly thrust his long spear forward. You big monster, still dare to act fierce.
If it weren't for my long spear not killing the old or young, I would have killed you today.
Now hurry up and get lost. Chen Lin was somewhat surprised. Was Lianlin really this fierce? Not afraid at all? Could it be that Lianlin's rank had been raised? But this was too merciful, wasn't it? That was a creepy thing. Still distinguishing between the old and young?
Chen Lin keenly noticed that after Lianlin finished speaking, Zhang Su and the other 5 were almost instinctively taking small steps back. Chen Lin's expression stiffened, he quietly followed and stepped back.
Yang Gang didn't notice much, he was practically glowing with excitement.
Having seen Lianlin display such a powerful side, he could hardly contain the blood boiling inside him. General Li, let me take care of this little guy.
I also want to kill the creepy thing. Yang Gang rolled up his sleeves and prepared for battle.
Okay, it's yours.
After saying that, Lianlin turned and ran.
Zhang Su and the others were also ready. Almost the moment Lianlin turned, they started running.
Yang Gang was dumbfounded. What the heck, what's going on? Don't just stand there, run.
At the critical moment, Chen Lin grabbed Yang Gang and exerted all his strength, quickly running outside.
Chapter 61, Eat the Creepy. Wow, wow.
Along with a sharp baby's cry, a cold, bone-chilling wind swept in from behind. The entire village was caught in a fierce wind. The skies darkened, trees swayed nonstop, and with the creepy baby's scream, all the glass in the buildings shattered. Those standing buildings, with their dark windows, were like eerie eyes wide open, coldly watching everything. The creepy baby's wrinkled skin suddenly inflated, like a balloon, expanding rapidly. Its size ballooned dozens of times, bigger than an adult. Its belly was swollen to the limit, as if it could burst with a single pinprick. That shriveled little face was now grotesquely bloated, resembling a distorted human face.
Damn it! Why did it turn into Meng Qi? Chen Lin, it's coming after us.
Yang Gang couldn't help but curse. The sight of the creepy baby made his scalp tingle. The creepy baby moved quickly on its short limbs, almost floating through the air. It had expanded so much that its eyes were squished to the size of green beans, fixated on Chen Lin.
It's like resentment was about to overflow from its eyes.
Even with some survivors around still trying to escape, it didn't spare them a glance.
It's fixated on me?
Chen Lin gasped, feeling a chill in his heart.
Could it be that this creepy baby had, when it was in the supermarket? Is it because of a little drama that you hold a grudge? Brother Yang. Run in separate directions.
Chen Lin watched as the strange child's short legs ran faster and faster. Chen Lin didn't care about anything else and turned to escape in another direction, holding on to the last glimmer of hope that this strange child wasn't chasing him. But the strange child, seeing Chen Lin change direction, fixed its bean-sized eyes intently on him.
Don't run away, stay here and play with me.
Stay. A howling chill wind rushed past Chen Lin's ears, mingled with a faint child's voice calling.
This voice felt as though it was beckoning him. It made Chen Lin feel his scalp tingle, a terrifying chill shooting straight to the top of his head. The voice even carried a hint of seductive charm. Chen Lin's will wavered slightly. The feeling grew stronger. If this little ghost kept calling, he wouldn't be able to withstand it. You want me to stay and play with you, right? Then I'll play with you properly. Give you something fun.
Chen Lin stopped, pulled out the 5 Thunder talisman, and was just about to throw it when a shout came from the building beside him.
Daoist, don't, I beg you.
With a crash, the sound of shattering glass followed.
The Daoist hadn't left yet?
Chen Lin instinctively looked over and saw the Daoist scrambling out of the window using both hands and feet. Li Ding wanted to pull him back, but the Daoist shot out like a wild beast, extremely fast. The Daoist's eyes were red, staring hungrily at the strange child. It was as if he saw delicious food.
I see it, I see it. Elixir.
What a delicious elixir.
Ha ha.
The Daoist laughed madly as he carefully crawled toward the strange child. The swelled-up strange child paused slightly, a hint of curiosity flickering in its eyes.
Daoist, don't tell me you see this strange child as food?
Chen Lin was slightly startled inside. He had previously expressed doubt to Li Ding about the Daoist being able to tear apart the strange beings.
If even Li Anlin couldn't do it, how could the Daoist?
Just as Chen Lin froze in shock, the Daoist suddenly accelerated, using hands and feet, quickly approaching the strange child like a nimble monkey. The strange child looked as if it had seen an ant's provocation, a flash of anger crossing its eyes.
Wah!
The strange child's tiny cherry-like mouth suddenly opened wide and let out a harsh roar. The sound was incredibly sharp.
It pierced through the air with immense power. Even the air started to twist at that moment.
In an instant, Chen Lin felt as if his eardrum was about to shatter, and his mind was spinning. However, Chen Lin was also fast, instantly covering his ears, biting the tip of his tongue to force himself to calm down. The Daoist, however, seemed completely unaffected. He charged out like a wild beast.
Chen Lin could even see excitement and eagerness in the Daoist's eyes.
By the time Chen Lin came back to his senses, the Daoist had already rushed over and grabbed the strange child. The strange child's skin looked like a thin balloon, so thin that one could even see the bones inside. The Daoist gritted his teeth and pulled hard, seemingly trying to tear the strange child apart.
Bang! Suddenly, a dull sound echoed out.
The strange child's skin suddenly burst apart.
It seemed to have been torn by the Daoist. No.
To be precise, it exploded, but the strange child didn't seem to suffer any harm.
Its skin quickly wrapped around the Daoist like a tentacle, holding him tightly.
The strange child wanted to absorb the Daoist into its body, as if it were feeding.
Daoist!
Seeing this, Li Ding ran over in a frenzy. He watched as the Daoist was slowly enveloped by that thin layer of black skin.
There seemed to be no hope.
This strange child was not as simple as it looked. Chen Lin gasped in shock, quickly pulling Li Ding back, and turned to run.
Don't go and seek death. Come on, follow me. Chen Lin whispered urgently. Let go of me, let go.
I need to save him. Li Ding struggled with all his might. But this didn't affect Chen Lin at all. Ever since he became extraordinary, his strength was incredible. To Chen Lin, Li Ding was just something he could easily hold. Before Chen Lin could run far, a cry from the ghostly infant echoed behind them again.
Wah!
However, this time, the cry of the ghostly infant was not sharp. It sounded more like a desperate scream.
It sent chills down one's spine. It was as if the ghostly infant was enduring something extremely painful.
Chen Lin turned his head and saw a horrifying scene.
The ghostly infant was wrapped around the old Daoist's body, desperately trying to shrink down.
No. To be precise, the ghostly infant was trying to push the old Daoist out.
What is happening?
Chen Lin was puzzled.
In the next second, Chen Lin's eyes widened, and his scalp nearly exploded. Such a pill, such a pill. What a great supplement.
The old Daoist kept biting at the ghostly infant's insides, chewing fiercely, with black smoke constantly swirling out of his mouth.
The black smoke seemed to flow endlessly from the old Daoist's mouth. It was like the exhaust from a tractor. Truly terrifying. Causing one's scalp to tingle with fear.
The ghostly infant was in great pain, its wrinkled little face was filled with torment, trying to push the old Daoist away.
But the old Daoist's hands were like iron clamps, unmoving.
No matter how hard the ghostly infant struggled, it couldn't break free from the old Daoist.
Is the old Daoist eating the ghost?
Chen Lin felt goosebumps all over, and his hair stood on end.
Chapter 62, Entering Huai Village again. Heavenly Eye. After a brief daze, Chen Lin activated Heavenly Eye immediately.
Under the gaze of Heavenly Eye, the old Daoist was engulfed in a yellow-black aura.
As the old Taoist tore into the ghostly infant, the black aura around him grew more potent. Like flames, it soared higher.
Perhaps describing the old Taoist as eating the ghost was not quite accurate. The old Taoist was devouring the ghostly infant. He absorbed all the energy from the ghostly infant to enhance his own power. This made Chen Lin's scalp tingle even more. What kind of person was this old Taoist? Could this be done at the extraordinary tier? Chen Lin felt he couldn't do it. Was he really a mutated human? Or was the old Taoist once a real Taoist practicing some secret Taoist technique? In Taoist mythology, there are legends of immortals consuming ghosts. The most well-known is Zhong Kuei. So if the old Taoist truly belonged to some lineage of cultivation, it might indeed be possible. However, now the old Taoist had lost his mind, and Chen Lin couldn't learn any specifics from him. Oh my god. Eating ghosts raw? Where did this fierce person come from? Zhang Su and the others froze at the sound, feeling a wave of goosebumps as they looked back. Constant gasps of horror filled the air. Was this seemingly madman even human? Yang Gang was also shocked. He had once suspected the old Taoist was an anomaly, but now he found out that the old Taoist wasn't just an anomaly, but a powerhouse treating the anomaly like a medicine. It was like a little cow opening the door for its mother. The cow was home. Lianlin was also very surprised. He didn't expect one could eat anomalies. This was much more shocking than him killing anomalies. He even doubted whether the old Taoist could still be considered human. Thus, under the many shocked and incredulous gazes, the old Taoist tore into the ghostly infant and devoured it completely. As the ghostly infant let out its final scream, its broken body transformed into a cloud of black smoke. Dispersed into nothingness. A black-red striped ghost core rolled to the ground. Burp. The old Taoist burped in satisfaction. Just a little bit more, just a little bit. The old Taoist is about to succeed. Attaining the Tao and ascending. The old Taoist murmured to himself as he looked up at the little village, his eyes shining brighter. In the next moment, the Dao Master, excited, danced his way back to the village. Dao Master! Don't go inside. Come back. Li Ding gritted his teeth, broke free from Chen Lin's grasp, picked up the strange core on the ground, and prepared to chase after him. Li Ding, wait a minute. Chen Lin called out to Li Ding. Li Ding didn't even turn his head. Don't think about stopping me. I won't leave until I find the Dao Master. Chen Lin was stunned for a moment, his brows slightly furrowing. He wasn't trying to stop Li Ding, he simply wanted to trade for that strange core. It was clear that Li Ding also recognized that the core was a valuable item. Otherwise, he wouldn't have deliberately picked it up when he chased out just now. However, on the other hand, this shouldn't be the first time the Dao Master has been consumed by the strange. Li Ding's previous words still lingered. The Dao Master didn't just tear apart the strange, he swallowed it whole. Thinking about the scene just now, Chen Lin still felt shocked. The Dao Master's ability to swallow the strange whole. Truly terrifying. Not only Chen Lin, but Lianlin and Yang Gang also shared the same thoughts. After the Dao Master rushed into the village, they weren't in a hurry to leave, they could roughly guess the Dao Master's intentions. The Dao Master probably hadn't eaten enough. He was going to look for the strange. This made Chen Lin and Lianlin feel extremely conflicted. They wanted to stay far away from the strange, to escape it. Yet the Dao Master actively sought it out. After a long time, Lianlin finally regained his composure. Brother Chen, Brother Yang, is that Dao Master a person or a strange? Unclear. Chen Lin shook his head. He should be a person, at the very least. Aside from consuming the strange, he must eat food too. So, he is half person and half strange. I really can't understand how someone so powerful is in your convoy, yet still gets hunted by the strange. However, these are minor details. The most important thing is, he is now in our convoy. With him here, the strength of our convoy will rise significantly. It seems that this general is the chosen one, destined to restore the world. Lianlin had a look of contentment. Chen Lin's lips twitched a few times. Here we go again. Better to say nothing, to avoid being brainwashed by this guy. The aftereffects are indeed strong. Generally, let's save such high-level topics for when we have more time. Now that the Dao Master is leading the way, we should hurry up and go into the village to collect supplies. After Chen Lin said this, he turned around, carrying supplies toward the bus, intending to put these supplies back in the vehicle first. In the apocalypse, food is the guarantee of survival. With food in hand, the heart is at peace. As for why not drop off the supplies and head directly into the village, it's probably because, when Chen Lin returned, there would be nothing left. Chen Lin is right, isn't this a free collection of supplies? Quickly, let's move the supplies back first and then come. Yang Gang also carried a backpack and dragged 6 or 7 bags of 20-kilogram rice toward the convoy. Tai Dan, should we go collect some more supplies? Zhang Su looked at Lianlin with a questioning gaze. Lianlin's face darkened. How many times have I said it? In front of outsiders, don't call me Tai Dan, refer to me as General or Anlin. And such a small broken village, let them go gather supplies.
We don't need to fight over it.
Jiang Su scratched his head, confused, huh?
Why is that?
Why?
Perspective. Do you understand perspective? Li Anlin said impatiently. Perspective can't be eaten.
Jiang Su grumbled. On the other side, after Qianlin put all the food onto the bus, he quickly entered the small village with his backpack. This time, all the survivors in the convoy heard that the strange in the village had been killed. Even those well-off survivors rushed into the village as if driven mad. When Qianlin arrived, the small supermarket was packed with people. Seeing this, Qianlin didn't try to fight for supplies, whether he could grab any was uncertain, not to mention it wasted time. It's not just the supermarket that has supplies. There should also be other houses nearby.
Qianlin turned around and went to other buildings.
These small buildings were quite messy, with toppled trash cans and clothes scattered on the ground. There were even some paper bills. It was clear that the owner of this house had left in a hurry, not even having time to clean up. I hope there's still food. Qianlin thought to himself and began to quickly search for food and supplies on the first floor.
Chapter 63, even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't dare to use it like this. Qianlin first went to the kitchen.
In the cool corner of the floor, there were some vegetables, but they were all moldy and rotten. However, there were still some ginger and garlic that were relatively well preserved. These things don't spoil easily. Qianlin stuffed all of it into his backpack. These were good items. There was probably around 3 to 4 pounds of ginger and garlic. After cleaning up, Qianlin opened the refrigerator. A foul smell of rot met him head-on. Most of the food inside had basically rotted and molded. After all, it had been over half a month without power. Ordinary food couldn't withstand that. Even though the weather had started getting cold, it still couldn't hold out. However, there was still a tray of eggs inside. Qianlin casually picked up a few and looked at them. They were still good. They were still fresh eggs. There were also some century eggs, noodles, 2 unopened jars of chili sauce, and some spices.
Qianlin stuffed them all into his backpack. These items were all good finds.
After filling half of his backpack, there was still a lot of space left.
Qianlin confirmed there were no other supplies and went to the second floor.
The second floor was probably where the owner of the house lived. In the living room, there were only some packaged snacks, but no other food.
However, there were some blankets. After collecting the snacks, Qianlin bundled up 4 blankets.
As the weather got colder, having blankets was a precaution. Although he was extraordinary and not easily sick, it was indeed cold, and it felt uncomfortable.
Having some blankets would be more comfortable.
After tidying up everything, as Qianlin was about to leave, he paused again halfway down the stairs. For such a farmhouse, it was common to open a small cellar behind their house. Thinking of this, Qianlin set down the blankets in his hands and opened the back door. The small building was built against the mountains, and as soon as Qianlin opened the door, he saw the sealed boards of 2 cellars behind.
Qianlin's eyes lit up. He hurriedly went forward to open the cellar.
This cellar wasn't very deep, and it wasn't very large, just a small round cellar about 1 meter in diameter. Inside were many sweet potatoes and potatoes.
There were even some pieces of ginger.
They were all covered with a thin layer of soil. It was hard to tell exactly how many there were. Qianlin set down his backpack and jumped down directly, using his hands to sift a little. There were at least hundreds of pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes.
This should be enough for me to eat for a month or 2, right?
Qianlin found a few urea bags nearby and quickly filled them with sweet potatoes and potatoes. In the end, he filled 2 entire bags. Qianlin carried 1 bag in each hand and took the blankets with him as he left. Hulu had been waiting outside the bus, and when she saw Qianlin carrying so many bags from afar, she came over to help. "Let me help you carry a bag," Hulu said with a smile. "You should take the blankets, this bag is too heavy," Qianlin said, shrugging the urea bag. He could carry so much only because he was extraordinary, Hulu wasn't. With Hulu's help, Qianlin quickly moved all the supplies to the bus. Hulu not only helped Qianlin organize all the supplies, placing them in the trunk, but she also brought a rain cover to cover them well. Everything was neatly arranged. Moreover, Hulu also helped Qianlin piecemeal 4 chairs together to make a simple bed and spread the blankets out. Qianlin couldn't help but feel grateful. It was nice to have a woman by his side.
Although Hulu wasn't extraordinary, she was still very helpful.
However, some mundane matters could make Qianlin's life organized. Qianlin looked at the back half of the carriage, piled high with food, feeling a great sense of achievement. With this food, even if he were to eat alone for 3 months, it would still be more than enough. Moreover, Chuchu and Fu Hua would also bring back a lot of food later. He could distribute some food later on. Not to mention eating for half a year, 3 to 4 months was absolutely possible. This time it was really enjoyable. In the days to come, if necessary, Chen Lin wouldn't have to venture out again to gather supplies.
There must be hundreds of pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes here, right? Hulu asked in surprise, how do you plan to deal with them?
Chen Lin felt a bit troubled, he also didn't know how to handle them. These sweet potatoes and potatoes could last a long time in the cellar, but left outside, he couldn't guarantee.
Let's trade them for other food with others.
Chen Lin thought for a moment and said. No need, when I have time, I'll help you dry sweet potato and potato chips. Then they can be stored longer.
Hulu said with a smile. You can do that?
Chen Lin was a bit surprised, he didn't see that coming. These sweet potatoes and potatoes clearly looked like they were homegrown, much better than those prepackaged meals. If they could be kept, Chen Lin would naturally be willing.
What's so difficult about it? I've done it before. Just wait until I have time. By the way, keep this thing well.
Hulu proactively handed over the jade pen box. Chen Lin nodded and stored the jade pen. By the way, take these. Chen Lin stuffed all the snacks he had gotten from the small supermarket to Hulu. Hulu was a bit surprised, a hint of delight flashing in her beautiful eyes. Did you specially get these for me? Chen Lin felt a bit guilty, but casually replied, how could that be?
I just hurriedly collected them earlier. Who would deliberately get snacks for you? There's not enough food as it is. I don't like those things.
Hulu looked at Chen Lin's expression, feeling warm inside. Chen Lin was just someone whose words didn't match his heart.
You should rest for a bit, I'll go cook.
After saying that, Hulu hugged the snacks and walked off the car with a happy smile on her face. Chen Lin shook his head repeatedly.
At this moment, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili groggily woke up.
They peered through the gaps of the rain cover and saw a great deal of food behind, their eyes almost sparkled with excitement.
Chen Lin glanced at the two. Don't look, it's not for you. But later, I'll boil you 2 eggs.
Upon hearing this, both Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were so moved they almost cried.
Had Chen Lin finally discovered his conscience? But, with so much food, just 2 eggs for them?
Chen Lin was reluctant to give them a full meal.
A bit of conscience, but not much.
Looking at the two's touched expressions, Chen Lin smiled. If you help me well in the future, there will be rewards for you.
Rewards? Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were almost dying to know.
They hadn't seen any rewards, just losses every day. Their biggest regret now was messing with Chen Lin.
Chen Lin was a demon. A smiling demon. Scarier than anything strange.
They now felt that facing anything strange was not as scary as facing Chen Lin.
What? Am I not good to you?
Chen Lin continued to ask with a smile. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili shivered. They were a bit scared when Chen Lin wasn't smiling, and even more scared when he was.
Good, good, good. Great.
They wore ugly smiles on their faces, looking worse than crying. Chen Lin, look at us, we've slimmed down so much these past 2 days.
Could you give us a bit more to eat? Wang Xiaoming looked weakly at Chen Lin.
Chen Lin laughed. Look at you, you haven't even started working, and you're already thinking about food. It's like going to work. If you don't work, does the boss give you your salary?
Wang Xiaoming was almost crying. What do you mean by not working much?
They went 3 days and missed 9 meals.
They only had 1 meal of leftovers. Heartless. So heartless.
If this were before the end of the world, Chen Lin, this dog, would be a heartless capitalist. Wang Xiaoming was a bit unwilling, gritting his teeth and saying, Brother Chen Lin, I'm definitely not trying to bargain with you, I just want to work better. If we eat well, our mental state will be good, and we can help you draw more talismans. Brother Chen Lin, I know those talismans are very important to you. Chen Lin thought for a moment and felt there was some truth in it.
How about this? Chen Lin said softly, I know your situation is worse than before. I will give you 5 days to help me draw the 5 elements fortune talisman, and then 5 thunder talismans. I can guarantee you that you will have enough to eat every day for those 5 days. 5 days? Isn't that taking lives?
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's faces turned dark.
Heartless, so heartless.
Even the donkeys in the production team wouldn't be treated like this.
Chapter 64, The Deal's Cunning. Chen, you're too much, I've tolerated you for too long. Don't think I don't have a temper.
Wang Xiaoming's face was flushed as he stared at Chen Lin. You're going too far, we are people, not cows or horses. Cows and horses can take a break, but we can't even fill our bellies. It was agreed to draw 3 times a day, but now we are working overtime every day, and now you want us to draw 2 talismans within 5 days. Your heart is too dark. This time, even if you beat me to death, I won't agree. Zhang Lili didn't speak but gazed at Chen Lin with resentment on her face.
Chen Lin didn't get angry this time, showing a gentle smile. Why would I hit you? You are all my beloved family and friends. If you don't want to, then forget it. Those 2 eggs, I will still give to you. I am a person who keeps my promises. Keeping promises my foot.
Wang Xiaoming couldn't hold back the fire in his belly. If he really kept his promises, he wouldn't make them work themselves to death on the first day. Clearly, Chen Lin was deceiving them. As Wang Xiaoming was about to retort, he was pulled back by Zhang Lili.
Don't say anything more, 1 egg each. If we keep arguing, we might not even get the eggs. Zhang Lili whispered. Hearing this, Wang Xiaoming's shoulders drooped. It's true, if they continued to argue with Chen Lin, they'd be the ones to suffer. Chen Lin wasn't in a hurry, smiling at the two, not angry at all. Just a little hungry. Let's just eat some pig's trotters for lunch. Chen Lin said casually. Pig trotters. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's eyes lit up just hearing those two words, swallowing their saliva. Then they saw Chen Lin take out 2 packaged pig trotters from his backpack, bigger than their palms. Shiny and oily. As Chen Lin opened the packaging, a rich meaty aroma wafted out. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili stared wide-eyed, incessantly gulping. Chen Lin leisurely ate in front of them. Gurgle. Before Chen Lin had eaten a few bites, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's stomachs protested. What, cows or horses? At this moment, the only thing in their minds was to fill their bellies. Brother Chen Lin, we agree, 5 days is fine. Wang Xiaoming couldn't hold back anymore, his fiery gaze glued to the pig trotters. Before the end of the world, he wouldn't even look at them, but now, he had a strong feeling that he could swallow even the bones. That's better. I'll give each of you a sweet potato and an egg afterward, and draw well. Chen Lin nodded in satisfaction. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's eyes remained fixed on the pig trotters, they felt faint from hunger. However, Chen Lin showed no signs of sharing, he was almost done eating. Wang Xiaoming could no longer contain himself. Brother Chen Lin, can I have a bite? Chen Lin glanced at the small remaining half of the pig trotters in his hand. Fine, then eat this. With a thud, Chen Lin casually tossed the 2 pig hooves with little meat on the ground. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili immediately pounced on them like dogs, not caring about the dirt, treating it as if they had found a delicious delicacy. The two gobbled and slurped, eager to swallow the bones whole. Chen Lin wiped his hands and saw that the people from the convoy were gradually returning. He planned to look for Li Ding. You have nothing to do, so stick with Hu Lu, don't stay in the car. Otherwise, if my food and supplies go missing, I will blame it all on you. Chen Lin warned. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili shrank their necks. What if someone else steals it? Wang Xiaoming asked weakly. Then it's still your responsibility. Chen Lin replied as a matter of course. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were on the verge of tears. So domineering. Before the apocalypse, they always thought of themselves as strong and capable, but compared to now, it was like heaven. After warning them, Chen Lin pushed Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili out of the car, leaving Hu Lu to watch over them. Chen Lin selected around 10 pounds of sweet potatoes and potatoes, took 4 eggs, and grabbed about 10 packs of instant noodles, stuffing them into his backpack. He picked it up and headed towards the back. At this moment, in front of the tricycle, Li Ding and the Taoist priest had already returned. Li Ding was organizing the supplies, looking troubled. The Taoist priest sat in the cart, lost in thought, mumbling to himself, not knowing what he was mumbling about. Seeing their state, it was clear they hadn't found much in Huaitzuan. Chen Lin walked straight over to Li Ding. It seems like you don't have much food left. Li Ding exhaled a heavy breath. I went to look for the Taoist earlier and didn't have time to gather supplies. By the time I returned, most of the goods had been scavenged. This left Li Ding a bit frustrated. I have enough food here for you for a week, I'll exchange it for that strange core. Chen Lin opened his backpack, revealing the food inside. Li Ding glanced at the food in the backpack, tempted. This was exactly what they were in dire need of. They had little food left, and now with these provisions, it would only be enough for 4 or 5 days at most. Meanwhile, the other survivors in the convoy had much more food, and it was likely that no one would be scavenging on a large scale anytime soon. By that time, they would probably go hungry. Li Ding instinctively looked at the Taoist priest, seeming to seek his opinion. Just 1 step away, just 1 step away. The Taoist priest kept muttering to himself, as if he were enchanted. Li Ding forced a smile, gritted his teeth, and said, Taoist, we have no food left, I'll take the responsibility and exchange the strange core for food. The Taoist priest ignored Li Ding, as if he hadn't heard him. Li Ding waited for 2 or 3 minutes before retracting his gaze. I can trade, but the food is too little. At least I need another week's worth of food. Chen Lin shook his head. No, it's just this much. You should know that to survive, food is the most crucial resource. In the entire convoy, besides me, no one else would exchange a week's worth of food with you. Ordinary people don't understand the value of the strange core. Li Anlin and the others don't lack strange cores. Of course, if you don't believe me, you can try asking others. Li Ding fell silent for a long time, then asked, do you know how to use the strange core? Chen Lin shook his head. I don't know. Then why are you exchanging? Li Ding asked, suspicious. I want to study it and see how it works.
Chen Lin shrugged, I don't lack food either, even if it doesn't work, my loss isn't substantial, let's consider it me supporting you and making a friend.
Li Ding fell silent again, seemingly weighing the benefits. After a long while, Li Ding gritted his teeth and handed the strange core to Chen Lin. You take it. You take out all the food. I will take the backpack. Chen Lin nodded. Good.
Li Ding replied and began to check the food, moving all of it out.
Chen Lin lit up a cigarette, quietly smoking.
He didn't ask Li Ding why he had hidden things from him, nor did he inquire about the Taoist priest.
It was meaningless. Everyone has their own secrets.
Li Ding had concealed them before, and now asking wouldn't change that. Besides, Li Ding might not even be clear about the Taoist priest's matters.
So it was better not to ask. Once Chen Lin finished his smoke, Li Ding also emptied the backpack.
The food Chen Lin gave them was indeed enough for both of them to eat for about a week.
Thank you.
Li Ding returned the backpack to Chen Lin.
It's just a fair trade.
If there are more cursed cores, feel free to come and trade with me. Chen Lin smiled, took the backpack, and turned to leave.
Chapter 65, Strengthening the Jade Brush. Back on the bus.
Chen Lin immediately took out 2 cursed cores. One was from a cursed baby, and the other was from the strange being hunted by Li Anlin.
According to Li Anlin, the cursed baby should be a second-tier cursed core. Let's see if there is any difference.
With that thought, Chen Lin's mind moved.
Heavenly Eye.
The 2 cursed cores appeared in Chen Lin's vision, and suddenly changed. The cursed cores emitted black gas.
Like black flames.
Among them, the cursed baby's cursed core was even more prosperous.
Indeed, there is a difference. It seems that Li Anlin's method of distinguishing strange beings is highly credible. Chen Lin thought quietly. This cursed core contains energy, I wonder if it can enhance the jade brush?
Thinking of this, Chen Lin immediately took out the jade brush.
As Chen Lin watched, the jade brush emanated a faint black gas around it.
When Chen Lin brought the first-tier cursed core close to the jade brush, he could clearly see the energy on the cursed core continuously being devoured by the jade brush.
It really works. Chen Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. Soon, the energy of that cursed core was completely absorbed by the jade brush. Item, Contaminated Jade Brush, Strengthened. Item number, 681.
Strengthening level, 1/10, conditions met, can enhance strengthening level, increase this item's ability. After strengthening to level 16, there is a certain possibility of failure. Item description, it has accompanied its master for thousands of years. When its master awakened again, it gained some power. With it, one can write characters and gain some special powers that can counter strange beings.
If you can inscribe symbols, the counter ability is even stronger.
After your strengthening, it has undergone some subtle changes, perhaps it will be much easier when writing. The jade brush has changed.
Added a strengthening level.
This first-tier cursed core hasn't fully strengthened the level of the jade brush, yet it allowed for some change.
What if I strengthen it again?
This second-tier cursed core will probably be even stronger. Chen Lin did as he thought, immediately placing the jade brush with the second-tier cursed core. The energy from the second-tier cursed core was continuously absorbed by the jade brush. The black gas surrounding the jade brush became denser. And it underwent a huge change.
Item, Contaminated Jade Brush, Strengthen +1. Item number, 681.
Strengthening level, 1/40th, conditions met, can enhance strengthening level, increase this item's ability. After strengthening to level 16, there is a certain possibility of failure. Item description, it has accompanied its master for thousands of years. When its master awakened again, it gained some energy. With it, one can write characters and gain some special powers that can counter strange beings.
If you can inscribe symbols, the counter ability is even stronger.
After your strengthening, it has changed, and perhaps writing will be much easier, the words or symbols written will be more powerful.
Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with brilliance. Not only will it make the inscriber more effortless, but it can also enhance the power of the symbols?
The more strengthening times, the stronger the effect.
Does it mean that the spiritual power consumed by this jade pen is less? The speed of carving symbols is getting faster and stronger? In the future, 100 symbols is not a dream. It seems this gamble has paid off. First, let's find Zhang Lili and Wang Xiaoming to experiment.
Chen Lin ran down from the car, excited and hurried to find Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili.
Drawl.
Chen Lin placed the jade pen and 2 symbols with beginnings in front of Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. Their faces turned pale.
Brother Chen, can we wait until after dinner? Wang Xiaoming looked at Chen Lin with plea.
He knew very well that once Chen Lin started, there would be no end.
He really couldn't handle it. Get out of the way. Chen Lin fixed his burning gaze on Zhang Lili. Come here and try.
Zhang Lili shivered, and her face turned even paler. But Zhang Lili didn't have the courage like Wang Xiaoming to resist Chen Lin, and trembled as she walked over. Under Chen Lin's watch, Zhang Lili began to draw tremblingly. That 5 thunder symbol had already been drawn with more than 10 strokes.
1/5 complete. It already had some energy. Zhang Lili carefully followed the strokes and continued to draw downwards. She originally thought she would faint after drawing 2.5 strokes. But this time, it was surprisingly different. After finishing 2.5 strokes, Zhang Lili only felt a little dizzy, and didn't seem to faint.
It was not until the 3rd stroke that Zhang Lili began to feel increasingly intense. Chen Lin quickly stopped Zhang Lili, asking, "How do you feel?"
"Much better than before.
I feel like I can now carve 5 strokes, maybe even more."
Zhang Lili replied, slightly out of breath. "It really works."
A sharp light flickered in Chen Lin's eyes. This way, perhaps the speed of his symbol carving would increase a lot. In 5 days, he might be able to carve 2, or even 3 symbols. "Alright, you both go rest first. Tonight, I'll make sure you eat well." Chen Lin was in a good mood, waving his hand and saying, "However, you both need to work hard these days."
"Okay."
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili nodded repeatedly, running off the car like they were escaping. While Chen Lin felt the energy coming from the incomplete 5 thunder symbol, his eyes were burning with enthusiasm. Perhaps next, he should consider getting more strange cores. He must quickly enhance the grade of this extraordinary item. The more times it was strengthened, the more powerful and faster the carved symbols would be. This way, he could snowball, continuously mastering more ways to counter strange powers. In the future, the survival factor would become increasingly higher. Just as Chen Lin was thinking this, Hulu and the others rushed back to the car, bringing up the pots and pans for cooking.
"What's wrong?" Chen Lin asked with confusion. "It's going to rain. We need to check the roof to see if it will leak."
As Hulu replied to Chen Lin, she pulled out a rain cover from under the seat.
Chu Chu and Fu Hua then set down the supplies and went to help.
After the last strange attack, their big bus only had a simple layer of rain cover.
If it rained heavily, it would easily leak.
Chen Lin noticed through the window that the sky had already darkened with thick clouds.
The sky grew dim.
The dark clouds kept rolling, as if something was tumbling in the clouds, making people feel a bit anxious. What puzzled Chen Lin was that there were only dark clouds, without any thunder, which seemed a bit abnormal. Chen Lin frowned, and a golden shadow flickered in his eyes.
He activated the heavenly eye.
In the next second, Chen Lin's eyes widened suddenly, filled with astonishment.
Chapter 66, The Strange Rain.
The rolling dark clouds reflected in Chen Lin's eyes. It was not just dark clouds, but clearly black vapor. This vapor was like that of the strange creature.
It was very eerie.
Even, Chen Lin faintly saw in the sky, among those dark clouds, faces continuously changing into one another. They howled in pain, roared, and screamed with twisted faces.
So strange. It makes one's heart tremble. Something's weird. This rain isn't right. Chen Lin took a deep breath.
He didn't know what would happen with such changes, but it definitely wasn't a good sign.
Chen Lin immediately called Yang Gang. "Why did you hurry to find me? What's the matter?" Yang Gang laughed and said, "Just now, Lianlin sent someone to find me, saying to go over for dinner tonight. Don't go. Tell Lianlin and the others that today's rain isn't right. If it's not necessary, don't go getting wet,"
Chen Lin said firmly. Although Chen Lin didn't yet know why the clouds in the sky had changed like this, he was clear that it definitely wasn't a good thing.
Seeing Chen Lin wasn't joking, Yang Gang immediately became tense, without any doubt.
After all, Chen Lin had never joked like this before. "Okay, I'll tell Lianlin's people at once, and let the survivors of the convoy not run around."
Yang Gang nodded seriously and quickly ran down to notify them.
Chen Lin told Hulu and the others, "Before it starts raining, everyone must go back inside the car." Though the crowd didn't know the reason, they still responded to Chen Lin, keeping his advice in mind. Chen Lin quickly ran to the luggage compartment to look for raincoats. If it starts to rain, and something unexpected happens needing to get out of the car, or if the car leaks rain, it's good to be prepared. Chen Lin was lucky and found 3 raincoats and a pack of disposable raincoats in one suitcase. He quickly took the raincoats back to the car and joined Hulu and the others to help repair the areas where the big bus might leak rain. Especially the windows, Chen Lin felt even a layer of raincloth might not be reliable. At Chen Lin's suggestion, for the damaged windows, they also sealed a layer of raincloth on the outside. To be on the safe side, they even found some wooden boards to nail over the windows. And for the raincloth on the roof, to prevent water accumulation, they specially made it higher in the middle and lower on both sides. After busily working for about half an hour, the raincloth around the bus was finally thoroughly repaired by everyone.
It was very sturdy.
As long as there wasn't hail, it should be fine. Hulu and Chu Chu and the others returned to the bus. At this moment, it still hadn't started to rain, but the clouds in the sky grew thicker, rolling in as if the heavens were about to collapse.
It was clearly still noon, but it was as dark as night. However, it still hadn't rained. Yang Gang also returned to the bus. Everyone has been notified. Is something going to happen? Now, not just Qianlin, even Yang Gang and Hulu could feel something unusual. The clouds in the sky were too heavy and oppressive. So oppressive it was hard to breathe. Don't think about it, let's eat first. Qianlin said lightly. The food is almost ready. Hulu nodded.
Then, Hulu unfolded the folding table and set out the dishes. Also, the eggs and sweet potatoes that Qianlin had asked Hulu to steam were placed separately in a bowl. Qianlin took this portion of food and handed it to Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili.
Thank you, brother. Brother, I will definitely work hard. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were very grateful. Less talk, eat quickly.
Qianlin glared at the two and returned to the dining table to continue eating. It was still 4 dishes and 1 soup. Today, they collected quite a lot of food in Huai village. There was also meat, but most of it was vegetable dishes.
Qianlin ate happily.
Yang Gang was a bit restless, wanting to talk to Qianlin several times, but each time he reached his lips, he couldn't say a word. Occasionally, Yang Gang would look up at the sky. The clouds in the sky grew even thicker. It can even be said that it cannot be described as dark clouds, but rather as black clouds. It blocks the sky and obscures the sun. It seems like something inside wants to drill its way out. Hulu comforted, let's eat first, we can talk after. Yang Gang nodded absent-mindedly, digging into his food. About 15 minutes later, Qianlin finished his meal and put down his chopsticks, lighting a cigarette for himself.
Yang Gang quickly set down his chopsticks as well, whispering, did you sense something? Chu Chu and Fu Hua also looked over nervously. At this moment, who could fail to notice that the clouds in the sky were unusual? Qianlin remained silent.
While eating, he had been thinking that the clouds in the sky emitted an eerie energy. If they fell as rain, tonight might be when the world's strangeness would boil over.
Qianlin even suspected that tonight might be a night of 100 demons roaming.
But Qianlin wasn't sure yet and couldn't say anything, or else it would disrupt their calm.
We don't know yet, but hopefully tonight will be peaceful.
Qianlin said faintly.
Yang Gang appeared a bit distressed, scratching his head anxiously. What good was that statement? Just then, a pattering sound came from the roof of the car, like raindrops hitting it. The sky started to rain without warning. No lightning or thunder. No wind.
There were no other sounds, only the sound of rain falling. This rain was extremely heavy.
Look, the rain outside is actually black.
Fu Hua suddenly exclaimed. Upon hearing this, Chu Chu and Li Dezhuang quickly stood up and ran to the window to check.
Sure enough, the rain falling from the sky was like ink, continuously pouring down. Moreover, the rain was getting heavier. Gradually, even the few remaining windows on the bus looked as if they had been splashed with ink, completely obscuring any view outside.
Qianlin kept his gaze fixed outside, his face growing more serious. Under his heavenly eye, the entire world was shrouded in black energy. The eerie energy was growing denser. If Qianlin were to call it eerie, this was no ordinary rain, it was truly a deluge of wealth.
This was like an eerie amusement park.
Qianlin's gaze swept across the vehicles in the convoy. Not far ahead, there was a couple who were being intimate with each other.
Everything was in plain sight under Qianlin's heavenly eye.
But at this moment, Qianlin's mind was elsewhere, quickly scanning the vehicles ahead.
He soon saw that someone in the convoy was sneaking out, bathing in the rain.
That person was completely enveloped in black energy. Qianlin stared intently at that person, and after about a minute, his eyes widened slightly, and his expression suddenly darkened.
Chapter 67, Eerie Revival. What's going on? Is there a situation? Yang Gang grew tense. Someone went outside to wash.
Qianlin said sharply.
What? Who is the idiot bathing outside? Yang Gang was astounded. Who dares to do that in this black rain? Following Qianlin's gaze, Yang Gang saw only a blurry mass of black. Where was the person? He couldn't see anything at all.
And when Yang Gang turned his gaze back to Qianlin's face, he felt a chill run down his spine. Qianlin's face was dark and grim, looking as if water could drip from it. In Qianlin's eyes, the survivor bathing in the rain was starting to change under the constant erosion of the rain. At this moment, that person's entire aura had turned black. In fact, Qianlin could already see that his movements were becoming abnormal. That person was rubbing his chest ceaselessly in the heavy rain, fast and vigorously. Although Qianlin couldn't see the exact scene. However, he was able to guess some things through actions. That person must have already rubbed his chest raw. He was still rubbing hard. Moreover, he was getting crazier and crazier, rubbing even harder. As if there was something filthy on his body. Watching it made Qianlin's scalp tingle. Most importantly, there was not just one such person. When Qianlin glanced over, he saw more than 10.
Who knows if there are others hiding away?
If all these people were to turn strange, it would definitely be a disaster.
Li Dezhuang, Fu Hua, didn't you learn how to drive from Brother Yan? Hurry up and drive. Brother Yang, keep an eye on it.
Chen Lin said in a deep voice, that guy taking a shower is about to turn strange. This rain has a problem, no one is allowed to touch it.
What? Yang Gang and others couldn't help but gasp in shock. Fu Hua and Li Dezhuang felt a wave of dread lift at their necks. Getting a little rain makes you turn strange? That's too childish, right? But no one dared to doubt it at all.
Immediately, Yang Gang and Chen Lin took Li Dezhuang with them and moved forward. Li Dezhuang had a driver's license before, so he was a bit familiar. After Yang Gang's instruction, he basically learned to operate it.
Chen Lin, the wipers don't work at all, the rain is falling too fast. How can I drive? Li Dezhuang was sweating profusely with anxiety.
Just drive straight ahead, there's at least 100 meters of straight road.
Don't be afraid. If there's something in front, just crash into it. Hurry.
Chen Lin kept his eyes on the person taking a shower, but person's movements were already starting to twist.
Okay.
Li Dezhuang responded, released the brake, and slammed on the gas pedal.
The bus engine roared to life.
This attracted quite a few people's attention.
It's raining so heavily, and they are still driving? Are they crazy? It seems like that new bus that came yesterday. Who knows what they're planning? Maybe they've gone nuts.
Many survivors in the vehicles started complaining. However, Lianlin and his group had no vehicles, and they were all staying in tents. But they all had raincoats and ponchos, and their horses were all covered with plastic. In fact, whether Chen Lin reminded them or not, they had already noticed that the clouds were a bit off. They were prepared to act at any moment. When they saw Chen Lin's bus drive past them, they were all stunned.
What's going on? In such heavy rain, where are they going?
Zhang Su and others were puzzled.
I'll catch up and ask.
Lianlin pondered for a moment. Chen Lin was the person he valued the most.
He hadn't completely swayed Chen Lin yet, how could he let him go so easily?
Saying that, Lianlin immediately mounted his horse and chased after them.
Chen Lin's bus, due to limited visibility, wasn't going very fast. Lianlin easily caught up and shouted loudly, Brother Chen, why did you leave without saying goodbye?
The convoy has strange happenings. The rain has a problem, those who get wet will turn strange. Chen Lin said in a deep voice.
Getting wet will make you turn strange? Lianlin was stunned for a moment, then laughed and said, I thought it was something serious, just a little thing? Brother Chen, wait a moment, I'll be back soon.
Saying that, Lianlin immediately turned his horse around, called Zhang Su and the others, and headed back toward the convoy. Everyone, pay attention, don't get wet, there's something weird about this rain. Those outside immediately returned to the vehicles.
Slowly follow the vehicle in front. Move, everyone. Lianlin's voice was loud and powerful as he shouted. Damn. I said this rain is unusual.
No wonder that bus still wants to drive, they are keeping up with them.
The survivors hurriedly started to move their vehicles one by one.
Lianlin and Zhang Su continued to move forward, constantly shouting instructions. On the roadside, a married couple lived inside a Land Rover. The woman looked quite good. Her figure is quite good. Watching the rain pour down heavier outside, the whole car feels dark and dreary. She also feels a bit uncomfortable, her heart feeling slightly uneasy. Especially when she hears the shouting from Lianlin and the others, the woman feels a bit anxious.
Old Lu, are you done washing up? General Li said there's something wrong with the rain outside.
The woman anxiously urges from the window, a crack open to let her voice out.
However, there is no response outside, only silence.
The woman frowns in confusion and leans forward.
The next second,
with a bang, a dark figure suddenly lunges toward her. The woman's eyes widen, repeatedly backing away, cold sweat pouring from her forehead.
Old Lu, is that you?
The woman tentatively asks. Outside the car window, the blurry figure stands still, not saying a word. The woman pauses for a moment, wanting to see more clearly, but the dark rain outside is too heavy, she can't see anything.
Thump, thump. Suddenly, the figure outside moves, tapping on the window.
Though the action seems somewhat stiff, the woman doesn't think too much about it.
Old Lu, have you lost your voice? What's the matter? You're not saying anything. While complaining, the woman opens the car door. Ah!
The woman jumps when she sees the man outside the car. Old Lu's chest is a bloody mess, skin torn apart, even white bones are exposed. Old Lu's face is pale, his eyes staring at the woman.
Old Lu? What happened to you?
The woman's voice trembles.
I'm hungry. I'm hungry.
Old Lu slowly raises his head, his eyes red with blood, staring at the woman as if he sees a delicious meal, filled with hunger.
Chapter 68, Heavy Losses. Wife, you smell so good, so good. Old Lou drools, and the next moment, he suddenly lunges forward. Ah! The woman's scream echoes throughout the sky and earth. The remaining survivors in the convoy are stunned. Before they can react, screams come one after another. Ah! There's something weird. The weirdness has come. Help me. Cries rise and fall, accompanied by chilling screams. At once, the whole convoy erupts into chaos. Quick, quick, run. Get up. Drive. Which way to go? The road is nearly invisible. In an instant, the entire convoy is in a frenzy. Many survivors frantically drive, unable to even find the road. It's not that they can't see the road at all, but the conditions are poor, plus they are too panicked. Some vehicles collide directly with the guardrails, their cars completely wrecked. Others crash into the vehicles in front with bang bang bang. A scene of total chaos. Lianlin and Jiang Su, upon seeing this, turn pale. Jiang Su, you guys split to the left and right, don't let those in the rear end collisions get out. Otherwise, the weirdness will only increase. I'll handle the weirdness behind. Lianlin says in a deep voice. Okay. Jiang Su agrees and immediately disperses with the remaining 5, moving through the convoy. Just a few weirdos. This general is here. Kill. Lianlin rides forward, gun in hand, charging toward the back. Ahead, a survivor who has just turned into a weirdness is on top of another survivor, incessantly biting at that survivor's neck. Lianlin's horse sweeps in like a whirlwind, not giving the weirdness any reaction time. Bang! One shot pierces through the chest. The weirdness is pinned dead to the car. Help! A painful plea for help comes through. Lianlin doesn't pause for a moment, he immediately charges out. On the other side, Jiang Su and the others are also desperately trying to maintain order. Don't panic, don't get chaotic. Everyone, do not move your vehicles, all stay in the cars. Leave the weirdness to us. Jiang Su shouts desperately. However, how could he control it? The weirdness has started to spread, attacking the survivors everywhere. The survivors are no longer able to hear Jiang Su's shouts. More and more survivors are bathing in the heavy rain. Brother Su, what should we do? They are all soaked by the rain, will they become strange creatures? There are about 15 or 16 people here. If they all turn into strange creatures, we probably won't be able to stop them. Should we take action early and deal with them first? If we ignore them, they'll all become strange creatures. The 2 extraordinary sergeants beside Jiang Su looked anxious. We can't kill them. It's getting more chaotic, and the cars crashing into each other are increasing. We must withdraw. Let's go, follow me to find Tai Dan. After Jiang Su finished speaking, he pulled the reins hard and chased after Lianlin. By the time Jiang Su found Lianlin had already killed 3 strange creatures. Strange, these strange creatures seem to not have any strange cores. Is it because they turned strange too recently? Lianlin mumbled to himself. Tai Dan. Hurry up and go. Jiang Su shouted from his horse. Lianlin's face darkened. I said when outside, call me General. It's just a few strange creatures. Look at how scared you all are. Today, you all watch closely. Eradicating demons and safeguarding the road starts today. You all go cover the retreat of other survivors, leave the rest to me. Lianlin snorted coldly, unbothered. Tai Dan, stop pretending, you can't handle this time. Jiang Su continued to persuade. I can handle it. Lianlin said boldly, a real man should stand tall, there should be nothing he can't handle. This is not what a real man should do. Just as Lianlin finished speaking, a wave of shouting suddenly arose ahead. No! Don't kill me! Honey, look, it's me, it's me! The sounds of terror and screams echoed throughout the heavens and earth. Strange creatures landed on one car after another. Glancing over, there were probably more than 20 of them. Moreover, there were plenty of strange creatures quickly weaving in and out of the vehicles, continually killing survivors. Lianlin took a deep breath, hesitating a bit. Old Su, I admit, my voice was a bit loud just now. How do we bypass the strange creatures ahead? Can we still pass the road on the left? Jiang Su looked at Lianlin gloomily. Didn't you just say, a real man should stand tall? Old-fashioned, a real man can also bend and stretch. Retreat. Lianlin didn't wait to see if the left road was clear, he suddenly pulled the reins and headed for the dirt road on the left. Don't ask why. Ask why, it's because strange creatures are already surrounding them. Run. Jiang Su didn't hesitate at all and quickly followed. In a short while, Lianlin and the others left the main road. Luckily, they were on horseback, otherwise, they would have been in big trouble. The strange creatures didn't chase after them. Instead, they pounced on other survivors. The traffic jam became worse, and the private cars in the back were also detouring to the muddy road beside. Some unlucky survivors entered a mud pit, and their tires got stuck. The vehicles became blocked there and couldn't move at all. In the end, only a little over 10 vehicles managed to keep up with Lianlin. This made Lianlin's heart nearly shatter. Lianlin had worked hard for more than half a month to gather over 200 people. As a result, he lost more than half of them in one go. Follow me to hold back. Let the survivors run first. Lianlin's eyes flashed with a sharp light and said, whichever strange creature dares to come, just kill it. Immediately, Lianlin and the others followed behind the convoy, resisting the pursuit of the strange creatures. With Lianlin's protection, the convoy was much safer. One after another, several vehicles escaped behind. The strange creatures behind were attracted by those survivors and did not pursue them excessively. On the big bus in front, Chen Lin had not gone to check the situation in the back. In this situation, he had to guide the big bus. Otherwise, it's very dangerous. After escaping for 30 or 40 miles, Yang Gang looked at Chen Lin and said, "We can't go any further. If I remember correctly, there should be a small town ahead. In a situation like tonight, if we rush in, it will be very dangerous." Chapter 69, The Cry of a Woman. Then let's stop for now. Let's rest a bit and see the situation. After saying that, Chen Lin reminded Yang Gang, "You and Fu Hua go to the back and put on raincoats, then fill up the gas. Tonight probably won't be so peaceful." Ah. Fu Hua showed a terrified expression. "Brother Chen Lin, if we go to refuel now, won't we get caught in the rain?" "A little rain won't matter, as long as you don't get soaked." Chen Lin explained, "At most, you'll just feel uncomfortable." "Alright then." Fu Hua still felt a bit panicked, but had no choice. Immediately, Yang Gang took Fu Hua to refuel. Chen Lin then came to the back of the bus and looked at Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. "The rain came so suddenly, I couldn't take care of you earlier. Now you need to start working." Chen Lin took out the jade pen, the incomplete thunder talisman, and the incomplete 5 elements fortune talisman from his backpack. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were already familiar with the process. This had been agreed upon beforehand, and they had no objections. Immediately, Zhang Lili began by drawing the incomplete thunder talisman. This time, Zhang Lili fell asleep after drawing 5 strokes. While Wang Xiaoming found the 5 elements fortune talisman a bit difficult, he managed to draw a stroke with the help of the jade pen. The incomplete thunder talisman was 30% drawn. The energy inside was much stronger than before. It could be used. As for the 5 elements fortune talisman, although Chen Lin could sense some energy, it wasn't very strong. This 5 elements fortune talisman seems to need to be fully drawn to completely reveal its power. Chen Lin thought to himself. Now he had one complete and one incomplete thunder talisman in hand, which gave him some confidence. If we encounter a solitary or few anomalies, maybe I can work with Lianlin to take down one anomaly and test the power of this thunder talisman. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with desire. After obtaining some anomaly cores, Chen Lin had tasted some rewards. He must quickly get more cores to strengthen the jade pen and hunt more anomalies. Only then could he accumulate more charms like a snowball effect. This was a positive cycle. When Lianlin and the others caught up, maybe he could exchange some anomaly cores with Lianlin. Right now, the jade pen had only been enhanced once. What if it was enhanced over 10 times? It would definitely be much easier than now. Not long after Chen Lin finished, Yang Gang and Fu Hua returned to the bus after refueling. From the back, more and more vehicles began to catch up. The first vehicle to catch up surprised Chen Lin. It was actually the tricycle of Li Ding and the others. As soon as Li Ding's vehicle stopped, a few more vehicles followed. In total, there were only about 20 vehicles. Finally, when Lianlin and their 6 returned to the convoy on horseback, no other vehicles caught up. Lianlin immediately came to the bus. "Brother Chen, this time, thanks to your reminder, or else, the whole convoy would be finished." Lianlin said gratefully. "It's just a small effort." Chen Lin waved his hand and asked, "Is this all that's left of the convoy?" Lianlin's expression darkened. "That's about it. The others either didn't catch up or were chased by anomalies. This is all that's left." Lianlin's eyes were red, and he felt very sad. He and Zhang Su had been working hard to make the entire convoy better, wanting the survivors to live longer. But Lianlin didn't expect that in just a rain, over 2/3 had been killed or injured. The others on the bus felt a little heavy-hearted after hearing this. They are not only feeling bad for those survivors, but more so for themselves. Today it's someone else, tomorrow it might be their turn. In the end, it is very likely that everyone will die. Despair. Chen Lin pondered and patted Lianlin, saying, "Generally, at least we are still alive. We must continue to move forward. Now is not the time for sorrow, we have a lot of things to do." Lianlin wiped the corner of his eye. "Brother Chen, you are right. Don't worry, who am I? I am General Li. It's not that easy to bring me down. Today, so many of us died, but I will definitely make the convoy thrive again and slay all the monsters. And return the world to a bright and clear sky. Brother Chen, this is a moment of crisis, and it is time for you and me to join forces. Do you still want to live a life of hiding? As a man, don't you want to create something big? In this world today, I see only you and me as heroes. Lianlin's gaze burned intensely at Chen Lin. Beside them, Fu Hua and Li Dazhuang had red eyes, their breathing becoming rapid. A real man should be like this. It was clear that if Lianlin had recruited them at that moment, they would absolutely follow him. Only Yang Gang and Chen Lin remained calm. Yang Gang silently smoked a cigarette, his heart unmoved, even feeling somewhat contemptuous, thinking Lianlin was a bit childish. Chen Lin's expression was somewhat stiff. Alright, he thought Lianlin would be relatively downcast, he was even considering how to comfort him. In the end, he did not expect that Lianlin's inner strength was greater than he imagined. Not only did he not need comfort, he immediately launched a strong persuasion. General Li, let's talk about this later, we have many tasks ahead of us. Chen Lin took a deep breath. We must check the other vehicles to see if they've been soaked by the rain. If so, we need to take measures to isolate and observe them. We also need to rule out if there are any monsters among the convoy. Oh. Lianlin slapped his forehead. Brother Chen, you're right. I was so busy coming to thank you that I forgot about this. I'll go check it out first, and come find you later. General Li, wait, did you just hunt the monster? Did you get the monster nucleus? Chen Lin asked. No, this time the monster may have formed too briefly, there's no nucleus. Next time, I will bring you the nucleus. For now, I must handle the matter at hand. With that, Lianlin hurriedly got out of the car. Chen Lin felt somewhat disappointed. But that's okay, there will be more opportunities to obtain nuclei. What Chen Lin was more worried about was actually Lianlin. This guy was constantly trying to manipulate him. Looking at this guy's appearance, he seemed determined not to give up until he had him under control. He didn't have as many thoughts as Lianlin, he just wanted to survive. Why was it so difficult? On one side, he had to face the monsters, and on the other side, he had to deal with Lianlin's manipulation. So hard. Want a smoke to calm down? Yang Gang offered him a cigarette. Chen Lin nodded, taking the cigarette and lighting it for himself, exhaling smoke as he looked out at the heavy rain. At this moment, the rain outside seemed to have no intention of stopping. The entire sky was a grayish color, appearing somewhat unreal, like a black and white world from a 90s anime. It made people feel a bit uncomfortable. While Chen Lin and Yang Gang were smoking, suddenly a woman's heartbreaking cry echoed through the heavens. Chen Lin and Yang Gang's expressions changed dramatically. Whoa! The cry came closer, as if it were far away, yet also right next to their ears. It was extremely tragic and filled with despair. As if she was telling the tale of her miserable life. Chu Chu and Fu Hua could not help but feel their hairs stand on end. Goosebumps are about to fall all over the ground. Chen Lin and Yang Gang exchanged glances, each looking out the windows on either side of the bus. Chen Lin's heavenly eye scanned the entire area around the bus and found nothing strange. I didn't find anything strange. Yang Gang whispered. Chen Lin's eyes slightly narrowed, and he raised his head to suggest it should be over the mountain. The position of the convoy was quite peculiar, perfectly situated in the middle of a mountain. This road passes directly through the mountain. Even more coincidentally, there was a curve just behind them, the mountain blocked the view outside. This created a completely enclosed space in the middle of the road. Just as Chen Lin and Yang Gang finished speaking, other sounds echoed once more in the world. Child. I am your mother, where are you, where are you? Woo woo. I died so horribly, so horribly. Stop hiding, I see you, come out now. One by one, the voices carried a hint of temptation. They rang in their ears. There were also some howling cries, which were extremely tragic. Chu Chu, Fu Hua, and Li Dazhuang trembled, pressing tightly against their seats, looking around as if the surroundings would have strange events at any moment. What do we do? It seems like there are more and more strange things around us, are we surrounded? Yang Gang felt uneasy. Chen Lin pondered for a moment and said, let's go, we should climb the mountain to take a look. Alright, let's go. Yang Gang gritted his teeth. Staying on the bus would only bring fear, it was better to climb the mountain and see how many strange things were around. Better to die understanding what kind of ghost it was. Yang Gang found a handy weapon, while Chen Lin put on his backpack, and both wore raincoats. They advised everyone on the bus not to make a sound and then got off the bus. As soon as Chen Lin got off, he bumped into Lianlin and Jiang Su. You are also going to investigate the situation? Chen Lin and Lianlin asked each other in unison. They were taken aback at first, then smiled at each other. Brother Chen, I said we are natural partners. Look, we think alike. Lianlin said with a smile. Chen-Lin didn't want to continue the conversation. How's the investigation on your side? It's almost done. The other survivors haven't been exposed to the rainwater, and I've told them all to stay hidden in the bus. Lianlin whispered, let's go check the mountain. The four of them were all extraordinary individuals. Even during the steep climb of the broken mountain, it was not too big of a problem for them. In less than 5 minutes, they had climbed to the inner slope of the mountain. The four lay down on the ground, peering out to check the surroundings. The outer part of the mountain was a vast farmland. It was very wide. However, at this moment, the field was not empty at all. The ground was covered with a dense swarm of strange things. Some strange beings walked upright, like walking corpses. Some used their hands and feet like wild beasts. Some had limbs and heads all crooked, as if they had been hit by a big vehicle, moving in an extremely bizarre way. It was enough to make one's scalp tingle and hair stand on end. Night of 100 strange beings. Chen-Lin and the others could not help but gasp as the same thought raced through their minds. So many strange things, there must be 200 or 300 of them, right? Fortunately, they are walking from the outside. If they had come from the main road, we would all be finished. No one could withstand this. Yang Gang swallowed hard. Now we are blocked here. Although these strange things haven't entered the road yet, if they break in, it will be a big problem. Chen-Lin said seriously. Especially since the rain showed no sign of stopping. In Chen-Lin's eyes, the rain was not rain at all, but dense strange energy. Chen-Lin even suspected that these strange beings, bathing in such rain, might level up. At that time, it will be even more troublesome. So what should we do now? We can't just wait to die, right? Yang Gang's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Let's fight them. Waiting is also a dead end. It's better to rush out and have a big fight with them. Jiang Si said fiercely, kill one and we break even, kill two and we gain one. That's right. I, the general, will definitely not live in shame. Even if we die, we must die fiercely, die gloriously. Die with dignity. Lianlin said heavily. Chen-Lin rubbed his temples, two reckless men. Rather than rushing out to die, it's better to take the chance now while they haven't reached us, and we drive out. A sharp light flickered in Chen-Lin's eyes. Rush out? Then won't we instantly attract all the strange beings? Yang Gang exclaimed. If we wait until those strange beings block us completely, our outcome will be the same. At that time, with enemies in front and chasing us from behind, the risk will be greater. Chen-Lin said in a deep voice. Brother Chen is right. Let's charge forward. Jiang Su agreed. Brother Chen, I have long said that in this world, only you and I are heroes. Others are merely a lot of rodents. Lianlin glanced at Yang Gang with some disdain. We heroes think alike. I just did the same thing. Yang Gang's face turned ugly. If I remember correctly, you just said to charge out and fight them. So what's different from what Brother Chen said? Lianlin said proudly. Yang Gang's face turned black. Alright, let's stop talking about useless things. Chen-Lin timely interrupted. Generally, I suggest that all our extraordinary teams gather closely. This way, our probability of rushing out will greatly increase. Everyone can also look out for each other. What do you think? Lianlin frowned slightly. Brother Chen, this is your mistake. If we all gather together, what will happen to the other survivors? Without our protection, they will find it very difficult to escape. So, the general means, you all go in front, and we protect from the back. Chen-Lin's mouth twitched a few times. Damn. Holy mother, what time is it, and still pretending? Still caring about others, not even knowing if you can survive. Chen-Lin cursed softly, his voice very low. Lianlin had sharp ears and vaguely heard something. Brother Chen, did you just curse? Lianlin looked at Chen-Lin in confusion. No, you heard wrong. Let's go. Chen-Lin didn't want to waste more words. Sometimes, Lianlin was indeed quite annoying. Chapter 71, Rush Out. Back at the caravan, Chen-Lin approached Li Ding's three-wheeled vehicle and tapped on the window. Li Ding slightly rolled down the window. What's up? When we leave later, stick with our bus. Chen-Lin whispered, remember, don't get separated. Okay. Li Ding nodded. Chen-Lin didn't say more and turned to leave. No matter what, Chen-Lin had to be prepared for the worst. If necessary, abandon Lianlin's convoy. Although Lianlin had some favors towards Chen-Lin, their thoughts and philosophies were extremely incompatible. If things continued this way under Lianlin's leadership, the convoy might soon be wiped out. Chen-Lin only wanted to survive. And the reason Chen-Lin wanted Li Ding to follow the bus was twofold. First, Dao Ye's strength was not weak. Capable of devouring first and second stage strange beings. Second, once they separated from Lianlin's convoy, along with Dao Yi and Li Ding, Chen-Lin's group could gather 10 people. This would avoid encountering ominous events or strange beings infiltrating their convoy. After returning to the bus, Chu Chu and Fu Hua all looked over. What's the situation? Hu Lu hurriedly stepped forward. It's fine. Find a seat and sit down, we're leaving soon.
Chen Lin replied softly.
Chen Lin didn't inform everyone about the situation outside. Whether to say it or not seemed meaningless. Everyone will know soon what kind of situation they are facing. Fu Hua, De Zhuang, you two drive. I will guide you. Chen Lin said while taking off his raincoat. Chu Chu and Fu Hua couldn't help but turn pale. Although Chen Lin said nothing, Chu Chu and the others realized something.
Their current position is very safe, but Chen Lin said they need to leave. That means the situation Chen Lin sees is terrible, worse than they imagined. Soon, Chen Lin saw the vehicles behind starting to move, and he patted Li Dezhuang on the shoulder, saying, "Start slowly, drive out of the mountain gradually.
Once we are outside, then speed up." Okay.
Li Dezhuang nodded. At this moment, it was still raining heavily, the visibility ahead was not completely unclear, but not very clear either.
Chen Lin activated his heavenly eye, peering ahead at the road.
After the vehicle drove for a while, nothing bizarre was detected looking this way. The entire convoy moved forward slowly. What should have taken 5 minutes took them about 20 minutes. They were about to drive out of the mountain's peak location. In front was a smooth, flat road.
Now is the time, speed up.
Charge through. Chen Lin shouted sternly.
Good.
Li Dezhuang replied, immediately slamming the accelerator to speed up, shifting gears in one go.
The speed kept climbing. The engine roared continuously. Roar, roar, roar.
All the vehicles were accelerating. The bizarre things outside turned their attention, looking around, unable to find the source of the sound. Until the bus burst out from the mountain. Hundreds of bizarre beings all turned their eyes to this side.
Whoa! I'm so miserable. Stay here with me. Don't go.
Suddenly, the world was filled with the sound of ghostly wails. A chilling wind surged.
A bone-chilling cold enveloped them. Bizarre. So many bizarre beings.
Chu Chu's face turned pale with fear, her whole body shaking like a leaf. Li Dezhuang's hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel, trembling, cold sweat dripping from his forehead.
He was so nervous that the steering wheel began to tilt to the left. Don't panic.
Chen Lin pressed down on his hand, saying, "Steady the steering wheel, step on the gas." Li Dezhuang finally calmed down a bit.
Meanwhile, the survivors in the rear convoy were also terrified, shaking as they drove, watching the bizarre beings converge towards them.
Many survivors were so scared they cried out for their mothers.
Bizarre. So many bizarre things, hurry, hurry, drive. They are coming. We are going to die. Screams echoed through the entire world.
Some drivers, too afraid, couldn't steady their steering wheels, slamming the gas to the floor. Screech. The sound of tires scraping suddenly filled the air. The vehicle crashed directly into the barrier, and the engine was instantly totaled.
The two survivors inside panicked instantly.
They almost immediately jumped out of the car, wanting to seek help from other vehicles. But when other survivors saw them, they reacted as if they had seen a bizarre being. Forget about stopping, they didn't even slow down, instead, they slammed on the gas even harder. It was like a gust of wind rushed past them, leaving those two survivors in despair, crying loudly on the spot. When Lianlin and Zhang Su passed by them, Lianlin felt a bit sympathetic.
"Dogsy, save them. Take them away." Lianlin shouted out. A fully armored knight immediately rushed over, trying to grab the two people and bring them onto the horse. But before he could act, the two survivors suddenly clutched their faces tightly. One survivor even forcefully jabbed his finger into his own eye. He incredibly and forcefully clawed out both of his own eyeballs. But that was not enough. He kept reaching into the sockets, the holes getting bigger. It was as if he wanted to stretch his hand into his own brain. The dog gasped in shock, his scalp tingling. The dog almost instantly stopped moving. He wanted to pull his hand back, but before he could, the survivor behind him suddenly went wild. The survivor from behind acted like a beast, roaring and lunging at the dog. The dog had no time to react and was bitten hard on the calf by the survivor behind him. Ah! The dog let out a terrible scream, and his long gun almost instantly stabbed forward, piercing the survivor's head. But another survivor moved at that moment, his speed faster, directly pouncing on the dog, pinning him down. Dog! Lianlin and the others' eyes were about to burst. They all came from the same village. Dog, hold on, I'm coming. A knight to Lianlin's left quickly turned his horse around, leaping off and charging forward. In midair, the knight suddenly expanded, transforming into a tiger-like appearance. His body swelled fiercely, even his armor couldn't withstand it, starting to burst open. Roar! Li Hu let out a roar, and surprisingly, a tiger's roar escaped his mouth. It was overwhelming. Sequence, beast transformation. At that moment, his strength and speed increased in every way. He shot out like a sharp arrow. Bang! Li Hu slapped that just transformed creature away with a great force. If it hadn't just transformed, it wouldn't have been so easy. Li Hu didn't care about anything else and hurried forward to check on the dog's injuries. The dog's neck was bitten through, blood gushing out. The dog was twitching all over, his consciousness fading. Dog, don't be afraid, I'll help you stop the bleeding. Li Hu wanted to grab something to plug the hole in the dog's neck, but before he could act, the dog breathed his last. Dog! Li Ergu! Li Hu slapped the dog's face, but there was no reaction. He collapsed in despair, tears streaming down his face. Tiger, run! The creature is coming! A shout from behind Li Anlin echoed. Li Hu looked up to see a tide of strange creatures already chasing him. He glanced at the dog's corpse, gritted his teeth, and turned to run towards the horses. But he hadn't gone far when the horses that were so close suddenly changed. The horse that stood before him transformed into a crawling creature, baring its teeth at him. Get away from me! Li Hu immediately threw a punch, killing the creature on the spot. However, this scene in Li Anlin's eyes looked like Li Hu ran to the horse but didn't mount it, instead punching the horse to death. Before Li Anlin and the others could react, Li Hu turned and ran in the opposite direction, as if he saw something terrifying. Tiger! Don't run that way! Li Anlin wanted to call Li Hu back. But to his surprise, not only did Li Hu not listen, he ran even faster. Li Hu's face was full of terror as if he had seen something horrible. I'll go bring him back. Li Anlin gritted his teeth, pulling on the reins to turn back. Don't go, the creatures are surrounding us. Run fast, or we will all die here. Zhang Su grabbed Li Anlin, and with one forceful whip on the horse beneath him, it cried out in pain. Rushed out. Li Anlin could only watch with wide eyes as Li Hu rushed into the strange crowd, swallowed by the bazaar. Li Hu's miserable cries echoed across the heavens and the earth. Why did you stop me? I went to save him, he might still have a chance to survive. Li Anlin stared at Zhang Su with blood-red eyes. Zhang Su remained silent, only running forward quietly. Although some of the strange entities were drawn away by Li Hu, the others continued to surge like a tide. Countless strange entities crawled over from those that were devouring Li Hu. The strangeness surged forward like a tide. On the bus at the front, Chen Lin witnessed all of this. He saw with his own eyes as two extraordinary sequences were swallowed by the bazaar. Chen Lin's face darkened. If it weren't for Li Anlin insisting on saving those two survivors, how could they have lost two extraordinary sequences? Perhaps, before the apocalypse, a person like Li Anlin was a good person. But in the apocalypse, such good people often die quickly. Because at any moment, a wrong decision could cost them their lives. Chen Lin, quick look, quick look. Up ahead, the road has collapsed. Li Dazhuang shouted. In front, the road seemed to have large areas of collapse due to the rain. Suddenly, a large hole appeared. And the road continued to collapse. As the bus got closer, they were about to plunge into the pit. Yang Gang's forehead broke out in a cold sweat, he could not sit still. Quick, give me the steering wheel. Don't let off the gas. Yang Gang reached out to grab the steering wheel, ready to take control of the bus. Don't move. Chen Lin shouted to stop him, holding Yang Gang's hand, charge through. This is all an illusion. This. Yang Gang and Li Dazhuang were stunned for a moment. But as the pit came closer, Li Dazhuang quickly reacted. If we're going to die, then die. Charge. Li Dazhuang gritted his teeth and slammed the gas pedal to the floor. The entire bus rushed straight into the pit in the road. It's over. Fu Hua closed his eyes in fright. Yang Gang was even sweating profusely on his forehead. However, the scene they imagined of the bus plunging headlong into the pit did not happen. The bus actually flew through the air, darting over the hole in the ground. The bus did not fall down. What was even more shocking was that the road, which had originally collapsed below, began to recover at a visible speed. It was as if it was reversing time. Yang Gang and Fu Hua both stared wide-eyed in shock. What? What is happening? Li Dazhuang was completely stunned, cold sweat running down his back, making him feel a chill. Yang Gang swallowed nervously. What is happening? Was that really an illusion? Chen Lin calmly explained, it's because the energy of the bazaar is too immense, affecting our minds. So from now on, everything we see may be false. I didn't call for a stop, so you keep pushing forward. Don't stop, don't turn. After hearing this, Yang Gang and Fu Hua couldn't help but feel anxious. All right. Li Dazhuang responded loudly. And the bus successfully charged forward, but the vehicles behind were not so lucky. Right behind the bus was Li Ding's tricycle.
It must be said that although Li Ding was not old, he was a tough character. Seeing the bus charge ahead, he didn't let off the gas at all. He slammed the gas pedal to the floor. Following Li Ding closely was a survivor driver who was originally closely trailing his tricycle. When he saw the road suddenly collapse ahead, he seemed to have been greatly frightened.
Quickly turned the steering wheel. Bang!
The vehicle suddenly crashed into the guardrail, smoke bursting out, completely losing power.
This made the surviving passenger's face change dramatically. It's over.
The survivor tried to open the car door to escape, but the door was already damaged and locked shut.
Help me, someone help me.
The surviving driver cried out loudly, filled with despair.
And the cars behind him could see everything clearly, they couldn't brake in time and rushed past. One car after another rushed by. Chapter 73, Fight to the Death. Boom!
After the bus drove a short distance, suddenly, a car fell from the sky, crashing heavily to the ground. This car seemed to have exploded, flying out, constantly bursting into flames, blocking the road in the middle. This time, Li Dezhuang showed no signs of wavering, even though his hands slightly trembled and cold sweat poured out.
Charge! It's all fake, fake. I'm not afraid.
Li Dezhuang shouted repeatedly, as if trying to convince his body not to be afraid. Chen Lin's heavenly eye instantly opened. In his eyes, the falling object was not a vehicle but a mass of black gas.
It was all an illusion. If afraid or panicked, a crash would happen.
This time, Yang Gang and Fu Hua were still nervous, but when they saw Chen Lin not speaking, they all fell silent. They watched the bus dash forward. Sure enough, as they expected, the bus directly passed between the ruined car.
There was no crash. This is really freaking exciting.
Fu Hua wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and swallowed hard. If it were a timid person, even without being killed by the strange phenomena, they might scare themselves to death. Yang Gang also breathed a sigh of relief in his heart.
But Yang Gang quickly perked up. No! We're about to reach Lekong town ahead. There are so many strange things outside, so once we enter the town, won't we be directly in the nest of the strange phenomena? Yang Gang said in fear.
Yang Gang had previously run long distances around here, and he was very familiar with the area.
What to do? Entering the nest of strange phenomena, isn't that like delivering ourselves to them?
Fu Hua's face went pale, his voice trembling slightly.
Chen Lin asked in a deep voice, is there any way to bypass it? No way, this area has many mountains and forests, the entire town is like a gourd neck, tightly stuck ahead. Unless we go over the mountain. But there's no road. Yang Gang replied with a tremble in his voice. Then we'll force our way through.
A dark gleam flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Yang Ge, you all keep driving forward, I'll go to the back to prepare something. After saying that, Chen Lin quickly walked to the back, heading directly to Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily's side.
It had been almost 2 hours since then. They should have rested enough by now. Chen Lin directly slapped the two awake. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily weakly came to their senses. Brother, is it so soon?
Wang Xiaoming looked at Chen Lin in fear, as if he saw a devil. Chen Lin was too lazy to say much. He directly pulled out the incomplete thunder talisman and said, "Droll."
Quick! Seeing Chen Lin's terrifyingly gloomy face, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily didn't dare to hesitate at all. Wang Xiaoming immediately picked up the pen and started to draw.
This time, Wang Xiaoming sketched 3 strokes before falling unconscious again. Then it was Zhang Lily's turn. She directly drew 5 strokes.
The entire incomplete thunder talisman was already more than halfway done.
The energy inside was much stronger than the complete talisman Chen Lin had drawn earlier.
This talisman had more power than the first thunder talisman.
After all, although this incomplete talisman was not yet finished, it was drawn with the enhanced jade brush. But Chen Lin still felt it was not enough.
Once entering Lekong town, life and death became uncertain. The stronger the talisman, the more likely one would survive. Sister Hu, Chu-Chu, come help me.
Chen Lin immediately called Hu's sister and Chu-Chu over.
Brother Chen Lin, what do you need us to do? Chu-Chu looked at Chen Lin with a nervous face.
The scene from earlier had both Hu Lu and Chu-Chu scared and shaken.
Draw talismans. Chen Lin directly placed the unfinished talisman in front of the two.
He couldn't worry about it now. Letting the jade brush be exposed was a risk he had to take. Except for Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lily in the car, everyone else should be trustworthy. Besides, Chen Lin had no other choice at this point. He could only enhance the power of the talisman as much as possible. Don't ask why, just remember, if you finish drawing it, there's a chance to save your life. When you are drawing this talisman, focus with all your heart. Draw according to the pictures on this talisman guide. However, you might feel dizzy or even faint while drawing. Don't be afraid. Chen Lin quickly explained everything. Chu-Chu felt a bit scared, especially when she heard the word faint.
It made her feel very unsafe. Who knows if they could wake up after fainting? I'll go first. Hulu was very calm. Without hesitation, she stepped forward and took the jade brush from Chen Lin, starting to familiarize herself with it. After about 1 or 2 minutes, Hulu took a deep breath and began to draw. Hulu's hand was steady, making the first stroke, and she only frowned slightly. But when she made the second stroke, Hulu couldn't hold on any longer. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. Chen Lin almost immediately supported Hulu, helping her to a nearby chair. He laid her down, buckled the seatbelt to prevent her from falling. Brother Chen Lin, I'm scared. I'm scared that if I faint, I won't wake up again. I don't want to die here. Woo woo. Choo Choo began to cry. Chen Lin furrowed his brow. Since Choo Choo was so resistant, he decided to let it go. But when Chen Lin turned to take back the talisman, he saw Choo Choo sitting on the chair, crying while starting to carve with the jade brush. Chen Lin was stunned. Although Choo Choo loved to cry, she also had her determination. Choo Choo only drew 2 strokes before also fainting. Chen Lin picked up Choo Choo, looking at her as she fell asleep, and spoke softly. In this kind of world, if one could die without knowing it, perhaps it isn't a kind of happiness. Nobody knows what we will face tomorrow after surviving today. There's nothing better, only more horror and difficulty. Chen Lin spoke as if he were saying it to Choo Choo, but also to himself. Chen Lin laid Choo Choo on the back seat, securing her waist and legs with the seatbelt to ensure she wouldn't fall. When Chen Lin picked up the talisman again, its energy had strengthened quite a bit. 2/3 of the incomplete 5 Thunder talisman had been completed. Chen Lin took a deep breath and also took the jade brush, drawing 1 stroke. Whatever it could enhance, he would take. After finishing the stroke, Chen Lin only felt a bit uncomfortable but had no other bad reactions. He immediately put away the jade brush, tucked away the incomplete 5 Thunder talisman and 5 Thunder talisman, and once again found Yang Gang. Brother Gang, let's get on the roof. A cold gleam flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Next, we either rush through, or we die in Lukong Town. Only by risking everything perhaps can we survive against the odds. Chapter 74, Fear as if receiving divine punishment. Okay. Let's go. Yang Gang didn't say much, picking up a wolf tooth club and walking over. The two quickly put on raincoats, and Chen Lin casually took another one. They climbed onto the roof of the bus from one side of the window. The rain still hadn't stopped, nor was there any fierce wind. There were only rain droplets as dark as ink falling. Chen Lin walked to the back of the roof. Li Ding's small tricycle closely followed behind the bus. When Chen Lin appeared on the back of the car roof, Li Ding could clearly see him. The Taoist priest inside the truck was also crouching under the rain cover, observing the situation outside. Just then, the Taoist priest looked up and glanced at Chen Lin. For a moment, the two locked eyes, and Chen Lin precisely threw the raincoat into the truck through a gap in the rain cover. Stay close to us, and survive. Chen Lin's voice was calm as he reminded. The Taoist priest bared his teeth and made a fierce face at Chen Lin, like a beast ready to burst. Chen Lin didn't say more, turning to walk toward the front of the car roof. Yang Gang was crouching in front, observing the surroundings. Chen Lin silently surveyed the area around them. Most of the strange creatures behind them had fallen far behind. Only a few strange creatures were still relentlessly pursuing them. The bus drove for about 10 minutes. In the murky rain, a small town gradually appeared in Chen Lin and Yang Gang's field of view. Under the silent night sky, the small town ahead stood between two great mountains, hauntingly silent. Buildings towered in the rain, like silent giants gazing at everything around them. The pitch-black windows looked like eyes. It was impossible to see the darkness deep within. Under the eerie rain, a chilling atmosphere was revealed. We're about to enter the town. Get ready. Yang Gang reminded, seemingly advising Chen Lin, yet also comforting himself, trying not to feel afraid. Holding the wolf tooth club in one hand, his other hand secretly grew larger, like a big pot. Sequence 250 Giantization. Chen Lin said nothing, quietly watching ahead. 300 meters to the small town. 200 meters. 100 meters. A dark glimmer flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Sequence 8 Heavenly Eye. A different side of Lukong Town appeared before Chen Lin. He saw thick black smoke rising from the windows or doorways of the buildings in the town. Those were the strange creatures. They were peering this way. The roar of the bus's engine had already caught their attention. When the bus was less than 50 meters from the town, the strange creatures seemed to sense the convoy. They moved. Woo woo. A chorus of ghostly wails suddenly echoed through the heavens and the earth. Countless strange creatures surged forth like a tide from all the buildings. This can't be more than 1,000 strange creatures, right? Can we survive this charge? Yang Gang felt his scalp tingle, his heart bitter and full of despair. As long as we block the first wave, we still have hope. Steady. Here they come.
Chen Lin was ready, quickly running to the front of the car roof, preparing to unleash a 5 Thunder talisman at the moment the strange creatures charged in. He wanted to see if the power of the talisman could create a breakthrough. As long as they could carve out a gap, they would survive. Just as Chen Lin got ready, a sound of horse hooves came from the side of the bus. Brothers! Charge through with me, clear the way. Kill a path to survival. Lianlin spurred his horse and raised his gun, chasing forward like a whirlwind. Brother Chen, are you ready to strike? Use that thing? As Lianlin passed by the bus's front, he saw Chen Lin standing at the very front. Finally, Lianlin's gaze landed on the baseball bat in Chen Lin's hand. Brother Chen, use this. Catch the sword. Today, we fight side by side. Lianlin unsheathed his sword from his waist and threw it directly to Chen Lin. Chen Lin looked at the strange object in his hand, nodded slightly, and said, "Don't charge yet. Wait for me to strike. You all focus on blocking the strange creatures on both sides." Lianlin paused, looking at Chen Lin in surprise. "You strike? Can you do it?" "I don't know, but do we have a choice now?" Chen Lin turned his gaze away. "Look ahead. The weirdness has surged up. It's so close." Chen Lin can even see clearly the hideous expressions on those weird faces. He can see them clearly. They are grimacing, claws outstretched, as if they want to tear everyone apart. "We have no choice. We can only carve out a bloody path. Command." Chen Lin let out a single word, casting the 5 Thunder talisman. At the moment the 5 Thunder talisman flew out, it immediately burst forth with a dazzling white light. As if to dispel all darkness. Boom! In the next second, suddenly a thunderbolt crashed down from the sky. Black, white, blue, purple, red, the 5-colored divine thunder emitted a piercing sound. In an instant, it exploded. All the lightning rapidly spread above the bus, forming a lightning halo with a diameter of about 2 meters. The first few weird creatures in the front were hit by the 5-colored divine thunder almost instantly. They didn't even have time to scream before they turned to dust on the spot. And the power of the 5-colored divine thunder continued to spread outwards. Wherever it touched, the weird creatures acted as if they had seen their nemesis. Any part that got contaminated would be annihilated. Ah! So painful, so painful. No, don't get close to him. Run! The weird creatures screamed in agony, especially those nearby, whose hands and feet were touched by the 5-colored divine thunder, instantly turning to dust. They felt as if their souls were being severed. They wailed in pain. Those in the front row revealed looks of fear on their faces. In their eyes, Chen Lin appeared like a god. Holding the punishment of heaven. Pursuing justice for heaven. The divine thunder approaches, all evil retreats. They began to scatter and flee. But Chen Lin would not let them escape so easily. He grabbed 3 fallen strange cores, and at the moment of the 5 Thunder Talisman's explosion, he struck out with his sword, stirring the divine thunder. The 5-colored divine thunder clung to the general's sword. The general's sword emanated the glow of the 5-colored divine thunder, like a bright lamp in the dark night. As Chen Lin swung it continuously, the weird creatures scattered in fear like they had seen the scariest thing. Wherever it touched, those who were touched all screamed in terror. If previously, all the weird creatures' expressions were only grim and crazy, at this moment, their faces showed another expression. That is fear. They feared it like a god. Chapter 75, Like a God. Inside the bus. Li Dezhuang and Fu Hua were working together. Li Dezhuang was in charge of driving, while Fu Hua held a stick, ready to face the weirdness at any moment. When they saw the weirdness rushing at them like a tide, both their minds went blank in that instant. In their eyes, only weirdness was reflected. Face after face, fierce and terrifying. Face after face, crazy and frightening. This left them in despair, trembling. Could they really break through so many weird creatures? This time, weren't they going to die for sure? But just when the two were in despair, suddenly, a white light exploded above the windshield. Like a rising sun, radiating light like day. Wherever the light reached, the weirdness was annihilated. Holy cow! What is this? The weirdness is getting killed. Li Dezhuang and Fu Hua's eyes widened suddenly, faces full of disbelief. Is this the hand of a god? But before they could react, they saw a figure jump down from the bus. The divine thunder moved with the figure. Like a cannonball falling into the weirdness. Wherever it went, the weirdness scattered. A figure stood within the halo. He held a 3-foot-long sword, and the 5-colored divine thunder swelled. In the next second, he charged forward. Where the sword light traveled, everything was annihilated. Hiss. Fu Hua, I feel like I'm hallucinating, slap me quickly. Doesn't this shadow of the god look a bit like Brother Chen Lin? Has Brother Chen Lin become a god? Li Dezhuang gasped in shock. Fu Hua was completely stunned. If I'm not mistaken, this is Brother Chen Lin. Fu Hua shouted in disbelief.
Brother Chen Lin? Is he that powerful? Is this his extraordinary series? Then what have we been running from this whole time? Is it because we ran fast?
Li Dazhuang felt utterly dazed. He felt that the strange things ahead didn't seem so terrifying anymore. Especially when Chen Lin landed in front of the bus, he exerted his strength again, his steps never stopping, his body surrounded by five-colored divine thunder. Chen Lin charged forward, continuously repelling the strange beings. Like a ray of hope in front of the bus, dispelling all the darkness. At this moment, to Li Dazhuang and Fu Hua, Chen Lin appeared like a god. They were no longer afraid, no longer terrified. There was hope to survive. A sense of unprecedented determination surfaced in Li Dazhuang's eyes. He pressed the accelerator hard, rushing forward. He wasn't worried about hitting Chen Lin, because Chen Lin's speed was not slower than theirs. In fact, at times, Chen Lin's reaction speed was even faster than that of the bus. On top of the bus, Yang Gang was also stunned, staring blankly at his enlarged left hand. For a moment, he felt a bit dazed. He knew that Chen Lin had many hidden secrets. But he never expected that Chen Lin wasn't just hiding secrets, he was clearly holding back a big move. Yang Gang began to doubt his life. Did he really awaken an extraordinary series like Chen Lin? Clearly, no. Not just them, even Li Anlin and the others were so shocked by the scene that they couldn't utter a word. Chen Lin's figure was like a sharp sword, carving a path for them through hundreds of strange beings. They could kill the strange beings. But they weren't that powerful. Compared to Chen Lin, they felt a little dull. Now, they were even starting to doubt whether Chen Lin was fooling them. Li Anlin remembered very clearly that the first time they dealt with Chen Lin, he said he was being chased by the strange beings. Now, Li Anlin suddenly realized something. Wasn't this more about chasing the strange beings? Li Anlin felt a chill run down his spine. The image of a great general he imagined seemed to be happening right at this moment. It had materialized. A great general should be like this. But the great general was him. Thinking of this, Li Anlin's eyes lit up, unable to hold back any longer. Kai Zi, don't just stand there. Get up and help. You guard the sides of the convoy, I'll rush to help Chen Lin. Clear the obstacles. Having said that, Li Anlin squeezed his legs tightly against the horse's belly and charged out. Brother Chen, I'm here to assist you. A red aura suddenly surrounded Li Anlin, even his eyes turned blood red. His spear was also instantly covered in a red aura. He thrust his spear like a dragon, sweeping away the nearby strange beings, sending several flying to the side, protecting Chen Lin's left. At this moment, the divine thunder light on Chen Lin's general sword began to dim. Li Anlin's appearance was just right, giving Chen Lin a chance to catch his breath. General Li, you guard the left, I'll guard the right. Chen Lin, keep charging forward. We're almost there. At this moment, Yang Gang also jumped down from the top of the bus and rushed to Chen Lin's right side, his right hand suddenly slapping out, forcing back several strange beings trying to charge in. His fist, as big as a sandbag, struck one small strange being hard, making it see stars. This gave Yang Gang immediate confidence. Previously, he had fought against the strange beings, but in his first battle, he had been slapped away by one of them. Yang Gang was scared of being hit. If it weren't for this life and death moment, he really didn't want to face those eerie creatures. Good. Chen Lin saw that all the strange beings in the town were gathering here, and just ahead, only a little more than 10 meters away, was the way out. As long as they rushed past, there would be a clear path behind. As long as they could evade the pursuit of the strange beings, they could survive. Now he only had the last incomplete thunder symbol left in his hand. If all goes well, after the first thunder symbol's energy dissipated, this incomplete thunder symbol would definitely be able to break through the encirclement. This thunder symbol may be incomplete, but its power would definitely be greater than the first one. Chen Lin felt confident. Rush forward. Taking advantage of the fact that the power of the first thunder symbol had not yet dissipated, Chen Lin charged out again, and where the sword light passed, thunder roared like a rampaging dragon. The strange beings screamed continuously, wailing and howling, with plumes of black smoke rising. And those strange creatures struck at their vital points by Chen Lin's sword instantly turned to ash. Their souls scattered. With the power of the five thunders, these first and second tier strange beings couldn't withstand it at all. However, just as Chen Lin fought bravely, causing those strange beings to collapse, behind them was a small, scraggly figure that looked like a child. This little strange being may look small, but its ferocity was no less. Its blood-red eyes were fixed on Chen Lin, resembling a formidable adversary, as if it had more intelligence. Moreover, the most important thing was that other strange beings kept their distance when they passed by her, as if they were afraid and terrified of her. While other strange beings surged out like a tide, she did not rush forward recklessly, but instead lingered at the perimeter. It seemed she was observing. It seemed she was waiting for an opportunity. This was enough to prove her extraordinary nature. And when the five-colored divine thunder on Chen Lin's general sword was about to fade, a bright light flashed in the little strange being's blood-red eyes.
In the next second, she moved, charging straight towards Chen Lin. Chapter 76, Display of Great Power. General Li, Brother Yang, cover me. Push forward.
Chen Lin saw that the five-colored divine thunder on his general sword was starting to dim.
The duration of a thunder symbol is about 1 minute.
He had to take out the incomplete thunder symbol. They were only one step away from breaking through.
This was definitely not the time to hold back,
especially since this incomplete thunder symbol was much more powerful than the first one.
Okay. Leave it to me. Lianlin and Yang Gang responded in unison, hurrying to Chen Lin's side.
Chen Lin took a small step back, pulling the incomplete thunder symbol out from his pocket. And just at that moment, as Lianlin and Yang Gang defended against the strange beings ahead, suddenly, a shadow quickly dashed through the legs of those strange beings.
What is that? So fast. Lianlin and Yang Gang both gasped in surprise.
That small shadow was very tiny, but its speed was astonishing. As it reached their feet, the shadow slowly raised its head. They finally saw the appearance of that small figure.
It was a little girl. A smiling little girl. But this little girl's face was somewhat distorted, elongated, like a horse's face. No. It was even longer than a horse's face, extremely exaggerated.
Her eyes, nose, and mouth were almost vertical. It looked extremely strange.
Or more accurately, it was eerie.
Looking at it sent shivers down their spines. Especially in the moment when the little girl swept past their feet. A trace of a wicked smile appeared. This made both Lianlin and Yang Gang's hairs stand on end.
What is this thing? Why does it make people feel uneasy? It even smiles at them, mocking them. It seems this little girl is different from the other strange entities. She appears to be wiser than the other strange entities. Before Lianlin and Yang Gang could figure it out, the little girl slipped past them like a wisp of smoke.
Lianlin and Yang Gang's faces instantly changed in horror. A layer of cold sweat beating on their foreheads.
Not good.
She is heading for Chen Lin. This little strange entity has gained wisdom. She knows that what Chen Lin has in his hands is the real weapon.
An ominous feeling surged in Lianlin and Yang Gang's hearts. Chen Lin, be careful. Lianlin and Yang Gang shouted in unison.
Chen Lin looked up, confused, at Lianlin and Yang Gang, only to see their pale faces fixed on his feet.
Chen Lin instantly felt a chill grip his ankle, spreading throughout his body.
This was not just his feeling, but his ankle was truly being grabbed. He suddenly looked down and saw the little girl wearing an eerie grin. Chen Lin felt a chill in his heart, but he did not panic too much. He quickly realized the little girl's intention. This little strange entity was clever. She had held back until his powerful general sword had lost its effectiveness before acting. Clearly, this little strange entity also feared the thunder talisman in his hand.
A bit clever. But still not clever enough. A glint of coldness flashed in Chen Lin's eyes as he softly uttered a word. Command.
Squeak squeak. In an instant, a series of chirping sounds erupted from Chen Lin's pocket.
As if countless little birds were calling.
Under the gaze of the little strange entity, a layer of white light instantly enveloped Chen Lin.
How did he glow? Is there really light in this world?
The little strange entity was momentarily stunned, her upright eyes filled with deep confusion.
No. This light feels a bit familiar.
Suddenly, alarm bells rang loudly in the little strange entity's heart.
This is the weird power this human used earlier. It's lightning.
But the little strange entity only paused for a moment. She had already observed it closely.
The lightning Chen Lin used was indeed powerful,
and had a strong restraining effect. Even with her abilities, she wouldn't dare confront it directly, because that would lead to her being hurt. But now, if Chen Lin could use this ability again in such a short time,
she had to find a way to eliminate him. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to catch her prey.
Chen Lin must die.
Die.
The little strange entity let out a sharp sound, very grating, like metal scraping harshly against each other.
The next second, the little strange entity's face quickly swelled up,
like a puffing pancake, transforming into something huge like a balloon. It suddenly rushed toward Chen Lin. As that skin-like thing barely touched the white light surrounding Chen Lin,
it made a sizzling sound.
Instantly, thick black smoke began to rise.
Ah!
The little strange entity screamed in pain,
her rapidly swelling face retracting as if electrocuted.
When she looked at Chen Lin again, her eyes were full of terror and confusion. What she feared was that the power on Chen Lin seemed even stronger than before. It was even more restraining to her. The damage to her exceeded her imagination.
What puzzled her was why such a change had suddenly occurred. How did this human manage to do this? And not only was the little strange entity filled with confusion. Even Qianlin was puzzled. Although his incomplete 5 Thunder talisman was not finished yet, its power had significantly increased. But this little strange thing was not killed immediately? Instead, it was only injured? This little creature was definitely not simple. It was at least above 2nd level, maybe even a 3rd level strange thing. A 3rd level strange thing meant it had 3rd level strange cores. It absolutely couldn't be let go. A fiery light flashed in Qianlin's eyes, and his gaze toward the little strange thing became bright and greedy. If he caught the little strange thing, his jade brush could once again be strengthened. The little strange thing sensed Qianlin's gaze and was momentarily stunned again. A strong sense of crisis suddenly surged in her heart. This human was different from other humans. Other humans would fear and be afraid when they saw her. And it was precisely because these humans were so terrified that her power would be infinitely magnified, infinitely enhanced. When she was hunting, she would be unstoppable. But this human was different, he seemed somewhat excited. It was like the gaze of a hunter seeing prey. That gaze was too familiar. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The little strange thing had no time to think more, she turned and tried to escape. Want to run? Too late. Stay here. Qianlin shouted loudly. The voice was like a great bell, ringing explosively in the little strange thing's ears. Chapter 77, Breaking Through the Encirclement. The little strange thing ran very fast. But no matter how fast, could it be faster than thunder and lightning? At this moment, Qianlin was like a king of thunder. His whole body was surrounded by 5-colored divine lightning. Among them, the red lightning was even more red to the point of being slightly purple. He suddenly leaped forward, like a cannonball, bursting out. And indeed, he exploded forward like a blasting thunder cannonball, completely blowing apart the strange things ahead. The lightning around him extended about 2 meters, any strange thing touched by it was truly blown to bits. First-level strange things turned to ashes directly. Second-level strange things were also electric and spewing black smoke. Screams of terror filled the air. Not to mention other strange things, even the little strange thing had her leg broken after Qianlin stepped on her. That's right. It was a broken leg. Under the terrifying power of the 5-colored divine lightning, the little strange thing's left leg turned to ashes. Even the red divine lightning, like a tentacle, crawled up the little strange thing's thigh. Wherever it went, black smoke billowed. Ah! The little strange thing let out a heart-wrenching scream again. She looked at Qianlin with eyes full of resentment. She completely remembered Qianlin with hatred. And it must be said, the little strange thing was also a vicious character. After almost a moment's hesitation, she abandoned her entire lower body. Then, like a fish swimming into the ocean, the little strange thing quickly swam towards the dense area of strange things. Upon seeing this, Qianlin couldn't help but gasp in shock. What a ruthless character. This little strange thing had definitely become clever. If she held a grudge against him and was not dealt with, it would definitely become a future problem. She must die. If not, Qianlin would have trouble. Moreover, the most urgent thing was that now there was only one final step left to break through. If nothing went wrong, his talisman could hold for another 50 seconds. He rushed forward, crushing the strange things in his path, and if all went well, he could kill the little strange thing and break out. If things didn't go well, they risked failing at this final step. But risks and opportunities coexisted. 3rd level strange core. A huge opportunity. And moreover, to eliminate a future threat. He had to take the risk and go all out. Qianlin almost hesitated not at all, and quickly dashed out again. The strange things, upon seeing this scene, were terrified, as if they had seen a ghost, and quickly retreated like a tide. Qianlin's power is unstoppable. It's simply like killing gods and Buddha as they block the way. Terrifying like this. This scene fell into the eyes of Lianlin and Yang Gang, and they were both shocked into speechlessness. Damn it! They fought desperately to carve out a bloody path here. Is Qianlin really that fierce? More terrifying than eerie? Moreover, considering the horror of this eeriness, the power Qianlin is unleashing now is even more terrifying than before. What the hell is this? What was their earlier struggle worth? Does that mean they are strong? Wow! Brother Qianlin, amazing! Awesome! Li Dezhuang and Fu Hua both began shouting excitedly in the car. It was as if they themselves had rushed into the eerie tide. They felt their blood boiling, excited to the extreme. At this moment, they couldn't wait to jump out of the car and join Qianlin in the fight. Qianlin is like a heavy bomb, sweeping everything away. As the eerie beings retreated entirely, the little eerie that Qianlin had beaten up was revealed in sight. She was both shocked and terrified. This man behind her is simply too terrifying. Such a lightning strike is simply heaven's nemesis.
Chen Lin saw that the little eerie was about to run into a nearby building. He knew very well that once she entered, he truly couldn't chase her anymore.
If he did, he would die inside. However, his speed was much slower than the little eerie.
Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly threw the general's sword in his hand. Swish! The general's sword hit the little eerie right in the chest.
Ah!
Black smoke began to rise from the little eerie's chest, as if it were emitting exhaust fumes.
Her face no longer showed the previous resentment and hatred, replaced by fear.
Pure fear.
Don't kill me. Please. No. The little eerie kept begging Chen Lin for mercy. But how could Chen Lin let her go? Boom!
Chen Lin took 3 steps and smashed his fist into the little eerie's head. The little eerie was instantly stunned and lost her soul. Turning into a puff of black smoke, she completely vanished. And Chen Lin quickly took the eerie core from the little eerie, then turned around and continued charging ahead.
The remaining eerie beings, upon seeing that the little eerie had been killed by Chen Lin, were terrified. How could they dare to stop Chen Lin? In their eyes, Chen Lin is the real ghost. Moreover, a wicked ghost. So fierce. They quickly scattered and fled. Chen Lin's bus swiftly broke through the encirclement.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang returned to the top of the bus once again.
Before Chen Lin could even stabilize himself, a shout came from the left, Li Anlin's voice. Chen Lin! Hurry and help out at the back. They are overwhelmed by the eerie beings. Li Anlin shouted anxiously. Hearing this, Chen Lin looked back and saw the eerie beings surging towards the convoy like a tide. The last 3 vehicles were almost instantly engulfed by the eerie beings.
Only the sound of screams could be heard.
The remaining eerie beings rolled forward like a snowball. Dense and overwhelming, making one's scalp tingle.
And the toughest part fell on Jiang Su and the others, who were doing everything possible to protect the convoy. Nearly everyone was pushing their limits. Especially Jiang Su, who stood at the very back, bearing the greatest pressure.
He alone faced countless eerie beings.
At this moment, his whole body was bitten and torn by the eerie beings, drenched in blood. His flesh and blood wounds were exposed, making him look even more terrifying than the eerie beings. And just when Jiang Su had just beaten back an eerie, 2 eerie beings charged at him from both sides. Jiang Su used one shot to sweep one away, but the other one bit fiercely onto Jiang Su's thigh.
Ah!
Jiang Su let out a wretched scream.
The remaining eerie beings, witnessing this scene, all had red eyes. Like a shark smelling blood, they quickly surrounded Jiang Su.
Li Anlin's eyes were about to burst. Brother Chen, hurry. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw the 5-colored divine thunder on Chen Lin dimming away.
Chen Lin silently glanced at Li Anlin. The words Li Anlin wanted to say stuck in his throat, and he couldn't say a thing.
His eyes were filled with despair.
Chapter 78, Injured. Ah! A chilling scream echoed.
But the scream did not come from Jiang Su's mouth. Instead, it came from the strange mouth that bit into Jiang Su's thigh.
At some point, Dao Yi had appeared behind.
With one hand, he grabbed that strange head and twisted its neck into a knot, tearing it off forcefully.
Dao Yi swallowed the strange creature whole, as if he was feasting on meat.
Jiang Su was frozen in shock at the scene.
He couldn't even feel the pain in his body anymore.
This was not the first time Jiang Su had seen Dao Yi devour a strange creature, but last time he had witnessed it from a distance. This time it was right in front of him.
Dao Yi appeared to be enjoying some exquisite delicacy.
But soon, Dao Yi disgustedly spat it out. Cheap pills. You are all cheap pills. Dao Yi bared his teeth and yelled at those strange creatures.
Those strange beings seemed intimidated by Dao Yi, not daring to approach. Jiang Su swallowed nervously and cautiously asked, Dao Yi, should I retreat?
Dao Yi ignored him, his blood-red eyes scanning the strange beings, as if searching for something. Jiang Su noticed sweat pouring down his forehead.
Dao Yi was probably looking for a powerful strange being, right? Dao Yi's tactics really were a bit eerie.
Jiang Su didn't dare to ask or speak, silently taking a few steps back, turning, and mounting his horse to catch up with the convoy. After a standoff, Dao Yi found no strong strange beings and turned to run, returning to the 3-wheeled cart. On the other side, Li Anlin rushed forward.
CZ, how are your injuries? Li Anlin looked at Jiang Su with concern.
Jiang Su's face was pale, yet a hearty smile appeared. I'm fine. But immediately after, Jiang Su's eyes rolled back and he fainted, about to fall to the ground.
Li Anlin hurriedly supported Jiang Su. Niaozi, hurry, hold the war horse.
Li Anlin shouted to the other 2 companions, then looked at Yang Gang and Chen Lin. Brother Chen, brother Yang.
Open the door.
Let my brother get bandaged. Yang Gang instinctively glanced at Chen Lin, who didn't respond to the question. Who knows if Jiang Su would turn into a strange being? It was truly foolish for Li Anlin and the others to ride horses.
Chen Lin frowned. Heavenly Eye. In Chen Lin's eyes, Jiangsu immediately transformed into a light yellow aura. And on Jiangsu's numerous wounds, there were many black auras, like maggots clinging to bone.
Especially as the rain continued to drip on the wounds.
The black aura around Jiangsu intensified.
It appeared that Jiangsu had not yet been completely engulfed by the black aura. Jiangsu's own strength was continuously resisting the energy of the strange beings.
Chen Lin withdrew his gaze and nodded towards Yang Gang. Dezhuang, open the door and let them in. Yang Gang shouted.
Li Dezhuang immediately opened the door. Lianlin, carrying Jiangsu, chased up and, while maintaining speed, jumped straight into the bus.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang also climbed down from the roof, returning to the cabin. He's seriously injured.
Yang Gang gasped in shock upon seeing the wounds on Jiangsu's body. Jiangsu's legs, arms, and abdomen were all bitten by the strange beings. There were more than a dozen wounds, big and small. Flesh was torn and blood flowed abundantly.
Li Anlin's eyes turned red. He shouted outside, Niaozi, throw the medicine in.
Okay. Outside, Li now responded and threw in a first aid kit along with some emergency medical supplies. Gauze, cotton swabs, and so on. When they were collecting supplies, they naturally also gathered some medicine. No one could guarantee that these extraordinary individuals wouldn't get sick or injured. At this moment, these medicines were just what they needed. Chen Lin and Yang Gang were helping to pull down Jiangsu's armor. This took a lot of effort.
Yang Gang was a bit unhappy. Generally, I'm not saying anything bad, but this broken armor has no protective function at all. What are you wearing it for? It's so hard to take off. Li Anlin's face looked a bit unnatural, but he didn't say anything.
About 10 minutes later, they finally managed to take off Jiangsu's armor.
Li Anlin began to disinfect Jiangsu's wound and apply medicine. Then, he wrapped the wound with gauze.
Jiangsu occasionally furrowed his brows, seeming to be in pain. Once they had completely bandaged Jiangsu's wounds, his brows finally relaxed, and he fell into a deep sleep. His breathing was very steady.
Chen Lin activated his sky eye again to check on Jiangsu. The black aura on Jiangsu still hadn't dissipated.
Even with the medicine, it did not extinguish those black flames.
This gave Chen Lin a bad feeling inside. Could it be that this strange energy could not be easily erased? If it continued like this, would Jiangsu's injuries not recover? Or perhaps the injuries could heal, but with certain effects? Chen Lin's brows were furrowed tightly.
He had never encountered this situation before. Because he had never seen anyone come back alive from such strange attacks. Generally, his injuries might not heal so easily.
You need to prepare yourself mentally.
Chen Lin reminded softly. Lianlin nodded dazedly. I will search for medicine as quickly as possible. I will definitely save him. Chen Lin was silent for a moment. What I mean is, ordinary medicine might have a hard time healing his injuries.
You might need special medicine.
Or there is a possibility that it won't heal. If it's serious, he could even turn into something strange.
You need to be mentally prepared. What? Lianlin looked at Chen Lin in disbelief. How do you know this?
I can feel it, his wounds have a special energy.
Similar to strange energy. Chen Lin pondered.
He didn't want to reveal his own abilities too much.
Is that so? Hearing this, Lianlin furrowed his brow tightly.
He didn't doubt Chen Lin's words, he wasn't sure what Chen Lin's ability was.
Perhaps Chen Lin's ability was a bit special.
It could be that he could see things others couldn't.
But what made Lianlin nervous was that ordinary medicine would not work. Did it mean he had to look for extraordinary medicine?
He didn't even know if such things existed.
By the way, what if we use strange cores mixed with ordinary medicine to concoct? Could it form a miraculous medicine? Lianlin suddenly seemed to have thought of something.
Chen Lin was momentarily stunned, he had never heard of such a thing. However, he had heard of some abilities related to concocting medicine. As for concocting miraculous medicines, this was a blind spot for Chen Lin.
Chapter 79 Harvest.
Once the convoy burst out of Lekong town, the strange beings behind did not pursue anymore. And with over 300 people, nearly 100 vehicles in the convoy, now, including the bus, only 5 vehicles were left. The losses were severe. The convoy hadn't stopped yet, it was still moving slowly. Chen Lin returned to the back to check on Hulu and Chu Chu. The two girls' breathing was very steady, as if they were asleep.
Wang Xiaoming and Wang Lili showed no abnormalities either.
Chen Lin sat back in his seat and took out all the strange cores from his backpack. This time, there were quite a few strange cores. 1 Tier 3 strange core. 5 Level 2 weird cores. 12 Level 1 weird cores. It can be said that it's a great harvest. This time, although Chen Lin used all his trump cards, his gains were significant. These weird cores are enough to allow his jade pen to upgrade again.
The subsequent carving of symbols will become simpler, easier, and more powerful. Hunting the weird and obtaining the weird cores is a virtuous cycle. The only pity is, when the situation was urgent at the beginning, some cores were not picked up in time. If they had all been collected, there would be more. By the way, my extraordinary sequence might have also leveled up.
Thinking of this, Chenlin's mind moved. Sequence 8, Heavily I, Level 3, 3/120, can see all biologics or items related to the weird within 20 meters. Weird disguised as humans or high-level weirds are likely to be detected. If your spirit is not strong enough, continuously using it for more than 3 minutes will cause dizziness, nausea, and vomiting. Hope you don't scare yourself. A lot has changed in the Heavenly Eye sequence. The level has become Level 3. The viewing range has widened. It was originally only 5 meters, now it's 20 meters. Furthermore, the chance of detecting weird disguised as humans or high-level weirds has changed from just a chance to a high probability. The duration has increased from 1 minute to 3 minutes. All enhanced. Although it's still not extremely powerful, it has improved. Chenlin is quite satisfied. At least in the future, if any weird sneaks into the convoy, he will be able to detect it faster and more accurately. The safety factor has greatly increased. This can be considered a good start. Then, Chenlin's gaze fell again on the second sequence divination. Sequence 10, Divination, Level 3, 3/120, can divine once a day, obtaining 3 divination symbols, all with fortune enhancements. You are more likely to obtain a good divination, but still can only choose one. Chenlin couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Divination has strengthened. Fortune increased. In the future, there might be a chance to get a good divination. This almost moved Chenlin to tears. Since he awakened the extraordinary sequence, it has been all minor misfortunes, medium misfortunes, and great misfortunes. The best divination symbols were all neutral. Good divinations. He had never even seen one. This made Chenlin start to look forward to what kind of changes tomorrow's divination would bring. Chenlin glanced at the time. It was just after 8 in the evening. There were still several hours until midnight. Still early. Chenlin suppressed his thoughts and took out the jade pen again. To prevent the jade pen from being reinforced to a level too high, which would make it unable to absorb the energy from low-level weird cores, Chenlin first placed the 3 level 2 weird cores and the 2 level 1 weird cores on the seat, and put the 12 level 1 weird cores together with the jade pen. The jade pen was constantly absorbing energy. After about 10 minutes, all the weird cores turned gray-white, and the energy was completely absorbed. The jade pen became even more glossy and smooth, it shined brighter. Chenlin then placed the level 2 and level 3 weird cores on it. About 10 minutes later, all the weird cores turned gray-white again. The jade pen changed once more. Its surface appeared to be covered with a faint glow. It looked extremely extraordinary. Chenlin began to check the changes in the jade pen. Item, Contaminated Jade Pen, Strengthen +3. Item number, 681. Strengthen level, 1/160, conditions met to enhance the strengthening level, increasing the item's abilities. After strengthening to level 16, there is a possibility of strengthening failure. Item description, it has accompanied its owner for 1,000 years. When its owner awakens again, it gains a powerful force that can be used to write characters and will gain some special powers that can restrain the weird. If you can carve symbols, the restraining capability is stronger. After your enhancement, it has undergone a great change, perhaps writing will be much easier. The mental power consumption has decreased. Chenlin looked closely at the introduction, and some changes had occurred. But not many. The only change is that the consumption of mental power will decrease. I don't know how much it will decrease. Chenlin glanced at Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili beside him. The time was about right. The two of them had also been lying down for almost 2 hours. Let's get them up to try it out. Immediately, Chenlin called Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili to wake up. Strange. Did the strange things catch up? Wang Xiaoming jumped up anxiously as soon as he opened his eyes, warily looking around. The rain had not stopped. The bus had not stopped either. There were no strange things chasing them around. Where are the strange things? Wang Xiaoming's eyes widened, his head buzzing. He clearly remembered that before he fell asleep this time, there were strange things everywhere. Could it be that he ruined his brain by drawing the symbols? We broke through. Chenlin looked at Wang Xiaoming with a smile and said lightly, "It was thanks to the 2 symbols you drew. Their power is huge." Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili exchanged glances. So, does this mean we don't have any symbols left now? Wang Xiaoming looked weakly at Chenlin. Chenlin nodded slightly. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili immediately felt like the sky had fallen. It's over. They had suffered because of Chenlin's show-off. Do you know how they had survived these days? Apart from eating and sleeping, if this was before the apocalypse, it would have been better than living like a pig.
But now, they were almost going to die a little.
Chen Lin had no symbols left.
With Chen Lin's personality, he would definitely make them draw until they dropped. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were on the verge of crying. Bro, are we saying that we're not doing overtime? Do we still have to draw?
Wang Xiaoming was about to burst into tears.
We must.
Chen Lin's expression turned serious as he spoke solemnly, but you are not doing it for me.
You are doing it for yourselves. Look, you slept, and the strange things disappeared. You survived. If next time, we face a strange attack again and I have no symbols, what should we do? Then we can only wait to die.
So, you're not working overtime, today your drawings might save your lives tomorrow.
Chapter 80, Sleeping on the Floor Today, Being the Boss Tomorrow. Working overtime for yourselves? Chen Lin's voice rang out powerfully. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's hearts shook. Chen Lin seemed to make a bit of sense. The more symbols they drew, the more secure they would be. Though it was tiring, it was better to live than to die. Who wants to die?
Furthermore, I plan to recruit more people, you two are the first to join me.
In the future, all the new recruits will be under your management.
You will be the supervisors, so you won't have to work so hard and can live more comfortably. Chen Lin spoke with passion. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili gradually had a glimmer of hope in their eyes.
Chen Lin, bro? Will you really recruit people?
Wang Xiaoming asked in surprise.
Of course.
Chen Lin nodded heavily, patting Wang Xiaoming's shoulder, gently saying, work hard.
In a career, who doesn't have to suffer? The more hardships you endure now, the greater the rewards later. Think about how comfortable it will be when you manage dozens of people. If you don't work hard now, do you expect me to give those new recruits to you later? Don't you like Zhang Lili? Do you want Zhang Lili to be exhausted every day with you? This is an opportunity, this is your chance. If you grasp it, you will have an even better tomorrow. Sleep on the floor today, become the boss tomorrow.
Chen Lin's words gradually painted a beautiful picture for them.
Just imagine. Dozens of people under their command. Seeing Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili and greeting them in unison. That feeling is truly amazing. They would be one beneath 10,000. They were both veterans.
Wang Xiaoming felt a little moved.
Zhang Lili kept looking at Chen Lin.
Zhang Lili was so moved that she was almost crying, her eyes filled with tears as she nodded.
Chen Lin's words sleep on the floor today were the most accurate reflection of their current reality, weren't they? As for being the boss tomorrow. It was obviously a dream. A big dream. But at least, it was a hope. Alright. Brother Chen Lin, let's do it. We'll get right to it.
Wang Xiaoming nodded heavily.
Go for it. Sleep on the floor today. Be the boss tomorrow. Together in the apocalypse, we will create a beautiful blue sky. As long as we have enough charms, we won't have to fear the strange anymore. Chen Lin continuously infused them with spiritual energy.
The originally haggard faces of Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili gradually regained some vitality.
Brother Chen Lin, I'll go first.
Wang Xiaoming was also filled with enthusiasm. Wang Xiaoming sat on the chair, looked at the charm manual, and began to draw the 5 thunder charm. As soon as he made the first stroke, Wang Xiaoming did not feel any strange sensation at all.
His head was no longer dizzy. He was unusually invigorated. This made Wang Xiaoming marvel in surprise. Could it be a psychological effect? It seemed he was in good spirits today. Wang Xiaoming drew the second stroke.
He still felt nothing unusual, only slightly tired. This shocked Wang Xiaoming's heart.
Could it be that Chen Lin's big dream was working? Usually, he would have been dizzy by now. But now, he wasn't. Is Chen Lin's drawing such a magic trick?
When Wang Xiaoming completed the third stroke, he began to feel fatigue surge, but he still held on. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled. This time, the changes in the jade brush were indeed significant. Even if there were no obvious changes visible in the introduction section, it was clear in use. At the very least, he could see many things just from Wang Xiaoming's face. Chen Lin pondered for a moment. How do you feel?
I feel great.
I think I can draw one more stroke.
Wang Xiaoming smiled and said, and my head doesn't hurt or feel dizzy anymore, just a little tired.
Brother Chen Lin, your words worked on us. I think you should say more to us in the future. Chen Lin was taken aback, but he quickly understood Wang Xiaoming's meaning. Wang Xiaoming believed Chen Lin's drawing had worked wonders for them. With this thought, Chen Lin couldn't help but smile.
However, Chen Lin didn't bother to expose Wang Xiaoming. This could be considered one of the secrets of the jade brush. Better to keep some of it hidden. To avoid someone setting their sights on the jade brush in the future. On the side, Zhang Lili couldn't stop wondering. Could Chen Lin's words really be so effective?
At that moment, Wang Xiaoming drew another stroke, and his body slowly slumped down. Zhan Lili suppressed her thoughts and quickly went up to start drawing the charm. Zhan Lili had drawn many times before, she was already very familiar with it. So there was no need to get familiar with it again. Zhang Lili picked up the brush and began to carve the charm. Just after drawing one stroke, Zhang Lili felt an enormous difference compared to before. It was like heaven and earth. It was so much more comfortable than before. Her head no longer felt dizzy. She wasn't even out of breath. And she felt stronger. Holy cow! Was Chen Lin's drawing so powerful? Was this really a case of words turning into reality? How many more secrets did Chen Lin have that she didn't know about? Before the apocalypse, it was always the boss drawing dreams for her, which was useless, she was still exhausted. But now in the apocalypse, Chen Lin drew a dream for her, and it really wasn't that tiring. Amazing! This made Zhang Lili not only respect Chen Lin more but also feel a bit of resentment inside. Chen Lin, you should have drawn dreams for us earlier. We've suffered so much before, we almost lost our lives. What is this? Zhang Lili glared at Chen Lin with a hint of grievance, almost turning into a complaining woman. Chen Lin calmly said, you can take credit for it. Zhang Lili. Zhang Lili was so choked that she couldn't speak. Chen Lin, that dog thing. I can't beat him. I don't even dare to argue back. This guy really hits hard. I hope this guy isn't just making empty promises this time, that he can actually deliver, and that life can get a little better. Zhang Lili kept self-hypnotizing and comforting herself in her heart. There's nothing I can do, I can only draw talismans to shift my focus. This time, Zhang Lili drew a total of 8 strokes. She finally collapsed. Chen Lin picked up the talisman, which was drawn with 7/10 of the 5 thunders symbol, feeling very satisfied. The energy radiating from it was quite strong. It was several times stronger than before. Chen Lin had a premonition that this talisman, even if it only had one symbol, would be much more powerful than the second talisman that had half the symbol drawn. This time, the enhancement of the jade brush was really high. At the current speed, as long as Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili work hard, drawing 1 or 2 a day is definitely not a problem. Thinking about this made Chen Lin feel incredibly confident. And just as Chen Lin was satisfied, putting the talisman and jade brush away, Hulu and Chu Chu also woke up. Chapter 81, the bluff was so convincing it made Chen Lin believe. Hiss. My head hurts so much. How long did I sleep? Hulu and Chu Chu opened their eyes groggily, rubbing their heads. Was it just a talisman they drew? Why does it feel like they were hit by a car? The aftereffects are really strong. Their whole bodies felt like they were going to fall apart. No way. Weren't we being weirdly chased? Where's the weirdness? Chu Chu suddenly realized and quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, looking toward the back of the bus. To her surprise, there were no signs of any weird chase behind the bus. The bus wasn't even moving fast. Fu Hua, standing next to them, explained, we rushed over. It was all thanks to Chen Lin. Fu Hua glanced in Chen Lin's direction, filled with awe. At that moment, Chen Lin looked like a true god in his eyes. Fu Hua had seen Chen Lin busy earlier and didn't dare approach, waiting right there. Now that he saw Chen Lin was finished, his eyes burned with excitement. Chu Chu looked at Fu Hua in confusion, then at Chen Lin. Before she fell asleep, everyone had respected Chen Lin. But now, she felt Fu Hua's gaze at Chen Lin was not just simple respect, but admiration, even passionate worship. Can you tell me what happened while I was sleeping? Chu Chu asked. Fu Hua happened to have a lot to say, with no one to share it with. Who understands family? Only in the apocalypse would Chen Lin's incredible feat of jumping off the bus and defeating enemies without a video go viral. Let me tell you. Fu Hua immediately sat beside Chu Chu and started talking about what happened after they fell asleep. Fu Hua spoke vividly, with spittle flying everywhere. Something like a divine being descending. Invincible in the world. Weirdness was like a bunch of weaklings. Easily defeated. He talked about how amazing it was. Listening to Fu Hua made Chu Chu feel like stars were shining in her eyes. Is this really the Chen Lin she knew? So mighty? Nearby, Chen Lin saw Hulu wake up and poured her a glass of milk, asking her about her condition, speaking softly. Although Hulu still felt a bit unwell, she was shocked by Fu Hua's description. Did you really kill a lot of weirdness? Hulu looked at Chen Lin in disbelief. I suppose so, about 30 or so. Chen Lin nodded slightly. Hulu was even more shocked, even looking at Chen Lin in disbelief. This seems a bit unreal. Are you really a divine being? Hulu asked incredulously. Don't listen to his nonsense. Chen Lin smiled bitterly, interrupting Fu Hua, saying, Fu Hua, I'm glad you can say that about your brother Chen Lin, but be careful, don't exaggerate too much. As soon as Fu Hua heard this,
I quit right there. Brother Chen-Lin, I'm not bragging. Do you know?
When you jumped down from the rooftop, both De Zhuang and I were shocked beyond belief. All the bizarre things felt like grass and weeds.
You entered a no man's land. So fierce. Fierce to the point of having no friends. Fu Hua's face was flushed with excitement.
It felt as if it wasn't Chen-Lin charging in, but Fu Hua himself. Fu Hua was even more excited than when he fought his way into the bizarre crowd. Hu Lu and Chu Chu watched Chen-Lin with wide, astonished eyes. Not just Hu Lu and Chu Chu, even Chen-Lin felt a bit dizzy.
Did Fu Hua really talk about himself? Was he really that amazing? Is this true?
Chu Chu looked at Chen-Lin with admiration, her eyes sparkling like stars.
Though he is a bit exaggerative, it's still somewhat true. Chen-Lin said indifferently. Wow. Brother Chen-Lin, you are my idol. From now on, do we no longer have to worry about the bizarre things? Can we follow Brother Chen-Lin to eat well and drink well?
Chu Chu was so excited she was about to jump up.
Chen-Lin even felt a bit embarrassed.
Don't say it too confidently, it's really not that impressive. Chen-Lin said modestly.
No. Brother Chen-Lin, you are the most amazing in the world. Every time we encounter bizarre events, only you are the most steady, the calmest, and the wisest, okay? Now you can even slay the bizarre, that's incredible.
Chu Chu kept giving him thumbs up. I have to admit, Chu Chu really knows how to provide emotional value. Her exaggerated expressions, her exaggerated words.
Just listening makes people feel good.
Chen-Lin felt a bit guilty. Beside him, Hu Lu wore a smile, her eyes looking at Chen-Lin like they were about to melt.
It's no wonder Hu Lu values this man. He truly is extraordinary. Alright, you all should rest well.
I'm going to check on Zhang Si's injuries.
Chen-Lin didn't dare to stay any longer. He was scared.
He was afraid that if he stayed too long, he would really think he was invincible. At that point, he wouldn't even know how he would die.
Don't be carried away.
Staying grounded is the way to survive in this world.
The higher you fly, the faster you die, and it's not a pretty sight.
Because this is not a game where after defeating low-level monsters, you can go find high-level ones. You might encounter a 4th or even a 5th level bizarre creature one day.
This world is full of uncertainty. Just like before, the bizarre creatures they encountered were all very powerful. At least, they were bizarre that they could not handle.
Moreover, this time, in Lekong Town, if it weren't for Chen-Lin having the 5 Thunder Talismans, they would not have been able to get out at all. Arriving in the front carriage, Lianlin used 2 chairs to make a simple bed for Zhang Su. Zhang Su lay on it, his face pale, forehead sweating coldly, slightly shaking as if he had a seizure.
He seemed to have a bit of a fever.
Lianlin was beside him, using a towel soaked in water, constantly moistening Zhang Su's lips.
Chen-Lin opened his Tianyan, heavenly eye.
The wounds on Zhang Su's body were still emitting dark smoke. They showed no signs of dispersing. Of course, they showed no signs of spreading either.
But Chen-Lin could clearly see that the energy in Zhang Su was dissipating.
If this continues, by the time the energy in Zhang Su completely dissipates, the person will be gone.
How's the medicine you prepared? Chen-Lin asked.
Lianlin's eyes were filled with bloodshot. We have to wait.
At least one night.
I already gave him some ibuprofen and anti-inflammatory medicine earlier, but it seems the effect isn't very strong. Chen-Lin didn't know how to comfort Lianlin. He patted Lianlin's shoulder and said, actually, you really don't have to protect those normal people. Lianlin didn't speak. In the past few hours, he had thought about a lot.
Li Hu and their deaths.
And Zhang Su almost being consumed by the bizarre creature.
If he had acted like Chen-Lin and them back then.
If you only run forward for yourself, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Chen-Lin saw that Lianlin wasn't saying anything, so he didn't continue the conversation and prepared to discuss parking with Yang Gang. At that moment, Lianlin's voice came from behind.
In the future, it won't happen again. Chapter 82, Back to Work?
Chen-Lin paused.
Lianlin's expression was firm, her eyes shining with brilliance. Chen-Lin nodded slightly and didn't say much. Perhaps everyone goes through some things, and then they grow. Lianlin is a good person.
But in such a world, there's no space for survival.
When Chen-Lin got to Yang Gang's side, Yang Gang was smoking silently, looking out the window.
Is there a suitable place to park?
Chen-Lin asked.
Huh? Yang Gang came to his senses, threw his cigarette on the ground, and stamped it out. I think this spot is pretty good.
There are mountains all around.
Chen-Lin nodded, and the heavenly eye opened again. Everything around appeared in Chen-Lin's eyes. There was nothing strange around.
Temporarily safe.
Stop. Chen-Lin said calmly. Li Dazhuang gently stepped on the brakes, and the bus pulled over to the side.
Dazhuang, you and Fu Hua go refuel.
I'll go with Yang Gu to look around. Chen Lin instructed, tossing a raincoat to Yang Gang and putting one on himself. To prevent the earlier incident from happening again, Chen Lin had to ensure that there were no strange occurrences nearby. Otherwise, if they encountered it again, Chen Lin and the others would be doomed. This time, there were no 5 Thunder talismans. After everything was ready, Chen Lin and Yang Gang left the bus. The two quickly climbed up a small hill to the side. This time, Chen Lin and the others were quite lucky. The surroundings were all small peaks, stretching in a line. If nothing unexpected occurred, the strange things shouldn't gather here. Because there were no people around. The probability of strange things appearing in groups was very low. Looks like we can sleep soundly tonight, Yang Gang said with a relaxed expression. Let's hope so. Chen Lin looked up at the sky. The rain seemed to have lessened a little. If it keeps raining, who knows what changes might occur. The two went to the left peak, then to the right. The terrain here is mostly mountains. For now, there wouldn't be any threats like in Lekong town. Soon, Chen Lin and Yang Gang returned to the bus and informed Lianlin and Hulu about the situation outside. Look, the rain outside has stopped, Chu Chu suddenly said excitedly. Everyone looked outside. The black rain was gradually reducing, and the scenery around became clearer. Now there shouldn't be any strange night prowlers, right? Fu Hua said with a relaxed smile. The rain stopping is a good thing. Everyone is tired. Prepare something to eat, and after we eat, let's rest, Chen Lin said, also instructing another thing. Also, prepare some rice soup and rice porridge to send to Lianlin and the others later. Jiang Su is injured now. He probably can't eat anything else. Okay. Hu Lu nodded. Then, everyone began to prepare food. Chu Chu, Fu Hua, and Li Dazhuang also consciously set aside some supplies they had gotten in Huai village today and handed them to Hu Lu. About an hour later, Hu Lu finished preparing the late-night snack. It was relatively simple: sweet potato rice, pre-cooked pig feet, and braised pork with preserved vegetables. After Chen Lin finished eating, he had some pig's foot toes and some preserved vegetables left, which he packed up to give to Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. He couldn't always let Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili eat bones. That would surely starve them. They should have a good meal. Chen Lin took the food and woke Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. When Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili saw the leftovers in the bowl, they were so moved they were about to cry. This time, Chen Lin truly didn't just make empty promises. There is meat, there is vegetables. Although it's just leftover food. But at least the living conditions have improved. The two of them haven't had a good meal in days, so this time, the food tasted especially sweet. Soon, they finished all the food. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili put down their bowls and chopsticks, looking eagerly at Chen Lin. Chen Lin was confused, but in their eyes, he saw expectation and passion. Suddenly, Chen Lin understood. What is our slogan? Chen Lin asked tentatively. Sleep on the floor today, become the boss tomorrow. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili shouted the slogan excitedly. Chen Lin nodded in approval. Endure hardships today, become a person of importance tomorrow. Go for it. Go for it. Go for it. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili nodded heavily, their voices growing louder. This scene caught the attention of others in the carriage. Fu Hua, half asleep, vaguely heard the shouting and instinctively jumped up. Good. Very good. Excellent. Fu Hua clapped his hands repeatedly. Chu Chu and Li Dazhuang looked at Fu Hua as if he were crazy. Is this kid sick? Fu Hua noticed the strange looks from Chu Chu and Li Dazhuang and paused for a moment. What the hell? Who was shouting slogans just now? I thought we were going to work the early shift before the apocalypse. Fu Hua then realized that this was the apocalypse. What's there to go to work for? Chu Chu and Li Dazhuang were speechless. Fu Hua also noticed that the shouting came from the back. As soon as he finished shouting, he heard Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili clapping. Good evening, everyone. Good. Very good. Excellent. Fu Hua's mouth twitched a few times. Looking at this familiar scene, he felt like the blood in his body was awakening. Wait, weren't Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili half dead before? Why are they so energetic now? Did Brother Chen Lin put some kind of spell on them? Fu Hua whispered his question. Chu Chu and Li Dazhuang were also puzzled. If they remembered correctly, although Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were scared of Chen Lin before, they also hated him. Now, they actually saw light in Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's eyes. It's only been a day. How could there be such a change? Did Brother Chen Lin promote something to them? Chu Chu was also a bit dazed. Li Dazhuang slowly exhaled a breath. I've only seen this situation in pyramid schemes. Ha! Chu Chu and Fu Hua looked at Li Dazhuang in unison. Aren't you always studying at school? Chu Chu asked suspiciously. You were involved in a pyramid scheme? Fu Hua felt a bit frightened and moved away from Li Dazhuang instinctively.
afraid of being deceived by him. Li Dezhuang was stunned for a moment. What I mean is there a chance that I was the one who got scammed? So that's it. Chu Chu and Fu Hua looked at Li Dezhuang with more sympathy. Dezhuang, it's okay, it's all in the past. At least you were scammed by a pyramid scheme and not a telecom scam. Fu Hua comforted. I've also been scammed by telecom fraud.
Li Dezhuang looked up, gazing at a 45-degree angle, revealing a faint sadness.
How is that possible? You're a student, you don't have any money? What did they use to deceive you? Chu Chu and Fu Hua looked at Li Dezhuang in surprise. Truly, one cannot judge a person by their appearance. They offered large sums of money for children.
Li Dezhuang said bitterly.
Chapter 83 Other Teams. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili finished drawing the talisman and fell into a deep sleep.
This incomplete thunder talisman has already been drawn 1/4. Although it is still incomplete, the energy contained within is already comparable to a completed thunder talisman.
Its power is immense. At this speed, it should be finished by tomorrow morning.
After Qianlin put away the talisman and jade brush, he came to Chu Chu and the others.
Now there's a task. Tonight, wake me up every hour and a half. Anyone who can do it will get 2 pounds of sweet potatoes. Qianlin asked with a smile.
Chu Chu and the others exchanged glances. This time, they entered Hui village, but did not find the cellar, nor did they get sweet potatoes and potatoes.
They had not eaten such fresh food for a long time. I go. Brother Qianlin, I am a night owl, I can stay up late.
I am still the champion of staying up late.
Not sleeping for a whole night is just a normal thing for me.
Fu Hua and Li Dezhuang raised their hands one by one.
Qianlin looked at Fu Hua and said, You go, Li Dezhuang, you should rest early, you still have to drive tomorrow. Thank you, brother Qianlin.
Fu Hua rubbed his hands excitedly.
Li Dezhuang was a bit disappointed, smacking his lips. Fu Hua, you guy, obviously the driving task is for both of us now, but now, I'm the only one driving. 2 pounds of sweet potatoes, you must give me 1 pound. No problem. Fu Hua happily agreed, you must teach me how to drive later.
Now Fu Hua and Li Dezhuang were all trying hard to improve their abilities, to create more value for the bus. The apocalypse does not need waste. They also hoped that one day, they could find food without risking their lives.
To be able to drive safely would be enough. Chu Chu now also felt a sense of crisis. It seemed that on the entire bus, her ability was the lowest. Not extraordinary series. And she couldn't drive. Chu Chu hesitated for a moment, then took the initiative to step forward and said, Brother Qianlin, do we need to draw that thing? I can help you.
Chu Chu gathered her courage, her eyes firm.
Qianlin was taken aback, are you sure?
I am sure, although it's painful, I also want to do something for the bus.
I know the talisman can save lives at critical moments. Chu Chu said firmly.
Qianlin was somewhat surprised. After thinking for a moment, he seemed to need a little helper, and Chu Chu was a good candidate. After going through so many things, they had shared hardships together.
Chu Chu was trustworthy.
Especially now that Chu Chu took the initiative to speak up.
All right. In the future, you don't need to get off the bus to search for food. Your rations, I will cover, and I will leave these things to you.
Qianlin paused, then continued, besides these, you also need to watch over Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, don't let these two guys cause trouble. Don't be fooled that Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili seem honest now. But Qianlin couldn't completely trust these two guys.
Okay, brother Qianlin, I know what to do. Chu Chu smiled happily.
Qianlin saw the smile on Chu Chu's face, his mood was somewhat complicated.
He naturally could guess Chu Chu's thoughts. But Qianlin did not dissuade or obstruct her. It was meaningless. To survive in the apocalypse, one must have value.
If there was no value, one would eventually be abandoned. Moreover, Chu Chu could draw talismans, from any aspect, it was very beneficial for Qianlin.
He needed to speed up. He needed more 5 thunder talismans. Drawl. Qianlin took out the jade pen and the incomplete 5 thunder talisman.
Chu Chu took a deep breath, she had drawn it once, so she naturally knew the process. After familiarizing herself a bit, Chu Chu began to carve the talisman. This time, Chu Chu drew 3 strokes before she felt a bit dizzy. Qianlin quickly stopped her, saying, you should draw 3 times a day from now on, 3 strokes each time, drawing too much is harmful.
Rest well.
Upon hearing this, Chu Chu felt a bit sour in her heart, she didn't expect Qianlin to be so considerate. Qianlin put away the talisman and jade pen again, holding his backpack, leaned against the seat, and fell into a deep sleep. That night, Qianlin was called up about 6 or 7 times.
Around 6 o'clock the next morning, the 5 thunder talisman was basically formed. The energy contained in it was very vigorous. This made Qianlin feel even more confident. Just as the sky was just getting bright, Qianlin had just fallen asleep not long ago. Boom boom boom.
A roar of the accelerator echoed through the heavens and the earth, breaking the silence before dawn.
It was very harsh. As if a large convoy was appearing. Chen Lin and Yang Gang and others were almost immediately awakened.
The survivors of the entire convoy also woke up. On the big road behind, 7 or 8 motorcycles opened the way, with all lights shining. It seemed the exhaust pipes had also been modified, the sound was very loud. Behind those motorcycles, there were several buses and some private cars. More than 20 vehicles of all sizes. They turned on all their high beams. The dazzling light illuminated Chen Lin's convoy clearly, as if they were in broad daylight. Those vehicles stopped about 50 meters away from Chen Lin's convoy. The convoy behind showed no signs of turning off their lights, but continued to shine on them.
Other convoys? What do they mean by this? Why are they shining on us? Yang Gang frowned tightly. They are probably not here with good intentions.
Chen Lin said seriously.
Lianlin angrily said, "Those dogs, it's too early for this, let's go and teach them a lesson." Don't be impulsive.
Chen Lin quickly pulled Lianlin, they dare to do this, they must have confidence, maybe this convoy has extraordinary sequences among them.
Should we just ignore this? If that's the case, these guys might think we're easy to bully. Lianlin said angrily.
Chen Lin thought for a moment, Lianlin made some sense. This world was not only weird but threatening.
People were also a threat. Not all convoys could welcome others like Lianlin's convoy. Some convoys specialized in robbing others.
Chen Lin felt worried about encountering such convoys.
Now they were being illuminated by headlights, and if they didn't dare to make a sound, they would be seen as soft persimmons.
Chen Lin thought of this and pondered, let's wait a moment.
After saying that, Chen Lin activated his Heaven's Eye. The situation of the convoy behind appeared in Chen Lin's eyes. Those vehicles couldn't block Chen Lin's sequence ability. At that moment, the rear convoy was transparent to Chen Lin. But when he saw the situation of the vehicles behind, his heart sank suddenly. Chapter 84, The intention of the arriving ones is not good.
He saw that the last 3 buses in the rear convoy were packed with people. Among them, quite a few were bound, some even had their mouths stuffed. Chen Lin could even see a few strong men patrolling inside the vehicles, occasionally yelling at those people. The number of people probably exceeded 100. The worst thing Chen Lin wished to see had happened.
This convoy was definitely not friendly. It's likely that asking Lianlin to intimidate them would be useless. It might even backfire. Chen Lin understood Lianlin's character very well, he hated evil like poison. At the slightest disagreement, he would strike.
Chen Lin carefully examined the extraordinary sequences in the rear convoy. There were a total of 10 extraordinary sequences.
And how many did Chen Lin's side have?
Excluding the injured Jiang Su, counting Lianlin and his 2 brothers, Yang Gang, and himself.
Even including Dao Yi, there were only 6. Moreover, Chen Lin himself was an auxiliary series extraordinary sequence.
As for Dao Yi, it was still hard to say if he could be counted as an extraordinary sequence. So, at most, they were 6 against 10. Once fighting started, they would definitely suffer losses.
Yang Gu, come with me. Let's call Dao Yi to go with us.
Chen Lin said in a deep voice.
Okay. Yang Gang nodded and immediately took a suitable weapon. Chen Lin Gu, should we go with you? Not to mention, we could help bolster our power.
Fu Hua and Li Dazhuan also came over with weapons.
No need. You going wouldn't help.
Chen Lin shook his head, you stay in the vehicle, don't turn off the buses, be ready to retreat at any time. All in all, Fu Hua and Li Dazhuan seemed strong and robust, but they were ultimately not extraordinary sequences.
It's not to say that whoever looks strong is truly strong. The extraordinary sequence is no longer ordinary people. Then what about me? I am part of the extraordinary sequence. If the arrival is not friendly, I will kill them. Lianlin said anxiously. Look. Chen Lin knew Lianlin's character.
Chen Lin rubbed his head, feeling a bit of a headache.
After thinking for a moment, Chen Lin spoke lightly, generally, no, if we all go, who will guard the convoy? What if a fight breaks out and we get ambushed? So, you need to stay and keep the peace. With you here, we can all feel safe.
Lianlin was stunned for a moment, that's true, with this general here, those little rogues won't dare to act recklessly.
Good, then you stay. Brother Yang and I will go check the situation.
After saying that, Chen Lin called Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili up.
Huh? Is it time again? Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were both confused. No more nonsense, follow me, we have work to do, don't say anything later, what I say goes. If you do well, I'll reward both of you with big chicken legs.
Chen Lin said softly.
Chicken legs? Got it. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's eyes lit up, saliva almost dripping down.
Chen Lin also said no more, leading Yang Gang and the 3 down the bus, then went to the tricycle behind to briefly explain the situation to Li Ding and them. Li Ding did not speak. Dao Yi directly jumped down from the tricycle. Dao Yi threw the raincoat that Chen Lin had given him earlier back to Chen Lin, using his hands and feet to the ground, as if he intended to follow Chen Lin. "Alright, thank you, Dao Yi," Chen Lin said gratefully. On the other side, 3 people got out from a pickup truck. Among them, the leader was a bald man, with a scorpion tattooed on his head, and a face full of flesh, clearly not a good person. They did not rashly approach Chen Lin and their convoy but first went to the big bus at the back. Inside the bus sat a big-bellied, seemingly clever middle-aged man, but with a somewhat sinister look in his brows, appearing a bit treacherous. "Boss, there's a convoy ahead, and the people inside the cars don't dare to get out. They shouldn't have any extraordinary sequences. Should we just go over and rob them?" The bald man nodded and bowed, looking like a little brother, full of respect in his tone. "Fool! How many times have I told you, do things with your brain?" The boss glanced discontentedly at the bald man. "Don't you see that this convoy has no intention of running away? Don't underestimate anyone, otherwise, you won't even know how you died. Do you forget how we got to where we are?" Cold sweat kept popping out on the bald man's forehead, and he quickly agreed. They started by pretending to be weak, then ambushed and constantly robbed other convoys, absorbing talent, which led to their current power. First, go scout the situation. If their extraordinary sequence is fewer than 5, then rob them. If there are more than 5, then don't clash with them head-on, the boss said lightly. Understood. The bald man nodded repeatedly. "I'll take care of it right away." With that, the bald man led his 2 little brothers towards Chen Lin and their convoy. "Brothers in the convoy ahead, is there anyone in charge? Come out and chat." The bald man's voice was very loud. The remaining 7 or 8 survivors in Chen Lin's convoy trembled, hiding in the car, completely afraid to make a sound. These guys did not look like good people. As soon as the bald man's voice fell, Chen Lin followed by Yang Gang walked out from behind the convoy. "Brother, what do you want to talk about? It's not quite suitable to have the lights on when it isn't even dawn yet, right?" Chen Lin said calmly. The bald man was taken aback, scrutinizing Chen Lin carefully. "You are the person in charge of this convoy?" The bald man was somewhat surprised. Chen Lin looked a bit young, at just over 20. However, this made the bald man even more cautious. Chen Lin is so young but is the head of a convoy, he must have something special. Do not underestimate him. Bro, not trying to be mean, it's not that I'm scared of the dark and misunderstood by you guys. We just passed by and saw your convoy here, so we wanted to say hello. We also want to rest here, you know, this world is too dangerous. Staying together is a bit safer. The bald man rubbed his nose. "Bro, our convoy has more than 20 extraordinary sequences, over 300 people. I wonder how many extraordinary sequences your convoy has? If not many, why don't you just join us? How about we huddle for warmth?" Yang Gang's face turned a bit ugly upon hearing this. These guys did not seem like good people. And there are so many extraordinary sequences. If they really started fighting, they would probably suffer losses. However, Yang Gang had seen storms before, his panic only flashed in his eyes and he still didn't show any signs of fear. Chen Lin couldn't help but scoff inside. More than 20 extraordinary sequences? What a load of nonsense. If it weren't for Chen Lin having the heavenly eye, he might have been fooled. As for huddling for warmth, that's just nonsense. In the end, they just wanted to investigate Chen Lin's convoy situation. If their convoy was weak, these guys would definitely attack. Chapter 85, Is this convoy serious? So that's how it is? You're right, this world really needs to huddle for warmth. Our convoy just encountered a strange assassination, a lot of people died, and 2 extraordinary sequences were killed. Chen Lin said excitedly, "If we could merge with you now, that would be much better. Our chances of survival would be much greater." The bald man heard this and sneered continuously in his heart. No wonder this convoy has so few people. It turns out they were just chased and lost 2 extraordinary sequences. This is good news. This young man in front of him is also a big fool. With just a few words, he revealed so much information. With this kind of talent, they still want to survive in the apocalypse? They will be killed sooner or later. This gave the bald man more confidence. With a meaningful smile, the bald man said, "You're not wrong. How many extraordinary sequences do you have left?" "Not many. There are 8 left." Chen Lin replied confidently. "What the heck? 8? Damn it. Is that not many? Their convoy has over 300 people but only 10 extraordinary sequences. How many people does your convoy have? Is there even 20? You only have 8 extraordinary sequences?" The bald man was a bit dumbfounded. "Brother Bald, look, with our 8 extraordinary sequences plus your more than 20 extraordinary sequences,
We would have over 30 extraordinary sequences. Wouldn't that mean we can walk sideways in the apocalypse? As long as we unite, grow bigger and stronger, we can create glory again.
Chen Lin was full of excitement and thrill. It seemed that Chen Lin really wanted to join forces with the bald man's convoy. Yang Gang's mouth twitched a few times, not understanding what Chen Lin meant. He sounded as if he were really telling the truth. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili had already started to tremble, holding each other up and feeling a bit scared. Chen Lin started deceiving again. And he made it sound so convincing. Where did their convoy get 8 extraordinary sequences? The bald man clearly looked like no good person.
Bro, don't mess around. People will die.
The bald man looked at Chen Lin and didn't seem to think he was lying, feeling a little convinced. This guy didn't look like he was faking it.
Bro, are you bragging?
The bald man said with some doubts.
Not bragging at all.
Chen Lin, like a naive fool, began to cheerfully introduce Yang Gang and others to the bald man.
This is our convoy's extraordinary sequence, sequence 25, giantization. Chen Lin first introduced Yang Gang.
Yang Gang was afraid that others wouldn't believe, so he specially enlarged his palm, making it as big as a sandbag. He clenched his fist towards the bald man.
What an extraordinary sequence!
The bald man was secretly astonished.
Then, Chen Lin started to introduce Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili. These two have great backgrounds. Sequence 10, Yin Yang.
This gentleman is sequence, Yang, and this lady is sequence, Yin. They are a dual extraordinary sequence.
They are the leaders of our team.
Their strength is formidable. When out in the world, one's identity is given by oneself. Unless this bald man has a vision like Chen Lin, otherwise, who knows who belongs to the extraordinary sequence? Besides, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili have been drawing symbols for a long time. They look nothing like normal people, who could tell the difference.
Holy crap! Bro! Don't mess around. Who is the extraordinary sequence? Who is the leader? Who the hell has great strength? We look like we are about to choke. Can this really fool anyone as an extraordinary sequence?
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili heard this and their faces, which were already pale as paper, turned even whiter, even their lips lost color. Chen Lin immediately shot a warning glance at Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, signaling them not to reveal themselves. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili quickly steadied their minds, each holding onto their own hands, trying hard to keep themselves from going limp. The bald man saw the ghostly expression on Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili's faces, looking like they were on the brink of death.
Half dead. Is this the appearance of normal people?
If Chen Lin hadn't said they were the extraordinary sequence, if the bald man met them on the road at night, he would think these two were something weird.
Also, what the hell is a dual extraordinary sequence? 2 people sharing one extraordinary sequence? I have never heard of that. Never even seen it. This made the bald man feel a bit anxious. This yin yang sequence must be very powerful, right? Bald man, you haven't heard of this dual extraordinary sequence, have you?
This type of extraordinary sequence is very rare. Among 1,000 extraordinary sequence holders, there might not be one.
Chen Lin looked at the bald man suspiciously. Holy crap? There isn't even one among 1,000 extraordinary sequence holders? So rare?
It must be very impressive. The bald man's forehead began to bead with fine cold sweat.
How could I not have heard of it? I've traveled far and wide, seen many extraordinary sequences. Dual sequences are indeed impressive.
Especially this male-female dual sequence, it is 1 in 10,000. Didn't expect there were such amazing people in your brother's team, no wonder they could evade bizarre pursuits.
Incredible.
The bald man solemnly gave a thumbs up, trying hard to calm himself, making sure he didn't look too guilty. He looked at Chen Lin in realization, the confusion in his eyes dissipating, and he breathed a slight sigh of relief.
Almost let this young man see that I know nothing.
Luckily, this young man lacks social experience, he doesn't understand the darkness of human nature, and casually made up a story, so he managed to pull it off.
Since bald brother knows, then I won't say much. Next, let me introduce our team's second strongest member. Chen Lin introduced Dao Yi to the bald man. This gentleman is our team's anchor, extraordinary sequence 3, eat weird. His sequence ability is very simple, he eats weird. Eating weird makes him stronger.
Dao Yi, whether because Chen Lin spoke or for some other reason, crouched down like a beast, staring at the bald man with bared teeth.
Like a beast. Hiss. He can eat the bazaar?
The bald man gasped in shock, and without Chen Lin saying more, he started to believe.
Dao Yi didn't look like a good person. His fierceness was no different from the bazaar. This team is not right. Too unorthodox. Feels like there aren't many decent people. He even has a feeling that just these few people are stronger than their whole team. If they were to rob Chen Lin's team, would it be them robbing Chen Lin, or Chen Lin robbing them? So you have 3 more extraordinary sequences?
The bald man swallowed. He felt a bit uneasy under the Taoist's gaze. The Taoist's eyes were sharp and a bit frightening.
It seemed like he could jump up at any moment and bite him. It's behind. Should I call you?
After Chen Lin finished speaking, he turned and shouted to the convoy behind, General Li, come out and show yourself, let this brother have a good look at you.
Chapter 86, Really Scary.
Humph. Holding the stars and plucking the sun and moon, there's no one like me in this world.
You ordinary folk, how dare you see my true form? A cold snort came out.
On top of the bus, a proud figure stood. The person wore silver armor and a silver cloak, moving with the wind.
On either side of him stood two men in black armor, like bodyguards. The aura was impressive.
Ha! The bald man was a bit dumbfounded.
Is this guy crazy? And seriously so. So pretentious, has he watched too many dramas? So good at showing off? But one thing was certain, Lianlin was indeed an extraordinary class.
This made the bald man a bit confused. Chen Lin didn't lie to him.
There really were 8 extraordinary classes.
Don't be fooled, they had 10 extraordinary classes, 2 more than Chen Lin's 8. But obviously, the extraordinary classes in Chen Lin's convoy were a bit abnormal. Either they were strange, like beasts, or mentally unstable. In the past, the bald man thought he was quite perverse, often feeling he was born for the apocalypse. But now seeing Chen Lin's convoy, he suddenly felt something inside.
He was the normal one.
The bald man felt that Chen Lin and his people were a bit dangerous. Don't talk about swallowing Chen Lin, even cooperating made the bald man unsure if he would be killed by them.
Chen Lin and his people were too abnormal.
Bald brother, why aren't you speaking?
Is it that you don't like to talk?
Chen Lin looked at the bald man quietly. The bald man quickly collected his thoughts, lightly cleared his throat, and said, brother, with so many extraordinary classes, your strength is indeed impressive. If we could unite, we could surely carve out a broad path in the apocalypse. But unfortunately, I'm not the convoy's leader, I still need to consult the leader, so I can't give you a response now. Otherwise, let's do this, we'll reply to you when the sun comes up tomorrow.
I'll take my leave now.
After saying that, the bald man turned and left. Chen Lin slightly curled his lips, bald brother, if I'm not mistaken, your convoy should only have 10 extraordinary classes, right?
Damn.
The bald man almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Chen Lin's words were simply a killer blow. He hadn't figured out the extraordinary classes of Chen Lin's convoy, yet their own convoy's classes were clearly known by others. They were caught with their pants down. This made the bald man feel a chill in his heart. This young punk might be the most strange one in this convoy. He could silently figure out how many extraordinary classes their convoy had. The bald man dared not speak, pretending not to hear, and quickened his pace toward his own convoy. As if afraid of being noticed by Chen Lin if he was a step too late. They weren't good people.
Chen Lin and his people were even worse.
Back on the bus, the bald man immediately reported the earlier incident to the boss.
Fortunately, we didn't act recklessly.
Those who survive in the apocalypse are all capable. Those without strength have long since died. The boss's face, packed with fat, trembled slightly, his eyes glinting with a cold light.
Boss, what should we do now? Should we change places? Not go against them?
The bald man cautiously raised his head and asked.
Fool.
How powerful they are is just what they say. We have no evidence to judge that they really have 8 extraordinary sequences. And even if what they say is true, then their supplies must be substantial.
If we could take them down,
it would be much better than robbing 3 or 5 ordinary convoys. The boss's eyes flashed with greedy light. Under the dim light, he looked like a venomous snake. It sent chills down the spine. The bald man was drenched in cold sweat on his forehead.
This boss is really too bold.
No, to be precise, he is too greedy.
He even wants to mess with such a strange convoy.
But the bald man knew the boss's methods well, so he didn't dare to oppose him, cautiously asking, Boss, what's our next step?
Withdraw first.
Let's see how they react, then use the old method to test their level.
The boss sneered.
The bald man had a bad premonition, feeling that this time it was very likely to end badly. But thinking of the boss's methods, the bald man hesitated, wanting to say something but didn't dare.
What's wrong? Do you have an opinion?
The boss's brow furrowed, a little displeased. The bald man immediately felt his hands and feet turn cold, hurriedly waving his hands and saying, and no.
Boss, I'll arrange this right away.
After speaking, the bald man hurriedly ran down like he was escaping. Within 5 minutes, the motorcycles in front simultaneously turned around and immediately retreated. Chen Lin and Yang Gang sighed in relief upon seeing this scene.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili looked at Chen Lin, their emotions a bit complicated.
They never expected that those people were truly scared away by Chen Lin.
This guy is getting better at intimidating people. Chen Lin, Yang Gang wanted to speak, but before he finished, Chen-Lin raised his hand to interrupt. Let's talk when we get back. Yang Gang opened his mouth, nodded, and didn't say more. The group quickly returned to the bus. Lianlin also came down from the roof of the car. He. Those people just now were nothing but petty thieves. With just a scare from this general, they immediately turned tail and ran. Lianlin looked proud. This incident made him very happy.
Finally, he regained a bit of confidence. He is still that great general. Yang Gang's mouth twitched slightly, he had seen everything just now.
Lianlin's act really wouldn't scare those people away.
What scared them away was Chen-Lin. Only Yang Gang noticed that when the bald man heard Chen-Lin point out that their convoy only had 10 extraordinary sequences, the bald man almost got scared stiff. But now, Yang Gang didn't want to say more about this matter. It was pointless.
They've left, should we leave now too?
Yang Gang said cautiously, otherwise, if those guys figure it out, we might be in trouble.
Don't panic.
Chen-Lin replied calmly, if we run now, it will show we're anxious, and they'll definitely chase after us. If we are to leave, we need to wait until dawn, have breakfast, and leave leisurely.
What's the rationale?
Yang Gang said speechlessly, is there a difference?
Of course it matters.
Chen-Lin explained, have you heard of how Zhang Fei scared off Chao's army at Changban Slope?
If Zhang Fei hadn't panicked and cut off the bridge, Chao's army wouldn't have chased so quickly.
It's just that logic.
Chapter 87, is it really safe? Brother Chen makes sense. Instead of running away,
we might as well take the initiative, just like Zhao Zilong, and attack 7 times.
Lianlin declared robustly. Chen-Lin's face darkened. How much fake wine must he have drunk?
He really takes himself for a great general.
What a joke. Chen-Lin directly ignored Lianlin's suggestion, let's rest first.
Okay. Yang Gang complied and each returned to their seats to rest.
Lianlin glanced at Chen-Lin, Brother Chen, you are still too cautious. Ultimately, you're still not as good as me. Lianlin didn't insist but went back to take care of Zhang Su.
Zhang Su's condition had improved somewhat, although he hadn't woken up, at least his fever had lowered a lot. Just as Chen-Lin sat down, Fu Hua and Li Dazhuang hurried over. Both were very nervous. Chen-Lin didn't say much to them, just offered a few comforting words, telling them not to worry too much. After sending Fu Hua and Li Dazhuang away, Chen-Lin called Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili over.
These 2 chicken legs are for you. You didn't embarrass yourselves just now.
Chen-Lin casually tossed 2 bags of salted chicken legs over.
Thank you, Brother Chen-Lin. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were so moved they were almost in tears. Their lives finally had a little change. Chen-Lin finally kept his promise this time, not just making empty promises. How long had it been since they last ate meat? Even if it was just chicken, that was still meat. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili quickly devoured the chicken legs. They became much more active, proactively coming forward to ask for work. They knew they couldn't escape the task of drawing symbols. Since they couldn't change it, they might as well lie down. With Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili finishing drawing symbols, they successfully created another 5 thunder symbol. Moreover, another 5 thunder symbol was also started. I hope this time, this 5 thunder symbol doesn't get used so quickly. The true way is to accumulate more 5 thunder symbols. Chen-Lin thought to himself. After putting away the 5 thunder symbol and jade brush, Chen-Lin leaned back in his chair and fell asleep. When morning came, Hulu prepared breakfast and, as always, called Chen-Lin to eat. At this moment, the other survivors in the convoy were originally very nervous, but when they saw Chen-Lin and the others eating so easily, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief and began to prepare breakfast. Yang Gang originally had no appetite, but seeing Chen-Lin chewing slowly and appearing unfazed, he felt a bit restless. You have quite the nerve, can still eat. You can't have strength if you don't eat. If they really want to mess with us, we also need strength to run away, right? Chen-Lin smiled and said, and right now, it's not certain, what if those guys are really scared off by us? That's true. Yang Gang was taken aback for a moment and then decided to eat heartily. Meanwhile, Hulu went to deliver food to Lianlin and the others, even specifically making porridge for Zhang Su. When Hulu returned, Lianlin also came to the dining table. Lianlin's expression was a bit more relaxed. The medicine you made, did it start working? Chen-Lin asked. Yes, no more fever, and the injuries have improved a bit. I woke up once and ate some food. Lianlin nodded, gratefully looking at Chen-Lin, Brother Chen, thank you for taking care of us. As long as you're okay. Hurry up and finish eating, we have to hit the road. Chen-Lin waved his hand with a smile. Soon, Chen-Lin and his group finished their meal and returned to the vehicle. After waiting for about 15 minutes, they saw that the other survivors of the convoy had returned to their vehicles. The convoy slowly continued forward.
Not long after the convoy left, the sound of a motorcycle could be heard, but it did not catch up to Chen Lin's convoy. It seemed to be going in the opposite direction. On the bus, Chen Lin didn't rest but sat in the back, smoking and occasionally paying attention to the situation behind. The bus had been driving for about an hour. Chen Lin had not spotted any convoy following them from behind. And Yang Gang had been watching the whole time. It seems they really got scared away. Chen Lin, you really have a way. Even Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili could be managed by you. Yang Gang said with a smile, his expression very relaxed. Now isn't the time to celebrate too early. Have Dazhuang speed up. Let's drive faster and see. Chen Lin said lightly. Okay. Yang Gang didn't say more. He understood Chen Lin's caution, and speeding up to have a look was no bad thing. Immediately, Li Dazhuang increased the speed to over 120 kilometers per hour. After all, this is the apocalypse. Don't worry about other vehicles and pedestrians. As the convoy sped up, after about half an hour, there was still no movement behind them. Chen Lin still did not relax. Instead, he had Li Dazhuang turn onto another provincial road. After turning into a curve, Chen Lin activated his heavenly eye to observe the situation behind. There was nothing unusual. You see, I told you, really no one is following us. Yang Gang was completely relieved. Could it be that I really worried too much? Chen Lin murmured to himself. Alright, stop overthinking. Didn't you say? If they really want to mess with us, we can't change that. Relax a bit. Yang Gang patted Chen Lin on the shoulder. By the way, I think it's about time. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili should be at work. Draw a few more of those talismans. Next time we encounter something strange, we will have ways to deal with it. Chen Lin's talismans had long been on the bus. It was no secret. The bus was just that big, and secrets couldn't be hidden. Moreover, Chen Lin and Yang Gang and the others had gone through tough times together. Their bond proved trustworthy. So, Chen Lin had no intention of hiding it deliberately. Unless he stopped using the talismans. Chen Lin took a deep breath, suppressing his thoughts, and called Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili to work, continuing to draw talismans. The incomplete thunder talisman was drawn again, 1/4 of it. It had some degree of power now. Only the thunder talisman could bring Chen Lin a sense of security. In the following time, apart from waking up Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili to draw talismans, most of the time was spent observing the back. Until the afternoon, the bus stopped at a sheltered place, planning to rest here for the night. Chen Lin looked at the sky, about to darken, and thought that there should be no other incidents today, preparing to use today's divination. Immediately, Chen Lin focused his mind. Divination. Fortune, great luck. Today your fortune is improved, with a certain probability of receiving auspicious signs. When Chen Lin saw the changes in the divination, an additional line of fortune information appeared. A smile crept onto his face. This should be the change after the upgrade of divination. However, when Chen Lin saw the content of the divination, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Chapter 88, Bad Omen. Divination. Fortune, great luck. Today your fortune is improved, with a certain probability of receiving auspicious signs. Middle danger, about 5,000 meters northeast, there are a large number of strange beings wandering eastward. If you go now, they will cheer for you. Great danger, about 10 kilometers southwest, a large number of strange beings are chasing a survivor. At this very moment, the survivor is heading towards your location. Please evacuate quickly. Great danger, about 5,000 meters to the west, over 100 strange beings are attracted by a spirited young man on a motorcycle, and they are heading towards your direction. If you don't want to fall into their hands, please escape quickly. Chen Lin's brows instantly furrowed. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Two survivors accidentally attracted a group of strange beings, and coincidentally, they were both heading towards their location. Was this a coincidence? Something's wrong. There's a problem. Chen Lin took a deep breath and clicked on the third divination image. In an instant, everything before Chen Lin changed. He felt as though he was a giant standing high above the heavens, looking down at everything on the earth. A modified motorcycle sped down the road. And behind that motorcycle, there was a dense mass of strange beings in pursuit. The motorcycle seemed to keep a steady speed on purpose, neither speeding up nor slowing down. Always maintaining a certain distance. Moreover, Chen Lin had seen this motorcycle before. If Chen Lin remembered correctly, it is one of the vehicles in the bald-headed convoy. They did not move away from Chen Lin's convoy, but instead followed closely behind, waiting for an opportunity to strike. They attracted the weirdness. I'm afraid they want to lure the weirdness over. How ruthless. Chen Lin immediately withdrew his gaze. Li Dazhuang, drive fast. What's wrong? Li Dazhuang was stunned for a moment. The bald heads retreated, attracting a large number of weirdness to surround us. There are many weirdness behind us. Chen Lin spoke briefly. They will catch up soon. What? Li Dezhuang and Fu Hua and the others' faces suddenly changed in horror.
Damn bald guys. I knew they had no good intentions. Quick, drive fast. Yang Gang shouted loudly at once.
Oh, okay. Li Dezhuang quickly reacted, immediately starting the bus, shifting gears rapidly and stepping on the accelerator.
Vroom. The engine roared. The bus sped away quickly.
The other survivors, who had originally returned to the vehicle to rest, were stunned for a few seconds when they heard the noise, then quickly reacted. They swiftly started their vehicles and followed suit. Meanwhile, when Chen-Lin and the others began to escape, about 15 kilometers behind them on the same road, the convoy where the bald head was also accelerated. At this moment, in the bus where the boss was, the boss was smoking, hugging two beautiful girls dressed as maids, with two other beauties serving him on each side. One beauty was massaging the boss's legs, while another held a glass of red wine.
What a delight!
The bald head was beside him, eyes full of envy.
These women were the most beautiful in their convoy.
They had long been trained to be very obedient by the boss.
The boss is really clever. As long as we attract the weirdness over, we can not only test the strength of the convoy ahead.
If they are weak, and the weirdness eats them all, then all their food will be left for us. At that time, we can gain a lot of supplies without any effort. The bald head smiled flatteringly. Hearing this, the boss felt very comfortable. I've said it before, as long as we use our brains, we can take them down.
Who cares about their strength? We just need to profit from the fishermen.
The boss said confidently.
That's right.
The bald head nodded continuously. At this moment, a motorcycle suddenly rushed out from a side road, catching up with the bus where the boss was.
Boss!
The young man on the motorcycle waved constantly at the boss and the bald head.
The bald head noticed and immediately rolled down the window. Seeing the young man, the bald head couldn't help but frown. Lao Lu, didn't I tell you to follow their convoy? Why are you back?
Lao Lu shouted loudly, bald brother, that convoy suddenly started to run away.
They seem to have discovered us. I didn't dare to follow too close, so I had to come back. What? They ran away? The bald head was stunned. How could they run away? Lao Ba and Lao Jiao have never been discovered before. How were they found out?
Lao Lu's face was full of bitterness as he answered, bald brother, we don't know how we got discovered.
Lao Ba and Lao Jiao are still several miles away. They haven't even gotten close.
Hearing this, the bald head felt a shiver of dread.
Could it be that those people had X-ray vision? They could discover their plan from several miles away?
The bald head was secretly scared. He knew those guys were not good people. Immediately, the bald head reported everything to the boss. The bald head swallowed hard, looking a bit unnatural. Boss, this is not scientific.
The boss's face suddenly darkened, furiously shouting, fool, what's scientific or not? The apocalypse is here, weirdness has appeared, and you are telling me about science? It must be a coincidence. Tell Lao Lu to continue chasing. Nail them down for me. I don't believe they can escape my five-finger mountain.
The bald man opened his mouth and hesitated. Boss, I suspect that the leader of that convoy might be one of those perception series extraordinary sequences.
Maybe they can really find us from several miles away. The boss snorted coldly, exhaling a puff of smoke. Fool. If they were indeed the perception series extraordinary sequences, then how come they didn't notice that Old Six was following them earlier? Suddenly notice now?
The perception series extraordinary sequences feel things in waves.
Or do they mean they can't perceive during the day and only at night?
The bald man thought for a moment. There is a possibility.
Get lost.
The boss's face darkened as he scolded. The bald man swallowed nervously, taking a small step back in embarrassment. Immediately, the bald man conveyed the boss's intentions to Old Six. Old Six twisted the accelerator, quickly retreating and disappearing into the path. On the other side, on the bus, Yang Gang and Chen-Lin stood at the back of the bus, silently smoking, their eyes fixed on the situation behind.
Chapter 89, Use their own methods against them. Chen-Lin, can your divination see their current situation again? Yang Gang asked.
Chen-Lin shook his head, no.
Damn it, I have no idea where those guys are now. What if they cling to us and don't let go? Yang Gang felt a bit restless.
Dealing with strange hunts is enough, but getting hunted by our own kind. Our own kind attracting strange creatures to chase us. This is really damn frustrating.
Ha!
A light laugh came from Lianlin behind them. I, the general, have said long ago that we should take action against them.
We should subdue them. Only then can we make them behave.
If it weren't for Brother Chen stopping me, I would have acted just now. Chen-Lin glanced at Lianlin lightly. That would only lead to a quicker death.
How would you know who would die if you didn't try? Lianlin said dismissively.
He always felt that Chen-Lin was too conservative.
Alright, now is not the time to talk about this. Our immediate priority is to find a way to shake them off. Yang Gang said with a headache. Brother Chen. Yangu, why don't we attract a batch of strange creatures to come? Fu Hua said weakly. Chen Lin frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. No, if we attract strange creatures, won't that mean we run into them? How to retreat then? It's all a problem with strange creatures everywhere. The ones we attract won't be able to return. Yang Gang sighed repeatedly, feeling helpless. Are we really just waiting for death? Rather than wait for death, why not fight them? Yang Gang said fiercely. Chen Lin didn't speak, taking a hard drag on his cigarette. Fighting them isn't worth it. Let's head east. Quickly. Don't they like strange creatures? Then let's give them a big surprise. Yang Gang was puzzled. How do we do that? The east has a lot of strange creatures. If we go a bit faster now, we might arrive ahead of those strange creatures and leave first. But the convoy behind them won't be that lucky. If they are unlucky, maybe they will run into them. If they are lucky, then we can use these strange creatures to escape. Completely shake them off. A cold glint flashed in Chen Lin's eyes. Good. Let's do it. Yang Gang immediately ran to the front, directing Li Dezhuang to head east. There is a road east too, but it's not a national road, just a rural road. It's still pretty smooth. After driving for about 7 or 8 minutes, the bus appeared in a flat plain area. Heavenly Eye unfolds. Chen Lin's eyes constantly scanned the surroundings, and he saw a forest 500 meters ahead. In his heavenly eye, there was a black aura in the woods. In fact, at the outer edge, there were quite a few solitary strange creatures. At least 100. There are a lot of weird things ahead. Charge forward at full speed. Chen Lin said in a deep voice. Yang Gang hesitated not at all, immediately shouting forward, Dezhuang, speed up. Rush over at the fastest speed. Alright. Li Dezhuang responded, directly shifting to 5th gear. The roar of the engine echoed in the night sky. Under Chen Lin's watchful gaze, he clearly saw many strange beings looking over here. And more strange beings started rushing toward them rapidly. However, those strange beings were still quite far from the bus. Chen Lin's convoy rushed past at the fastest speed before the strange beings arrived. Behind Chen Lin's convoy, Lao Lu had already reunited with Lao Ba and Lao Jiu. Damn it! These little bastards can really run. If they had 8 extraordinary sequences, they could run. We were definitely tricked. Lao Lu cursed loudly. Lao Ba sneered and said, the boss was right, Baldy was really tricked. Let's speed up and catch up. Lead all the weird things over. Let them run, I want to see how they run in front of hundreds of weird beings later. Don't say they have 8 extraordinary sequences, even if they have 80, they will kneel before me. However, just at this moment, as Lao Lu's group began to accelerate, countless shadows suddenly emerged ahead. But in the darkness, it wasn't very clear. Look, isn't there something in front? Lao Lu exclaimed. Lao Ba and Lao Jiu didn't pay much attention until the motorcycle's headlights shone in that direction, then they discovered the strange things ahead. A pale strange being leaped into the middle of the road like a beast. It was on all fours, looking at Lao Lu and the others, smoke rising 3 feet. Lao Ba was startled for a moment, then the corner of his mouth slightly curled. Isn't it just a strange being? What is there to be afraid of? Lao Jiu, go take care of it. Lao Ba said disdainfully. Okay. A strange being dares to block our way. It seeks death. Lao Jiu sneered and twisted the throttle hard, charging toward the strange being. The motorcycle shot out like a sharp arrow. But before Lao Jiu could make a move, suddenly, countless strange beings came rushing out from all directions. They leaped toward Lao Jiu in an instant. How can there be so many strange beings? No, no. Lao Jiu's eyes widened in shock, fear, and dread shining in his gaze. But this did not change his fate, he was directly engulfed by the strange beings. Ah! Lao Jiu let out a series of horrifying cries. In less than a minute, there was no longer any sound from Lao Jiu. Like a tide, the strange beings all turned to look at Lao Lu and Lao Ba. The two hadn't even reacted yet. How can this be? When did the strange beings get in front? No, the strange beings we lured are still behind. What should we do? It seems we are trapped. Lao Lu's voice trembled constantly. Lao Ba was even more scared. It must be that previous convoy, they deliberately lured us here. It was intentional. Lao Lu, we can't wait any longer, while they haven't surrounded us yet, let's split up and run. I'll run left. You run right. Run. Lao Ba immediately turned direction, dashing toward the farmland by the road.
Lao Lu also prepared to run right, but before he could make a move, a loud crashing sound came from Lao Ba's side.
Lao Ba's motorcycle had just slipped into the field and crashed out. Chapter 90, Escape in a Flash. In the back.
The boss's convoy was rushing forward at full speed. Baldy was carefully accompanying him on the side.
Boss, I think I just heard a scream coming from up ahead. It seems that Lao Lu and the others have already caught up with that convoy. That convoy is probably already under attack.
The bald man said with a smile. The boss's lips curled slightly, revealing a cold smirk, as he slowly blew out a smoke ring. Tell the front to go faster, let's go see the good show. I want to see if that convoy's extraordinary lineup is really as strong as you said. But before the boss's words could finish, the motorcycle squad leading the way suddenly turned around. The bald man's brows furrowed slightly, feeling displeased. According to the route, they should still have a little distance from the front, right? Why are they starting to stop now? Isn't this ruining the boss's mood? The boss will end up scolding him again. Why are you guys running back? The boss wants you to go forward. The bald man shouted as he rolled down the window. The few young bikers looked panicked. Bald brother, it's not that we don't want to move forward, but it's that the anomalies are coming. One of the young blondes shouted in a panic. The bald man's face darkened. Isn't it just attracting a few first or second tier anomalies? For us, isn't that not much of a challenge? What are you panicking about? The young blonde was sweating profusely. No, bald brother, there are other anomalies, a lot of them. There are 500 or 600 anomalies, and Lao Lu and the others have already been eaten. What? 500 or 600? The bald man's face went pale suddenly. How could this happen? Weren't you supposed to attract 100 or 200 at most? The bald man said with a grim face. Those anomalies weren't attracted by us. Bald brother, turn around quickly. Those anomalies are about to catch up. The young blonde said in a panic. Stay back, stay back. Delicious food. I died so tragically. A wailing sound echoed. Countless anomalies surged over like a tide. The bald man glanced over and saw countless anomalies scrambling to rush this way. It made his scalp tingle. Hurry! Turn around! Run! The bald man didn't even have time to report to the boss and directly shouted at the driver. The driver didn't need the bald man to shout, he had already begun to prepare to turn around. At this moment, not just him, the other vehicles almost all turned around at the same time. The bus where the boss was seated was right in the middle, originally the safest position. However, now, the boss's bus was the most dangerous. The bus that was originally at the back suddenly saw the people in front start to turn around, and the driver didn't even react in time. Until those anomalies appeared, the driver's scalp tingled, and in a panic, he slammed the steering wheel. The result? Rumble. A loud crash rang out. The entire bus immediately flipped over, blocking the road completely. The few buses behind didn't have time to brake and crashed heavily into the flipped bus. The whole road was completely blocked. The bus where the boss was seated also had to slam on the brakes, nearly throwing the boss out of his seat. The cigarette in the boss's hand was also pressed against the seat because of the sudden stop, and the boss's face slammed into it. Ah! A large blister was instantly burned onto the boss's face, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Damn it! What happened up front? You son of a gun, how are you driving? Do you believe I will kill you? The boss's face turned red with anger, his eyes looking at the driver as if he wanted to eat him. It was terrifying. Boss, the vehicle in front has flipped. What do we do if we can't get through? The driver said, trembling. The boss quickly ran to the front, and at this moment, their front was already in chaos. Many survivors began to flee in all directions. The bus that flipped over at the front was even on fire, billowing thick black smoke, seemingly about to explode. On both sides of the road were railings, and they did not drive past at all. The boss almost hesitated for a moment. He grabbed the backpack beside his seat, as this contained all his possessions. The most valuable items were all in there. Naturally, he would not give it up easily. He immediately got out of the car and stopped a motorcycle, sitting down on it. The bald man followed suit, getting out and stopping another motorcycle. Boss, bald brother, if you leave, what should I do? Boss, this motorcycle can hold one more person, just let me go with you. The driver and a few young women hurriedly followed, with the driver eager to ride with the boss. Get away from me. The boss kicked the driver to the ground. If you follow me, I'll kill you. Drive. The boss's eyes were full of murderous intent. Immediately, the young man driving the motorcycle twisted the throttle and took off with the boss. Only the driver and a few young women were left behind, crying and sobbing. The boss did not care at all, his sharp eyes revealed a hint of coldness, fixing on the strange figures behind them like a tide. He knew his motorcycle could fit one more person, but adding one more person meant more risk.
What did the lives of others have to do with him?
The boss and bald brother, with 6 motorcycles and 8 people, quickly passed the overturned bus. They sped along the wide road.
In less than 3 minutes after they left, strange figures surged up like a tide. Strange, the strange are catching up. Don't bite me, my flesh is not tasty. I'm sick. Help me. Who will save me, ah?
The entire convoy of survivors was in chaos, with screams, wails, and desperate cries echoing across the land.
Those strange beings indiscriminately pounced on each survivor.
The survivors were like lambs to the slaughter, having no ability to resist at all.
They didn't even have time to hold off the strange beings.
After the strange engulfed them, they quickly chased after the boss and bald brother. Fortunately, their motorcycles were fast, and the strange beings could not catch up at all. In less than 20 minutes, they completely shook off the pursuit of the strange beings. Meanwhile, in a nearby forest, Chen-Lin, Yang Gang, and Lianlin were hiding in the treetops, watching everything clearly.
Yang Gang's face darkened. Damn it, they managed to escape. Should we chase them? Shall we try to drive them back?
Lianlin spoke in a deep voice. They have at most 6 extraordinary sequences, and we have 5.
It's not impossible to take them all down. 5 extraordinary sequences, first exclude me.
Chen-Lin said seriously.
Chen brother, you. Lianlin choked a bit. Useless brute.
Chen-Lin didn't want to dwell on it. Don't worry about them, now we are in the dark and they are in the light.
We just need to follow them. There are only 6 people who escaped, and by tomorrow morning, they will be done for. By then, we won't have to do anything. Lianlin looked confused, unable to understand.
Yang Gang paused for a moment, then quickly reacted, as if he recalled what they had experienced earlier.
You mean, they might encounter the strange?
Yang Gang's face turned pale. Now he recalled the eerie white mist they encountered earlier, and felt afraid. That was the moment they were closest to death.
They could die at any moment.
Alright, now we don't need to worry about that, let's hide. When the wave of the strange passes, we can go gather supplies. They are a convoy of hundreds of people. When they leave, they will not take too many things, and the strange have no interest in those supplies. Chen-Lin said with a smile.
Yang Gang's eyes instantly lit up.
That's right, no matter if there are supplies or not, those buses, and those vehicles, can be directly used by us. Although our buses can still drive, many parts are damaged.
Yang Gang looked at those buses with envy. Those buses are not comparable to Yang Gang and their buses.
They are luxury buses.
The comfort level far exceeds that of Yang Gang's buses. Moreover, they look very new.
I think the things taken by the extraordinary sequence might be the most valuable.
Should we chase after them?
Lianlin was not very interested in the buses, vehicles, or supplies.
Those things, they can find themselves.
Chen-Lin naturally understood this, but right now there are so many anomalies blocking the road.
There are many mountains nearby.
If they want to bypass the anomalies, they have to climb the mountains. That would take much more time, longer.
And it would be even more dangerous.
Rather than that, it would be better to rest and wait for the wave of anomalies to pass, than search for Baldy and their convoy. Immediately, Chen-Lin expressed his thoughts and patted Lianlin on the shoulder. It's ours, it won't run away.
If it's not ours, there's no use in staring. Let's go, let's head back and rest. Later, let Fu Walai keep an eye on the situation over there.
After saying this, Chen-Lin led the way down the mountain.
That's true. Lianlin shook his head and followed him. Night.
The boss and Baldy escaped more than 50 kilometers away and found that the anomalies behind them did not chase them, so they finally breathed a sigh of relief.
Boss, they haven't caught up, how about we take a break?
Baldy tentatively asked.
The boss nodded but looked a bit displeased.
He had originally been on the bus, smoking, drinking cigars, and being served by a few maids, living comfortably. But in less than 3 hours, he had lost everything.
Stop the vehicle.
The boss said unwillingly.
Immediately, 6 motorcycles pulled over. Baldy quickly put his backpack on the ground and helped the boss sit down.
The other 6 young people gathered around the boss.
Baldy felt a bit gloomy.
He had said long ago that the convoy was strange and definitely not something to mess with.
But the boss wouldn't listen, insisting on provoking them.
As a result, now, instead of wiping out that convoy, they had welcomed a devastating blow. From a convoy of over 300 people, only the 6 of them remained.
Do you think we are now down and out?
The boss seemed to see through Baldy's thoughts, with a cold smile on his lips.
No, no.
Baldy shook his head repeatedly. The boss sneered disdainfully, played as eagles all my life, only to be pecked blind by an eagle in the end.
I underestimated those people.
Baldy felt bitter. Boss, everyone is dead, and you're still putting on an act?
Don't worry.
We were once more than 10 people, capable of building such a business, now we can still do it. All our core members are still here.
We can rise again very soon.
At that time, if we encounter those guys again, we will settle the score. The boss kept sneering. Baldy and the others' eyes all fell on the backpack in the boss's hand. Inside are all the cores of the anomalies they hunted.
All right there.
There are 30 or 40.
Moreover, the boss also has one extraordinary item. This is the foundation of their convoy.
All right, let's find a place to spend the night.
The boss said lightly.
Baldy and the others nodded. Everyone began to disperse to search for a spot. In this area, there are not only many mountains but also many stones. Many gaps between the stones can still fit a person.
Compared to being without vehicles, this is also not bad.
Soon, Baldy found a slightly more spacious area. All around were protruding stones, and in the middle was a large pit, able to accommodate about 10 people. Although it was still outdoors, it could at least shield against the cold wind from all sides.
Let's sleep here tonight. Old 3, you guys go find some firewood. The boss nodded, accepting it begrudgingly. Better to have something than nothing at all.
After saying that, the boss jumped down into the pit by himself.
Bald Brother followed closely behind.
Old 3 and the other 4 quickly scattered around to collect firewood. The boss and Bald Brother waited in the dark pit for about an hour. They were starting to get a bit impatient.
Why haven't they come back yet? Did they run off?
The boss's face appeared somewhat ugly.
Bald Brother's face looked even worse. Boss, there's also a possibility they encountered something strange?
Upon hearing this, the boss's face grew even more unsightly. At that moment, a complaining voice suddenly came from above the pit.
Boss, in this wild and remote place, it really isn't easy to find firewood. Just now, I almost ran 5 miles.
Old 6 jumped down from above the pit.
You scared me to death.
Bald Brother patted his chest. I thought you guys had encountered something strange. Old 6's expression slightly stiffened, a dark flash crossed his eyes, but soon he returned to normal. What strange thing could there be? Even if there was something strange, I wouldn't be afraid, because there's still the boss and Bald Brother here.
The boss frowned, feeling a bit confused. A vague memory was muddled in his mind. Wasn't Old 6 following Old 8 and Old 9 to chase that convoy? Didn't he die? Why is he back?
The boss thought left and right, but the more he thought, the more blurred the memory became.
Chapter 92, Eating Meat.
Hey, Old 6, where did you go to find firewood just now?
I didn't see you.
At that moment, another surprised voice came from above the pit.
Old 8 and Old 9 jumped into the pit holding a bundle of firewood.
Hearing this, the boss's confusion greatly reduced. Without a doubt, Old 8 and Old 9's words confirmed that Old 6 was fine. Soon, Old 3 and the other 4 returned to the pit as well. They also brought a lot of firewood. They had no doubts about Old 6's presence or Old 8 and Old 9's appearance, and even chatted and laughed. The small thread of doubt in the boss's heart was completely dispelled.
Before long, a fire was lit. Boss, I have a little food here. Let's roast and eat together.
Old 6 said, pulling out some bloody pieces of meat from his backpack, very fresh.
Meat? Where did you get this?
The boss and Bald Brother's eyes widened in disbelief. As leaders of the convoy, they hadn't eaten meat in a long time.
After all, since the apocalypse broke out, water and electricity had been cut off.
Most of the meat had gone bad. As for living livestock, they hadn't seen any, unsure whether any other creatures besides humans were still alive. So when they saw such a large piece of meat, their eyes lit up. Boss, I ran into a wild boar when escaping, and I almost got killed. In the rush to escape, I cut a piece of meat and ran.
If I had more time, I might have gotten more meat.
Old 6 chuckled.
You mean along the way while escaping? You killed a wild boar? And almost got yourself killed? In the chaos, you cut a piece of meat? Is that right?
The boss was somewhat suspicious.
Isn't there something a bit off about this? They were almost caught by something strange, still thinking about eating meat? Boss, isn't this wrong? Why think so much? Eating meat is the main thing. Come on, everyone take a piece, let's eat together.
Bald Brother couldn't wait to take the piece of meat and started dividing it. A group of 9 people, each with a piece of meat, began to roast it. Before long, the meat began to sizzle and ooze oil. A rich smell of meat wafted out.
The aroma was abundant.
The bald man couldn't wait to take a bite, so delicious. This wild boar meat is different, it feels so much better than what we raise ourselves. It tastes sweeter and more delicate. When the others heard this, they quickly started to eat.
So tasty. Aroma, really fragrant.
This doesn't taste like pork, it's way better than pork.
I've eaten wild boar before, but nothing like this. Hey, you must not have had meat in a long time. Pork is just pork, how can it taste so different? Everyone was feasting. They ate quite heartily. This made the boss's last bit of doubt disappear. The boss also started eating. It truly was delicious. With one bite, juices sizzled out. After one bite, the boss had no other thoughts, finishing the meat quickly. As everyone finished eating, they began to find places to sleep. Actually, there was no need to look too hard, just huddle around the fire and sleep together. After lying down, the third brother and the sixth brother began to snore. Clearly, they were very tired. But the boss couldn't sleep, tossing and turning, feeling wronged. Before the apocalypse, he slept on a soft bed, and after the apocalypse began, he hardly suffered, finding a bed on the bus. Especially since the bald men were still snoring, the boss was even more disturbed and couldn't fall asleep, tossing left and right like a stir-fry squid. Like this, he finally managed to endure until the middle of the night. Close to dawn, he suddenly heard a creaking noise, like someone was eating. The boss was really furious. Not only snoring but also eating, was there no peace? The boss sat up angrily, looking toward the source of the sound. As soon as he got up, the eating noise opposite him stopped. At that moment, their fire had gone out, it was pitch black, and the boss could vaguely see a figure crouching right in front of him. Originally, the shadow was scavenging something. It seemed to sense the boss's gaze and stopped. The boss couldn't see the person's face clearly, but he sensed that the shadow was also looking at him. Sixth brother? What are you doing? The boss frowned tightly, asking in a hushed voice. He couldn't see that shadow's face but vaguely remembered that the sixth brother seemed to be sleeping in that direction. Boss. I'm a bit hungry, looking for something to eat. The sixth brother's unclear voice came, sounding strange, like something was stuck in his throat. Hurry up and eat. Finish eating and then sleep. Can't do anything right, but eat everything. What are you all eating for? The boss cursed as he lay down. After seemingly being warned, the sixth brother started to chew slowly. About 5 minutes later, it seemed the sixth brother had finished. The night began to quiet down. The boss felt slightly better, but after 3 minutes, he heard chewing noises again, as if something else was being torn apart. Creak, creak. Like a bone breaking, or soft cartilage being chewed. Moreover, a bloody smell lingered in the air. Could that guy be eating raw food? Damn it! The boss felt a chill, his previously calmed anger igniting again. Damn you, I told you not to eat. You're still eating? Do you want to die? The boss yelled loudly. The chewing noise stopped again. The boss waited intently in the direction of the sixth brother. About 2 or 3 minutes passed. If the sixth brother made another sound, the boss would really have to deal with him. But the sixth brother seemed to feel the boss's gaze, making no movements. The boss snorted coldly, crossed his arms, and lay back down. Just as the boss closed his eyes, that chewing sound started again. It was extremely unsettling to hear. Extremely harsh. And just as the boss was about to explode, his clothing corner was tugged again. Next to the boss, a bald man was sleeping. The boss was even more enraged. What's wrong with these guys today? One after another, they're acting abnormal in the middle of the night. Eating, and still pulling on his clothes. Baldy, are you looking for death? Take off my clothes? I don't like men. The boss turned around and angrily scolded the bald man. The bald man was very close to the boss, so when the boss turned around, their faces almost touched. The boss could feel the disgusting smell from the bald man's body. Damn it! The boss's lungs were about to explode with anger. It was so disgusting. And what made it even more disgusting was that the bald man seemed overly excited, his body trembling. It was because his adrenaline was rushing. And the bald man's forehead was covered in fine sweat, maybe from the overwhelming excitement. As for the bald man's face, it was pale, his eyes filled with fear. It seemed the bald man wanted to do something but didn't dare. Fear and impulse. Chapter 93, Boss, I'm hungry. No. Boss, don't speak, I. The bald man's voice trembled as he got closer. The boss, in his rage, thought the bald man was going to kiss him. Could that be allowed? Slap. A loud slap echoed. The bald man's mouth almost twisted from the blow. The bald man was almost crying. Has the boss gone mad? Damn it, I said I don't like men. You still dare to kiss me? How much fake alcohol have you drunk? The boss scolded. The bald man, frightened and scared, didn't dare to complain or feel wronged. Instead, he tremblingly pointed towards the direction where Lao Lu and the other three were. The boss raised his eyes and saw Lao Lu and the other three crouching there, as if they were also watching them. What's wrong with them? Are you half asleep? The boss angrily shouted. They are eating Lao San and his group. They've been completely gutted. The bald man's voice trembled as he spoke. What?
The boss's eyes widened in shock, unsure if it was just an illusion, but he felt the strong smell of blood in the air growing thicker. Just then, a gust of wind suddenly rose from the sky, and the extinguished campfires were blown back to life, shining slightly. The boss clearly saw Lao Lu and the other three at that moment. Each of them held a chunk of flesh, with fresh blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Meanwhile, Lao San and his group lay there, their abdomens soaked in blood. Fresh blood continuously flowed out. The boss's forehead was covered in fine cold sweat, and his heart was in panic. How did this happen? When did Lao Lu and his group become like this? If he could, he would want to pass out right now. Lao Lu, you guys, what happened? The boss's voice trembled, swallowing his saliva, his face filled with fear. Boss, we're hungry. So hungry. We can't get enough to eat, what should we do? You ate our meat earlier, now can you return it to us? Lao Lu's weak voice came through, sounding as if something was stuck in his throat. You ate our meat, we want it back. Return it to us. Open up your stomach for me. As Lao Lu and the others spoke, they seemed insane. They continuously lunged towards the boss and the bald man. Holy shit! Run! The bald man's hair stood on end, and he immediately turned to flee, but how could his speed match that of Lao Lu? Lao Lu and Lao Ba each grabbed one of the bald man's legs and forcibly dragged him back. Bald brother, we're hungry, let us eat your meat. Didn't you say we're all brothers? Brothers are hungry. Bald brother, please. No, don't. With the bald man's screams, followed by the sound of his body being torn apart, the entire night seemed even more tragic. Meanwhile, Lao Jiu lunged towards the boss. But the boss was able to become the leader of the team because he had skills. The boss almost immediately reacted. He jumped out of the pit in a rush. Just as he leaped into the air, he was grabbed by the foot by old Jiu. The boss's body suddenly sank, but his hands held tightly onto the edge of the pit. Get away from me! The boss kicked out fiercely. Around his foot, streams of brilliant light burst forth. Finally, it transformed into a huge foot, stomping down towards old Jiu. Seizing the opportunity, the boss crawled out of the pit, running continuously towards the direction of the motorcycle. I want to live. I can't just die here. How could I possibly die here? If I find the motorcycle, I can survive. The boss was like a madman, constantly murmuring to himself, running wildly. He was almost at the spot where they had parked the motorcycles, and he had already seen the general outline of the motorcycle wheels. If he got the motorcycle, he could live. Suddenly, the boss saw a glimmer of hope. However, at that moment, Boss, I'm hungry. Return my meat. A faint voice echoed in the boss's ear. The boss instantly stiffened, like a statue, his whole body rigid. When the boss awkwardly turned his head. He didn't know when, but three shadowy figures had already caught up. In the next second, old Lu and the others all dashed forward. Get away from me. Don't grab my leg. I'll return your meat. Don't bite my belly, ah! Accompanied by the boss's last scream, which echoed in the night sky. Finally, everything fell silent. In the dark night, only the sounds of chewing and bones being torn apart remained. On the other side, Fu Hua returned to the bus and told Chen Lin and the others about the destruction of the bald man's team. It's a pity that the bald man and a few extraordinary sequences got away. I don't know where they will run to. Yang Gang felt a bit uneasy. He just hated that their team wasn't strong enough. They were outnumbered by the extraordinary sequences. Otherwise, they really would have fought with the boss and the others. Let's talk about it when morning comes. Chen Lin patted Yang Gang on the shoulder and said, get some rest early. After that, Chen Lin walked towards the back alone. He woke up Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili again to draw symbols. After finishing all this, Chen Lin finally slept lightly for a bit. That night, Chen Lin continued to wake up frequently, repeatedly waking Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili, making them draw symbols. By the time dawn broke, Chen Lin's second 5 thunder symbol was almost complete. The jade brush, after being reinforced, was so useful. It was much faster than before. Of course, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili looked even weaker, their eye sockets sunken, faces haggard, looking like they could collapse at any moment. Chen Lin was now close to having 2 5 thunder symbols, and he planned not to push Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili any further. They needed a breather. Otherwise, if Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili really collapsed, it wouldn't benefit Chen Lin at all. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Lin turned his gaze away from the sleeping Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili and walked forward. Let's go, we'll first gather supplies and change vehicles. Hu Lu, you make the food and wait for us to come back. Yang Gang carried his backpack, smiling brightly. Another day of harvest. Yang Gang was naturally very happy about it. Fu Hua and Li Dezhuan felt the same as they skillfully shouldered their backpacks, wielded their weapons, and got ready to set off.
Go ask the others if they want to come.
Chen Lin thought for a moment and said, but if they want to go, they must help us clear the vehicles. Yesterday, the bald man's team was washed away by strange blood, so those vehicles definitely wouldn't be very clean.
Chapter 94, Great Harvest.
Soon, Chen Lin and Yang Gang, along with Lian Lin and more than 10 others, arrived at the spot where the boss's team had been yesterday.
All the weirdness has already dissipated. The overturned bus and the rear-ended bus were all left on the road. A faint smell of blood still lingered in the air. However, Chen Lin and the other survivors paid no attention. They had all experienced life and death, seen the cruel oddities. This small matter was still bearable. Once the survivors saw there were no more oddities, they quickly began to skillfully rush towards all the vehicles, starting to search for supplies. They were very experienced. However, when they entered the buses, they barely took a glance before their faces changed in horror. The buses had no idea how many people had been held captive inside. Everywhere was blood. Especially on the bus windows, blood handprints were everywhere. The stench of blood was at its peak. It almost hit them in the face, filling everyone's nasal passages and mouths with a strong smell of blood, along with some other pungent odors. Several young people, after staying for less than 10 seconds, turned pale and ran off the bus, vomiting violently. The other survivors were the same, each one neglecting supplies entirely. Although there was not much left inside the bus, the smell of blood was too overpowering. Chen Lin and Yang Gang also went to check the nearest bus. Chen Lin frowned slightly, smelling the thick stench of blood. Yang Gang turned pale, feeling very uncomfortable. I was thinking of getting a bus. But this? Forget it, it's probably impossible to wash it away.
I don't want these supplies either.
Yang Gang shook his head and got off the bus.
It's likely that even if those supplies were taken back, they would carry a strong smell of blood.
Even food, I'm afraid, couldn't be eaten. Chen Lin also got off the bus.
Earlier, Chen Lin had already used the heavenly eye to observe the entire bus.
There were no anomalies.
Chen Lin also had no interest in other supplies.
Just as Chen Lin and Yang Gang came down from the bus, those survivors who had just vomited returned to the bus once more.
The survivors put on masks or covered their mouths and noses with cloth, forcing themselves to endure the discomfort, and began searching for supplies.
They didn't have as many concerns, it was either starvation or survival. As for discomfort, they had to adapt. Then, Chen Lin and Yang Gang continued to another bus. Chen Lin did not find what he wanted.
Yang Gang actually found the bus where their boss had been. There was not much blood on that bus. And the smell of blood was not too strong.
After cleaning, it could be entirely ignored. Moreover, the most important thing was,
this luxury bus had been manually modified. There was a very large bed at the back, and there was a compartment for luggage. In addition, in the middle position, there was also a door panel and wooden board separating the front from the back.
It was completely like a small room. And in the middle position, there was a set of sofas.
They could serve as beds. The front had also been massively modified, with the front row replaced with wide flat benches over a meter wide.
One could just lay down and sleep.
As for the partition at the front, the bed was still preserved. This bus, not to mention sleeping over 10 people, could definitely accommodate 8 or 9 without issue. Most importantly, there were still several seats preserved in the middle.
This was completely a moving one-bedroom apartment, and if the partitions were counted, there were even several bedrooms.
This time, we've really struck gold.
Yang Gang's eyes sparkled.
This was definitely his dream vehicle. To get such a vehicle in the apocalypse would definitely make life much more comfortable.
Chen Lin, I just checked this bus, there's nothing wrong.
The engine isn't damaged, only the front has a bit of damage, but that's not a big problem.
Let me pack up a bit, we'll switch to this bus soon. Yang Gang was very excited and quickly pulled Fu Hua and Li Dazhuang to start organizing.
They first gathered all the supplies and then started to clean up quickly. Chen Lin, however, was not very interested. Right now, he was not particularly eager about whether he had a vehicle or not. After all, if he were to get a vehicle, he would have to drive it himself, which was too much trouble. What interested him most now was the Strange Corps. With such a large fleet, their boss was able to survive in the apocalypse for so long and had so many extraordinary sequences, there must be strange corps.
It was impossible for there to be nothing.
Chen Lin didn't stay on the bus for long, instead, he went to look for other buses, including those nearby. However, he did not find what he wanted.
It seems they were really taken by that bald guy.
Chen Lin took a deep breath, he still had to look for the bald guy's whereabouts.
No matter what, even if there were no bodies, there would always be traces left behind. Of course, there could be some accidents too.
A very small chance.
For example, if the bald guy's extraordinary sequences were very powerful, they could suppress any unfortunate events. And another small probability could be that after they escaped yesterday, they encountered other fleets. Perhaps they might have survived, it's not certain. However, this was just a small chance. Hopefully, that won't come true.
Chen Lin suppressed his thoughts and began to help Yang Gang and the others organize the supplies.
After all, this fleet had hundreds of people, not just a few.
There were still a lot of supplies. Enough for everyone in Chen Lin's team to get plenty of resources.
Additionally, there was fuel. And parts for the vehicles. These were all crucial items. Because vehicles are ultimately machines, they have a lifespan. Previously, their bus had not broken down, but that didn't mean it wouldn't break down in the future. So, Yang Gang planned to take as many parts as possible from the extra buses, including tires and other such things. As for gasoline and diesel, they drained all of it. They took all the gasoline from the bald guy's fleet to carry with them. No one would ever complain about having too much of this. Without vehicles and fuel, given their current conditions, they simply couldn't survive long.
In total, with Chen Lin's help, they worked for a whole day and still didn't finish everything.
It wasn't until noon the next day that all of this was finally completed.
The clean luxury bus, after a night of ventilation, still had a faint smell of blood, but it wasn't too much of an issue. Everyone from the bus had moved over.
Of course, there were enough vehicles here, each person could easily have one.
But whether it was Chu Chu, Fu Hua, or Li Dazhuang, they all understood one thing. If they wanted to live longer, they would have to rely on Chen Lin and Yang Gang.
Driving themselves would lead to a quicker death. Chapter 95, Pursuit. This bus is really so luxurious. We can sleep on sofas and benches from now on. There's totally enough space. Chu Chu's eyes sparkled with excitement.
Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili also gazed at the luxurious bus, their eyes shining brightly. Their faces were filled with envy. They were very clear about their position. Among the survivors in the entire bus, they were the ones with the least status. So, they wouldn't think about those sofas and benches. However, the floor of this luxury bus was covered with soft carpet. Unlike the previous bus, where the floor was black and hard, cold as ice. They had lain there for many days, feeling sore all over. If they slept on this floor, it would be much better. At least it would be comfortable. Chen Lin, don't say I didn't take care of you. That back compartment is reserved for you and Hulu. You two sleep in the back. In the small compartment at the front of the car, I just slept there myself. Yang Gang tidied everything up, happily speaking to Chen Lin and Hulu.
Yang Gang, what nonsense are you talking about?
Hulu's face turned a bit unnatural. I'm still sleeping in my old spot.
No way, I have nowhere to sleep. Yang Gang's expression changed, looking bitterly at Chen Lin. To be fair, Yang Gang's situation was quite unfortunate.
He and Hulu had always maintained a friendship. The sleeping space at the front had long been occupied by Hulu. He couldn't just go and sleep there. Back on that big bus, he had to sleep in his seat. Not to mention, that seat was really too short. It was uncomfortable to sleep there. But he felt too shy to say anything. Now, after finally switching to a new bus, if he didn't speak up, he'd miss the chance. Alright, Hujia, if sleeping in the back is what you want, then go for it. We are all friends. Who doesn't know about our relationship? Chen Lin smiled and shook his head. Hulu also didn't insist anymore, glancing angrily at Chen Lin and then quickly packing her things to move to the back.
Ha, women.
Chen Lin chuckled softly.
Yang Gu, is everything packed up? We're almost ready to go. Chen Lin asked.
All done, the fuel is in the luggage compartment below, and there are quite a few parts, the tires are all tied on top.
Yang Gang smiled broadly.
This time, while others only gained supplies, he not only gained supplies but also a luxury bus, diesel, and gasoline. Additionally, a heap of parts. With these things, he could avoid taking risks for quite a while. Especially food. Food for hundreds of people filled the entire luggage compartment.
There were even a lot on the roof. And in the car.
Every available space was filled with food or supplies. As for Li Anlin and the others, they didn't prepare two big buses. After going through last time's ordeal, Li Anlin realized the importance of vehicles. While showing off was important, he didn't want to lose any more brothers. So they planned to imitate Chen Lin and get two big buses. However, Chen Lin advised them to keep the horses for now. These big buses were good, but as time went on, if their convoy didn't have a mechanical sequence of extraordinary series, all the vehicles would break down. If the horses were properly cared for, they might be very useful in the future. So Li Anlin and the others got two big buses. One for resting and traveling, and the other for carrying horses. Everything was ready. The convoy headed towards the direction where the bald ones had escaped yesterday, continuing their journey. The convoy traveled for dozens of kilometers but didn't see any motorcycles. There weren't even any signs of battle. Chen Lin, do you think those bald guys didn't take the main road? Could they have run in another direction? They were riding motorcycles.
Yang Gang speculated.
Chen Lin silently smoked a cigarette, thinking that if that was the case, it would be a big loss. Having tasted the sweetness of those precious resources, Chen Lin now understood how valuable they would be. For an ordinary person, food might be the most precious resource. But for those of extraordinary sequence, the things that could enhance their power were the most valuable.
Let's keep moving forward for 10 more kilometers. If we don't find anything by 3 o'clock, let's just forget it.
Chen Lin took a hard drag of his cigarette and stamped it out severely. If they went beyond this distance, it would mean that the bald guys had run far last night.
Uncontrollable factors would increase.
For instance, they might have taken another path or, as Yang Gang said, they could have fled separately.
That would make finding them extremely difficult.
In that case, he would have to give up. Just as Chen Lin was pondering, at the front of the carriage, there came the shout of Li Dezhuang.
Brother Chen Lin. Motorcycle. The bald-headed motorcycle team. Right in front.
Li Dezhuang shouted excitedly.
Chen Lin and Yang Gang's expressions changed.
They hurriedly walked forward. When they reached in front of the windshield, they saw motorcycles parked on both sides of the road. Those few motorcycles were exactly what the bald-headed ones rode when they escaped yesterday.
Stop the car. Chen Lin shouted and walked toward the entrance.
Li Dezhuang almost didn't stop the car before opening the door. However, around where the motorcycles were parked, there were no traces of the bald-headed group's presence. And there were no signs of a fight.
Did they abandon the motorcycles? Did they find other vehicles?
Yang Gang said in confusion.
Chen Lin frowned tightly.
There is this possibility. But there's an even greater possibility that they stopped here to rest but were attacked by the strange ones.
Let's go, let's find out. Everyone spread out.
Chen Lin immediately called everyone to disperse and search.
While Chen Lin was contemplating, why did the boss and the others stop at this moment last night?
This distance. It is very likely they evaded the strange pursuit. Here, the place where their team encountered the strange attack was over 50 kilometers away. So it's very possible.
Then, what caused the bald-headed ones to leave the motorcycles by the roadside? There is only one possibility.
That is, the bald-headed ones found a place to rest.
So they simply parked the motorcycles by the roadside. And this distance would definitely not be too far. Next, they just need to think about one question. Where could they have found a temporary resting place? To the east is a mountain forest, so there it is ruled out.
Because if the bald-headed ones really went into the woods, they would definitely park the motorcycles close to the forest. So only the northwest and northeast directions are left. The northeast direction is a flat area, but it is overgrown with weeds. The northwest direction, however, is a rocky area.
Chapter 96, The Death Team? Then it can only be these two places.
Chen Lin suppressed his thoughts and walked towards the pile of stones. After just a few steps, Chen Lin saw a pool of blood. The pool of blood roughly resembled the shape of a person lying on the ground.
Sure enough, it's in this direction.
Chen Lin thought to himself. However, around the pool of blood, besides some torn clothing, there were no other items.
Chen Lin did not stay and continued to walk forward. Before long, Chen Lin found the pit. A pool of fresh blood. And some torn clothes. Along with a few backpacks.
Chen Lin immediately entered the pit. The blood on the ground was still not dry and somewhat sticky. But Chen Lin did not care. He started rummaging through several black backpacks. Soon, Chen Lin found a strange core inside one of the black backpacks.
Moreover, it was a large amount of strange cores. More than 30 pieces. The jade pen can be reinforced again. Chen Lin was overjoyed.
Chen Lin quickly put all the strange cores away and swiftly left the pit. He then called the others back.
What happened? Did you find something? Yang Gang quickly asked.
Found it. Estimated 3 or 4 dozen strange cores. Chen Lin replied with a smile.
That's good. This place is strange, we should leave quickly. Yang Gang also felt happy.
This time, encountering the bald-headed group, not only was there no danger, but they also gained a lot. After everyone returned to their vehicles, the team quickly left the area. Chen Lin took out all the strange cores and counted them. A total of 35 strange cores. Among them, 21 first-level strange cores.
12 second-level strange cores.
There were even 2 third-level strange cores. This was much more than Chen Lin's last harvest.
Chen Lin immediately took out the jade brush for enhancement.
As usual, he would first use the first-level energy. Under Chen Lin's heavenly eye observation, the energy from the 21 eerie cores slowly flowed into the jade brush. However, this time, Chen Lin could clearly see that after the third enhancement, the jade brush's absorption of first-level energy no longer showed the previous changes. The momentum of the jade brush's growth had slowed down.
It seems that after another enhancement, the first level eerie core will probably lose its effectiveness.
Chen Lin silently pondered in his heart. About 5 or 6 minutes later, all the eerie cores turned ash gray, and the energy inside completely disappeared.
Chen Lin then took out the remaining second and third level eerie cores.
This time, the jade brush emitted a faint glow all around. It was very strong. After all the eerie cores were absorbed, the jade brush became even more crystal clear. It looked truly extraordinary. Chen Lin eagerly checked the changes in the jade brush. The enhancement level had not increased, it was still +3. It had simply gained some experience. Jade brush enhancement experience, 62 out of 160. A bit of a pity. But Chen Lin didn't mind, since these eerie cores were essentially free. Gaining a little experience was better than nothing. After finishing all this, Chen Lin then called for Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili.
Yesterday, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili had already completed the second Thunder Talismans.
Now the third Thunder Talisman was also nearly finished. By tomorrow morning, they would start drawing the fourth one. This made Chen Lin feel even more confident.
This time, Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili successfully completed the third Thunder Talisman before falling into a deep sleep. Chen Lin was very pleased to keep this Thunder Talisman safe. Chen Lin returned to the back compartment, preparing to take a rest. The rear compartment had been cleaned very well by Hulu, looking neat and tidy. All the supplies were tucked away under the bed. The blankets were also neatly stacked. Hulu was still organizing her clothes. This made Chen Lin feel somewhat satisfied. Having a woman around was nice. Chen Lin tiptoed over to Hulu, and before she could react, he hugged her. Ah! Chen Lin! What are you doing? Don't make a fuss, it's not dark yet.
As he spoke, Hulu's voice weakened, and soon other sounds began to emerge. I must say, the soundproofing of this compartment was excellent.
It didn't draw any attention from others. Around 4 o'clock in the afternoon,
the bus stopped by the roadside.
Chen Lin walked out of the compartment feeling refreshed.
Hulu also appeared much rosier, looking like she had been revitalized, adding a bit of charm.
As soon as they came out, they encountered Yang Gang. I'm going to cook. Hulu greeted.
Yang Gang then walked up to Chen Lin, handing him a cigarette. I want to recruit more people for the team, in case we encounter other teams next time, if anyone is willing.
What do you think? Yang Gang was quite helpless now. Wang Xiaoming and Zhang Lili were practically Chen Lin's personal belongings. Don't expect them to go out looking for supplies anymore.
Chu Chu had also been called by Chen Lin. Now, on the entire bus, only Fu Hua and Li Dezhuang were left to search for supplies. They were a bit short on manpower.
I have no objections.
But first, we must ensure character, no matter their ability. The most important thing is to be honest and reliable.
Chen Lin said lightly. Honest and reliable?
Yang Gang was taken aback, feeling a hint of bitterness rising in his heart.
Where are there so many honest and reliable people?
In this world, perhaps, there are no such people at all now, right?
Being honest and reliable might not even let one survive. Do your best.
Yang Gang murmured in response, the main thing is that there are not enough people now, our team's members are dying too quickly.
After going through so much,
their convoy suffered indeed heavy casualties.
From the cursed and strange convoy to Lianlin's convoy, how many people have died back and forth? There are not 800 or 900, but at least 500, right?
Chen Lin even doubts whether the feng shui of their convoy is not very good.
Look at Lianlin's convoy.
Before encountering Chen Lin and their group, there were 200 to 300 people. Now look at the bald-headed group's convoy. Before meeting Chen Lin's group, there were also 200 to 300 people.
And what happened? Lianlin's convoy died, leaving only a little over 10 people.
The bald-headed group's members all died completely. It seems like they have the meaning of dying wherever they go. Chen Lin also feels a bit gloomy and took a hard drag on a cigarette. If there are fewer people, then so be it, our lives should be a bit easier in the future. Things will slowly get better. Yang Gang silently smoked and did not reply.
Let's go see how Zhang Su is doing.
Chen Lin threw away the cigarette but got out of the car and walked towards Lianlin's bus.